The world only knows of the sword Saint Zhoping's unmatched combat prowess, unaware that I, the strongest blade saint, can also reach the heavens, all because I transmigrated with the Yamato sword to slay gods, not only possessing its innate spatial abilities but also bearing the natural blade bone that allows me to unconditionally master all blades in existence. At this moment, I glance at my left hand, gripping a long sword with a black and gold hilt and a hexagonal golden tsuba. Isn't this the Yamato? Just as I try to analyze further, a pop-up suddenly appears before my eyes. Chan Mo. Level 5. Abilities, Blade Law 1%. Blade Bone, unconditionally master any blade. Seeing this, my anxious heart finally settles. It's highly likely I've transmigrated. If this were the reincarnation space's main god, seasoned veterans would have shown up to guide me by now. As for leveling up, with a game interface popping up, of course, it's about killing monsters to gain experience. I partially unsheath the Yamato. Its cold, gleaming blade reflecting my face clearly. Aside from being as handsome as the fans of Manhwa, there's really nothing else to say. This sword is Virgil's signature weapon from the Devil May Cry series, the key to opening the demon world, capable of tearing through space and dimensions, with a single void slash cutting down countless foes. As the sword's blue energy surges into my body, a faint blue glow tints my eyes. Instantly, I comprehend all of Yamato's abilities and techniques. This blade is absolutely perfect, entwined with me like vines, even faintly hearing its call. Power, more power. I need more power. A destructive impulse surges through me, making my grip tighten subconsciously, ready to slash at something. I quickly sheath the Yamato, my expression darkening. This sword truly embodies Virgil's personality. Taking a deep breath, I calm the flicker of madness that just arose. What kind of world is this? If it's Devil May Cry, Virgil treats Yamato better than his own wife. Being hunted down by a deranged Virgil doesn't sound fun at all. Maybe I should return the sword later? Why overthink it? Scratching the messy hair at the back of my head, I realize there's too little information to make sense of things. I need to gather intel first. Testing the sword's abilities, I attempt to use Yamato's spatial power. Blue mist swirls at my feet, and I reappear on the roof of another building. Having never experienced this before, I'm shocked at how effortlessly it comes to me, as if it's second nature. My first taste of supernatural power leaves me exhilarated, and I stride step by step toward the city's brightly lit areas. One step lands me on a balcony, startling a napping cat. Another leap takes me onto a shop's billboard with a creak. Yet another moves me atop a street lamp. The more I use the ability, the more amazed I am. Its cooldown is roughly 1 second, and while each teleport covers only 5 meters, it costs nothing to use, like a built-in software feature of the weapon. How convenient. Then I closed my eyes and focused, preparing to test a small combo. A double-headed throwing knife made of blue energy spun before my eyes. This thing was formed by combining mental energy with the Yamato's power. It could be thrown like a dagger to deal damage or serve as an anchor point for Yamato's teleportation. I originally intended to shape it like a sword, but somehow it turned into a knife. Might as well call it Phantom Edge. Manhwa has the final say. I then aimed at a distant tree, and with a whoosh, the Phantom Edge flew out, effortlessly slicing the tree in half before continuing onward. In an instant, I teleported to the Phantom Edge's location, my obsidian-like pupils shimmering with an eerie blue glow. Blade unsheathed, judgment cut. The surrounding space seemed to freeze in an instant. Within 0.1 seconds, I managed to slash 10 times, the storm of blade marks enveloping the tree canopy in a blur, making it impossible to discern the details. Immediately after, I sheathed my blade mid-air, flashed to the ground with a single step, and stood tall as a gentle breeze brushed past my back. The original tree was gone, replaced only by falling splinters. This judgment cut consumed a third of my mental energy, though it felt more like the Yamato executed it on its own. The moment I thought of using judgment cut, the blade seemed to guide me as if it had been honed countless times before. I was thoroughly delighted. With spatial teleportation for survival and spatial slashes for offense, even the skills were pre-trained. This wasn't just a blade, it was a perfectly ripe peach. This sword is mine for sure. Let Virgil come if he dares. My blade is far from dull. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the alley behind me, filled with terror, warning, and pleas for help. Without hesitation, blue light flashed under my feet as I took 3 steps onto the rooftop and sprinted toward the source of the scream. An inexplicable premonition told me this world was about to reveal its true nature to me. Upon arriving at the scene, I witnessed an unprecedented bloodbath. A bear-sized monster with a crimson tongue was feasting on a human. Seeing such gore for the first time, my face paled slightly as I analyzed the situation. This looked like a liquor. Had this world been struck by a biohazard outbreak? 2 students were running toward me, a girl and a blindfolded boy, with another monster chasing close behind. Without time to think, I decided to save them first. A flash of ghostly blue light, and the monster's fist smashed empty into the ground. Good thing I made it in time. I charged straight at the monster, slashing with my blade, worried one strike might not be enough. I condensed phantom blades as anchors, then teleported to the girl's side, grabbed her, and warped back to the anchor point. The monster's punch hit air as it scanned its surroundings, its gaze settling on me from above. I returned the stare, sizing up the creature's strength, sensing I wasn't an easy target. It roared in fury and gave chase to the blindfolded boy instead. "Hey, you okay?" I crouched to check on the petrified girl, patting her cheek to snap her out of it. "Save, Lin, Woa," she burst into wailing after stammering those words. Reading the situation, I pieced together that such monsters must be rare. Ordinary people likely had no idea they existed, hence her worldview-shattering terror. From our earlier exchange, I gauged my current strength should be enough to take it on. So the blindfolded boy's surname was Lin? There seemed to be some dormant power within him, eerily familiar, like something itching at the edge of my memory but just out of reach, making my brain tingle. Gripping my longsword tighter, I flashed with blue light and teleported repeatedly toward the boy's direction until finally intercepting the grotesque-faced monster. It scurried on all fours, its contorted silhouette uncannily worm-like. With a stomp, I ghosted alongside the monster in a streak of cerulean light, unsheathing my blade for a savage upward slash fueled purely by brute force, no fancy techniques. This freakish-faced creature looked terrifying but fought like absolute trash. It glared at me, seething with rage, and let out a defiant roar in my direction. Seeing this, I raised my blade and charged again, delivering a downward slash. The cold gleam of the blade made the monster unwilling to block directly. Sensing danger and fleeing, blue mist swirled around me as I teleported behind the creature, my blade cutting through without the slightest resistance, the 5 claws severed like 5 radishes. I was somewhat stunned, this thing was too sharp. The little creature couldn't resist at all. If I really wanted to kill it, one slash could take out 2.5 of them. I'd been overly cautious before. Well, might as well finish this and go find the blindfolded boy. Damn it, seems there's still one left. With a deafening boom, a dazzling, scorching beam of light suddenly erupted from a side alley, piercing through the clouds. I stood there blankly, sensing this aura of an angel. This is god-slaying? It all came back to me, this is the god-slaying that fans of manhwa love to watch. But in this world, gods are everywhere, and by the later stages, gods are as common as dogs. To even have the right to bark, you'd at least need to be a supreme god. But that's not the real issue. The real issue is that the final boss is Azathoth. You want me to fight a Lovecraftian outer god? My expression instantly turned complicated. Oh no, high-stakes match. Looking at the terrified masked figure, I felt ashamed for seeking a sense of superiority over such a mere cannon fodder. Then, I walked toward Lin Chiyue, blue light swirling in my eyes. Behind me, the masked figure was engulfed by dozens of blade flashes. By the time the light faded, its original form was unrecognizable. When I reached Lin Chiyue, I saw him using his white cane as a weapon, stabbing it into the monster's eye, only to be knocked down by the creature's momentum. Blue mist drifted at my feet as I teleported behind Lin Chiyue, catching his back with one hand. Only after confirming he was unharmed did I let go. I hesitated for a moment but couldn't help speaking up. Lin Chiyue. At this moment, the golden light in Lin Chiyue's eyes hadn't yet faded. He stared tensely at me, a man who had suddenly appeared, wielding a long blade, slightly more handsome than him, with mysterious blue light glowing in his eyes. Just then, a voice called out, "Step away from that monster, let me handle it." The protagonist's sacrificial pawn had finally arrived. Zhao Kongqing descended from the air, his dark red cloak billowing in the wind. "That one's already dead," Lin Chiyue coldly reminded him. "I know, but there should be another one. Be careful and stay close to me," Zhao Kongqing said. "There's another one at the alley entrance." I scratched my face and spoke up. "What? At the alley entrance? You mean that pile of flesh?" Zhao Kongqing was stunned for a long moment before finding the right words to describe it. "Pile of flesh?" Lin Chiyue silently took 2 steps back, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Seeing this, Su Run hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, I was just thinking about saving people, and for a moment I didn't confiscate my strength. Definitely not venting." The corner of Zhao Kongqing's mouth twitched as he took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, taking a deep drag. Looking at Su Run, who was holding the knife and had a stoic face, he chose to allow himself to believe the explanation. He pulled out his walkie-talkie and said, "The 2 fleeing ghostfacers are purged. Let the logistics team clean up the battlefield." When he finished speaking, he put his walkie-talkie away and walked over to the 2 men. The quiet night color redominated. The 3 stood under this night color. A moment the scene is very quiet. Finally Su Run couldn't stand the weird atmosphere first. He thought back to the original and decided to pass a message to Zhao Kongqing, the man who wanted to be strong. "That, you look pretty cool in that." Zhao Kongqing's serious face instantly changed. He heatedly smiled at Su Run. "Handsome is right. Want to become as handsome as me?" Su Run looked helplessly at Lin Xie. "This plot can't be messed up. The night watchman Lin Xie must go in." Su Run didn't quite want Zhao Kongqing, a redoubtable middle-aged man, to die like this and decided to play assist. "Don't want to," Lin Xie replied seriously. "Why? Easy to die. Get this answer. Su Run could not help but sigh. Nowadays the young people are really more stable than one like an old metal. He interrupted Zhao Kongcheng. This is not the place to talk. Walk and talk. Lin Xiye was about to find an excuse to bolt when Su Run's next words dissuaded him. There's another young girl over there who doesn't know what's going on right now, so let's go over there together first. Jiang Qian and the others had suffered this calamity because they were sending Lin Xiye home, so they had to go and take a look at it as a matter of course. Hearing that there were still people who were involved, Zhao Kongcheng extinguished his cigarette and followed Su Run. My name is Zhao Kongcheng. I'm not a bad person. I'm Su Run, Lin Xiye. By the time the trio reached where the young girl was, she had stopped crying and was shivering as she leaned against the corner holding her legs in the sweltering August summer night. The young girl jerked her head up when she heard the footsteps, tears welling up in her eyes once again. Kama-sama. A few moments later, Zhao Kongcheng figured out the situation. You say you're just a passerby? Su Run nodded. First you saved Jiang Qian, then you split that ghostly face into pieces. Got rid of it. Watching Su Run's face change slightly, Zhao Kongcheng hurriedly changed his words. And that pillar of light that pierced through the heavens and earth was the energy that erupted from Lin Xiye? Aha! Su Run nodded again. Zhao Kongcheng couldn't believe it. He had thought that it would be heaven-defying to fish out a suspected divine ruin possessor this time, but he didn't expect there to be another expert. It's really a big deal. Damn, if I recruit these two into the team, I'll be able to walk sideways in the team from now on. He excitedly lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. In the future, in the Night's Watch Squad 136, I, Zhao Kongcheng, say the garlic. The thought of it burned inside him, and his attitude became even more enthusiastic. I've given you a general overview of the mysteries, the Night's Watch, so if there's anything you'd like to ask, just ask. I'll know everything. Jiang Qian pinched the corner of her coat in the back and bowed her head without saying a word. Lin Xiye looked like he was ready to bolt at any moment and wasn't prepared to ask questions in the slightest. Su Run saw the situation helpless. Now how young people are so metal. This night watchman Lin Xiye must go. If he doesn't go, do I have to fight against those ancient gods? Several universes are tainted by ancient gods and collected like hand-me-downs. Can I carry it lol? Gotta get this kid on the team. He once again played up to give Zhao Kongcheng an assist, and after adjusting his mood, Su Run asked seriously, I have just one question here. If I join the vigil, will the vigil keep my family safe? This question was asked entirely in Lin Xiye's place. Lin Xiye wasn't shy about his life but wanted to personally guard his family. He valued his family's life more than himself. As he swept his afterglow, the kid was really straining his ears, waiting for Zhao Kongcheng to answer. I swear on the honor of the Night's Watch that if a brother of the Night's Watch sacrifices himself, then his family will surely be guaranteed the topmost protection in Daxia. Your loved ones are the loved ones of all the Night's Watch, and we guard them with our lives and honor. These words from Zhao Kongcheng caused Lin Xiye's face to fluctuate a bit. Still missing some meaning. Lin Xiye, this kid some oil and salt. Zhao Kongcheng, this brown man, and cannot say what the key words. If it comes as Si Xiaonan is good, that little liar should be quite able to say. Su Run had a headache and could only step up his efforts. These are all empty words. I just want to know that after I join the Night's Watch, if a monster appears near my family, will I be the first to get the news? The safety of the family is Lin Xiye's soft underbelly, but the family can't be together all the time. There will always be a time to go out. You Lin Xiye, even if you can guarantee that when you're with your family you can keep them safe and sound, what about when you're apart? Zhao Kongcheng was thrilled. I swear on the honor of the Night's Watch. How can you say that it is empty words? This brat with a knife is really annoying. The Night's Watch will surely be the first to know of mysterious movements. As for your family, the Night's Watch will place your family under safeguard unless you personally refuse. Even though I'm an ordinary person with no special abilities, I, Zhao Kongcheng, vouch for my life. As long as I have a breath left in me, I won't let the civilians behind me suffer a single bit of harm. This is the honor of our Night's Watch. His face was red and his lion's eyes were glaring like a pissed-off lion. Chapter 4, Occupying the Moral High Ground. The powerful words caused Lin Xiye to lower his head and think. Seeing this, Su Run knew that today's fire was almost ready. I'm sorry, no disrespect intended. I apologize for my questioning and pay my respects to your glory. Su Run held his right hand to his chest and bowed slightly. Zhao Kongcheng's face slowed down a little. But let's think about it. Zhao Kongcheng's face fell again. Lin Xiye was the first to bolt without waiting for him to continue speaking. Hey, kid, everything you just said has to be kept secret. Again, keep it a secret. Lin Xiye didn't turn his head back, ignoring Zhao Kongcheng who was emphasizing at the back. What's wrong with young people these days? Zhao Kongcheng felt hurt. When the car of the logistics team came over to send Jiang Qian to the car, this young girl with a ponytail pulled on Su Run's coat corner and refused to let go. She was shorter than Su Run. Su Run needed to bow down and pacify. Alright, it's all in the past. When it's safe to go home and have a good night's sleep, it'll be fine. As he spoke, he took the ponytailed girl's hand, which was pulling at the corner of her coat, in a gentle grip. Su Run palm wide, 5 fingers long, completely Jiangqian slightly cool hand wrapped up, raised to the front and the young girl against the eyes. He warmly smiled and said, "It was just a dream. See, the nightmare is over. Wait for Jiang Qian to get into the car in a daze. Damn good looks means you can do whatever you want." Zhao Empyrean City was still a bit indignant because he had suffered defeat at the hands of 2 young men today. He pulled open the car door and prepared to go back to the Squad 136 base, and Su Run watched the time and also got into the car. Not even 2.5 hours into this world, with no money and no room, he decided to hold on to the golden leg of the night's watch before making any plans. Inside the hotel room, Zhao Kongqing took a new cell phone and threw it to Su Run, who was drying his rice. "Thanks, Zhao. This cell phone smells great. Cut the crap. So you were at home playing video games and suddenly for some reason you're here with no family or friends and not a dime on you?" Zhao Empyrean City hugged his chest and summarized with a disbelieving face. "Old Zhao, don't be so serious. Look at your brow wrinkled so much that you could pinch a mosquito. I've given you all I need to say. As for the ability, my knife plays very well." Su Run was too lazy to think about the lies. It was just less information, and this world of holes wasn't so bad for him to have such a bizarre experience. Okay, I'll report back later. Believe it or not, it's out of my hands. Su Run's origin was unknown, and he hadn't agreed to join the Night's Watch yet, so Zhao Kongqing didn't dare to bring him towards the base, gave him a room, and invited him to eat a meal. Thinking that he did not have contact information, also gave him a whole cell phone. Zhao Kongqing today was ruthlessly bled. He now only wants to go back. "I wonder if I can be reimbursed," he thought silently. Ready to turn and leave immediately, he was called off again. "Wait, leave me $500. You're going to have to do both, and you're going to have to do both, and you're going to have to do both." Zhao Empyrean stared at Su Run in shock, thinking that people shouldn't have such thick skin. Under Zhao Kongqing's sharp gaze, Su Run bashfully drew out a paper napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth, putting the finished garbage into a plastic bag. He was very calm in the bottom of his heart when immortal honor was down and out. He had even dug black oil and sold straw shoes. "So what is all this?" He broke his fingers and counted. "I just got rid of a ghost face, saved a life, and did your vigil a big favor. And as you know about my current situation, I don't think I'll be turned down if I ask the vigil for a favor, right? It's the weak that wag their tails and beg." Su Run thinks he is strong, so he takes the initiative. He not only wants to take the initiative, but also to stand on the moral high ground and strike hard. Zhao Kongqing was hit over the head with the moral baton of justice, dropped $300, and left the stage in disgrace. The victorious Su Run casually picked up the yen demon blade that was leaning against the side of the table, and with a slight movement of his mind, the yen demon blade transformed into blue fragments that slowly dissipated into the air. Sure enough, the knife had not disappeared. Su Run could feel that the yen devil knife was by his side and could be taken out at any time as long as he wanted to. Today was too much of a rush, and he could sense that the blade still had a lot of potential to be tapped into, and the current development was only part of it. View panel. Su Run, level, LV7. Ability, Law of the Blade, 2%. Knife bone, unconditional mastery of any knife. Leveling up 2 levels. He attempted to make a fist and his power increased by about 30%. The Law of the Blade rose to 2%. Outside of that did not change. There's nothing wrong with his logic. Upgrading requires killing monsters. Ordinary people in the world of God beheading cultivate 7 levels. The marigold, the pool, the river, the sea, the infinite, the Klein, and the human ceiling, and all of them cultivate spiritual power. Aside from abilities that can strengthen the physical body, even ceiling-level combatants are basically flesh and blood. So in the end, when the great Summer Sword Saint created the Sword Dao laws alone and certified the Red Dust Sword immortal, his physical body couldn't restrain itself from collapsing. The leader of the masked squad, King Face, did the same, and after getting the laws to begin with, life went into a countdown. It was because of only cultivating the spirit and not the physical body that the physical body couldn't carry that much power. And when I go up a level, my spirit becomes stronger while my physical body is strengthened along with it, as well as coming with a law of the blade. There's basically no problem becoming a god if I develop obscenely. But what could one do after becoming a god? A late Lord God level is just a bigger ant, and time is short. From Lin Chia joining the Night's Watch to the grand finale, it seems like less than 10 years? Thinking about this, Su Run felt some pressure. Cthulhu, 136th Vigilante Squad. Zhao Kongqing pushed the door in and slammed it shut. "Everyone look over here. I have an announcement to make. Your wife is divorcing you." The 6 people in the room were each busy with their own hands, and they were a little surprised to suddenly hear Zhao Kongqing being so high profile. "Don't be ridiculous. My wife even called me baby today. Ha! A few people had a look of goosebumps. See, Xiaonan couldn't stand the topic running off the rails. Brother Empty City, let's get down to business. Did you meet that guy suspected to be a killing angel agent? Zhao Empty City. Seeing this expression on Zhao Empyrean City's face, the crowd jerked their heads up and put down what they were doing, their eyes glowing. That golden-colored forbidden ruin possessor? Aha! Well, wasn't it strong? What is he? Don't make any wild guesses. Zhao Empyrean City shook his head. It looks like he's just an ordinary high school student. That exaggerated golden pillar of light should just be the remnants of the power that the blazing angels left on him. He's now a marigold realm, just stepping into the marigold realm of a newcomer. Hearing this, disappointment spread across the faces of several people. What's this I hear about you getting a hotel room and borrowing $300 from the logistics guy? The lieutenant asked. Hearing this, everyone was interested again. Zhao Kongqing's expression changed. This is the other thing I have to report, in order not to make up the word count. So I'll put the hierarchy in the later have a word. If you have some questions about the hierarchy, you can read the have a word later in this chapter. Chapter 5, there's no smoking in here. So you paid for his room out of your own pocket? And ordered barbecue and went down to buy him a cell phone afterward? Aha! Zhao Empyrean nodded. You ended up getting a logistical loan of $300 to him, Red sighed as she held her forehead. No, Zhao Kongqing's face was a little embarrassed. I looked at the kid. No money on his body is really inconvenient to go anywhere, so I'll help if I can. See, Xiaonan looked a bit derisive. So did you really bring the garbage downstairs when he finally asked you to help? Zhao Kongqing's face instantly turned into a pig liver color. How? How could I bring? My old Zhao is the one who did this kind of thing? He hurriedly waved his hands to explain. There was some laughter from the crowd. Is this Su Run strong? The captain asked. It's hard to say. Zhao Kongqing paused. Even though it's the Zhan realm, I'm afraid that the actual battle power is far more than that. That pile of rotting flesh at the mouth of the alley. I'm afraid I wouldn't have guessed it was the ghost face if he hadn't reminded me. And he looks like he's swimming with ease. He didn't even sweat a drop when he cut the ghost-faced man down like that on this hot day. The crowd squared up. Captain Chanmai sat up straight in his chair. I'm afraid this is his forbidden ruin. For the Gen realm to be able to achieve this level, it's at least a super high-risk forbidden ruin within sequence 89. Within 89, related to the knife. Wu Shangnan's shoes clattered on the floor. Sequence 035, breaking blade of delusion. Sequence 061, chopping white, and sequence 066, eating yuan scabbard, are all possible. So strong? Brother Empty City did a great job. The man sitting on the chair couldn't help but whistle. Red Raider jumped up from the couch with the butt of his gun. Let's go over there and pull him into the line now. But he came from an unknown source. The crowd was silent. Yeah, what if it's a bad guy? I don't think this kid is like a bad guy. Zhao Empyrean City hesitated for a moment, still trusting his feelings. See, Xiaonan, who had been silent for a long time at the side, voiced his doubts. You guys, if he says he's an orphan, but why is he asking the Hollow City brother vigilantes about protecting his family? The crowd responded. Yeah, it's normal for a normal person to ask that, but it's out of the blue to ask that when he says he doesn't have a single family member or friend. 3 possibilities. Vice Captain Wu Shangnan stopped and pushed up his glasses. Number 1, he treats us like cuties. The second, he lied and wasn't actually an orphan. But something about the logic doesn't make sense. Number 3, he's asking for the 2 people next to him. Zhao Kongqing's eyes lit up. Right, I knew it was so. That boy looked like he had a tender heart, and he was simply amazing at comforting that girl. Exactly like my old Zhao. The crowd was speechless. You just didn't think one bit about people treating you like a cutie. You're not thinking about the possibility of people treating you like a cutie, are you? Eventually the captain, Chen Mai, got up and clapped. Su Ran and Blazing Angel Agent, both should be brought back. Try to contact them as gently as possible. These two have too much potential. The origins of the back slowly and then see. It must never fall into the hands of the Church of the Ancient God. This is something that Empty City, Red, Nan, you're in charge. Yes, Zhao Kongqing replied in a solemn voice. Yes, Minami calmly answered. Why? Red Ruffles was indignant. She was also a bit curious about the mysterious newcomer, and the fact that the name the captain was about to call her had changed to Minami again made her very upset. The captain didn't pay any attention to him and continued to explain the mission to himself. Empty City came back a little late. I didn't tell you just now. The Ghost Face King escaped. The probability is that he will still go back to Tsangnan City, so don't slack off. Yes, 5 a.m. Hotel. Backbite. Are you saying that disturbing my sleep so early in the morning makes me go with you to the school to block people? He straightened his upper body to look at Zhao Kongqing and asked these words through clenched teeth. Right. I just turned 20 this year. Do you know how much sleep deprivation can hurt a 20-year-old teenager? It won't grow. Su Run communicated patiently. I think you're going to be 5 feet 8 inches. It's a waste to grow any longer. You're the one who's going to save the world. Get up and come with me. Zhao Kongqing, this brown man, or let him be Lin Chi as sacrifice. forget about saving it. His eyes changed as he prepared to summon the Yin Demon Blade to give this old deng a little color. Brother Kongchang, don't be like this, don't be like this. The girl next to him pulled Zhao Kongchang's arm to dissuade him. The girl looked docile and walked up to give Su Run an awkward smile. Sorry that's his impatient nature. I'm a member of the Tsangnan City Vigilante Squad. My name is Si Xiaonan. Nice to meet you. Su Run stopped his movement with the knife. He's not wearing any pants. He'll get a cheap look in the fight. You guys get out of here while I get dressed. By the time Su Run finished showering, blow-drying his hair, and getting dressed, 40 minutes had passed. He took a box of pure milk that Zhao Kongchang had bought yesterday and inserted the straw. I'm a bit out of bed. Forgive me, I'm actually usually a good talker. I know why you've come to me. To join the Night's Watch. I'm not really opposed to it. But going over to squat is a big no-no. I haven't known Lin Xie any longer than you guys. Si Xiaonan was indeed surprised for a moment. After dressing up, the young man in front of him, who was graceful and handsome in wind and spirit, was indeed very sellable. Ordinary clothes were worn on him, but there was a feeling of warmth. Then do you have any requests? Si Xiaonan knew it couldn't be that simple, and rather than cover it up, he should take the initiative to say it. Su Run smiled faintly. Indeed there is. Under the astonished gazes of Si Xiaonan and Zhao Kongchang, he stretched out his white, slender left hand and clenched it in the void, and with a flash of blue light, a long knife appeared in his hand. I would like to spar with the gentlemen of the Night's Watch, with swords and weapons. The laws of the blade should not only be able to be raised by killing monsters, it could probably be raised by competing with opponents as well, and he was going to use the vigilantes as his sharpening stone. Squad 136 was full of talents, especially Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan, a former member of the Special Squad Blue Rain. In terms of swordsmanship, he could be ranked second in the Night's Watch. Unfortunately, having faced the gods directly, and having been wounded by a divine weapon, he was now unable to hold the sword. But looking at the combined information, one would be able to tell how strong he was back then. Zhao Kongchang laughed. Kid, I don't know your strength, but most of your power comes from your abilities, right? We vigilantes aren't vegetarians. You're afraid that you're going to be defeated? Oh, it doesn't matter. Su Run smiled faintly, not moved in the slightest. Good, having backbone, even if you are beaten into a pig's head. Zhao Kongchang, will look up to you. Every nail of Su Run's hands was trimmed cleanly and neatly, and his fingers were long and white, with clear bones and smooth lines, without any calluses, more like the hands of a scholar. On the contrary, Zhao Kongchang's hands were typical of a swordsman's hands. The knuckles were thick, the skin was crisscrossed with tiny injuries, and the calluses on the palms of his hands were thick and hard, marks left by countless fights. But just as Su Run's pair of soft-looking hands gripped the hilt of the knife, neither of the two old night watchmen could react in time. The cigarette that Zhao Kongchang had in his mouth was decapitated with a burning butt. It's too fast. The sheathing of the sword was almost simultaneous with the arrival of the knife. They didn't sense any spiritual power fluctuations, which was equivalent to saying that this slash was purely his own slash technique, not a Forbidden Ruins ability. Brother Empty City, smoking is not allowed here. Su Run smiled warmly and said indifferently as he withdrew his knife. Zhao Kongchang's eyes narrowed. It's not bad. Minami took him to the martial arts practice field. He relit the cigarette and placed it in his hand. This kid, he's kind of fun. Chapter 6. Don't you want to cut a deal? What's the point of coming to the mall? Si Xiaonan looked at Su Run, who was picking out clothes, and she somewhat understood Zhao Kongchang. Su Run, while hanging the clothes on his hands back on the rack, while answering, there is no rush. Breakfast, eat to take a walk. This is good for digestion to be healthy. Si Xiaonan obediently followed behind, silently muttering in her heart that she paid for all the breakfast. Besides, I may be joining the Night's Watch in the future, so I'll have to dress nicely to make a good impression when I meet my future leaders and co-workers. You look good enough without how you dress. Si Xiaonan wanted to say this, but was afraid of being misunderstood, so he could only mutter to himself silently in his heart. She stole a glance at Su Run, who had just changed into a set of black slim short sleeves, and suddenly felt less angry. Slowly, can't stop. The beginning of Su Run was still taking the clothes by herself and slowly trying them on, and at the back it was as if Si Xiaonan had flipped some kind of switch, exceptionally excited to give him pointers, and pulling and strolling around like he couldn't stop. None of the ones you picked out look good. I'll show you how to wear them. Su Run had only wanted to pick a simple and clean-looking clothes to bring to change, but the result was hard to be asked to change with the shirt. Sportswear. He really did feel there was being tired. Luckily this mall has a lot of good-looking older sisters. Taking advantage of Si Xiaonan's trip to the restroom, he had already added 6 WeChat messages. Sangnan City, Peace Office. This is the base of the Night's Watch, and while it's ostensibly just a nondescript store, it actually has what can be described as a huge underground space. Aside from Zhao Kongchang, everyone from Squad 136 was here. Xiaonan said you want to challenge the Night Watch? Wu Xiangnan sat on the sofa and looked at Su Run with a smile. To say challenge might might be a bit much. Just wanted to simply spar. I for one love to fight, and was a bit afraid I'd be bored if I got into the Night's Watch. Forgive me if I've offended, but I've brought you all some small gifts for the first time, so I hope you don't mind. Su-run smiled gently, not looking aggressive at all as he took out the 7 keychains he had just picked from the mall and distributed them to the crowd. Wow, quite cute. When Shima took the keychain handed over by Su-run, which carried a cute version of a doll holding a small knife, and rather gave face to the compliment. Vigilante Squad 136, Frontal Combatant, Wen Shima. He was the first to introduce himself. Vigilante Squad 136, Positive Warfare, Red Tassel. The young girl with a high ponytail got a red gunman doll, as if it was the first time she received such a gift, and received it with both hands at a loss. Vigilante Squad 136, Combat Aid and Part-Time Medic, Si Xiaonan. I just met you. Si Xiaonan strung the doll with the magician keychain on his index finger and waved it at Su-run. Vigilante Squad 136, Long Range Fire Support, Long Xian. A cold man lowered his sniper rifle and took the keychain with the bowman doll. Vigilante Squad 136, Vice Captain, Shannon Wu, who wore glasses, received a keychain with a swordsman doll as if he was satisfied. Finally, the captain standing in the corner clutching his chest took the keychain with the cavalry and greeted them. Vigilante Squad 136, Captain, Chiang Mai. There are also requirements to become a temporary member of the Night's Watch, and we don't know much about your strength, so this time it just happens to be your introductory test. Chiang Mai said jokingly, so arrogant, if you can't beat even one of them, you'll have to go back in disgrace. Su-run smiled faintly, I refueled to fight too. Hearing that Su-run was still putting out harsh words, Hong Ying and Wen Qima exchanged a glance, and could not hold back their laughter a little when they thought of how this newcomer would be taught a lesson later on. You have to know that they were all official night watchmen who had come out after a year of intensive training in the Night Watch training camp. They were well aware of how big the difference between a night's watchman and an ordinary person was, and didn't believe for a second that this teenager could defeat an experienced night's watchman with his sword alone. Su-run knew within himself, although the law of the blade was not unlocked to a high degree, what he was given was an unrivaled talent for the Tao of the blade. As it has been said, the result of a lifetime's work by some genius may be just to save an afternoon for some future real genius when he thinks about a difficult problem. So much for his talent above the knife. Alone, he thought to himself that it was not a big problem. Si Xiaonan is a little troubled at the side. If he really can't win the fight in the end, do you want me to put some water on him? After all, judging from that slash, his talent was really quite good, as well as the mysterious forbidden ruins. It would be a shame if the captain really got rid of him. Su-run stood still in the practice field. He was a little excited inside. He was about to start joining the Night's Watch. Does this count as the gears of history beginning to turn? He glanced at the panel. Law of the knife 2%. Can I have a blade? He opened his mouth to inquire. Wu Shangnan and the others who were standing at the edge were a bit puzzled. Didn't Zhao Kongqing say that this teenager carried a sword? That blade of mine is a bit of a demon. Only good for grappling. Su-run some helpless. This knife out of the sheath on the non-stop shouting power. He is really afraid to use a long time will be out of control. In front of him to use the basic out of the sheath for a while on the retracted. Hearing this, Chen Mai and Wu Shangnan looked at each other, feeling more and more anticipation for this newcomer. Su-run took the bamboo knife that Hong Ying threw over. His expression was restrained, and he faintly asked, who will come first? When Shima pulled the red tassel who was eager to try. Let me go first. Such a fun newcomer. Of course I had to try the first course. I'll do it. He walked to Su-run, a step away. Confirm the rules one last time. 1. The first to use the forbidden ruins loses. 2. The one who goes out of the range of the martial arts arena loses. 3. Those injured in fatal areas lose. Su-run nodded to Wu Shangnan. 3, 2, 1. Before the words fell, the two acted almost simultaneously. When Shima's first move was to prepare for an attack, but his speed was simply too slow in Su-run's eyes. If his first choice was to pull away, he might still be able to hold out for a while. Unfortunately, he chose to grab the same attack as Su-run. No matter what kind of training he had gone through in the training camp, when he and Su-run made the decision to grab the attack at the same time, speed, then, becomes the only factor that determines victory or defeat. When Shima's bamboo knife had just been raised halfway when Su-run's knife was already against his throat. Quick, it's too fast. No one in Squad 136 expected the first game to end in the first place, and Vice Captain Wu Shangnan froze and forgot to announce the end. I lost. Ryoko, when Shima some chagrin, seems to be a little unacceptable. He felt that he had just been a little gullible. If a little more stable words. Understood, Su-run said faintly. He looked at the panel. Law of the knife 3%. Chapter 7, The Red Tassel. When Shima returned to the crowd, shaking his head with slight reluctance, I was careless just now. Long Xian did not give the slightest bit of face, and coldly spoke. If you're holding a real knife, you're already dead. When Shima only felt an arrow in his heart, pointing at Lung Xian and unable to speak. Double the training behind praying Mo. Captain Shen Mai said. When Shima heart again suffered a heavy blow, he scurried to pick up Ling Xian. You go up and try. Pulling away in advance to fight should not be a big problem. I'm not going. Lang Xian avoided the wooden knife he handed over and laughed. I'll play sniper. When Shima saw Lang Xian's barefaced stance and couldn't do anything about him in the slightest, seeing the two pushing and pulling, Honging directly grabbed the bamboo knife and went Shima's hand. I'll do it. She'd been waiting impatiently for a long time and took off her coat to go over there. Seeing that Red Tassel was about to rush onto the martial arts training platform, Si Xiaonan hurriedly reminded. He's fast with his knife. You're not as good with a knife as you are with a big gun. Watch out for the surprise attacks he starts. Don't worry, sister. I haven't fallen behind in my swordplay. With her high ponytail swaying in the wind behind her, she was as confident and dazzling as a blooming red flower. Su Run looked at the laws of the blade that had increased by 1% in a happy mood. It was right. Since it was the laws of the blade, it was necessary to practice the blade. The level of this knife is not in the fast but a stable word. If it is not grasped well, this knife can be cut directly to the throat. Both have to be stable and not hurt each other. It also has to be fast to get the win. He was really looking forward to it more and more, not knowing what kind of abilities this law would have when it was upgraded to the back. Begin! Without any nonsense, Red Tassel came up and started fighting straight away. Red Tassel chose to open the game by stepping back and pulling away. And it was a good decision, because just as she did, Sauron's knife slashed through the body she had just been in. The bamboo knife sliced through the 10 cm in front of her eyes, cutting through the air with a sharp sound. Watch out! Su Run took advantage of the victory, stepped forward and stomped on the ground, twisted his waist, and lifted his shoulders in a single breath. Ha! Lifting and chopping up. This knife came with a fierce force. The Red Tassel foot force has been exhausted. She crosses the knife diagonal slash, ready to fight with the knife. Ta-da! When the bamboo swords collided, Red Tassel actually pointed to the ground with one foot, rotated his waist, and his long, white right leg kicked over like a long whip. Bump dash! Su Run could not retract his sword in time and could only lift his shoulder to resist the leg with his arm. He. Girl, I play with big guns. My chassis kung fu was very stable. Red Tassel hammed and hawed, one foot raised to the top of his head, and the other stood on one foot, as steady as Mount Taishan, as if it had taken root in the ground. Su Run Fei's sparring the first strike suffered a dark loss. Not angry, but happy. He wants this. Opponents who could be on par with him, or even pressurize him, could not grow unless they were so. Awesome. Again. He was in high spirits and brought his sword up again, seeing Su Run being repelled, as if he had found a reason. When Chiemo couldn't wait to clear his name. I told you, I was careless just now. Practice more if you dish. Lang Xian spared no words. This time, Su Run adjusted his breathing, and with his gifted intuition he hard-fought dozens of slashes against each other before he was caught again, and flew out with a kick to the arm. Ha! Red Tassel was swimming on the surface, his hands unconsciously adjusting his grip on the blade. She felt a strange sensation in her heart. Su Run gave her too strange a feeling, like a car that started its engine and began to take off on the track. Again! Su Run looked at the panel, Law of the Blade 5%. This time, Su Run's moves changed from his previous wide-open style and became difficult to deal with. He reflected on how his previous swordsmanship was simply all out of order, all based on intuition and strength. Now he only used 70% of his strength in one slash, and out of one slash he thought of 3. Although he was still inferior to Red Tassel in terms of strength, he was actually slowly able to fight back and forth without losing. Right now, I'm only level 7. There's still a huge room for growth in my power. Su Run was not in the slightest hurry. Under the stage, the crowd watched the two on the stage as they went back and forth, winning and losing. Xiangnan, what do you think? Chen Mai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the stage. He had changed from the casualness of a moment ago. This time he would be incredibly serious. Wu Shangnan pushed up his glasses. Basically, I can conclude that he is indeed a newcomer who doesn't know anything. Asterisk. Lieutenant, you're saying I lost to a newbie who doesn't know anything? When Shima had an expression of "you're teasing me," and Lang Xian remained cold and didn't make any expression. Si Xiaonan also found it unbelievable. Just now, Red Tassel took the first stab, and was able to injure a seasoned veteran vigilante. And you're telling me that this is a novice? And what does that say about this situation now? The current situation. The captain bowed his head and thought for a moment. It seemed he had heard of the situation at hand. For a long time he slowly spat out 3 words. Look again. At this point Red Riding is gasping for air. The pace was too fast. Blade Kung Fu couldn't take the slightest advantage, and her killing moves were now being neutralized time and time again. There was no path to the opponent's blade, but the moves were worthy of a gazelle. Each of Su Run's slashes was not as strong as before, but with the adjustment of the angle and posture of the blade, the speed was instead faster. This left Red Tassel collecting his blade and immediately meeting the next one, with no time to think about anything else. The blistering rhythm of the storm had been followed by 3 more hits to her body from the bamboo blade, the first few non-fatal, the most recent coming directly at her head, which she did her best to dodge and replaced with a stab to the shoulder. If it was a real knife, it would have gone through his left shoulder. I am not going to admit defeat. She gritted her teeth reluctantly, forcing another breath of strength. Su Run felt in better and better shape, like a steel beast on the track, getting more and more excited. Although Red Tassel was now more powerful with each slash, he still felt no pressure. Better offloading. Faster offense. The scene at this moment was unexpected to everyone. Just now Red Tassel fought with an ease, turning into a stalemate. By now it was even directly suppressed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When Chi Ma couldn't believe it, he opened his mouth wide and clenched his fists tightly. Lang Xian didn't say anything. Wu Shangnan inwardly some fire up. Once he was in the Night's Watch is definitely the strongest class. When he alone rely on a sword in his hand can challenge high-risk mysterious. Only he could understand how unrealistic this rate of progress was for Su Run. Simply, a thought appeared in his mind, and he suddenly thought of a legend that said the Sword Saint was the same back then. He snapped his head up. Captain, he's this. Shu, Shan Mai interrupted. There's no rush. Take another look. On the stage Su Run this will completely master the situation. This short 6 minutes of time, he will only kill a knife from a novice. Metamorphosis into now can skill pressure the degree of the vigilantes. From stance, pace, breathing, strength, rhythm, distance, every aspect can be comprehended and then immediately integrated into one's own bones. This feeling of his own hard power soaring up made him feel like he was in a godly realm, with new inspirations constantly flashing through his mind, and the casual slashes in his hand became even more difficult to defend against. Poof! With a plopping sound, Red Tassel was knocked to the ground, her ponytail scattered and sweat running into her eyes from her forehead. The blow had completely crushed her. It was too late to regroup. Her opponent's speed wouldn't give her that chance. This newcomer had obviously fought to oblivion, and with this sudden defeat, less than half a meter of close distance, there was a high possibility that the other party would not be able to retract his sword. This might take some pain now. She squeezed her eyes shut, ready to take a hard hit. For a moment, she looked up in confusion. The expected bamboo knife was not in front of her, but a broad, slender hand reached out to her, and on her wrist were the shoe prints from her earlier kick. Looking up along the sturdy arm, a good-looking face smiling warmly at her, a few strands of crushed hair strewn across his forehead, the ceiling light reflecting the sweat that had slipped down his cheeks. Little Red Tassel, I'm sorry for your loss. Red Riding's heart, which was beating wildly because of the battle, suddenly stuttered. The roots of her ears instantly reddened, and her cheeks inexplicably filled with blood. Chapter 8, Battle Against Chen Mai. Su Run looked at the panel again. Su Run, level, LV7. Ability, Law of the Blade, 7%. Knife Bone, unconditional mastery of any knife. The rewards of finishing against Red Tassel were huge. The awakening level of Law of the Blade has risen from 2% to 7%. For those 5 points of proficiency, he could defeat a battle-hardened Night's Watchman. There was absolutely no doubt about the strength of the Night's Watch, and one could only say that this law was after all a divine-level ability, and its might was truly unimaginable. What was even more exaggerated was still in this blade bone talent, making it seem as if he was born for the blade, and his strength increased at a rapid rate. This was the only serious battle after coming to this world, and in less than 10 minutes before and after, the awakening of the Law of the Blade dried up to 7%. Without this talent, he was afraid that he would have to obediently practice his sword for years and experience many life and death battles to reach this level. And now, a battle, 10 minutes, is reached. If there was an excellent matchmaking mechanism that kept matching him with flagging opponents, with the terrifying talent added by Blade and Bone, it was feared that he would be able to pull this ability up to full level in just one day. The result of a lifetime's work by some genius may be just to save an afternoon for some future true genius when he or she thinks about a difficult problem. If I could practice for an afternoon, anyone from the triumvirate would have to take 2 stabs from me before leaving. Su Run pondered inwardly. He took Red Riding's hand and pulled it up as soon as he could. This young girl was a head shorter than him, her high ponytail now strewn and scattered, her black combat undershirt soaked and wet with sweat, and her voluminous peaks were rising and falling in response to her master's violent panting. The young girl's head was lowered at this point, her reddened ears standing out against her dark hair. Well played. Su-ran let go of Red Tassel's hand and said gently, I heard that your big gun is the weapon you specialize in. I haven't had the experience of fighting with a long weapon yet, so if you have the chance, you must let me see it. Hong Ying's mind was blank at this time. All sorts of emotions jumbled together. There was shock, resentment and even some jealousy in her heart that she didn't want to admit either, but somehow unable to get angry, instead dominated by inexplicable emotions. His cheeks seemed to burn. She waved her hands in panic, her voice like a fly. No, you're the best I've ever seen. No, I mean, you're so good looking. No, I mean, her cheeks suddenly arise more red. They do not know what they are saying, and finally hate a foot, like shyness and like annoyance said loudly. Next time this girl won't let go. Her eyes were flustered. Her face was scarlet. She pretended to be fierce and stared at Su-ran, then quickly moved away. Flew away and took another look, put down her harsh words and then turned to leave. Si Xiaonan looked at Red Tassel, whose cheeks were red and ran back in a panic, and thoughtfully handed over a towel. Well, why are you so red in the face? I'm hot. Wu Shangnan looked at Chen Mai. Captain, can you be sure? The corner of Chen Mai's mouth hooked into a dangerous smile. It's very simple. Just let me try. The kid was a bit of a prick, and as captain he had to fix the prick. At the same time, a message flashed through his mind. Sequence 333, Glazed Red Heart. A very evil forbidden market, to make one's mind and thoughts as pure as glaze, without the slightest impurity, not to lie, not to do evil, not to have evil thoughts, and to be able to devote oneself wholeheartedly to whatever one does. The current owner of this forbidden ruin was the great Summer War Sealing Sword Saint. The Sword Saint had shed little information, but so far it seemed, Su-ran's sword, and the Sword Saint's sword, were very, very similar. His heart was pounding as he thought, let me try. How much potential do you really have? This isn't it. Captain, you're going to do it yourself? The boy is going to suffer. Red Riding had eased up by now. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said under her breath, Captain, not so much. I feel like he's no match for me if I use my gun. There's no need for you to go on, right? And there's still Brother Empty City, isn't there? His swordsmanship is just a little bit worse than yours, right? Waiting for Brother Air Castle to come back and spar with him isn't good enough. Si Xiaonan immediately followed suit. Yes, Captain. Don't we still have Brother Empty City? The captain hit too hard every time he practiced against someone, and she was worried that the captain had beaten the newcomer so hard that he didn't want to come. It's rare that you personally pull back a newcomer. What if the captain gives it away? Chen Mai shook his head and held out his hand to Red Tassel, signaling for him to give him the knife. It's okay, I have a point. Red Tassel was helpless. The captain's majesty was deeply rooted in the people, and she couldn't resist, so she had to hand the captain the wooden knife she was clutching to her chest. Su-ran watched Chen Mai come step by step. He adjusted his breathing extremely quickly, emptied his mind of distractions, and prepared for the next vicious battle. Chen Mai, the strongest combatant of Squad 136 in the original. This black impermanence from the black and white impermanence of Shinjing is also the only man in the original story who has ever beaten the protagonist into a pig's head. Su-ran didn't want to become pig-headed at all. You should know that the strength can be improved, but if the force style is lowered once, it will be difficult to go back up again. Still have strength? Chen Mai was full of seriousness. He walked to Su-ran and asked seriously. This man was even taller than Su-ran, and compared to Zhao Kongcheng, he was even more burly, with a calm and steady demeanor, and a scar at his broken eyebrow looked to add a dangerous aura. Not bad. Su-ran loosened his grip on the knife, his figure erect and solemn. I might be able to advance the Law of the Blade to 10% today, so I wonder if there will be any new abilities. Drink some water first. Chen Mai looked at Su-ran somewhat dry and cracked lips and shouted at the field. Xiaonan, throw a bottle of water over here. Su-ran looked at the mineral water that Chen Mai handed over after unscrewing the cap, and took it after thanking him slightly. Tons. He drank it all in one gulp and flung the empty bottle toward the corner trash can with precision. Cool. Start. He directly shouted start himself, and after a half-second pause, he delivered a square chop as an opening greeting. Click. As soon as the knife made contact, Su-ran felt the dormant power in this body of Chen Mai. The Red Tassel could still feel the feedback of the vibrations as it resisted his blade. Chen Mai resisted this blade, and Su-ran only felt that he had slashed into a mountain and was not moving. If Red Tassel's power was an ox, Chen Mai was an elephant, and his power was not on the same level. This was still without invoking spiritual power. The power of the physical body alone was simply terrifying. Su-ran became eager to level up. Chapter 9 Rule, 9%. He was really able to get through to the captain. The captain isn't serious yet. Red Raider would be fully back to his usual self by now. What did this guy just call her? Little Red Riding Hood? I'm never the only one who's a sister. that guy is just about my size. No big deal. Deserves to be taught a lesson by the captain. Ha! Click, click, click. The sound of bamboo blades colliding kept ringing out, as if the bamboo forest was swept by a storm and kept breaking. Chen Mai had passed about 10 moves from the start and had been on the defensive. He could feel that the teenager's moves had changed to another level by the time dozens of moves had passed. Despite the advanced preparation in mind, it's another matter when you actually feel it. Su Ran was thinking non-stop. From the first slash he knew that with strength this fight was completely hopeless. He had to become faster. The power of each of his slashes became even smaller. And instead, the angles at which they came out were even more tricky. Strive to drill into your opponent's brokenness and kill them with a single stab. Failing another round of offense, Chen Mai pulled away and raised his hand to signal a pause. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. You're good. I'm going to start attacking in earnest. He beckoned to see Xiaonan and the others at the wall. Throw me another knife. What are you waiting for? Throw it. Oh, the captain isn't going to hold back this time. Only old Zhao and the entire team can go through with the captain with the twin swords. Why don't we have a bet on how long he can last? Just bet a meal. I'll bet 2.5 points. 1 minute. Do you guys still have some vigilante seniors like this? See Xiaonan rebuked loudly. I bet 3 minutes. What about you, Red? Red Tassel looked at the group of teammates and sighed as he held his forehead. You guys, you're all underestimating him. I'm betting on more than 3 minutes. And that? It's so cunning. Su Run looked at the panel. Laws of the blade 7%. The strength just now was still a little bit short. It felt like it would soon be 8%. Chen Mai took a knife in each of his right and left hands, casually pulled a knife flower, and his eyes changed. Watch out. The mountain-like stance carried the pressure of 10,000 pounds. The single blade in his left hand slashed downward, and the blade in his right hand was poised to strike. If one went to catch this blade, the 10,000 pound power of the next right hand could directly cut one into serious injuries. Definitely can't take it hard. Su Run immediately made this judgment. He retreated to avoid the left-handed slash. Chen Mai's right-handed knife slashed, and the left-handed knife was immediately poised and ready again. It's impossible to fight. Not only did the dual-blade Chen Mai's speed not decrease, but the two blades worked together seamlessly. Su Run was suppressed and couldn't breathe. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just comprehended some evasive paces from the battle with Red Tassel, this would have already been slashed by Chen Mai, who didn't know how many times. Damn, that's too much bullying. Su Run didn't have a better solution for a while. He could only keep retreating. Seeing that in less than 1 minute, he was going to be forced out of the range of the martial arts training ground. Prepare to lose if you don't bring something out, Chen Mai shouted. Su Run gritted his teeth. Pull back. Gridlock. Gridlock. Pull back. It can't go on like this. He was blessed to the core. The left hand retreated and stomped the ground. The body leaned forward half a step, and the knife was held in both hands and chopped horizontally. Chen Mai's eyes snapped shut, and his dual swords retreated back and erected to his body to block. This blade was extremely fast. It drew an extreme arc in the air, almost presenting a V, with all of its power condensing at a point at the tip of the arc. Law of the blade, awakening 8%. Click dash, click dash. A crisp ringing sound came, and the blades of Chen Mai's twin swords were cut with a piece missing. How is it possible? Si Xiaonan had felt that today had already been an eye-opener, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't help but be shouted out in surprise. That's a bamboo knife made of adamantine bamboo. The hardness is comparable to steel. When Chiemo simply dropped his jaw in shock, Lang Xian also made a rare remark. That knife doesn't even have a blade. How could it split a knife-like gap? Since I entered the base, Red Tassel raised his hand to his chin in serious thought. There doesn't seem to be a history of adamantine bamboo blades being scrapped. Chen Mai, however, didn't have the heart to care about this anymore. From that knife just now, that kid across the street seemed to have fallen into some kind of obsessive state, and the power of each knife exceeded the power of the previous one. Out of the knife and back to defense faster. Although he was still being suppressed, he was able to have that occasional thrilling swing. Click dash, click dash. The 3 bamboo swords in both of their hands flew apart with gaping holes. Excitement flowed from Chen Mai's eyes as he brought his 2 swords together and his stance changed, becoming wide open. Click dash, click dash. The 2 men frantically swung their serrated knives full of teeth. The collision of crumbling mouths continued to crumble. The bamboo knife had become serrated. Every time Su Run swung out a blade, he was making his whole body strength pour into one point, and the muscles in his body were already screaming for a strike under such high-intensity movements. Lactic acid piled up in his muscles, and he even felt the sweat-soaked short sleeves become unusually heavy on him, but it was still able to swing that extreme slash, with no reduction in speed or power, as if the body and consciousness were separated. He hasn't reached his limit yet. He still has potential that he can continue to dig into. Su Run, level, LV8, ability, law of the blade 9%, knife bone, unconditional mastery of any knife. Su Run's eyes widened. Originally level 7, he had just been level 8. The level could be raised like this? A new surge of strength flooded into the body. washing away much of the fatigue. The law was still 1% short, and he regrouped, ready to go straight to 10% in one fell swoop. Stop! Chen Mai withdrew and stopped. Su Run's hair was disheveled, his face was covered in sweat, and he looked at Chen Mai suspiciously. He was about to do 10% on a brain and it was hard for him to suddenly call it quits. Chen Mai looked at the wooden knife that had become serrated inside. This knife is going to break if I hit it again. It's been in my hands for so many years, it's better to leave them intact. It's complete. I'm not complete. Su Run only felt suffocated at this time. Chen Mai, however, turned his head to Su Run and smiled excitedly. Switch to real knives. Didn't you bring a knife? Where's the knife? That smile contained anticipation. Contained fire. That's what he's really after. What with leaving a hole? He just found his opponent. What? Absolutely not. Red Ruffian immediately jumped up to object. Yeah, Captain, we're pretty much done fighting today too, so we can switch to tomorrow. It's fine. Long Xian spoke out at this time instead. The three gazes turned to Long Xian, and the vice captain also looked at him in surprise. Trust the captain. Long Xian still spared no words. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Run did not hesitate too much as he threw the broken bamboo knife in his hand towards the edge and smiled faintly. No harm done. Might as well be, just the way I want it. Chapter 10, I admit defeat. Su Run closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A blue glow under his eyes. His right hand slowly lifted, closing his palm and smoothing back the scraps of hair that had gotten in the way of his forehead. The blue mist in the air was dense, converging on Su Run's left hand. Wait for the fog to fade. A handful of long knives appeared out of thin air in Su Run's left hand. Yama's sword. What is this? A forbidden ruin? It's hard to believe it's a forbidden object. The crowd of Team 136 was in an uproar. Is this his forbidden ruin? It seems to be related to space. Si Xiaonan had already seen this scene for the second time, and she was no longer surprised, only pondering silently in her mind. Space-related forbidden ruins have always been either highly dangerous or very weird. Either extremely powerful or difficult to deal with. Odds are it's a damage type. And don't forget how that Ghostface died. Wu Shangnan frowned as he watched the scene. Over 600 kinds of forbidden ruins he was immensely familiar with. In particular, he had memorized the ultra-high critical forbidden ruins before sequence 89 backwards. It was a scene he actually didn't know couldn't be matched up with the forbidden ruins he knew in the first place. He secretly wondered, could it be a new forbidden ruin? Without waiting for them to speculate too much, Su Run raised his long knife and pressed his thumb against the golden hexagonal blade's edge, pushing the blade out a fraction of an inch and glinting coldly in the light. He graciously reminded, this blade has the ability to cut through space. Even if I don't bother to use this ability, the blade itself is incomparably sharp. Captain, you have to be careful. Tile tossing, tile throwing, Yen Demon Blade shouted once it was sheathed. At this moment, the longing in his heart simply coincided with the cry of the Yen Demon Blade. The man and the sword, at this moment, were connected in mind and heart. Su Run set up his stance, and the long sword in his hand could not wait to be sheathed in anger. Chen Mai received the star blade that Wu Shangnan threw over. Seeing Su Run's aura change, it was like a sharp blade coming out of its sheath. He said confidently, feel free to attack. Clang! Su Run's shoes in the ground of the martial arts practicing ground rubbed with ear-piercing creaks, and his figure was like electricity, while he drew his sword and chopped at speed. Ding, 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 ding! The metal clashed with a crisp clang, bursting out in all directions. Su Run's single knife show amazing flexibility, like a snake, in the air to draw a road arc, trying to find Chen Mai defense in the cracks. However, Chen Mai is experienced. Every move has gone through the baptism of battle, deep into the marrow under 1,000 hammers. His movements are always just right to dissolve Su Run's attack, and occasionally counterattack, forcing Su Run to quickly withdraw his defense. A few rounds down, Chen Mai's expression no longer had a trace of relaxation. Instead, it was a seriousness of full concentration. Because it would kill you not to be serious. The blade was too sharp, and every time he made his twin swords catch the opponent's blade, yet there was still an illusion of being cut through the skin. Without using the slightest bit of mental energy, the sensation made him feel as if he was dancing with a sword. I'm afraid that if I don't defend myself for a moment, I'll have to leave a horrible wound on my body. I'm afraid that this knife is also one of the forbidden items, but there's no record of this knife in the Forbidden Ruins series of weapons. Chen Mai inwardly became even more expectant. Just how many other things do you have that you haven't shown yet? Su Run had a flash of light in his head at the moment. His left hand holding the knife sheath reached behind his back at some point and disappeared into Chen Mai's field of vision, and then suddenly appeared like a spirit snake underneath the armpit of Su Run's right hand, striking at Chen Mai's belly. Woo! Chen Mai suffered a small loss between being caught off guard, but he reacted swiftly and retreated in time. No way! Are you kidding me? Long Xian and the others looked at Su Run with disbelief. After such a long period of intense fighting, He hadn't suffered a single injury except for a few kicks from Red Tassel. Now it actually managed to get the captain to take a small loss first. There wasn't any real damage, but none of it spoke for itself. The man's knife skills were still growing by leaps and bounds. What kind of pervert is this? Throughout the vigilante squad, they couldn't find one. Su Run, cheer up. Si Xiaonan, who originally had a good girl stance, actually cheered for Su Run. Si Xiaonan, what are you doing? When Shimo looked on with a look of a traitor, Si Xiaonan's heart snapped. She spat out her tongue and hemmed and hawed. The newcomers are so awesome. I feel like I'm warming up. Wu Shangnan looked at Su Run and murmured with a strange color in his eyes. If he, like the sword saint, can learn the art of the sword through an abstract vehicle like a novel comic, perhaps it's still the next ceiling? No, the realm of human ceilings is still too far away, but a Klein-level realm is still something to look forward to. He was definitely in the top tier of the Night's Watch in terms of combat power before he was injured. In his heart, he compared Su Run to himself. A conclusion was reached in an instant. Su Run's achievements could definitely surpass his own. When the time came, maybe the Blue Rain Squad's duties would be taken over by him. Su Run didn't ride the wave of victory as a whole new kind of power awakened in his body. The whole person was high as hell. Su Run, level, LV8, ability, law of the sword 10%, knife bone, unconditional mastery of any knife, blade mind, the beauty of applying it lies in the heart. As expected, the laws of the blade awakened a new power after awakening to 10%. Blade heart, the mind has never been so clear. The battle he had just fought crossed his mind like running water, and he felt that he gradually understood everything. If the growth he had just experienced was entirely due to the instincts about swords given by the sword bone, now he was able to fully harness that instinct. He held a sword in his yang hand and a sheath in his yin hand, completely replicating Chen Mai's double sword stream starting stance from earlier. That's right, the most intuitive effect of blade mind is that one can learn a blade technique by watching it once. What Blade and Bone had given him before was instinct, talent. What Blade Heart was giving him now was the terrifying ability to learn. Given a bit of time, he could even optimize from it and extract his own blade technique. His body was nearing its limit, but his mind felt immensely satisfied. He felt the power in detail. Is the skill of applying it in the heart? This kid, Chen Mai's pupils shrunk violently. He couldn't believe that Su Run was able to learn away his knife skills that he had practiced so hard for so many years in just less than 10 minutes of sparring time. He gripped his twin swords tightly, his arm muscles bulging. How much can you learn to walk away from such a short period of time? Let me see how much you've learned. Or is it? Well, in vain. Chen Mai's dual swords danced about. Ding, 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 ding. Surprisingly, Su Run was actually using the same moves to fight Chen Mai. In his eyes, it was as if Chen Mai had turned into a secret book of swordsmanship, with not a single secret in all his moves. It's hard to describe the feeling, like a gradual understanding of everything. Just after sparring a few slashes, he felt that his arms were sore and his body was really at its limit, and he gradually couldn't lift his strength. No, if we keep fighting we're going to get beat up. Su Run made a snap decision. Blue mist lingered under his feet, instantly moving away from the battle. Captain is awesome. I admit defeat. Chapter 11, The Angry Chen Mai. It was night. Chen Mai pulled Wu Xiangnan to the captain's office. He pressed out the 8th cigarette in his hand. I still don't believe it's Ryukyu Akatsuki. The style of that sword saint, the owner of Glazed Red Heart, was something he had heard of. It was a simple, easily shy person. As for Su Run, he had originally thought that Su Run was a simple swordsman, but the final scene had left him with an unsettled heart. Su Run was the first to violate the rule of not being able to use his abilities, and he used the ability to move through space, and then simply admitted defeat, or admitted defeat with a smile on his face, and ing polite. I was ready to beat you so much that you couldn't get out of bed for 2 days, but you suddenly admit defeat? The potential was there for him to see this fight, but the purpose of the lesson was not accomplished at all. His head is dense with resentment. How can you admit defeat? How can you admit defeat? He couldn't resist the urge to pull out another cigarette, but the carton was empty. You saw what this kid was like. He's a slippery loach. Wu Shangnan smiled awkwardly. Is that so? I do think he is quite polite. Speaking here, Wu Shangnan could no longer speak. He saw Chen Mai's knife-like eyes. That's camouflage. This kid looks like a gentleman on the outside, but on the inside he's a black one when you cut him open. Chen Mai slapped the table. So is he a glazed red heart, or not? Wu Shangnan muttered in a small voice. Chen Mai let out a long breath, as if he wanted to spit out all the grievances he had invented. Yes and no. Chen Mai ambiguously said. Where is that smile of his that looks like a naked child? It's more like calling it Ryuko Koroko Heart. What the hell? Ryuko Koroko Heart. Captain, please be decent. This is something we have to report. Chenmai looked solemn. I'm serious. I don't think that's Rurouni Akatsuki, but it's so similar to Rurouni Akatsuki's ability that it's the only way to put it. Wu Shangnan took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, which were tired from the smoke, as if he didn't want to continue to dwell on this matter. So that's what's in the papers? But his origins are still a mystery. It doesn't matter where it came from, just report it truthfully. Chenmai shook his head. He knew a bit more information. No one would take a Sword Saint level seed and spy on it. What the Sword Saint represented was not only the human ceiling, but also the battle power ceiling. Instead, he was in supreme command. I'd let Kensei spy? If I knew where the enemies were, I just let Sword Saint go over there and kill them all. He had that kind of potential. Where he came from didn't matter so much anymore. No organization would be stupid enough to give a seat of that level to someone else. He turned to open the window, letting a clean breeze into the smoke-filled space. All we have to do is to report it truthfully, as well as do our best to protect this Blade Saint seed. With all our might. Wu Shangnan nodded approvingly. Also, our people are still tracking down the clues of the Ghost Face King, and we expect to find them tomorrow. What about that killing angel agent that Old Zhou was in charge of? Wu Shangnan's expression sank. Old Zhou said he's missing. Chenmai was silent by the window for a long time. Report it as it is, and arrange for 3 teams to track down this blazing angel agent. He must be found. He is equally important. Shangjing City, Vigilante Headquarters. This report submitted by Vigilante Squad 136 caused the Commander-in-Chief to call an impromptu meeting. Several high-ranking members of the Night's Watch in dark red cloaks sat in the conference room, arguing about something. Nonsense! How can a special forbidden ruin like Glazed Red Heart have 2 of them at the same time? A Night's Watch senior clasped his chest and snorted. Old Shen is really getting back on his feet in Songnan. I think it's an excuse for losing the killing angel agent. I can't say that either. It might be really very talented. Another Night's Watch senior shook his head, but comparing it to the Sword Saint, I think it's unlikely. In any case, he should now make finding the killing angel agent his first task, rather than tracking down the Ghostface King. In the conference room, the men expressed their thoughts, most of them agreeing that the killing angel agent was now the primary target, not the other way around. One of the executives sitting in the second chair raised his face in the shadows and said, "What if?" The commander-in-chief at the head table glanced at the others, turned his head to look at Zhuo Qing, and said, "Zhuo Qing, tell us what you think." Wu Shangnan is only wasted, not blind. Zhuo Qing just said so. Everyone understood the implication of his words. Do you guys think that your swordsmanship talent is higher than that of Wu Shangnan? Measuring battle power is a complex factor, in which the realm and divine ruins dominate. There were quite a few night watchmen here, and they probably had a much higher combat power than Wu Shangnan in his heyday back then. But also yet, he didn't dare to say that he was also higher than Wu Shangnan in terms of swordsmanship talent. They rummaged through their memories for information about this sword Dao genius. Name, Wu Shangnan. Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 233, Rebirth. Effect, Resurrection. Yes, his Forbidden Ruin, which has no bonuses other than the ability to resurrect. Even more counterintuitive, he hasn't used this ability once in the archives. The one who kills his way into the special squad with a sword in his hand alone, without relying on any abilities. In terms of sword Dao talent, he was probably second only to the Sword Saint, known as the Immortal Swordsman. Even he signed the report. The hall fell silent for a moment. Anyway, let's make a preparatory program out of it first, if it really is the case. The commander-in-chief mused for a while. Then truly, God blessed us, ya. Recently, the cities around Songnan have been severely monitored, especially guard against the Church of the Ancient God. We must not allow these damn rats to cause trouble at this time. Yes, Su Run, who was being discussed by them, was currently in the Red Tassel family's large villa. This is where you'll be staying for the month. That's right, Su Run ended up being taken in by Red Riding. He had wanted to stay in a hotel and forget about it, and before he could say anything, the captain had arranged it, saying that he was now supernumerary. He also arranged a place for him to stay, and after that, he left him to the Red Raider. Thinking of the big sister I added on WeChat in the morning. Exquisitely slender legs, full and rounded hips that held up the hot pants, a slightly fleshy waistline. What was the name again? WeChat name seems to be like smoke. Su Run was going to be the first to have an in-depth conversation with her on WeChat in a while. Oh oi. The nerd came back to his senses. Thinking about what? The small hand of the red-tasseled youth waved in front of his eyes. Su Run looked at the red tassel in front of him. She had a slim figure, and at this time, her willow eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and she had a kind of youthfulness that was unique to young girls. A warm smile rose to the corners of his mouth. Wondering, where's the bathroom? Where's your room? Where do I sleep? Chapter 12, I'm not a scumbag. The next day, at noon, Songnam City's vigilante base, Su-run held his cell phone without looking up. He had planned to talk for a while last night before going to sleep, but he didn't expect to fall into bed and go to sleep. I woke up in the morning before I started responding to messages from my big sisters. It turned out to be a morning message stopper. So chatting can still be like this. Su-run, you teach me. When Shima looked at his cell phone screen from behind him, feeling that yesterday's shock was still too superficial, he watched with his own eyes how Su-run chatted up 5 women at once to the point where they wanted to ask him out to a movie in 2 hours. If it wasn't for the fact that the event room was so crowded right now, he would have recognized his righteous father on the spot. Zhao Kongcheng did not say anything on the side of the cigarette, but in fact, both eyes are glowing on the side to steal a glance at Su-run's cell phone screen. Su-run smiled slightly and said, "It's simple. The core element is to be a warm man." Warm man? You're clearly a scumbag. I was just going to the restroom for a while yesterday, and you actually added so much. I'm really convinced, Si Xiaonan said indignantly from the side. She didn't expect Su-run to look gentle and elegant. She didn't expect. Red Tassel was at Minami's side, looking lost. Su-run was not flustered. He gently explained, No, this is fundamentally different from a scum. Xiaonan, listen to me analyze it for you. I won't listen. Lang Xian, you were a doctor of law before. Isn't his behavior illegal? Lang Xian wiped his gun on the side and made a judgment without lifting his head. You can say he's immoral, but you can't say he's illegal. Chen Mai was wearing an apron and cooking in the kitchen, listening to his teammates' heated discussions outside, and he was thinking the most and at the same time the most worried. If this is Liuli Red Heart, I'll eat all the office computer monitors. This kid looks pure and innocent, but he's really a black one. Liuli Heart? This glaze is afraid that the black glaze is not broken into slag. Called the slag heart is more like it. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse to have recruited such a person to keep the night watchman. Su-run was helpless. This seems to have to be explained properly. Otherwise the teammate relationship is afraid to be difficult to get along with. He put down his cell phone and said helplessly, Actually, I have a principle for picking people to chat with. First, I don't hurt the feelings of innocent young girls, and I don't talk to women in the throes of love. Secondly, I don't break up other people's family relationships. I don't chat up women with nice families. Third, I don't give women a false sense of expectation. I don't talk to women who are emotionally dedicated. Well, the fourth. He couldn't make it up for a moment. Anyway, you can probably tell what kind of women I'm talking to, right? He smiled compassionately again. They're all big sisters with lonely hearts, so call me warmonger. Si Xiaonan eased up a bit, but still felt that he was a scummy man who played with women's feelings. Then you dare to let the woman you're chatting with know that she's actually just one of your fish. Su-run smiled faintly. It's nothing. After saying that, he opened his cell phone and intercepted the chat record with Miss Ruyan and sent it to Candy Super Sweet. Immediately, the news came, when Shima was beside him, hesitated for a moment after seeing it, and said, Xiaonan, should we not count it? Who knows that the red tassel next to her returned at this time? She firmly said, No way, must see. After saying that, he grabbed the cell phone with a leap, and Si Xiaonan also came over, their little heads coming together. Just see the reply above. Candy, no way. Su-run brother, you say such nice words to other women. You have to say it to me in person at night as well. Goo, how? QAQC Xiaonan's worldview collapsed. The redhead froze in place, her ponytail seeming to lose its vigor. Hey, said I am a warm man. Su-run was motionless on the sofa. He took the cell phone that when Shima helped him get back and started the lesson again. Scum men are afraid of being torn down because of their deceitful means of obtaining a woman's affection. Aha, what about the warm man? When Shima took out another notebook from somewhere, Zhao Kongqing's cigarette was about to burn his fingers but didn't seem to notice. Lang Xian put down the gun in his hand. Chen Mai perked up his ears in the kitchen. And even Wu Xiangnan, who was reading on the side, hadn't flipped the pages of a book in a long time. Su-run said in a gentle tone, As for me, I am unilaterally giving them what they need emotionally without asking for any emotion or value in return. Well, as far as them mainly having to return the favor, that's not something I'm asking for anymore. And I never cheat. He shook his cell phone helplessly. That's how it is now. So Nan, don't say I'm a scumbag. Alas, said so much are a little aggravated. Really want to be Rian big sister, good comfort. Xiaonan was unable to argue for a moment as he called it Lang Xian, who didn't know what he was thinking. Lang Xian, are you here to evaluate the morality of such a thing? It's immoral because it's not fair. Lang Xian seemed to be hesitating, and after a moment's pause, he continued. He's the one being claimed, the weaker one. Hiss dash. Zhao Kongqing's fingers were burned by the cigarette. The smile on Su-run's face remained unchanged, and he inwardly gave Lang Xian a nod. Good job, Lang Xian. This moral heavenly father has to praise you when he comes. No, you are simply moral heavenly father in the world. when Chima could no longer speak. His body slid from the chair to the floor as if his bones had been drawn. Righteous Father, righteous Father is above. Please accept the child's worship. Si Xiaonan was already numbed by the disturbance. She closed her eyes and said loudly, no matter what, you are the Iron Wolf and Iron Scumbag in my case. Su Run didn't get angry. He just coaxed a child and generally said, yes, Xiaonan, you can say whatever you want. Don't get angry, ha. Who wants you to be comforted? Yes. I told you I don't want you to comfort me. Yes. Zhao Kongqing silently looked out of the window. A trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. This kid has the elegance of 3 of my younger days. Shen Mai from the kitchen carried a large pot of lotus root rib soup onto the dining table and shouted to the crowd, dinner is served. Then he looked at Su Run alone. Eat and go train. He was prepared to show a bit of strength today and teach this brat a good lesson. Su Run, who had never changed his face abruptly at this time. He still had 3 appointments to catch in the afternoon. Captain, I practiced with too much intensity yesterday, and my body is still not well. So can't. Mainami, you'll heal him later. Si Xiaonan came to her senses at this point. She gave a substandard salute. Her voice raised yes, Captain. Turning her head to Su Run again. He. I promise to treat you well, brother Su Run. The captain clapped his hands. Eat. In the late afternoon, Chen Mai sat in the center of the martial arts practice field, while Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying had ugly faces. What? That kid slipped away. Chapter 13, The Ghost-Faced King. Hey, save the storm for after. I can't really train today. Su Run took his cell phone and waited for someone at the cafe, pondering in his mind. Today is really not that he is not willing to train. Training can also improve his law awakening degree. What is he not willing? Of course it's also true that there are dates, but that's not the point. Rather, today was special, and this night was the time of Zhao Kongqing's sacrifice. If he wasn't wrong, Chen Mai wouldn't be as gentle today as he was yesterday and would definitely use his spiritual power. He was still only in the Jhan realm, but Chen Mai was in the Chuan realm. If converted into levels, it should be level 50. There's still catching up to do on the knife skills. This level difference is too much, cannot be helped. Today to go to the training will certainly be Chen Mai beaten into a dead dog. You won't be able to participate in the plot then. Old Zhao treats him well. He had just come to this world, and old Zhao had invited him to dinner and helped him get a room, bought him a cell phone, and gave him money. Ahem, how the more I think about it, the more wrong it gets. In short, old Zhao treated him well, and skipping training today was entirely for the sake of giving old Zhao a good plan. Never for a date. He sighed. Took so many favors from you, pay it back with your life. Well, nothing wrong with that. Da. The sound of high heels came closer, stopping at the side. Su Run didn't raise his head. No additions, thanks. In his heart, he actually knew who the visitor was, but he still said so. Su Run? A fluffy voice came. Su Run looked up. She wore a beige slim dress today to bring out the advantages of her figure. The sunlight fell on her plump, goose-egg round face had a healthy red color. The amorous peach blossom eyes held a smile. The corners of the mouth on both sides contained 2 paredes. There was a fragrance sweeping through Su Run's nostrils. At this moment, Su Run decided in his mind to cool off the other 2 dates. Ru Yen. Su Run warm smile, looking at this snow-skin flower appearance of the young woman in front of her. Her dress today and yesterday but very different. It looks like it took some effort. It's a flagging opponent. Mommy, I want to eat that ice cream. A tender little girl's voice came from behind Ruyan. No, oh baby, you'll get diarrhea if you eat it. Ruyan was slightly embarrassed and said in a soft voice, sorry, this is my daughter Chiu Shui. I talked to you on WeChat. She had to clamor to come along today. Su Run's face changed. He feigned anger and said, if you are polite again, I can get angry. You know me. I have always taken little Chiu Shui as my own daughter. In the afternoon, the two chatted very much on the topic of childcare, and the young woman was very surprised that Su Run's experience in childcare was so rich. Su Run is also not selfish and pours out his experience. Until after 5 o'clock, watching to change the sky, Ruyan was reluctant to leave, and little Chiu Shui was also very reluctant to leave this brother who accompanied her to the amusement park. Su Run looked at their departing backs, stretched his body with his hands against his back waist, and muttered, the past is over 1,000 years old. Wei Wu swings his whip. It's been a while since I've been to an amusement park, and I'm still a little tired. There was an unspeakable gleam in his eyes. The rain, it has fallen. A storm is coming. It's almost time to get down to business. He took a cab and headed for Old Town. Meanwhile, Wu Shangnan of the Vigilant Base looked serious. Captain, the search team has found traces of the Ghostface King. It's on the move. Where? Presumably, from its movements, it could be Old Town, or downtown. 2 places? Yes. Can't be entirely sure which way it will go, but you can be sure it will soon be by the tail. Where's Lao Zhao? The location shows it's him in Old Town. Is Su Run still unreachable? The kid turned his cell phone off. Chen Mai frowned. Captain, give the order. Chen Mai didn't hesitate too much as he said firmly, Red Tassel, you immediately lead a team of people to old Zhao's side. Be quick, old Zhao will meet up with the Ghostface King at any time, and he doesn't have the slightest chance of winning against him without the Forbidden Ruin. Yes, Red Tassel's pupils shrank, and he directly rushed out. Shonan, you center the command and control. Yes, Wu Shangnan's expression was heavy. He had an ominous premonition. Su Run doesn't need to care. That spatial ability of his, escaping when he bumps into it, shouldn't be a problem. Si Xiaonan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, then held back. Everyone else, arm downtown with me. The city center is densely populated and is prone to mass casualties. As the captain of the Night's Watch, he absolutely could not allow this scene to happen. Yes, it's a race against time. Everyone is desperately rushing towards the target location. In the command room, civilians under the command of the Vigil were mobilizing resources from all sides, and Wu Shangnan stood behind two Vigilmen with headsets. The two vigilantes had only one mission, to reach the lost combatants. Those two assholes. Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. He was outwardly stoic, his fists loosening and tightening. Wu Shangnan coordinating scheduling. This kind of work he has long been familiar with. This time the atmosphere is particularly tense. He was so anxious that he couldn't wait to get in touch in person with his headset on. Although Xiao Nan's face was red from the noise at noon, when Su Run couldn't be contacted, her face instantly changed, and she gritted her teeth before she didn't say a word of worry. Squad 136 was already accommodating Su Run. Zhao Kongcheng is a veteran of many years. With a deep brotherhood, Su Run is a newcomer with unlimited potential, the top future force of the Night's Watch. You must be alright. Time is so hard. Lieutenant, Zhao Empty City made contact. Captain, Su Run's side is still off. Wu Shangnan grabbed the headset. Lao Zhao, are you alright now? I'm fine. What happened? Zhao Kongqing's smooth voice made Wu Shangnan sigh in relief. Wu Shangnan looked at the map on the big screen, his voice serious to the extreme. I'll make it short. The Ghostface King is probably headed in your direction. Your mission is to evacuate the civilians in the old city. Red Tassel is already heading your way. She will assist you. Zhao Kongqing turned off his headset, grabbed a suitcase from his black van and rushed into the rain, letting it rain down into the car. The one thing that was circling his mind was this, to use all his strength to gain time. He calculated that starting from Lin Chia's family, there were 10 families around here for 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes would be enough to evacuate the people around here. Zhao Kongqing ran wildly, the rain splashing as he stepped on it. Just then, a foul odor flooded his nostrils. Report, Watchman Zhao Kongqing, the Ghostface King has been found in the old city center. As Wu Shangnan listened to the voice coming from his headset, the ominous premonition in his heart verified to be true. He couldn't complain about anything else in time, and turned on the full team mic to growl. The Ghostface King has appeared in Old Town. Repeat, King Ghostface has appeared in Old Town. The location has been sent to your terminals. All combat squad members proceed immediately. All combat squad members proceed at once. Red Tassel, pick up speed. Night Watchman Chen Mai, copy. Vigilante Lang Xian, copy. Vigilante Winkamo, copy. Night Watchman Si Xiaonan, copy. Vigilante Red Tassel, copy. Chapter 14 Plotting. Vigilante Su Run, get on the horn and talk. Su Run carried the Yin Demon sword on the roof of the building and watched Zhao Kongqing and Wu Shangnan connect their headsets, and he had long since arrived at the old city center. Just not sure of the location, has been wandering around the neighborhood, until he saw the old Zhao's car to lock this neighborhood is the location of the plot. All the while, he watched old Zhao get into the car and then spot the Ghostface King. It was actually quite easy for him to kill the Ghostface King, although it was a Chuan realm. The ghost face on its chest was its fatal weakness. In the original, Lin Chiye gives the end when he first enters the Marigold realm and stabs in with a standardized knife. Su Run greeted his chest ghost face with a sublime chop from a distance, and the probability is that this thing won't be able to top it. If you can top it, you'll get another shot, and another. Heads I will take. This wasn't the key. Getting Lin Chiye into the Night Watch was the focus of his scheming. Old Zhao, you didn't convince Lin Chiye, so my brother can only do something about you. Sorry. He launched an instantaneous transfer and disappeared into the center of this battlefield, and with a few flashes, he arrived at the balcony of Lin Chiye's house. Woof, woof. The little black dog raised by Lin Chiye's family was the first to react and shouted twice at the balcony. Stupid dog, Su Run thought silently in his heart. He knew that with Lin Chiye's range of perception, he must have already known that he had come by this time. He made an urgent appearance and pretended to break into the living room of Lin Chiye's house. LOL. Lin Chiye rose upright from the dining table, pulling the bench with a creak. What's wrong? Is everything okay, brother? Both my cousin and aunt asked with concern. It's okay, I suddenly remembered something. You guys eat first. And without waiting for a reply, He walked briskly toward the balcony. "What are you doing here?" Su Run interrupted him, directly pulling his small arm to the balcony and pointing in the direction of the battlefield. "Too late for bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Now listen to me. The leader of the group of monsters he encountered last time appeared here. Zhao Kongcheng went to meet the battle. He wouldn't last long. You get your family and evacuate." A little confused by this heavy news slam, he quickly reacted. He glanced back at the living room. Auntie made a rare table today. In less than 2 seconds he made a decision. "Where is he?" "I'm coming with you to help." Su Run was inwardly delighted, having taken the bait. The look on his face did not change, and he said in a more anxious tone, "Don't add to the chaos. You've only just entered the marigold realm. You'll be a drag if you go. There's no time to talk to you. I have to inform somewhere else. Maybe old Zhao can't hold out any longer. So hurry up and take your family and run for your lives." Without waiting for Lin Xie to reply, he left Lin Xie's field of vision with a few flashes. In fact, he secretly came to the neighborhood again to observe secretly. He wasn't entirely sure. If Lin Xie really escaped with his family, it doesn't matter. I still have a plan B. Don't let me down. Lin Xie. After half a minute had passed, Su Run smiled as he watched Lin Xie rush into the rain. Not bad for a protagonist. After Lao Zhao's side reported the Ghostface King's trail, the command quickly replied, "Old Zhao, set up the ringless airspace and trap it. The red tassel is almost at your place now. Just hang on for a few minutes." Wu Shangnan did not dare to say the exact time. He was afraid that it would cut off the last shred of hope for survival in Lao Zhao's heart. Zhao Empyrean City had already been setting up the unrestricted airspace from the first moment they identified the Ghostface King, though that's not very useful. "Shonan, unrestricted airspace, can't stop it, you know that." Zhao Kongqing's face seemed helpless and determined. "No can do. Lao Zhao, do you hear me? Definitely don't confront the Ghostface King head-on. You will die. Xiangnan, listen to me." Zhao Kongqing's tone was calm at the moment, like a reliable elder. "I know what you're thinking. Here in the old town it's not very densely populated, and it's probably true that the Ghostface King couldn't cause too many casualties by coming out. But, we're the Night's Watch. Where is the honor of the Night's Watch if we let civilians die at the hands of monsters? Remember that vow we made? Afraid to die? Fear. Want to return it? I'd rather die than retreat, even if the difference with the enemy is vast. As long as there's a civilian behind you, I won't give an inch. I'll defend you to the death. If the eclipsing night comes at last, I shall stand before 10,000 men, crossing the sword to the abyss. Blood stains the vault of heaven. Bang! The sewer manhole cover was like a flying cannonball as a large ghostface leapt out of the sewer. This monster's hands and claws were as big as a dustpan. It smelled fishy, and was covered in small and large slash marks, which were wounds left by its engagement with Captain Chen Mai. It roared to the sky, impatient to drink blood to recover from its injuries. Vigilant Zhao Kongcheng, fight for glory. Zhao Kongqing's face was calm as he turned off his headset. Lao Zhao, old Zhao. Wu Shangnan called loudly into the screen in front of him. Damn it, get me red tassel. Red writing, how much farther? Old Zhao has already exchanged head on fire with Ghostface King. 5 more minutes. Red Ruffians was a little overwhelmed, knowing exactly what that meant. Ghostface King is Chuan realm. Lao Zhao, this ordinary people Ghostface King under the hands can hold a few moves? Hongying has lost both parents since she was a child, and Zhao Kongcheng, the big-hearted uncle, is just like her elders. She closed her eyes to keep the look of panic out of them. Faster, haven't you had enough to eat? The driver's seat vigilante gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. He was already up and stomping the gas to the floor. The car's taillights cut a red lightning bolt through the rainy night streets. Lin Xie finally saw Zhao Kongcheng and the Ghostface King's figures within his line of sight at this moment. Zhao Kongcheng, let me help you. Zhao Kongcheng just sidled his head as he folded his hands. Forbidden ruins, unrestricted hollow. Lin Xie stretched out his hands and looked at the gradually blurring back in front of him and shouted, "Wait, I can help you." Unfortunately, he still hadn't been able to enter until Zhao Kongcheng disappeared. Damn it! After unrestricted airspace was opened, it was as if there was a wall in front of this, making it impossible for him to enter the battlefield at all. He desperately tried to slam his fists, but couldn't shake the wall in the slightest. Lao Zhao, let me in. I can help. You can't help a damn thing. Get thee out of here. Ding ding ding. Inside it seems to have crossed paths. Lin Xie shouted again. This is my doorstep. I am Agent Michael, Divine Ruin owner. Lao Zhao, you stepped on the horse. Forbidden ruins are not a farda. Quickly let me in. Poof. As if a piece of meat had been thrown on the ground, old Zhao was inside and was sent flying to the ground by the ghost-faced king's grip. He endured the pain and gritted his teeth. Bull asterisk 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 divine agent. You don't even have any combat experience, and coming in is just dragging me down. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. I'm the night watchman. horseman. Lin Xie didn't continue arguing with him. It wouldn't be the slightest bit useful to argue. His eyes lit up with a golden glow as he searched for a break in the wall in front of him. In the distance, a pair of ghostly blue eyes looked through this invisible wall, looking outside and inside. Hey, good show. Chapter 15. Zhao Kongqing struggled to get up from the muddy water, spat out the mud and sand that had just entered his mouth, and cursed, "Ahem. This is it? Still mythical creatures. I would have chopped you into pieces long ago if I had a forbidden ruin." The Ghost-Face King roared. A circle of ominous aura spread out with it as the center of the circle, and a hideous ghostly face emerged from the ground. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176. Ghostface Phase Land. Finally made that move. Su Ran instantly moved forward. It's my turn to enter. He was mentally reviewing the entire plot as he walked, to get Lin Xie to obediently join the Night's Watch. Perhaps the only one who could impress him was old Zhao's sincerity. What could be more sincere than laying down one's life to save another? But, again, old Zhao can't really be allowed to make this sacrifice. This would only allow old Zhao and Lin Xie to fight hand in hand. This timing of Lin Xie's arrival needed to be just right again to work. Again, not too early or too late. Lin Xie had joined the battlefield too early, and he wouldn't feel like he owed old Zhao much of a favor. But if he came too late, Lao Zhao would have definitely already injected the ghost god lore, and must have died belonging to his goal was to get the old Zhao a minor injury, not death. Between life and death, it is not possible to say that old Zhao exploded to open the Forbidden Ruins, and when the Ghost-Face King's Ghost-Face Ground, a field-based ability, was on, everyone's senses would be distorted, and the sights they saw in front of them would look like a kaleidoscope. It's the same as saying that the people who go in there won't be able to tell the difference between friend and foe, and they'll all be blind. It's a great skill for abusing. Well, abusing old Zhao. Lin Xie's Divine Ruin, Mortal Dust Divine Domain, could distinguish everything within 10 paces of his circumference, but the fatal thing was that he was, after all, an inexperienced little white man with no combat experience in the Zhan realm. The original was able to kill the Ghostface King because it itself was barely able to be nearly hacked to death by Zhao Kongqing, who had awakened the Forbidden Ruins, but now it's the Ghostface King in perfect condition. Speed, strength are crushed at this time. Lin Xie, an accident may have to be missing arms and legs. It definitely wouldn't work if Su Ran never joined the battlefield. He couldn't control the instantaneous changes on the battlefield, and with this domain of the Ghost-Face King open, he was just in the right place to fish in the water. As for whether or not the Ghost-Face King's domain would affect his senses, it didn't matter. The Yen Demon Blade's sense of space worked better than his eyes. Su Ran doesn't care. So, go in and just touch the fish. When old Zhao saved a wave of Lin Xie and made him owe him this favor, he could make his own move. Still too weak. If I were strong enough to chop up the Supreme God with a single slash, where would I need all this trouble? Thoughts flew, and in 3 actual footsteps, he arrived beside Lin Xie. Why are you out of your mind? Lin Xie jumped to the side in fright. Within Lin Xie's senses, it just felt like a shadow had suddenly appeared within his domain before he could determine what it was. The next second this shadow arrived beside him. This kind of jumping around was something he was afraid he'd have to scare himself out of a few more times. Dude, flash 1 second CD. Got a problem with that? Su Ran thought inwardly, but his expression remained still stern as he said in a deep voice. Old Zhou reported you missing last night, so I'm sure he didn't want to force you into the vigil. My last reminder. You leave now and I can pretend I've never seen you. Lin Xie was silent and didn't make a sound, only looking at Su Ran with his golden pupils. Su Ran's serious face revealed a playful smile. Old Zhao didn't look at the wrong person. Come on if you want to fight. Don't blame me if you die. He looked at the unrestricted hollow and exhaled, muttering, he who carries the paycheck for all must not be made to freeze and die in the wind and snow. Ringless hollow. He naturally wouldn't open the method. After all, he hadn't learned this yet. It doesn't matter. Just chop away. He closed his palms and smoothed back the rain-soaked crushed hair on his forehead, drawing out his Yama sword. A blue halo appeared under his eyes. Rip! The horizontal and vertical slashes were as smooth as a small knife cutting paper, and the Yen Demon Blade directly cut a cross-shaped channel in this invisible barrier. Su Ran strides in and yells, Old Zhao, don't be afraid. Reinforcements are coming hot. At this moment, Zhao Empyrean City was sent flying by the Ghost-Face King for the second time, and it was hard for him to stand up before he heard Su Ran's voice, and he was terrified. Don't come in. This is. Not waiting for him to finish, he sweated and blocked across his sword. Ding! A long knife nearly cut off his head. Su Ran's voice also rang out. Asterisk. What is this? My eyes are all flowery, I can't see at all. He directly opened the show. NND. I didn't die at the hands of Ghostface King, almost died at your hands. Gulp, he gulped and explained. Don't you ing/. This is the Ghostface King's Forbidden Ruins. Everything you see within range is messed up and you'll lose your sense of direction. Told you not to come in. Ugh. Zhao Kongqing's heart was sour. I can see. Who's going to give me a sword? Lin Xie followed behind and came in. his divine ruin unaffected by the Ghostface King. Hearing that Lin Xie had also come, Zhao Kongqing's heart became even heavier. Both of these are overwhelmingly good if lost here today. Thinking of this, Zhao Empyrean City clenched his teeth and directly pulled out his vigilante badge, preparing to inject the ghost godly to fight for his life. Suddenly a hand reached out and directly took out his Night's Watch badge. Su Run said in a loud voice, I swung my hand how to fish something. What is this thing? How can I use it? Zhao Empyrean City's goosebumps went up when he heard the last sentence. Don't move at all. That's my Night's Watch badge. It doesn't do any good. You mustn't move it. Old Zhao said inconsistent words. He just felt angry with his mammary glands. Damn brat. The Ghostface King watched as two more men came in. After observing them for a while, he felt less threatened and he decided to strike first at the one without a weapon. Boom! The ghost-faced king dashed towards Lin Xie. However, Lin Xie dodged its attack with a dodge, his eyes staring straight at the location of the ghost-faced king's main body. Get me a knife. I can deal with it. Zhao Kongqing was surprised at the sound and gritted his teeth and threw his sword in the direction the sound came from, holding only the sheath in his hand for defense. This throw was a bit off course, and Lin Xie hurriedly tried to pick it up. Instead, the Ghostface King shifted his target and rushed towards Zhao Kongqing. Be careful. Lin Xie only had time to warn this. Su Run, who hadn't moved next to old Zhao, didn't turn his head back and directly chopped to the side, where the Ghostface King was located. Put. The long knife cut a crack in it. Lao Zhao. I just had an intuition that I cut into something. It wasn't you, was it? You cut that monster. It's bleeding. Lin Xie was able to see it and he said directly. Zhao Kongqing's chest choked. Bad. I'm going to be a burden? Su Run's next words made him even more distraught. 7 nights. You go protect old Zhao away from me. I have no problem defending myself. Reinforcements will be here soon. We'll win if we stall. You're on the inside who can't defend yourself. Damn brats. Lin Xie sniffed and pulled old Zhao away from Su Run's side. Su Run closed his sword in place without making a move, just maintaining the posture of drawing his sword at any time. The Ghostface King was watching this man from a short distance away, and it didn't dare to take another shot at this man. The blade had just nearly slashed into the weak point of the Ghostface King's chest, and the blade easily sliced through its steel-like body. It felt threatened by death. Chapter 16, Powerlessness. Thank you for watching, and thank you to 141 Task Force Ghost for the reward. Thank you. The Ghostface King shifted its target, and it decided to use Zhao Kongqing as a breakthrough. At this moment, Zhao Kongqing, holding only the sheath of his sword and unable to use his eyes, was a lamb to be slaughtered in the eyes of the Ghostface King. Despite having Lin Xie's protection, the Ghostface King's strength and speed far exceeded Lin Xie's, and it was hard to tell if he could defend himself. Its sharp claws lifted, its long bright red tongue probed out to under its chest and licked the wound. The first blood of the day was actually its own. This made it furious, and it groveled to the ground like a cannonball, smashing into Lin Xie and Zhao Kongqing. This strike was fast, but in Lin Xie's eyes there was any room to move around. He pulled Zhao Kongqing with his left hand and shouted, Old Zhao, don't resist, I'll pull you to dodge. He had gotten the ability called Starry Night Dancer last night, which greatly improved his flexibility and strength in all aspects. At this moment in time the night is adding up. He pulled old Zhao and slid his feet to the side in a graceful arc. The two of them were like fluttering butterflies, perfectly dodging the Ghostface King's deadly attack. Su Run, who appeared to be on guard on the sidelines but was actually touching the fish, was greatly shocked when his afterglow swept over the scene. How is this dodge and attack still whole so lingering? He thought in his heart. Lin Xie's side was suffering. He dodged in a seemingly dashing manner, but in reality, his heart was also pounding, and every time, the Ghost-faced King's sharp claws always came just a little bit short of catching them. This dancing on the tip of a knife and having to take someone with him, it would be hard to sustain for a few minutes, even with his extraordinary arithmetic. If there is a slightest leakage, I am afraid that a tragedy will ensue. No, be proactive. Realizing this, Lin Xie decisively shook off old Zhao and met the Ghostface King to tangle with it. With the precise arithmetic bestowed upon him by the mortal dust divine realm, he sidestepped his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the Ghostface King's iron claws of death. Raising the star sword in his hand, he stabbed at the tiny eyes of the Ghostface King. The blood flowed down, but not from the Ghostface King, only to see the Ghostface King spit out a long red thorn from its mouth, which was none other than its tongue. This monster was even cunning enough to keep hiding this fatal strike, suddenly catching Lin Xie off guard. Lin Xie only felt his rain-soaked undershirt heating up, a physiological reaction brought on by a surge of adrenaline. Just now, if he hadn't ghostly tilted his head, I'm afraid that the tongue piercing through would have been his brain. Now it was just a cut on his cheek, and he was secretly terrified. Old Zhao was just fighting this kind of monster all by himself? What a joke! He's just an ordinary person. Lin Xie stood by even more closely. I'm afraid I won't last these few minutes if I can't go beyond my limits today. The Ghostface King became even more berserk after tasting that strand of blood. It had never tasted such delicious blood before. Its eyes were scarlet and it swung its claws faster. The power was greater than before. Lin Chia didn't dare to fight at all. He hadn't systematically learned sword techniques, much less Su Run's perverted talent, only relying on the extraordinary dynamic nerves brought about by the mortal dust divine domain to dodge with difficulty, not to mention returning the favor. Dodging was now thrilling. He rolled on his ass and dodged another fatal blow. A hint of viciousness flashed in the Ghostface King's eyes. It made a show of attacking in the direction of Zhao Kong City. No good. Lin Chia anxiously got up and couldn't adjust his stance in time to lunge at the Ghostface King. However, he saw that the Ghostface King immediately returned the favor with a heavy claw. It's a trap for it. It was too late to dodge at this point. He used his last ounce of strength to jump diagonally to the side while raising his sword with both hands to block, trying to unload as much force as possible. Bang dash! The power of the Chuan realm plainly bombarded Lin Chia's sword. The power was beyond imagination. He was like a baseball that was hit, and was directly sent flying. Is this the power of the Chuan realm? It's ridiculous that I still think I have a chance to decimate it. Lin Chia collapsed in the rain, practically incapacitated. Zhao Kongchang was in a hurry. He couldn't see with his eyes nowadays, although he could hear voices. His body's perception of direction was completely confused. He was simply a drag. 7 nights. 7 nights, are you alright? Your spiritual power is only in the marigold realm, and your physical body has limited augmentation, so you can't fight hard. Zhao Kongcheng followed a feeling, and a blue halo floated ghostly under the eyes of Su Run on the side. The Ghostface King felt the smooth blow. This was the normal situation. This one or two mole-like things could actually jump around in its domain, and mole crickets should die obediently. It walked towards Lin Chia. This mole cricket's blood was incomparably sweet, and a longing erupted in the bottom of its heart just remembering the strand of blood it had just received. If he ate all of him, he could definitely move up a level. It trembled inwardly with excitement at the thought. Lin Chia watched as the Ghostface King came closer, his body temporarily unable to move. All he could do was look at the Ghostface King's slowly raised sharp claws as the rain snaked down from those massive claws. He kept roaring wildly inside. Move it! Brush dash! The Ghostface King swung out his sharp claws. A dark shadow flashed. Zhao Kongcheng's body flew out like a tattered rag doll. The scarlet cloak on his body was ripped into pieces by the giant claws falling onto Lin Chia's face. The color unknown if it was dyed red by blood. Old! Lao Zhao! Lin Chia furiously roared. Golden light once again erupted from his body, and the aura of a blazing angel once again descended, actually directly crushing and dissolving the Ghostface Phase Earth domain. The golden aura in his eyes simply screamed to be looked at. Wrapped in the aura of a blazing angel, he slashed with anger. Poof! This slash directly severed one of the Ghostface King's arms directly. On this side, seeing that the Ghostface Phase ground was no longer there, Su Run was not good enough to pretend to look at the scenery from where he was. He ran over to check old Zhao's injuries. Just now, he was the one who secretly manipulated space to guide old Zhao over to block the Ghostface King's blow. In the original world line, Lao Zhao had been beaten many times without dying, with a life force like that of a small strong man. This time, he had Lin Chia to lead him in dodging, which also allowed him to not get hurt much. Now it's just a claw. As a rule, it's not much of a problem. When he was hit, Su Run secretly used his spatial power to help old Zhao offload the force, but whether it was 2 days or 3 days of lying down, Su Run couldn't guarantee it. He rested 2 fingers on Lao Zhao's neck for a moment to feel it carefully, and breathed a sigh of relief. The victim is emotionally stable. Strong heartbeat, just passed out. 4 deep scratches on his back, like he'd been clawed by a bear. As long as it can be treated as soon as possible, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Phew, old Zhao, you don't worry. From now on you are my beloved family friend. When I have the ability to compensate you. He turned his head to look at the center of the battlefield. Lin Chia's strike that had just erupted had indeed exploded in damage. The Ghostface King that old Zhao couldn't hack at in any way was directly cut off an arm by him. But after that strike, he was still tired and gradually fell into a disadvantage. After all, it's an incomplete, mundane divinity. If it's complete. Su Run shook his head. This big show was ready to end here as well, and he drew his yen demon blade. The blue light mist under his feet flashed in and out of the rain, and the 3 instantaneously moved behind the Ghostface King. Justice is backstabbing. The Ghostface King didn't even have time to realize that there was someone behind it before a long knife penetrated its chest. The monster that had caused Lin Chia and Zhao Kongcheng to fight so hard for so long, and even nearly lose their lives, was simply broken through the defenses like this. Chapter 17, Minami, which good sister bought it for you? Su Run / utilized the sublime chop, not only penetrating the Ghostface weakness in the Ghostface King's chest, but also stirring up its internal organs. The Ghostface King fell to the ground with a loud bang. It died so quietly that it didn't even cry out after the knife was lowered. I don't blame it for being too good. After all, Who would have thought someone would go out at level 1 with a jumping knife and a holy sword? Su Run's mind moved, and the Yen demon blade transformed into a touch of blue fading into the air. How? A hoarse female voice came. Su Run turned his head to look. Hong Ying was sitting on her knees in the distance, looking at Zhao Kongcheng, who was sprawled on the ground over here with red eyes. Her originally high ponytail was now drenched in the rain on her body, her face not knowing whether it was tears or rain, her mouth open not being able to say a complete sentence. On Lin Chiye's side, even though the Ghost-Face King was dead, he didn't look happy in the slightest and lowered his head without saying a word. The corner of Su Run's mouth twitched. What are your expressions? Old Zhao is still alive. What? Lin Chiye snapped his head up, seemingly shocked and joyful, and Hong Ying also raised his eyes at Su Run from afar, his eyes as if he had grabbed the last straw. Old Zhao is still saved. Any of you who know how to rescue, hurry over and see what condition he's in. Hearing this, Lin Chiye hurriedly ran to Old Zhao's side, who had just been outside of his mortal dust divine realm, and he couldn't sense it. Upon careful sensing, he went from sadness to joy. He still has a heartbeat. Don't move him yet. Avoid secondary injuries. Su Run was like a C-pin, commanding methodically. He said stoically, Little Red Riding Hood, how long before the medics arrive? Minami is on her way here as well. I have a medical in charge on my team, so pick me up and bring me here right now. No, I'm picking it up right now. Red Riding looked as if she was in a hurry, as if she was in disarray. She was even a little confused in her speech. Su Run pressed her shoulders and looked at the reddened eyes of the young girl in front of her, trying to stabilize her. Don't mess around. You get the medics over here quickly and contact command to explain the situation. They'll know how to handle it. The important thing now is to stabilize the emotions, okay? Red Raider nodded through clenched teeth, feeling like she'd found her backbone, and turned her head to contact Vigilante Command. Su Run looked again at Lin Chiye, who was clenching his teeth and clenching his fists beside Old Zhao. Letting the Ghost-Face King go and letting Old Zhao get hurt was manipulated by him in order to get him to willingly join the Night's Watch. How does that work? He wasn't quite sure himself. He walked over to Lin Chiye and patted his shoulder, and was about to open his mouth when he heard Lin Chiye's voice that seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Too weak. What? Su Run didn't react for a moment. Lin Chiye roared lowly, I want to get stronger. The effect seems overpowering. He pulled the corner of his mouth and patted Lin Chiye's shoulder and said, Later, go talk to the captain. Well, it hadn't been in vain. The guy had a lot of spirit. The plan was full of holes. But, what the hell? If it works, it works. Old Zhao deserved your injury. If you had directly convinced Lin Chiye to enter the Night's Watch, could I have let you suffer this injury? In the end, it's your own fault. Don't blame me. Su Run appeased his conscience. He pulled up the panel. Su Run, level, LV10. Ability, Law of the Sword 11%. Knife Bone, unconditional mastery of any knife. Blade Mind, the beauty of applying it lies in the heart. Well, leveling up by 2 levels, it's worthy of being a Chuan Realm monster. The experience given is quite generous. He clenched his fist, feeling at least twice as powerful as before. There was even a feeling that a punch could break through the void, a feeling of levity from a sudden increase in power. The world of Zhanshan only cultivated the spirit and not the physical body, and someone who could cut down mountains with a single sword was also an ordinary person without using his spiritual power. Very few would have forbidden ruins and divine ruins that enriched their physical bodies, but those are fundamentally different from upgrading yourself. He could feel that his leveling up was a more essential change that belonged to a leap in the level of life. Killing monsters' Law of the Blade awakening also increases, but rarely. The awakening of the Law of the Blade had only risen a humble 1%. Now, unlike the late stage, there is a battlefield to mass kill monsters. To awaken the law now or practice the sword is faster. Not much else has changed. These abilities really do still have to increase with the awakening of the laws of the blade. The first ability, Blade and Bone, allows him to grow super fast. The second ability, Blade Mind, made him a true genius straight away, seeing what he could do. I wonder what new abilities will be available when the awakening level reaches 20%. He was getting more and more excited about it, waiting to get Lao Zhao into the medical room. The entirety of the vigil was in the activity room, sitting around Su Ran and Lin Xie. In the morning it was a sunny atmosphere, but this time the atmosphere seemed to freeze. You said you wanted to join the Night's Watch? Wu Xiangnan's eyes narrowed. But old Zhao said you disappeared. Lin Xie lied with an unchanged face. I escaped because I didn't know what kind of organization you guys really are. So now what? Lin Xie was silent for a long time before he slowly said, I want to become stronger. Su Ran said that joining the Night's Watch would make me stronger. He couldn't imagine how old Zhao, an ordinary person without any forbidden ruins, could resist the Ghostface King. He also saw with his own eyes how Su Ran killed the Ghostface King with a single slash. It was the monster that had made him fight so hard that he almost despaired. Obviously the first time they met was still in the same realm as him. He wants power too. Captain Chen Mai sniffed and looked at Su Ran, who just smiled slightly. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Look, Is the horseboy I dragged back here pretty? Shen Mai organized his thoughts and opened his mouth. The most powerful people in Daxia are all vigilantes, and there is nothing wrong with your choice. I can submit your application now on my end, and in a month there will be an intensive training session for all new recruits, and you'll get what you want there. Only after you pass the set can you be considered a full-fledged Night's Watchman. Intensive training? The Night's Watch is a semi-military organization, and all newcomers are required to attend a year-long intensive training program before joining the watch, where you will learn various skills in fighting, firearms, and banning ruins. You can read it as a Special Forces training camp. A month later, Lin Xie stated that he had no problem with it. Shan Mai hurriedly added, before becoming an official vigilante, we don't cover room and board. Lin Xie froze. He didn't want to go home. He had shown enough abnormality today. This would make his aunt uneasy if he did this every day after this. On the side, Su Run patted Lin Xie's shoulder and said enthusiastically, no problem Xie, I'll let you have my bed. Red Riding? Isn't that my home? There's no need to let it. There's quite a lot of room, and besides, she was going to take in this newcomer. Without waiting for Hong Ying to open his mouth, Si Xiaonan was the first to jump out and point at Su Run in a conspiratorial manner. You want to go out and fool around? You've been out all afternoon, and you've even changed your entire outfit. This brand isn't cheap. Which one of your good sisters bought it for you? Red Raider. Su Run stiffened and kept his smile on his face. Worthy of an agent of the god of trickery. What a careful observation. Lin Xie? Chapter 18 Minami. He doesn't know he's at that woman's house right now. Su Run struggled to cope against the gossiping eyes of the crowd. Si Xiaonan. This little liar's questions were too sharp. How could a little girl ask anything? Luckily the captain gave the interruption, but the relative captain also made demands on him. Shen Mai sternly stated that he was not allowed to skip training tomorrow, or he would have Xiaonan keep an eye on him at all times. Well, one thing leads to another. Nan, the little liar, was quite vocal about his lifestyle. If she was given this assignment, she would be able to tell how hard she would work without thinking about it. And importantly, the matter of Si Xiaonan being the agent of the god of trickery was something that others didn't know. But Su Run did. Don't look at this sister, usually a cute group favor weak appearance. The actual realm are Klein. If there is a real conflict, in case you use some of your powers to hypnotize yourself or something, I don't know if she's capable of that, but the god of trickery, who's to say what if? Su Run promised very heartily that he would definitely not run away tomorrow. I don't know about the day after. Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying went back to the villa first, while Su Run said that he wanted to go see old Zhao again. After he pulled Lin Xie to the old Zhao ward, he took out his cell phone and clicked a picture of Zhao Kongqing covered in bandages and unconscious on the bed, then sent it to the two older sisters who he had gotten a bad date with today, adjusted his voice to hit the language button, and said in a low, magnetic voice, sorry, friend got hit by a car, been dealing with that all afternoon. Candy super sweet. Oh my god. Brother, you're not hurt right? Degree. No, oh, little fool. In the darkness, a wonderful young woman tossed and turned in her bed as she listened to the voices coming from her cell phone, her long, slender legs crumpling the flat sheets. Ding, Candy super sweet, 300. Candy super sweet. Brother must have been frightened. Buy you a cupcake to calm your nerves. After sending this message, the young girl on the big bed turned around and hesitated, followed by another one with trembling fingers. Candy super sweet. Do you want to come out for a snack? There's a place downstairs that's pretty good, and my house is pretty big. In old Zhao's hospital room, Su Run chatted happily. Lin Xie, who was following behind, was a bit messed up. It's so easy to explode the gold. No, is that why you came to Zhao's ward? Is that what you're asking me to follow you around for? He finally couldn't help his voice. Su Run put away his cell phone. Of course not. He brought Lin Xie back to the activity room, where everyone had already dispersed. The vigilantes had bases in various places, and this was the largest and the one they came to the most, with photographs plastered all over the walls, full of signs of life as a small family. Su Run commanded Lin Xie to take out some ingredients from the refrigerator. He hadn't eaten dinner yet. Lin Xie did it without any complaints. He did whatever Su Run said. Moments later, a pot full of Sancho vermicelli casserole came out of the oven. Q. Fresh vermicelli, tender and toothsome pork liver, covered with a few slices of crisp and crunchy bok choy, and a few slices of pink ham sinking in the thick white broth. After a night of cold rain, it's best to have some of this to satiate your stomach and nourish your appetite, without burdening your gut. He took out 4 packing boxes, served them up and then led Lin Xie out of the vigilante base. Today, because of this matter of the Ghost-Face King, everyone should have not eaten yet. Red Tassel has taken us in. We should also return the favor. Manners should not be wasted. Lin Xie nodded his head as he sniffed. It wasn't that Hong Ying had taken him in, he really didn't know where he was going to go at night. Going back to his aunt's house was definitely out of the question. But it wasn't like he had several homes to take in, unlike Su Run. Si Xiaonan was wearing her pajamas and was spitting on Su Run with Hong Ying, who had just finished blow-drying her hair. that guy is so hateful. Going out for half a day and changing a set of such expensive clothes. This scum must have cheated people. Well, Red Raider replied absent-mindedly, thinking about the Ghostface King. What do you think, Sister Honging? Does he look good in yesterday's clothes or just now? Today. Looking at Si Xiaonan's glaring eyes, she swallowed the words she originally wanted to say and said instead, today's dress is not good. Right. Si Xiaonan's indignation was eased. That set yesterday was the one that my mother picked out for half a day. The one he's wearing today is ugly as hell. Women tend to have an inexplicable desire to win in places, even if they may not be too attached to the matter. Red Ruffian was lost in thought. Clothes? Both outfits seemed to have a mediocre effect on him, if it were up to me to choose. Beside him, Si Xiaonan let himself spit out. And it's too undisciplined. How can you be a qualified night watchman like that? He dares to skip the captain's training. He simply doesn't care about the captain. Honging weakly spoke. Not really. Today he at least saved Brother Empty City. That too. However, I still have to say it. Do you know how the Ghostface King died, Sister Honging? Wasn't it a knife through the chest? That's just scratching the surface. You didn't read the documents that came from the back of the research department. That monster looks complete on the outside, but it's actually all messed up on the inside. So awesome. Awesome what? It means that he might have a violent streak inside. Sister Honging, you shouldn't be fooled by appearances. Over at the research department they say they've seen a lot of people with deaths this gruesome, and they've seen monsters with deaths this gruesome twice in their lives. The last time was the night before last. Si Xiaonan, in his crocodile pajamas, spouted gore to Red Tassel. In his dinosaur pajamas, it was as if Su Run was the most brutal person she had ever seen. Red Ruffles didn't argue, and inwardly messed up thinking about the events of the past 2 days. Su Yun doesn't look like someone who would take out his anger on a monster. It must be that weapon. Well, he also said he'd lose control if the knife was sheathed for too long. It must have been that weapon that was so vicious and brutal, and the danger sequence of such a vicious weapon must have been very high. He must have had a hard time suppressing it too. And Sister Honging, I whisper to you, Si Xiaonan this time as if she remembered something, lowered her voice, cheeks slightly red. I saw it at night, a little bit below the guy's neck, with an inner wow. Red Riding was a bit confused as she asked in a haze which one. It's a red mark. Oops, that's the one. Red Ruffles froze slightly then reacted. She pranced to her feet in her dinosaur pajamas, her cheeks red with shame or indignation. He's only been here for 2 days. How can he be so fast? Hongying was incredulous. Si Xiaonan sat on the sofa with his legs crossed over his chest, sharing this little secret out, and seemed satisfied with the reaction of the Red Tassel. It's not like you didn't see how he chatted yesterday. Those old ladies hated him. Maybe going to see Brother Empty City was just an excuse for him to be at that woman's house now. I wonder. Wow. Red Ruffian picked the lance up, put it down, and picked it up again. Starting tomorrow our house will be gated. You have to be home by 11 p.m. Si Xiaonan raised his hands and cheered democracy. Good, that's the way to go. What if he doesn't care? Red Riding frowned with nice twin eyebrows. If he doesn't agree, I'll go tell the captain to keep an eye on him, and I'm sure I can rule him into submission. The sound of a key unlocking the door came from the main entrance. The crocodile pajamas and the dinosaur pajamas looked in one direction in unison, like they were staring at prey. Lin Xie carried 2 bowls of triple fresh vermicelli casserole just as he entered the door and saw the scene. His figure lurched. Behind him, Su Ran urged, go inside 7 nights, pushing Lin Xie into the house. He looked at the 2 people on the living room couch with a smile. They're all here. I don't think any of them have eaten yet, right? 7 nights and I prepared a bit of food for you guys. Hurry up and take advantage of the heat. Lin Xie took a step forward and bent over. Thank you for taking in. Chapter 19, Su Run's job. I'll be damned. Red Rouge hugged the bowl, feeling remorse in her heart for having just been compelled by Minami. It turned out that Su Run came back late in order to prepare a midnight snack for them. This pork liver is so fresh. On the side, Sha-nan wiped her mouth after eating. Humph, it tastes just like the one sold outside. Nothing special. The soup in the packed box in front of her had been cleaned out. Su Run smiled and said, this is already a top-notch compliment. Thanks for the compliment. Sha-nan's tone softened, and she said in a sticky voice, it's not really a compliment. Remember to add more fans next time. Lin Xie, who was carefully drying his rice on the side, asked weakly when he saw that the trio had not restrained their voices in the slightest. Sister Honging, will we disturb the aunt and uncle if we talk like this? No way. Red Ruffian shook his head. They disappeared in the mists 5 years ago. Lin Xie opened his mouth, knowing that he had said the wrong thing. On the side, Su Run patted his shoulder. Lin Xie asked again, Brother Saruan, what did you tell your family about coming here? I haven't figured out what I'm going to tell my aunt and the others. Su-run's hand gave a beat. This kid was really good at talking. His face was a little complicated. I grew up in an orphanage. Lin Chiye was instantly ashamed. He put down the bowl in his hand in a panic and waved his hands repeatedly at Hongyao and Su-run. Right. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I'll be damned. Su-run shook his head and said slowly. In fact, many vigilantes are like this, and this situation is not uncommon among vigilantes, but the truth is that people are not really alone, and by joining the vigil, everyone has actually become family in their lives. Red Ruffles clutched the bowl and took small bites of the vermicelli. She nodded her head back and forth, agreeing with the statement. What about you? Minami asked. We all just know that you're an orphan, but everyone doesn't know what you were like before. See, Xiaonan had met quite a few vigilantes who came out of orphanages, and they more or less all had some kind of either low self-esteem or extreme emotions, and Su-run's performance is too special. He has always behaved warm and gentle as water, never argued with anyone sharply, but it's also really emotionally slaggy in a clear way. She wasn't the only one, but Red Riding and the others must have been curious as well. It's just that people kept it to themselves. Outside the window, the rain poured down, not the slightest intention to stop. In August, the cool rain will be this hot summer soaked. Su-run gently raised his head. His gaze was distant, and after a moment of contemplation, he smiled and opened his mouth. I'm not really anything special, especially those who came to take care of us. Those volunteer big sisters are so gentle, so many of them, who can barely take care of themselves, can't stand to see us kids suffer. His mind was full of fragments of memories of those people, but he didn't go into too much detail about his sister's stories. Mostly, it was about something he did at work. So you used to cowboys? Seven Knights exclaimed with glaring eyes. No wonder you always tease the ones older than you. Ha 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 ha. Su-run laughed sprightly and waved his hand. See the joke. See the joke. Su-run does not hide the past. Sprightly face. Some objectively look very gray things in his mouth to say out instead of having a warm sunshine. The four sat around talking and laughing. At midnight, bursts of laughter came out from time to time in this big empty villa. Lin Chiye also figured out a lot of things in his communication, and he asked Hongyao for a pen and paper. Putting pen to paper. To Auntie, Yang Jin, so Su-run, who had labored all day, didn't get any sleep. He was pulled by Lin Chiye, and the two of them went in the middle of the night to find Chen Maiwu Shainan to help with his aunt's house. Speaking of which, this Lin Chiye kid was also an orphan and had never heard of his parents. Su-run yawned and stretched comfortingly. Don't worry, an organization as special as the Night's Watch has official endorsements for everything. The captain handles this kind of thing very properly. Brother Su-run, I'm not worried about this. Lin Chiye hesitated. I'm thinking, how can I become stronger? He had felt the oppressive feeling of the Ghostface King straight in the face, and that power had sent him flying with a single blow. And Su-run used one slash to kill that monster after his five senses recovered. Ha! Su-run was not sleepy all of a sudden. He had only been in this world for 2 days, and he had heard Yen Demon Blade shouting throwing tiles at least 200 times. Simply, it caused him to be especially sensitive to hearing words related to power now. Lin Chiye scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, there's no point in comparing with you, because I heard old Zhao say that both of us are in the Zhan realm. But why is it that the Chuan realm's Ghostface King can't even block a single move in your hands? Oh, I see. You're wondering why your dang agent Michael almost died at the hands of a monster, right? Lin Chiye suddenly clenched his fists. I originally thought that with my strength I would be able to guard my aunt and them. 7 Knights. You have to realize that the source of power is different for all people. Su-run patted his back and spoke gently. My power comes from this blade. He raised his left hand and the Yama knife was now in his palm. Knife? Lin Chiye was puzzled. He spoke to himself. The Yen Demon Blade. Legend has it that it is the key to unlocking a certain world. With its own sharpness are able to cut through the void. Also has the power to manipulate space. But I think the world only recognizes me. No one else can control it. Well, except for him, only the Spartan bloodline can use the Yama sword. And there are no Spartan bloodlines in this world. In this Ganges, Lin Chiye's eyes widened as he didn't expect Su-run to easily kill the Ghost Face King because of this blade. But then, everyone's source of power is different, and it's only right to tap into it based on your own idiosyncrasies. So think about what makes you special in your own right. I see. Hearing this, Lin Chiye suddenly realized, where was his own special place? The mental hospital. One just has to speed up the healing process in the hospital to get the ability to do so. However, it doesn't work if the ability base alone is too weak, and King Ghostface is a counterexample. Shame on you for surpassing someone by a large realm and still being countered. Su-run smiled slightly. I'm kind of acting as a grandpa in the ring, guiding Lin Chiye onto the right path so that he could have a guaranteed good peace of mind. Otherwise, what if you've gone to fight the old gods yourself and can't win? It was roughly just 10 years until the old gods awakened, and he himself had almost familiarized himself with his power recently, so it was time to prepare for his own path of cultivation. One had to at least must cultivate to the supreme god to be able to do so. Otherwise, not to mention the ability to defend oneself, one would be afraid of being casually slapped to death even if a dog barked twice. The early stages of the chopper went by so mildly that not even a few gods died, and it was only in the later stages that the deaths were centralized together. This was bad. One's growth had to be fast to be good, or else it would not be good to grab heads at a later stage. Those immortal celestials in the heavenly court wouldn't let heads go to him. He held his hand to his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. He wasn't good at planning these things at all. He's better at wooing in his big sister's arms. Go back and send a friend to your big sister and tell her about it. Amazed face. Thinking of this, he turned his head to Lin Qiye and urged, "Let's hurry back. We still have training tomorrow." Degree. On the summer night after the rain, Lin Qiye was in high spirits. Chapter 20, Training begins. Thanks to Senior A. For the reward, early in the morning, the hyperactive Lin Qiye dragged Su Run to the training ground. He couldn't wait to become stronger, and he also wanted to fight Su Run to see how much of a difference there was between the two. The duo pushed open the glass doors of the office. When Shima was behind the front desk, holding his head down and holding his cell phone from time to time, letting out a hee-hee giggle, not knowing what he was doing. When he heard movement at the front door, he put away his cell phone with a sweep of his gaze and eagerly came up to meet him. Su Run, 7 nights. Have you had breakfast yet? The captain and the others went out to do some errands and haven't returned yet. 7 nights originally raised eyebrows wilted slightly. Su Run's sleepy demeanor slightly regained its spirit. I haven't eaten yet. Let's go to dry rice first. Ugh, wait, you guys don't know the place. I'll go and bring it to you. When Shima called out to Su Run, 7 nights and Su Run were forced to sit down on the sofa and watched as when Shimo rushed out with the wind at his feet. Senior is so enthusiastic. Lin Qiye was a little touched when Su Run was halfway through his meal. When Shima leaned over abrasively, that, Su Run, help me look at this. How come you chatted so well last night, and this won't come back to me? He looked to the chat logs on his phone screen. The first 3 were from last night, and he could tell the vibe was really still relatively good. Here are this morning's messages, several in a row with no reply. It's been half an hour. Lin Qiye stopped the chopsticks in his hands and fell into thought. Su Run looked at the following 3 or 4 consecutive good morning, and helplessly opened his mouth, praying do you think there's a possibility? I mean a possibility. Others are still awake, but it's already 7 o'clock. When GMO was greatly surprised. Demented line. Lang Xian, who had appeared by his side at an unknown time, looked at the screen and commented. Lin Qiye hurriedly nodded along, indicating that he thought the same thing. The captain hadn't returned yet, and Su Run, who had just finished eating, wanted to lie down and salty for a while, but couldn't. Lin Qiye, who had just swept away the hunger, was refreshed and said that despite the captain's absence, he couldn't just lie down. Pulling Su Run, who wanted to be a salty fish, to the martial arts practice field. Su Run kind of regretted motivating him last night. There wasn't a bit of sleepiness in this kid's eyes. It was all about the desire for power. The 2 men stood opposite each other with bamboo swords. Lin Qiye was excited. He wanted to know how big the gap between the 2 was for the same marigold realm. Su Run was completely within Lin Qiye's divine ruins at the moment, and the slightest subtle change could not escape the divine ruins' notice. Su Run casually held the bamboo knife and lazily said, "Are you ready?" Lin Qiye nodded, his face all solemn. Su Run moved. He did not use instantaneous transfer and his speed was slightly slowed down. The moves used were learned from the former heavenly captain, Chan Mai. Experience and foundation were Lin Qiye's hard knocks. He intended to make the other side realize that. The first move was powerful though, and Lin Qiye easily dodged out of the way. The second move was the same move. In the process of Lin Qiye dodging, Su Run's blade path turned around, and the dead move became a live move. Lin Qiye couldn't dodge in time, but relying on the advantage of the domain's foresight, he managed to block the blade. The third move was still the same move, and Lin Qiye's forehead was already sweating as he detected at least 3 variations of this blade. He stared at his stance and waited for his opponent to change his stance. Who knew that Su Run's knife lurched, and the fast knife turned into a slow one? By the time Lin Qiye followed suit and changed his stance, the slow blade turned fast again. When he came back to his senses, the knife was already at his neck. The existence of blade heart allowed him to use the blade simply more smoothly than mobilizing his own tongue. I mean, the tongue is the most flexible muscle in the human body. Before comprehending the blade heart, the control of the blade, the application of the blade technique could never be done to such an extent. Lin Qiye squeezed the bamboo blade in his hand. I lost. He wanted to do it again, but it felt like it would be the same again. A hint of approval flowed from Su Run's eyes. Is it that you don't know where to lose? Knowing how to think is the only way to grow. You haven't practiced the sword at all before. There is no way to talk about the basic skills. It's just by virtue of the ability that allows you to dodge and swing the sword. Su Run took the knife and waved it casually. He continued, there's no way to talk about swordplay. It's like being given a pistol and you'll pull the trigger. But it's not the same thing as hitting a target 200 meters away. Another knife chopped through Su-run's hand, and this knife seemed to be somewhat different from the one he had casually wielded before. Lin Chia could see something different, but he didn't know how to describe it for a moment. Seems to understand and a little short. The heart as if there are claws scratching the heart. Itchy, eyes eagerly staring at Su-run hoping that he will continue to say. Su-run smiled at this and used the knife in his hand to hold up Lin Chia's knife, signaling him to let go. Then with an upward pick, Lin Chia's sword was thrown into the air. Snap dash. The knife fell actually landed horizontally on top of the blade in Su-run's hand, swaying slightly on both sides, but it did not fall. Colors erupted in Lin Chia's eyes. He could sense that Su-run did not use any spiritual power, and purely held the balance of the blade with precision. It's a mastery of power. The corner of Su-run's mouth smiled as he threw the knife away with renewed force in his hand. This time he raised the sword in his hand vertically, only to see that the sword in the sky also plunged down vertically, and the two swords contacted and shook for a while before stopping and not moving again. Knife tip to knife tip. Taking complete control of the sword in your hand will allow you to use any move at your will. Lin Chia's pupils shrank as he blurted out, "How long does this have to be practiced?" "Well, it took me about 2.5 days. Su-run scratched his cheek with his index finger and said thoughtfully, facing Lin Chia's expression of "You're teasing me." Su-run was non-committal. Ahem. Anyway, practice makes perfect. Kung Fu takes time to hone. Su-run cannot help. Buddy practicing all rely on their own efforts. In addition to efforts also really do not know how to teach people. Snap. The sound of clapping came from one side, only to see Chen Mai in his military uniform walking over outside the arena while applauding. Solid fundamentals. Impeccable. But teaching newcomers, I'm still a believer that hands-on experience is the fastest. Chen Mai stood still in front of the duo, and his eyes also showed excitement. A killing angel agent, a human ceiling for a probable future, and he, Chen Mai, would serve as the guide for both of them at the same time, and no one in the entire Great Xia was afraid to have this experience. With some heart-pounding, he licked his lips and said, "Your blade wasn't fast enough today, even more so, it's not ruthless enough. Su-run, give me the knife, you go to this side. Xiang Nan brought you the knife manual, over there is your training. 7 nights, I'll train you." On the sidelines, Wu Shangnan stepped on a large box and waved at Su-run. With books piled out of the box, Su-run's cheeks twitched. He had good eyesight and was tempted to ask the captain whose sword manual was called the Greatly Flying Dagger. Chapter 21 The Unstoppable Awakening Degree. Wu Shangnan told Su-run to open the box and look at it himself. The first thing Su-run saw was a book at the top, and among the many flowery books, only this one was the most unique. The cover of the pure white leather had no patterned floral motifs, only 4 large black letters. Beginner's Knife Technique. Well, that's very vigilante. Thanks a lot. Su-run took the book and sat against the wall, flipping it open and reading it. On the side, Wu Shangnan didn't say anything more. This was the mandatory sword technique of the Night Watch. The Night's Watch's sword techniques are a collection of 100 different styles, although they are only beginners' sword techniques, and as a rule they cannot be taught to trainee Night's Watch members. But the book ran in on its own, and what does it have to do with him? Wu Shangnan, that makes sense. Su-run almost looked at it at the speed of a page a second, and basically read it and knew it immediately. In the back of your mind you are also able to learn by example. There's even energy to care elsewhere. Law of the Blade 12%. This book just went up a bit more after seeing a third of it. It was similar to what he thought. Whether it was fighting against a strong person or reading a book, it belonged to learning. The essence of the law of the blade is that you get stronger by learning. So killing monsters doesn't give much, because killing monsters gives experience value. Law of the Knife 13%. Law of the Knife 14%. The Awakening of the Law's Sword. The 2 abilities, Bone and Heart, gave him an unrivaled talent in the way of the sword. Given enough time, Jesus didn't know how to play with knives as well as he did, and on the field Lin Chia's face is already blue and purple. The captain said to feel with the body is to really He was able to figure out the slash that Su-run had just made at this moment. It was all in exchange for his flesh. Glancing at Su-run who was reading a book on the side, he had no reason to have some sourness in his heart. How dare you get distracted? Snap dash. Another blow to the face. And Su-run at this moment in the hands of the booklet to turn again, is already the last page. Law of the Blade 15%. The feeling of this knowledge flowing into his brain simply overwhelmed him. In a moment's time he only felt that his understanding of the sword had risen a great deal more. He dropped the elementary blade technique he had finished reading in his hand and searched through the piles of books. It's only right that if there's a primary, there should be a secondary. Sure enough, at the bottom of the box he found it. The exact same white leather cover with no flourishes and only one word changed. The intermediate blade technique. It was so conspicuous that he found it without much effort. Su-run glanced at Wu Shangnan and didn't care about him, changed to a comfortable position lying on the pile of books and began to read. Wu Shangnan pushed up his glasses, seemingly focusing his gaze on the two men battling each other. But in reality, they were all on Su-run behind him. He had thought that the elementary blade technique would be enough for him to read today, but he hadn't expected to finish it in a few minutes. Can Ryukyu Akatsuki be that perverted? He was a little unsure up. After all, no one knew what the situation was with the Sword Saint everywhere. Regarding the information about the Sword Saint, everyone had only heard about it, except that he had been in a special squad and had heard a little more. The only thing that could be ascertained was that the Sword Saint was already a human ceiling combatant when he was discovered, and was definitely the strongest in Dasha without a doubt. And at that time, Sword Saint was only a teenager. If he really did learn the beginner's blade technique in a few minutes, then today's events might have to be reported once again. How are we going to explain it to the executives when the time comes? The elementary blade technique is fine. It passes with one eye open. Intermediate knife skills. Wu Shangnan got a bit of a headache. Su-run couldn't care less. His spirit was completely immersed in the book in his hands. One page. He flipped through the pages so quickly that he didn't even bother to pay attention to the progress of the laws of the blade. The exact same white leather cover with no flourishes and only one word changed. Law of the blade 16%. Law of the knife 17%. All he felt at the moment was that there were multiple villains in his head that kept rehearsing their sword techniques. Understanding of the knife is at least more than double what it was before. These villains were more than just practicing the intermediate level sword techniques in their hands. It also spawned so many different moves. This set of sword techniques was originally a sword technique summarized by the Night's Watchman who had incorporated the strengths of 100 schools of thought. Just now, Su-run was able to deduce many different stance variations by citing one. At the moment, however, he could tell that there were some flaws out there, and the little man in his head actually started making a set of moves in a targeted manner. This is the cracked version of this knife technique. If there was a vigilante fighting against Su-run, it would be hard for him to spit out blood. Law of the sword 18%. Law of the knife 19%. Flip it again and read it again. The book in his hand flung itself to the side, once again turning up the pile beneath him. On one side, Wu Shangnan's cheeks twitched. He picked up the two white books and wiped the dust from them with his hand and put them back in his arms. Su-run couldn't find the advanced blade technique even after rummaging through the stacks of books. He looked up at Wu Shangnan. Wu Shangnan turned his face sideways and pushed up his glasses, slightly embarrassed, but without the idea of having to explain. A copy of the intermediate blade technique made it difficult for him to explain to the higher-ups, let alone the advanced level. Moreover, the paper document of the advanced blade technique was only in the Night's Watch headquarters, and to read it anywhere else except in the training camp, one had to fight a request from above. At best, I'll give you an electronic version with a time limit. Su-run probably guessed that this was the bottom line. Well, there's no need to force it. He flipped up another book and read it. This pink book cover looks pretty unique, so I'll see how it goes. Casually picking up a book off to the side. Aben the Swordsman. Aben's science exams didn't do well. After just a few quick pages, his pupils shrunk and he snapped the pages shut violently. It's a bit of a deep book, so I'll have to go back and study it slowly afterward. He put away the Marvelous Knife manual and carefully placed it in the corner to cover it with other books and replaced it with another. The 13 Knives. Well, this comic looks like it's less of a chore to understand. The book could be read much faster than just now, and the turning of pages in his hands never stopped. The panel is still at 19% for Law of the Knife though. Su-run could feel that the laws were still growing, just not as rapidly as just now. He pondered about the style of the blade. Is it fickle, or is it simple and deadly? The villains in his head didn't stop, going from their individual maneuvers earlier to attacking each other. On the field, Lin Chiye was once again knocked to the ground. Chenmai took a look at the gap and glanced at the training situation over here. Wu Shangnan pretended not to notice and pushed the frames of his glasses at him with the two white books. Chenmai froze slightly, a flash of skepticism passing through his eyes as he looked at Lin Chiye, who was about to turn into a pig's head, and spoke. Chiye, take a break. He raised an eyebrow and continued. It's time for the next change. Lin Chiye now returned a sound on the knife to get up. The two came over and did not let Su run distracted. He was completely immersed in the world of books. By the time he finished the book, he realized he was being mobbed. Chapter 22 Night Watchman Nemesis? Red Rumor and Minami had come here at some point. Instead, the 5 people around them were quiet and silent. Why are they all looking at me? Su-run was a little flustered for a moment. Could it be that the marvelous blade spectrum had just been seen? He scanned the pile of books quickly, and they were still as untouched as ever. Su-run breathed a sigh of relief. Rolling his eyes, he reasoned back to his senses. Why am I panicking? I didn't bring these books here. He was getting a little curious about where the books came from and was about to ask the lieutenant where he got them. Chenmai spoke up. Have you finished reading? Aha. Su-run was a bit puzzled. Come with me when you're done. It's your turn. Su-run glanced at Lin Chiye, who had a pig head on one side, and was a bit nervous. That, Captain. I don't think I'm looking good enough. Shenmai didn't pay the slightest attention to Su Run. Bam drew out the two-star blades and pulled him towards the martial arts practicing ground. What's all this yakking about? Get your knife out. There's no messing around with the rules today. If you're not strong enough, you'll get beaten. Last time, Su Run's lightspeed surrender made him hold his breath now. Red Tassel bloated from the side. Ha ha, let's see how he can still wave around when he's beaten to a pig's head. Lin Chie, feeling offended. Si Xiaonan looked at the pile of books on the ground with some skepticism. Blade Runner, The Flying Beaver, The Sentimental Swordsman's Sword, Rainy Night with a Knife. What's all this? She asked suspiciously. Su Run's forbidden ruins are somewhat special, and these will be useful to him. Wu Shangnan did not explain too much. The special nature of the Sword Saint's forbidden ruins had always been a secret in Daxia, and he didn't know much about it. Only to go to the bookstore in the morning with the captain and buy all the books with the word knife in them, according to the legend, and then slip in 2 copies of the Night's Watch knife book. Do these other books have a role to play? Seeing as how Su Run just did, should there be, like, a mouthing off? It's just a normal novel and comic. Nothing special. Does it really work? Si Xiaonan picked up the Rainy Night with Knives of the book next to the book, The Emotionless Knife of the Emotional Knife, and flipped through a few pages. Blue spatial ripples flashed by, and Su Run in the field had already summoned the Yen Demon Blade and prepared for battle. Power. More power. The call in his ears was louder once this knife was in his hand. Quiet. Su Run intentionally shouted towards the knife. Yen Demon Blade's voice trailed off as he whispered, "Power, I need power." Su Run was helpless. The knife was good, but the obsession was too deep. He had to think of a way to do it. Otherwise one has to submerge into a tile-throwing monster sooner or later. He smoothed his hair back and prepared for battle. Come on. Boom dash. Shenmai directly charged forward with his dual swords in hand. Is this the captain's true speed? Lin Chie was shocked. This would be the captain's speed had increased by more than just a star from when he had just fought against him. If the captain had just fought him at this speed, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to last even 1 minute. Go captain, beat the out of him. Today, Mr. Su was going to suffer from the old sin. When Mo was smiling badly. On the side, Wu Shangnan was a bit puzzled. What happened to the title of Mr. Su? The movements of Su Run on the field, however, were not as flustered as the crowd thought. This experience pack from Ghostface King leveled him up quite a bit. Although his spiritual power was still in the Jintian realm, his physical strength was already a different person from the last time they fought. As soon as the two knives collided, Shenmai sensed that the other party was no longer struggling to receive his knife. What a monster! Only a day apart, this kid's power is catching up with all my years of training. With Chen Mai's mentality, he was also greatly surprised. This growth rate was too fast. It was so fast that it gave him a twinkle in his eye as he held his sword up in his right hand and began to utilize his spiritual power. Watch out! Su Run's pupils shrunk. This blade was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and needed to be dealt with at full strength. His sheath and blade forked and interlocked, ready to take a hard hit. Clang! The sparks were accompanied by a sound that set the crowd's teeth on edge. Su Run received this knife. Despite having unloaded the force, his arms still had some soreness. The force exceeded the limit of what he could withstand. No, I can't do it the hard way. The other party's spiritual power exceeds mine by too much. I'd have to be at least level 20 to reach that power in my flesh. After Su Run felt the power, he immediately changed his tactics. The twin swords in his hands no longer attacked and defended each other, but both switched to an attacking strategy. It's all offense and no defense. Su Run's blue-hued pupils stared at Chen Mai's dual swords chopping at him. The opponent's blade technique was stripped of the vigilante's blade technique, and there were quite a few breaks in his eyes. Build on your strengths and avoid your weaknesses, and attack the enemy. The Yen Demon blade sheath stabbed out at a tricky angle, stabbing at Chen Mai's eyes from an unimagined path. If he didn't defend himself with this knife, the sheath was going to stab through his eyes and into his brain. Sure enough, seeing that Chen Mai had given up on this attack, he just swept his right-hand longsword forward to make a defensive attack. Su Run's thin lips curled into a smile, as if he had known this move was coming. He rolled over to avoid the slash by a hair's breadth. The Yen Demon blade in his right hand had long been poised to strike. The offense and defense are different. In a flash of lightning, the crowd on the sidelines had just seen Su Run manage to block a knife, and they all thought that the captain was going to power up and start teaching him a lesson. I didn't expect it to abruptly turn into Su Run starting to counterattack. The captain was a bit frazzled instead. The always calm Wu Shangnan rarely lost his temper a bit. How is this possible? Awesome, Lieutenant. Why does it seem like the captain looks like he's struggling? Red Tassel asked with some incredulity. Wu Shangnan took a deep breath to press his inner excitement. He looked at the 2 volumes of the Vigilante's blade book in his hand, only to feel his throat a little dry, and said with a complex expression, "I'm afraid he's eaten up the Night's Watch's blade." How is this possible? Si Xiaonan exclaimed. understanding better what this represented. Wu Xiangnan didn't explain too much, collected his expression and said seriously, regarding today's training, all people keep it strictly confidential, know that. Yes. The more Su Run chopped with the long knife in his hand, the more excited he became, and all sorts of knife skills were at his fingertips in his hands. Even just watched 13 cuts for life. He all felt able to use it as described in the book. It's just a wonderful feeling. Inspiration is like a fountain that spills out in a steady stream. He's like a lit firecracker now. He can't stop. Those opposing villains in his mind were dwindling, and Su Run had a premonition. The law will soon be awakened to 20%. Chen Mai has a body of strength but nowhere to release it. Every time he wants to attack the other party is always very tricky angle a knife chop, so that he had to defend. This type of fight made it very difficult for him, and his blade skills were by no means considered weak after so many years of being honed in actual combat. He had a new understanding of genius in this battle today. Chapter 23, My Heart Lyrics. The battle shifted after Chen Mai finally got hit once by a knife sheath. Taking on a newcomer with a high realm and being taken advantage of by the newcomer? Old Chen has never lost so much face in his life. He let out an angry cry, no longer deliberately controlling the strength of his spiritual power. The spiritual power belonging to the Chuan realm exploded. A casual slash directly shook Su Run away. The eyes of Lin Qiye on the sidelines erupted with brilliance. What kind of power is this? Not good. The captain is going to come for real. Si Xiaonan immediately reacted and said. Red Tassel's face changed, and he gathered his hands into a trumpet shape and shouted, Captain, this isn't playing a mystery. Don't mess around. To this Chen Mai did not respond, and he gritted his teeth. Mysterious? This kid is more than mysterious. It's a monster. I was looking to simply hit a pig's head, but I didn't realize this would be pressed instead. If I lose this old face will be nowhere to be seen. Without uttering a word, he increased his spiritual power. Both swords were raised and his eyes were serious as if he was taking on a monster. Oh oi, Captain, don't do that. I'm a little scared. Su Run over there was still provoking, and Chen Mai became more serious. He stormed forward with his sword, his speed drawing a trail of shadows behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Su Run was really a bit scared, and in front of him, he could still say that it was a cut and thrust. The captain is going to do it for real. If he scratches his face, how can he eat? As he watched the captain rush forward, he could still see a crack or two. Attack the enemy from the breach. But this time something has changed. The captain actually didn't dodge to defend himself in the slightest, as the twin swords slashed at his neck and stabbed at his heart. You're all offense and no defense. 2. This power. This angle, if he really fights the captain like this, it's hard to say if the captain dies or not. One's head is definitely going to fly. These ING Changsha people are just mean. Since the fight had reached this level, Su Run no longer clung to sword arts. Blue mist emerged under his feet, and in a flash, he arrived behind Chen Mai. The Yin demon sword came out of its sheath and went straight for the back of Chen Mai's neck. Who knew that Chen Mai unforeseen general a knife has already set up in the back? Clang a block. He grinned. I thought you'd keep that one under wraps. Su Run does not respond. What a joke. And then do not use instantaneous transfer, head can be flying. Chen Mai attacked again. Su Run would be in the flash CD and could only harden his arms with his own weak spiritual power. Dang, the two knives collide. Su Run was directly hacked away. No good. Jumping into the air to unload. But there's no way to deal with the next attack. Wu Shangnan frowned. I won't stay my hand. Chen Mai narrowed his eyes, and with a stomp of his feet he once again swiftly rushed towards Su Run. This would seem like Su Run had no other way out. He sheathed his sword in the air and closed his eyes. It was as if the resistance had been abandoned. The villain in his head would be down to the last one, and it was slowly fading away as well. No way. How can training be fought to this extent? Red Koma remembered the conversation between several people last night and rushed straight to the battlefield to save Su Run. Wu Shangnan didn't notice for a moment, and could only yell behind him, come back. Lin Qiye looked at this scene and froze slightly. He was also ready to rush over, but he was stopped by Xiaonan and he looked over in confusion. Don't worry. See, Xiaonan's eyes were firm. Trust them. Chen Mai's blade was getting closer and closer, but Su Run still didn't make any movements. Finally, the mind is empty. It was only as if a faint sound could be heard. The voice was calling out, strength, law of the blade 20%, new skill comprehension, blade intent. A glint of blue light that was as harsh as it could be erupted from his eyes. Sweat stood up in Chen Mai's hands as an extreme danger struck his heart. He intuitively blocked with both swords upright in front of him, his spiritual energy infusing the blades. The Red Raider stopped his forward charge as well. It was impossible to see when Su Run's hand drew his sword, the crowd only saw a dominating blue blade light. Wherever this blade slashed through, space were slashed, revealing black cracks. Void blade realm. This extremely domineering blade, any mortal object in front of it would only be cut in two. Good thing, the Night's Watch's standard star blade was not a mortal object. Otherwise Chiang Mai is afraid to go and team up with old Zhao to lie down on the board today. Blade stopped. Instead, the ground of the training ground was chopped by a hideous wound from the aftermath. Until this moment, Su Run finally realized that his previous development of the Yin Demon Blade was still very rudimentary. This was a magic blade that could cut through space just by virtue of its own sharpness. Look at the panel again. Su Run, level, LV10, ability, law of the blade 20%, knife bone, unconditional mastery of any knife. Blade mind, the beauty of applying it lies in the heart. Blade will, my will is the will of the blade. Without a trace of lag, Su Run could intuitively feel the thoughts of the Yin Demon Blade and was able to make it drive her abilities according to her own intentions. If before it was possible to get the body of the sword, now it was completely the soul of the sword. At this moment, he stepped into the void and didn't move like the ground, which was another use of Yin Demon Blade's basic spatial ability. Flash now has a reduced cooldown of 0.5s and a range of 20 meters. The Sublime Chop can still only be chopped 3 times, now 0.1s is estimated to be able to chop 50 slashes. After comprehending the meaning of the blade, he could slice through the void with every ordinary chop. He used the Yin Demon Blade as long as he wished. Damage surge. Mundane objects had absolutely no room to resist in front of the spatial cuts, and only high-level mystical or spiritual forces could resist. The Yama sword was buzzing. Now Su Run could clearly hear a tender voice shouting, "This is power." Phew, he let out a long breath and laughed. "Captain, new power, is it okay?" There was a long silence. "Well, not bad," Chiang Mai said indifferently. He put away his twin swords and headed out of the practice arena. "Think about what you just gained and get ready for lunch." Wu Shangnan took the twin swords handed by Chiang Mai and stared at Chiang Mai's face in surprise. 7 knights hesitated. "Captain, it seems like your face is bleeding," only to see a minuscule wound on Chiang Mai's face, not to look closely at all to see, such as if no matter, it probably healed right away. Chiang Mai glared, his ears a little red. "What are you looking at? All get ready to come and eat." After saying that, he left the place as if fleeing. Minami looked like she wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. She patted 7 knights, seemingly in pity. "Hey, it looks like I'll have to prepare more injury medicine for you tomorrow." Ha 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 ha. Su Run had already retrieved the Yin Demon Sword. This walked over and looked at Red Tassel and said gently, "Let's go. Go up and take a break for lunch." Red Rouge's cheeks blushed slightly a bit shyly. What's wrong? It's just, Red Ruffian twisted her hands in a manner that made it difficult to speak. Looking at this appearance of Red Tassel, Su Run, a veteran of love affairs for a long time, thumped in his heart. Is it a confession? I, Su Run Jianan Bone, am not a casual person. Your Red Writing sidesteps. There were some bad books in your pile. I rearranged them for you. Su Run turned his head to look over. The pink marvelous knife book hidden underneath was turned over, neatly barricaded with a few others, and you could tell that those were the bad books. He blacked out. The sky is falling, family members. I'm trying my best to get one more chapter in. I've got nothing left. Family, Chapter 24, Blade Saint. In the end, with his professional expression management skills, Su Run forced himself to maintain his persona without crumbling. The books were all found by Wu Shangnan and the captain. What does it have to do with me, Su Run? It was just that his heart dripped a little blood as he watched those sword manuals being taken away. Those are some fine knife recipes. He secretly vowed to find a chance to get it back afterward. And with the spatial ability of the Yin Demon Blade, he still had a few chances. As for the other books, he spent the afternoon verifying them. Whether it was comics or novels or proper swordplay, it worked for him. The Law Awakening is now at 21%. It can still be improved by reading books, just at a very slow rate. Su Run breathed a sigh of relief. If he said that he had to fight against each other in order to improve, he really didn't know where to find a better opponent. Old Chen looked like he had squeezed to the limit, giving him 2 breakthroughs that were quite okay. It was a pity that Wu Shangnan was injured and couldn't lift his sword right now, or else he would definitely have no problem being an opponent. See, Xianan's true strength has climbed, but there's no way she'll be able to spar with herself for various reasons. Others, it's all snack level. It looks like my next law improvement is to read books and try to improve as much as I can in this month. Wait a month and there's no fear of running out of opponents in boot camp. As for leveling, well, you have to kill monsters. This was a huge headache. As far as he knew, there weren't that many mysteries in the early stages. There's quite a bit of Shangjing, but there's a special balance there, and it's not like you can kill indiscriminately. There's quite a bit of mystery in the mists, so there's no worry at all about not having monsters to kill. Why don't we sneak off into the mists to find a memorial group at some point? Su Run had a bold idea. He pondered. At this time of year, Memorial should be plotting to screw up there in the Egyptian circle. Raider, 2 minutes to eat through the basic blade technique? Shangjing, the conference room of the vigilantes' headquarters. Heated arguments made the place like a food market. Many bigwigs can't believe their ears. So thick a book, just turn the page will take 2 minutes, right? It's not like the bigwigs haven't seen geniuses over the years, and there are quite a few among them who were once geniuses, but today's debriefing is really a bit unbelievable. On the desktop projection, Chiang Mai's report didn't end. He watched the bigwigs lose their minds and felt a small sense of comfort in his heart. It's not that I'm too much of a rookie, it's that kid who's too much of a monster. I thought my old Chen was a genius back in the day. Ahem. He slightly attracted some attention from the crowd and once again threw out a heavy bomb. There's also the intermediate blade technique, which was eaten up in 3 minutes. Put. Zhuoqing on the second chair spewed out all the water he had just drunk. This can't be right. No one can do this. If this is true, I'm upside down mouth begging. There was a sudden silence in the conference room. Someone looked playfully at the leader of the Night's Watch who was just about to speak. Speak up, old Wang. Why don't you continue? Cough. Commander-in-Chief Yifan signaled for silence as he looked at Chiang Mai on the center projection. Old Chen, can you guarantee the authenticity of this report? I personally verified that indeed the blade techniques are all eaten up and even cracked. Chiang Mai remembered the wretchedness of the morning's training and his old face flushed. With some hesitation, he added again. And it seems like you can actually learn swordplay from the manga. That 13 Blades of Life snatching, he did use it out. In the afternoon I saw that he had also been reading novels and comics, and it looked like he was comprehending something in them. That's my personal judgment. Da. Yifan tapped his fingers on the metal desktop one at a time, pondering. We should get him to Shangjing headquarters immediately. No, it's against the rules. Every newcomer to the Night's Watch must go to training camp. Rules? Rules are decided by people. Did Sword Saint go to the training camp that year? You tell me, has Sword Saint been to the training camp that year? Answer me. So let me ask you. A stone in the conference room stirred up 1,000 waves, and the top management argued again about where Su Run was going. These big men with power in their hands argued. There was a high probability that the Night's Watch would produce a Blade Saint in the future, which meant too much to the entire Xia, and they had to discuss it seriously. Chiang Mai looked at the appearance of the leaders. His heart secretly celebrated. His identity as a leader is considered to be ceded. As for the rest, let the leaders have their headaches. Bang bang dash. Yevon tapped the desktop with slightly more force. The crowd went quiet. Zhuoqing, tell us what you think. Put. Zhuoqing, who was watching the theater, just drank the water and sprayed it out again. He scrambled to put down the stainless steel thermos in his hand, straightened up his appearance, sat upright in a stern manner, and said seriously, I think that this has a great deal to do with it. A Sword Saint level of combat power means far more to the Night's Watch than a special squad. We must set up a targeted training program, and if necessary, ask the Sword Saint to teach. After all, swords don't discriminate. A load of meaningful crap. Yifan also had a big headache. This kind of thing the crowd did not know much about, and really could not give too good advice for a while. He rubbed his wrinkled brow with his index finger and solemnly said, I will personally arrange to speak on the Sword Saint's side. Regarding Su Run, we must make a complete plan before the start of the boot camp. I'm here to clearly tell you that, using the Sword Saint as a comparison, his growth rate will far exceed everyone's imagination. The plan we're going to do is, within 3 years, train Su Run to reach human ceiling battle power. Tentative draft program name, Blade Saint. Confidentiality level, top secret. Putting aside your past stereotypes, all of you have until 0 hour tonight to turn in a proposal. Zhuoqing, you pay 3 copies. Zhuoqing, huh? Yifan, 00. Yes, under the Commander-in-Chief's authority. Zhuoqing was very submissive. Everyone adjourn, Zhuoqing stays behind. The vigil is very efficient. Yifan said the meeting was adjourned, and everyone quickly left. Chiang Mai also hurriedly went offline and disappeared, not for fear of getting into trouble, but mainly because the Vigilante is an organization that is concerned with efficiency. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Zhuoqing looked at Yifan, who didn't speak. Some of his scalp was numb and stood up to ask, that, Commander Yi, there's no rush. Yifan was amiable like an elder. Come sit down and speak slowly. He rather enthusiastically poured a cup of tea for Zhuoqing and said with a smile, there is a specialized and special task to give you by keeping you down. Zhuoqing immediately stood up and saluted. Don't worry, Commander Yi. Guarantee to complete the mission. Ugh, I haven't said anything about the mission yet. Yifan pulled him back to sit on the chair. Look at you. There's no hurry to say it. Come on, sit down and say it. Zhuoqing was practically fidgeting. It's a well-known fact. When a leader is suddenly enthusiastic about you, odds are it's not a good thing. He asked stiffly and cautiously, so the mission is, you go to the Sword Saint and say you'll introduce him to a disciple to see if he wants it. Zhuoqing, huh? Yifan didn't say anything, just looked at him. 00. Yes, Zhuoqing was momentarily sad. Chapter 25, The Blade Runner. Su Run also has a problem now. He's progressing too fast. Law of the Blade, 3 abilities are currently unlocked. Knife Bone, unconditional mastery of any knife. Knife Bone, first and foremost, his intuitive use of weapons has turned him from a white boy who has never held a knife into a genius of knife fighting. But compared to its fundamental ability, this ability is as good as a gift. Unconditional mastery of any knife. That's where this ability is really strong. Let him ignore the weapon restrictions and take the Hades Blade, which theoretically can only be used by the Spartan bloodline. The real centerpiece of this ability is authority. Blade Mind, the beauty of applying it lies in the heart. The ability brought about by Blade Heart made him a genius that didn't even exist in theory in one fell swoop. A book of swordsmanship that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to practice can be learned and disassembled in his hands in just a few minutes. It can also materialize actual moves from the imaginary moves of novels and manga. It's like someone watching Porky Pig and inventing the super lollipop. Su-Run originally had a hard time understanding it, but he just could do it, as instinctively as breathing. It's even starting to wonder, why can't someone else do this? Maybe this is the world of no rules and laws. After a full day of reading, he came to some realization. The true core of this ability should be law. Nab all the sword techniques in your heart and pour out your own method. Blade Will. My will is the will of the blade. This ability had just been comprehended, and Su-Run felt its effect very intuitively. That's Yama's mouth finally closed. Before, whenever he used this blade, a childish voice shouted power in his ear all day long. Can't get it to close. And now, he directly drew out his Yin Demon Blade, and there was not a single movement in the peace and quiet of his ears. Before, I could only say that I could use the blade, but now I can count myself as the true owner. His long fingers flicked the blade with great satisfaction. Why don't you say anything? Is it because you don't like to talk? Ha! Concealing the knife. At this moment, Su-Run, with both hands empty, stepped forward from the villa balcony of the Red Tassel's house. Surprisingly, it stands directly in the sky. It's possible to manipulate space without holding a sword. Su-Run muttered. If one holds the sword, the spatial manipulation ability is estimated to have doubled. This ability is extremely simple, and as extremely overbearing as his introduction. My will is the will of the sword. Who cares about this and that about the soul of your sword? I'll just become the master. Overclocking harnesses all the power of the knife. So at the heart of this ability, could it be force? Su-Run couldn't figure it out for the moment. Too much power has been gained in the last few days to not get a little lost. But regardless, the power cap for this ability is directly related to the blade itself. If it was a mortal sword, blade intent, even if it overclocked the sword by 1000%, would at best improve the sharpness. But if it was a transcendent blade, it would mean something different. The Bailey family has quite a few transcendent blades, so when the time comes, go and rob a wave of them? Su-Run secretly thought. There's also the Tokyo Human Circle. Those Benizu blades were crafted by the gods. They're not simple either. He schemed, on the Bailey family's side. He had to at least reach the ceiling's combat power himself to be able to do so. What was the name of the Bailey family head? Forget it, doesn't matter. By then the Bailey family head will be dead and won't have a problem with it. Neither will Chubby Bailey and Mrs. Bailey. Don't think there will be any comments. It's just too long and the plot hasn't even started yet. It's still a better strategy for the Tokyo Manosphere side. There's just one ceiling combatant over there, and it can still be snubbed to your side. Consider going ahead and exploring. There's a divine origin waiting to be taken there, to say the least. Boost yourself up to Klein and you'll be able to crush it. Be careful not to touch anything else related to Takatenkara for a while. The safety margin is pretty high. I don't know how Wookiee feels in my hands either. If only there were more knives. I'm afraid I could handle any situation. He frowned again as he thought this, shaking his head. He thought the thought process was wrong. If that's all there is to it, then what's the point of calling yourself a sword god? Just a guy who can use a sword. That's true about having more and stronger weapons, but it shouldn't be the weapons that matter. Under the night, Su-Run looked out at the sky. The twinkling stars, no matter how hard they try to shine, are like fireflies in front of the moon. A thought surged from his mind and he blurted out, the core should be myself. That's right. Su-Run's figure flickered, standing between heaven and earth, looking at the hazy night and dark earth meeting in the distance, the bright moon illuminating the distance behind him. What I should do is the infinite universe. The stars, or the moon, are just embellishments, to attribute a host of greatness to myself, to break all laws with a single blade. This is the strongest path I will take. Once this thought came out, I only felt that the sky was wide in my heart, and my thoughts were no longer hindered. Any one of the abilities he had mastered in these few short days would have taken others a lifetime to delve into. The power came so quickly that there was a sense of floating. Suddenly obtaining such a powerful force made him happy and at the same time a bit confused about the future. Is this really my power? If this panel is suddenly gone someday, then will I be mortal again? There was an inexplicable feeling of dread that stayed with him and became more and more pronounced. After thinking about it today, he had some idea of the power. There's also a vague notion of where to go with the power-ups. Even though the panel didn't show the next ability, he vaguely felt it in his mind at the moment. He reasoned to himself, the master of the body is the mind, the heart is the mind, and the mind is the object. The next step in the law of the blade shall be the creation of things. Ding dash. There was movement in the panel at this statement. Su Run, level, LV10. Ability, law of the blade 21%. Knife bone, unconditional mastery of any knife. Blade mind, the beauty of applying it lies in the heart. Blade will, my will is the will of the blade. Blade. The laws hadn't even awakened to 30% and the name of the next power came out. Su Run's heart was as stable as water at the moment, and the boulder weighing on his heart had dissipated. It's not the panel that gives me power. It's my power that shapes the panel. He was incomparably sure at this moment. This, law of the blade, was his own power. It was just presented to him in a way that was more suitable for his understanding. June. The monarch? How could the monarch have anything to do with creation? After half a day's thought, he was still rather fuzzy, so he just stopped thinking about it. Perhaps the power will be more interesting than I thought. The August night was still very hot, and there was a wind blowing through the air, taking away the little sweat stains on Su Run's body. He stretched, and a blue light flashed in his hand, giving him an extra long knife. It is the Yen demon blade that comes when called. Su Run lifted the band with a thought. It's time to come and see your true colors as a sword spirit. Chapter 26, Another Storm. Su Run slowly pulled out the Yen demon sword. His spirit entered another world, where there were no buildings and a deep void of space surrounded him. Only the large red moon above his head was able to determine a direction without completely losing his sense of direction. This was the world of the Yen demon blade, and if one entered rashly without being recognized, one might not even be able to stand. It will only be an endless descent into this deep void. With his mastery of blade intent, Su Run brought about complete mastery of the spatial ability of the blade. His face was stoic as he walked through the quiet nothingness. In bitter sorrow I curse my star, which made my love so sublime, and I, so low. He chanted inexplicable poetry, trying to elicit some movement. Looking around at the still dead silence, his mind pondered, the words couldn't be lured out either, and the odds were that the spirit of the blade wasn't Virgil. With a slight pause in his features, he spoke calmly, still not showing up? Want to discuss the difference between a king and a mount with me? The surroundings were still dead silent, and the red moon overhead was as it had just been. It seemed that this blade spirit was a dead arrogant, he judged in his mind. Thinking slightly, Su Run raised his sword brows and spoke. Want power? A hint of blue light was added to the red moon above his head, and it condensed into a small silhouette. Fixed eyes, a child with white hair and blue pupils slowly fell down from the moon. With a handsome appearance, slender figure, wearing a red bathrobe, and long hair reaching the back of the hip, Su Run was inexplicably relieved in his heart. It was born, a 9-year-old. This childlike blade soul descended in front of Su Run, tilted his head and stared at Su Run with a pair of cool blue eyes, and his childish voice spoke, power. His face warmed up a bit and he asked gently, are you a boy or a girl? The childlike blade spirit cocked his Headingley's head and opened his eyes wide as if he didn't understand. Su Run is a little scratchy. Ghostbusters is a Western background. Do you want to speak English? Boy or girl? No reaction. June's name? No reaction. Power? Tile throwing. There's a reaction this time. 5 minutes later, Su Run sighed with his hand on his forehead. This sword spirit could not speak at all. It's 4 words, I need more power, and 7 words, I want more power, because he didn't dare to assume its gender. Su Run examined it, and the results were surprising. Not male or female, no gender. Let's tentatively name him. He glanced at the sole of the blade in the crook of his arm, riding his little arm and nuzzling his neck, and there was a hint of imperceptible delight in his big, cool blue eyes. This should qualify as a child, right? After all, it was only a few days old. At first, he thought that blade and soul didn't come out to break heads with him for a bit. What a bit of a mistake to blame him for. It was probably a temper tantrum over the previous ban, which only took a moment to get close. It's like a child bringing up children. Su Run said he was old at it. Su Run's gaze was warm as he softly said, from today onwards, your name is Yen Demon. Tile throwing? Aha, not right oh. Come read after me. Yen, Imo, he taught gently yet firmly, pointing at the spirit of the blade. Yen, touch, touch, touch the throwing tile. Su Run lifted Yen Demon high and praised him aloud. That's smart. Read it again. Yen, Demon. Yen, Devil. It only took 2 teachings to get it. Very smart. The language should be picked up very quickly I guess. Awesome. Su Run threw Yen Demon gently up and caught it again. This child's weight seemed to also yen demon blade, giving him the feeling that, very handy while it lasts. Yen demon. Yen demon. The somewhat English and somewhat beautiful child in his arms giggled as he said his name. Su-run played around with Yen demon for a while and put him down. The purpose of tonight had been achieved. It was time to go back. He could come and go as he pleased in this space, and he could return to his body with a thought. As he closed his eyes and his figure faded away, he didn't notice that the blue light in this space brightened up abnormally. The blue moon above his head slowly emerged. A thing fell, fused on top of Su-run's right hand that had just held Yen demon. After all this, Su-run completely left this piece of space, and Yen demon's delicate little face showed a hint of fatigue. Ta returned to the blue moon and faded away. Su-run opened his eyes. Tonight's harvest was very big, sorting out the future direction. It helped him not get lost while his power skyrocketed. Next, just read the book to raise your awakening level, and when your awakening level reaches 30 you'll be able to have a new ability, Blade Master. Returning to the Red Tassel family villa, he looked at Lin Chie, who was still pondering with a knife in the yard, and sighed. They're all working so hard, I can't be lazy either. A wave of sleepiness came over him and he yawned lazily. You've worked hard today, get some rest and refuel for tomorrow. Sannan City, on top of a tall building. Wu Shangnan rubbed his sore eyes and looked at the trembling young girl in front of him. Mysterious attacks on humans aren't rare, but they aren't too many either, so how come they can't stop lately? You mean, your best friend panicked and looked for you at the end of school today, then suddenly said it was okay and told you to get out of there. You think something weird is happening around you again? Jiang Qian, who had her legs curled up on the couch, nodded and spoke in a shaky voice. That friend of mine is a residential student, and she was distracted in class this morning. She suddenly found me at night when school was over, and I've seen that horrible look on her face. Jiang Qian clutched the blanket on her body and choked. That has definitely encountered something incomparably horrible. Emotions completely out of control. She hugged her head and cried as if she were back to that frightening night a few days ago. The expression on her face that day was just like her classmates today. Seeing this, Wu Shangnan did not bother her. It's more than normal for ordinary humans to have an emotional breakdown when it comes to something like this. It's rare for this girl to be able to refrain from showing any emotion after guessing what happened, and to think of the person who contacted them in the first place, and to hold back her tears until now. The day before yesterday she had been asked to join the Night's Watch, saying that there was still consideration, but now she wondered what she had thought about it. With this in mind, Wu Shangnan poured a cup of warm tea for her. Thanks. Jiang Qian finished venting her emotions and held her teacup. Her unpowdered face had a sense of delicate brokenness. This kind girl, who, as she had done that night, the first thing she thought of when she herself was rescued was the others who were still in the abyss. Please save my friend. She must be in danger now. Please. Wu Shangnan frowned. All of this intelligence was too subjective to determine if it was a mysterious attack. Just a moment, I'll report back on my end. He came inside the office next to him, where Chen Mai was over here sharpening his sword. Seeing Wu Shangnan come in, he directly ordered, "Take action, have everyone gather. There is a need for everyone." Chen Mai directly interrupted it. Do you think it was caused by mystery? I think it's possible, but, yes, or no? Wu Shangnan paused for a moment and spoke the intuition in his heart. Yes, that's enough. Shannon, trust your instincts. The girl tries to be stowed in the ranks as much as possible, and should be a good candidate for a civilian position. Chapter 27, The Snake Demon. The entrance to the second middle school. Lin Chie looked at the school gate that he hadn't seen for just a day inside. It's back again. Red Tassel pulled them all together when he was notified. Lin Chie was okay with practicing his sword right outside the villa. Su-run was lying on his side under the covers playing with his cell phone when Manami's face quietly appeared next to him. Just silently played with him on his cell phone for a minute. I almost drew my sword, do you know that? The corners of Si Shonan's mouth curled up only in amusement. But with the next sentence, Suluan would change her mind. If you get hurt by me, then how heartbroken would I have to be, you know? Si Shonan's cheeks instantly reddened and hurriedly blocked his mouth. You, don't say such ambiguous words. Okay, meh, illiterate chick, lost in 3 or 2. Stop arguing, see the captain and the others. Red Tassel interrupted the dispute between these two. Chen Mai was at the fence on the side of the school at this time, and there were other team members next to him. Jiang Qian was also among them. Wu Shangnan greeted. Coming. I just gave you a general explanation inside the phone. This mission will be based on survey, and if it is proven to be mysteriously caused, execution on the spot without causing a riot. Shen Mai gave the order. Red Tassel, Xiao Nan, you two take Su-run and Jiang Qian with you to go to the girls' dormitory to survey the situation. Su-run, your ability is flexible. Protect Jiang Qian. Lang Xian, occupy the high ground and observe the randomization. Praying Ink. 7 nights, you two go to the surveillance room and check for anomalies. Shonan does information support. I'll guard the gate. Action. The crowd responded with a straight face, and Wu Shangnan entered the black van and took out the unguarded airspace signboard and handed it over to Chen Mai, then returned to the car and turned on various devices to do information support. Red Tassel, Minami and the others went straight over the fence. I don't know how to climb over the wall. Jiang Qian was a bit overwhelmed. It's okay, I will take you. Su Run looked at this ponytailed girl and narrowed his eyes to reveal a gentle smile. Hello again, Jiang Qian. Remembering that they actually mistook him for a god the first time they met, the ponytailed girl's pale cheeks eased a little, her lifted heart relaxing slightly. Taking the liberty, Su Run said, and without waiting for the young girl's response he put his hand on her shoulder. The young girl only felt a blur before her eyes and then she came to the school grounds. This is amazing. Feeling this power for the second time, it still felt very incredible. Hong Ying looked at Jiang Qian's unloosened hand on her shoulder and whispered, "No time to talk about that. Which room is your friend's dormitory in? I'll lead the way." At this time, remembering that her friend could still be in danger, Jiang Qian was a bit anxious. Su Run detected a spatial fluctuation coming from him, and the moon above his head turned red. Wu Shangnan's voice came from the headset. Unrestricted airspace is set up. Lang Xian, Roger, heading to the high ground. ETA 2 minutes. No discrepancies. Red Tassel, heading to the girls' dormitory. No sign of anything unusual at this time. Chen Mai, proceed with caution and report back every 3 minutes. Su Run was in a position not too far away from Jiang Qian in order to protect her safety in unexpected situations. In fact, nowadays after comprehending the blade intent, as long as he was within 20 meters of the surrounding area he could react to it, which was a great distance. On one side, Si Xiaonan asked Su Run with a bad smile, "Your candy super sweet, baby has insomnia, is it okay for you to come out on a mission like this?" In front of them, Red Tassel and Jiang Qian didn't look like they were turning back. In reality, both ears were perked up high, so it was true that girls were gossipy. Su Run face does not change color, Smile Science like said, insomnia is false, in fact, the meaning is to want people to accompany. One of the better things about mature women is that they know a little more about proportion, so it doesn't matter. Si Xiaonan had some itchy teeth. Why is this guy so thick-skinned? Without waiting for him to say anything back, Red Riding squared his shoulders and told the crowd to stop. Pointing to the woods next to her, she heard movement. Red Ruffian signaled for the crowd to stop and be on guard as she went up to scout the area. Su Run stopped in place, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of danger. This time, he knew very well that Liu Fei's original body, Nandu Snake Demon, had caused this. According to the original plot, it was triggered half a month later. But under the butterfly effect of saving Jiang Qian, the snake demon revealed itself in the past few days. Su Run was wondering whether to eat this experience pack or not. If he killed the Nandu snake demon himself, he could have a small wave of experience, but Lin Chiye had also permanently lost his great steward. Su Run was a little worried that the storm stirred up by the butterflies would get bigger and bigger. In the midst of his thoughts, Red Tassel had already approached the woods, borrowing the light of the red moon above him. She saw it. A girl tilted her head back to the sky, a snake's tail exposed from where her mouth had been. The monster was burrowing into her through her mouth. "Help!" Red Tassel bellowed. With an arrow step, he rushed forward, his spiritual power wrapping around his palm. She was going to claw the creature out with her bare hands. Su Run slowly leaned over with Jiang Qian. He only needed to protect Jiang Qian and let Li Fei reveal his prototype when he showed his face. What kind of monster is this? It's disgusting. Red Tassel pinched the long snake she had just pulled out hard from the young girl's mouth and took a picture and sent it to Xiangnan Wu. The snake was at least 2 meters long, and even with Red Tassel's size he couldn't quite get it in the air, slime dripping down the top of the snake's body, and the snake's neck was being held down hard by Red Tassel with a box. This thing cuts for fear of dirtying the knife. Su Run invoked his spatial ability and instantly moved the snake brain out of the snake head alone. This young snake Marigold Realm is not even there, and this operation comes down without a single hindrance. Looking at the dead snake whose muscle instincts were still twisting, Su Run looked to the side of Xiao Nan who was rescuing him. "Well, can you save it?" "Yes." Minami nodded with a grave expression on her face. Luckily it was found in time, not many of her internal organs were damaged and she was still able to be saved. Wu Shangnan's voice came from the headset. "It will take a while for the rescue team to arrive. Xiaonan, you take care of the injured where you are first. Hong Ying and Su Run will continue with the mission." Red Tassel took half a red brick next to him and put it on the snake's head just to be on the safe side, and barred his foot through the brick to crush it. Minami warned, "This time the monster may have the ability to parasitize, so you guys be careful of the people you run into." Su Run didn't say anything, just nodded. Jiang Qian's small face was filled with worry. On the other hand, Lin Xie and Wen Jiamo arrived at the corridor in front of the door of the monitoring room, and from afar, they saw that there was actually a mysterious silhouette waving at them. When the two approached cautiously, Lin Xie was surprised. "Li Yifei, what are you doing here?" Li Yi flew forward, with a trace of panic on his face. "Hush, keep your voices down, you guys quickly come in, I will show you something." Lin Xie and Wen Qima exchanged glances. His mortal dust divine domain didn't detect any other dangers. Lin Xie walked forward and said in a deep voice, "This place is very dangerous right now, do you know that?" Wen Qima entered the doorway and left it ajar, standing right next to it. Chapter 28, Anger from the Heart. Li Yifei lowered his voice and said shakily, "There are monsters in 7 nights, there are monsters." By the door of the room, Wen Qimo imperceptibly nodded to Lin Xie and opened the public channel without moving. "I was walking a little late tonight and saw old Li from the monitoring room sneaking around with a girl from our class. In a moment of curiosity, I sneaked up behind them. I had thought it was old Li who had caught her in something and threatened him. Get to the point." Good. Good, get to the point." Li Yifei's face was pale, his palms were sweating, and the corner of his coat was clenched and loosened by him. "I saw old Li and Xiao Nai go to the utility room, and I saw from the small window above that the two of them were." As if he had thought of something extremely terrifying, his pupils trembled, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth and continued. "They're, like, eating people." The people of Team 136 all listened to the voices coming from their headsets with a lingering look on their faces. Seeing that Lin Xie didn't say anything, Li Yifei continued, "I was so scared that my entire body went soft and I picked myself up and fell off the windowsill. I faintly heard the creaking of a door opening, and fearing that I might be discovered by these two horrible monsters, I ran as fast as I could, my ears full of buzzing and wind. By the time I ran to the front of the school, I saw several people staring at me from the doorway. Some of them I recognized, some I didn't, and all of them had the same look on their faces. Staring at me coldly, like a snake staring at a frog. Then, I didn't dare to go forward, so I hid in the school until now. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come today." Li Yifei finished as if his bones had been drained away and fell to his knees, hugging Lin Xie's leg and trembling. Lin Xie looked frosty and patted his shoulder to comfort him. "It's fine, we're here. Did you find those monsters there?" I saw that a lot of them went over to the boys' dormitory at night." Li Yifei said with a trembling voice, and in the shadows, it was impossible to see his complexion. On this side, Su Run listened to the voice coming from his headset and narrowed his eyes. What the hell is this snake demon up to? Despite knowing the plot and being able to decapitate this snake demon, he couldn't decide right now. "I'm worried about ruining the main character's growth line as a result." This cowering feeling made him feel very stifled. Or maybe it's better to develop alone afterward. Lin Xie is supposed to be the main character. Being with him and not wanting to rob him of his chances would only make it impossible for me to spread my wings. He let out a breath and pondered in his mind. A few people have Zhang Qian pointed out the direction. The full force of the case, this is already to the girls' dormitory downstairs. This would be the headset in which Li Yifei had finished speaking. Captain Chen Mai issued a new command, 7 nights, you and your classmates stay in the monitoring room to ensure the view. Praying ink, red tassel, go to the boys' dormitory and explore the situation. Su Run, your ability is flexible, go scout the situation of the girls' dormitory and evacuate at the first sign of danger, understand? Roger that. 1. Captain, I know the school better, I'll go to the boys' dormitory. Lin Xie shouted into his headset. No need, follow orders. Beside him, the pale Li Yifei also panicked, 7 nights, I'm with you, don't leave me behind. Lin Xie made a stop. After listening to what Li Yifei had just told him, Lin Xie's heart darkened with anger. During the time when his eyes were blind, many students in the school took good care of him, and he only hated to go and chop up these harmful people with his own hands. The light of surveillance reflected in his black pupils like the moon in a pool. Under the moon. Su Run's face was a bit playful at this moment. He probably knew what this snake demon was thinking. It was inevitable that it would be exposed today, throwing out a few small monsters for the vigil to kill, taking the opportunity to clear its name, and maybe even trying to join the vigil while it was at it. Or perhaps, is he trying to eat Lin Xie alone? The intent was all too obvious to him with God's perspective on. By this time Red Riding was ready to head to the boys' dormitory. She looked at Su Run with some concern. This was the first time he had followed him on a mission. She was a little put out. Red Sakura came up and tapped him on the shoulder, reminding him, from the intel we just got, this monster has the ability to mimic. Sister is leaving, you protect yourself, okay? After saying that, he didn't move and glanced at Zhang Qian. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Su Run was slightly touched in his heart and nodded. Little red tassel, don't worry, I have my measure. Hearing the 3 words little red tassel didn't say much and showed her teeth at him, making a threatening gesture and leaving. Su Run rubbed his brow and thought. If the snake demon is trying to clear his name, should he let it go first today? If he wanted to eat Lin Xie, it would probably be suicidal. In the original he was taken out by Lin Xie under the Starry Night Dancer enchantment. And now, Su Run looked up at the red moon on the sky of the dormitory. It's also night. He pressed his heart and asked Zhang Qian to take himself to the girls' dormitory. Today's first task is to rescue Zhang Qian's classmates. No matter what, go and take a look first. This is it, dormitory 304. The smell of moldy siding came from some of the dark hallways, and judging by the terrazzo floors, the building must be some years old. Zhang Qian stood by the door and didn't dare to go forward. In front of her was the dormitory. To make it easier for the dormitory manager to check on the dormitory, the windows of the dormitory were usually uncovered, so that one could see inside at a glance, but now they were covered with a layer of notebook paper. Horizontal and vertical and diagonal, striped plaids and English plaids, the boredom of looking at people. Su Run shielded the ponytailed girl behind him and gently pushed open the door. A rush of fishy-smelling air rushed into his nostrils and he fixed his eyes to see 3 human skins hanging above the balcony. Don't look! But the ponytailed girl behind her had seen it the moment she opened the door. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she held her hands over her mouth in a death grip, making muffled noises to keep her panic from jumping out of her throat. The back-to-back encounters these days had left the ponytailed girl extremely insecure and at the same time much more mature. Su Run was silent as he watched the hellishly painted scene, the shadows covering his eyes so that it was impossible to see what he was thinking now. It was also the first time in his long life that he had seen such a bloody scene. Some people would feel like vomiting when they saw a dead person for the first time, and some people would feel excited. And Su Run only felt that this scene was like a black sledgehammer, striking his rolling heart, and there were countless sparks flying up that were flooded with anger. I didn't feel much when I read the Chopper novels before. Now naked, we see our own kind being brutalized. The Yen demon's sword in his hand was unconsciously already in his hand. If we let that snake demon go today, I don't know how many more girls will be victimized in just a few days behind us. If you're afraid of everything now, will you have to retreat again and again in the future as well? If we don't behead the demons today, how will we behead the gods in the future? Some of the thoughts that Su Run had been hesitating about before were now abruptly constricted by a murderous heart. Zhang Qian. Ha? Looking at the teenager in front of her, she subconsciously said back. The surveillance room, where is it? The ponytailed girl looked away, and in the darkness, the handsome boy with half of his face turned sideways was covered in frost. There were blue flames in his eyes. Spray to be released. Thanks for the reward from 1,000 miles of sunset remnants. Many thanks for your support. Chapter 29 Su Run, I'm too lazy to listen. On this side of the monitoring room, the lights were not turned on because they were afraid that the monster would notice the movement. In the darkness, Liu Fei stood behind Lin Xie without uttering a word. His eyes shifted non-stop, his fists clenched and unclenched, as if he was making some very difficult decision. Lin Xie stared at the surveillance screen and watched, his eyes blinking very little. From the black and white surveillance footage, he saw the crowd running towards the men's dormitory, while Su Run couldn't be seen after he took Zhang Qian into the girls' dormitory. After a while, he blinked his eyes for a moment, not knowing what to do. What about this? For so many years, Lin Xie has always been without vision-only sensation. The computer this thing has never touched. It's only been 2 days since I got my eyesight back. I haven't had a chance to learn yet. Behind him, Liu Fei let out a long breath, his eyes firming up. He raised his hands slowly, reaching out to Lin Xie in front of him. Snap! The lock on the men's dormitory door was broken alive by a pair of jade hands. Seeing this scene from behind, Wen Qima laughed dryly. Hong Ying, whoever marries you in the future will be truly blessed. The school wasn't big, and the 3 quickly converged at a full run. At the head of the group was none other than a young girl with a high ponytail like a flame. Cut the crap and get ready to fight. Su Run said that someone has already been killed over at the women's dormitory. Let's hurry up. The condition of the men's dormitory is not as good as the women's dormitory, but the floor is unexpectedly clean. August night. There is no air conditioning in the dormitory quarters. Leaders are planning to wait until this class graduates to install it. Several people were separated to test different floors. Wen Jimo's side went straight up to the 3rd floor. He lowered his footsteps and peered in through the window glass. A faint light shone into his vision. What time is it to go to bed? It was a teenager who was secretly playing with his cell phone. Scared by this low roar of his cell phone fell to the ground. He picked it up in a panic and put it under his pillow. His eyes did not dare to open his sleep. After doing this, when Shima hemmed and hawed, feeling amused. Behind him, however, stood at some point an older man in a defense uniform, his head cracked open like a flower petal, revealing the hideous blood and teeth inside. Under the red moon, the scene seemed like a scene from a horror movie. A brightly colored blade flashed. Put! The sound of a blade entering flesh came as the creature's head was chopped off just as it opened its mouth. Didn't anyone teach you not to show your shadow when you sneak up? When Shima, who was still heckling in the last moment, had a serious expression on his face at this moment. This blade was extremely fast and had a few shades of Su-run's blade. He pressed the headset to talk and said, "Target sighted on the 3rd floor. 3rd floor spotted. Blanche." During the call, a claw protruded from the inside of the window. This claw came suddenly, and when Shima barely dodged it with a donkey roll. Snap! The headphones fell to the floor. The entire 3rd floor seemed to suddenly come to life with the sound of creaking doors opening. The dormitories on both sides of the aisle were scattered with silhouettes, blocking when Shima in the center. It's a trap. Inside the surveillance room. 7 nights, I'll do it. Li Yifei took the initiative to ride on his shoulder, feeling unable to look away. Lin Chia let out a sigh of relief. Help me look over at the female dormitory. No problem, it's not hard to maneuver this. Look at this toggle button in the lower right corner to switch the camera feed over there. Jiang Qian's side seems to have left. Your teammates are starting to enter the men's dormitory. Li Yifei was out of fear. This would be a bit exciting. Lin Chia lamented, "Thanks a lot, it's fortunate to have you." "You're welcome, we're buddies." "Why are your hands so sweaty?" Lin Chia looked at the wet handprint on his shoulder, and a smell that seemed like fish made him frown slightly. Li Yifei did not care to say, the weather was too hot, and I was afraid. You really do not know how scary it was. I was pissing. It's pretty scary. Lin Chia perfunctorily said. It's a good thing you're here, otherwise next year you're afraid you'll have to offer incense to buddy me. Li Yifei lamented, that said, can you give your captain another go at it? I really want to join the vigilantes. Lin Chia seemed a bit surprised. Li Yifei paused for a moment and continued, wasn't I rejected last time? I really didn't play well that time. I have thought for a long time, our ordinary people are really too powerless to face this kind of thing. I, Li Yifei, am also considered a bit of strength. Give me another chance, I'm sure I can pass. Li Yifei would have slowed down this time, and began to talk in a chatty manner. Chirp or peep of small birds. The door to the surveillance room pushed open. The duo followed the sound as an upright silhouette in the darkness pushed open the door, its ghostly blue eyes revealing a chill. He pushed the door open and stepped forward into it, snapping on the light switch in the guardroom at hand. It was none other than Su-run who was holding the Yin demon sword. I didn't want to scare Jiang Qian with what happened next, so I arranged for her to be outside the door. Brother Su-run. Lin Chia looked at Su-run, who had a blue glow in his eyes, and seemed to understand something. Su-run nodded at him and took a few steps forward to get closer. This student is Li Yifei, right? Su-run smiled at the corner of his mouth, but his blue eyes were unusually cold. Li Yifei tightened his throat, only to feel a sense of oppression come over him, and stammered, yes. I am Li Yifei. Bear. 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 Right after those words were uttered, 5 blue flying blades fell overhead without any warning. May rain. Mental energy infused with the Yin Devil Blade forms a blade formation that falls above the enemy's head, and can seal off a small area of space, slowing down the movement of objects. Lower the knife like rain. Buzz. Sublime chop. A massive blade light immediately followed and enveloped Li Yifei's right arm, instantly chopping it into pieces of broken flesh. Everyone was too late to react. Even Lin Chia's mortal dust divine domain only detected a slight movement of Su-run's sword-wielding left thumb, as if it was an illusion. It's Li Yifei would be right. Su-run gathered his expression, his face was like frost, and the blue light in his eyes increased. May Rain's sealed flying blade reached its limit at this point. It disintegrated into a dense, dreamy blue mist. It was only at this moment that Li Yifei realized what had happened. He covered his right shoulder and hissed in pain, my arm, my arm. Without uttering a word, Su Run approached step by step with his sword in his right hand. Lin Xie opened his mouth at the side, and at this moment, the sound of Wen Chima's side discovering the target came from the headphones just now. He hesitated, eventually choosing to remain silent. Li Yifei looked at Su Run, who was like a god of death. He fell to the ground, his left hand forward as if to block something. Wait, I'm just an ordinary person. 7 nights, you say something for me. It hurts. Put. The Yen demon blade swung down and Li Yifei's left hand fell to the ground in response. Ah! Looking at Su Run, who was still continuing to move forward, and the silent Lin Xie, Li Yifei understood the current situation. Chunks of flesh surged from the wounds of his broken arm, quickly sealing the bleeding wound. He yelled, no longer hiding it. The entire body began to deform. You brought this on yourselves. Buzz. Another sublime chop. This group of knife light cover Li Yifei legs. To be knife light dissipate, those legs have become a mess of broken bones. Ah! Damn! He hissed in agony and looked at Death, who still stepped forward. It now pleaded, please, I know where the girl you're looking for is. She's still alive, I'll spare her, I'll tell you where she is. Spare my life. Spare my life. Li Yifei. No, it's a snake demon. At this moment there was already no trace of human appearance at all, completely monstrous. Its mouth opened and closed, begging for mercy in a way that made Su Run feel disgusted. Monsters are worthy of speaking human words? He gently lifted a knife and plunged it into its mouth. With a flick of his wrist, he churned out a mouthful of sharp teeth and tongue. Woo! Woo woo! Only at this moment did Su Run carelessly open his mouth and coldly said, I'm too lazy to listen. Chapter 30, Magic. Ice cold. Fear. Collapse. It had been less than a minute since the meeting, and it had only just even learned the name of the man across from it. The right arm, left arm, and both legs were all chopped off. Even the tongue is stirred up. The snake demon was beyond despair. His mouth was full of his own blood and broken teeth, and half of his cheek had been picked apart by the man across from him as he closed his blade. These wounds were all recoverable with enough time for it, which had the ability to regenerate severed limbs. But looking at the indifferent blue pupils of the man on the other side, the snake demon's neck, face, skin, yellow vertical pupils, there was not a single part of his body that was not trembling, and he only felt as if he had already died. No! I am not willing. I want to live. It was inwardly fearful and resentful. It had honestly hidden in Sangnan for many years until a few days ago when it saw the tragic death of the Ghost Face King, which deeply irritated the same alien. It is determined to change its survival strategy. On what grounds? Why should I have to die? Doesn't a monster have the right to live? It shouted madly inside. Does a monster have the right to live? Similar questions Su Run had pondered when he was young and used to go through history. Countless races have killed each other, making the youngster naively think, can't we all just live in peace? It is only after growing up that one comes to realize, you can only talk about peace when you have a knife in your hand. The Indians of the Americas are well aware of this problem. It always makes their heads spin whenever they think of it. This is still in the same human race. Look back further in history, the Neanderthals, once of the same genus and different species of man. The cause of its extinction cannot be dissociated from the ancestors of today's Homo sapiens. The different branches of the same human subordinates still fight so coolly, not to mention not human. Even though Su Run is no longer in his original world. But when he saw his fellow humankind being gnawed away with only a piece of skin left, Su Run only felt the waves churning in his bloodline roll up something at the bottom. Even his own golden heart of the Virgin Mary says one thing over and over again. Immediately. Immediately. Now. These monsters must be wiped from the world. The greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility. Now that I have a sword in my hand, it is my duty to extinguish the seed of these filths and exterminate their seedlings. He slowly raised the bloodless Yin demon sword, the blade shining with a ghostly blue chill in the light. The snake demon's liver and guts cracked. Wait! Brother Suluan! Lin Xie suddenly stood out to block between the man and the snake. The snake demon's face erupted with the desire for life again, as if it had found its savior. It frantically let out oh cries. A mole cricket is still alive. Su Run stopped moving, and under the gaze of his indifferent blue pupils, Lin Xie took a deep breath, and then, with great speed, he turned back with a slash and lowered his head. Poof! The head of the snake demon rolled to the ground, the hope for life still lingering in the snake's pupils. To his death, he never thought that it wasn't the god of murder-like figure who finally executed him. Instead, he had been standing next to him, his half-best buddy Lin Xie. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Su Run put away his sword into his sheath, the frost on his face eased a little, and smiled, "Good job." A snake demon's head, he didn't care, but being able to him a level up wasn't much more valuable. Such monsters were just less common in Songnan, and in the end Songnan was a novice village to him, comfortable, but not suitable for rapid growth. Though he enjoyed the atmosphere of Squad 136 and flirting with the red-colored Minami girls, and even more so with the soft-hearted older sisters, he had begun to consider, was it better to go to a more dangerous place? The path he was going to take in order to level up was bound to be one that would set off a bloodbath. Going to freshman orientation is a year-long delay. It meant very little to him. But the mists were too dangerous for him, and his own actual battle power was more than enough to fight a few pool levels. But a random walk in the mists might lead you to A, C, or even A, infinity. It's a headache. Lin Xie sighed and explained, "He's at least a classmate of mine, so I thought of giving him one last ride." At this time, Su Run came back to his senses and saw that Lin Xie was a bit flustered. Knowing that today's behavior had scared him a bit, he softly pacified, indicating that the matter was over. Lin Xie was then relieved when a call from the other team members came through the headset. "Those monsters suddenly fell. Are you all okay?" Su Run pressed the call. "The monster mother over here has been executed." He glanced at the snake demon's corpse and continued. "It's Li Fei. This amount of spiritual power is still not enough to use the Yin Demon Blade at will. Vigilante base." Su Run, whose mission was over, was here thinking about the scene just now. After comprehending the blade intent, to fully harness the soul of the blade, he could already use some of Virgil's skills, but this bit of his own mental energy simply didn't carry enough. Just now, a Mei Rain and 2 sublime slashes had almost drained him of his spiritual energy. That's still the lowly version of Mei Rain, with a phantom blade count of just 5. The range is pitifully small. Levels. The last time he fought against Captain Chen Muoi, that blade astral. What was supposed to be a void blade realm with control, damage as a whole, turned out to be a hard slash into an ordinary blade astral. Probably have to be at least level 30 to have the base to unleash this move. You can't use the little combos of the Yama blade system without a level. Where to find so many monsters? A hand suddenly reached out and waved it in front of his eyes. Thinking about what? Brother Su Run. Honging stood in front of him playfully and bowed halfway down. "Come to have a little meeting." With that, he pulled him up off the couch without a second thought and led him by the hand to the conference room. "Great job on this operation, especially our 2 rookies." The classmate that Zhang Qian was talking about, the logistics department sent word that they found him. She actually hid in the trash can in the back of the cafeteria. How clever. Wu Shangnan reported, pushed his glasses and said, "Su Run, the captain and I have decided to give you a day off." "Huh? That's not necessary, I've only been here a few days." Wu Shangnan shook her head. "How do you feel about your mental health?" Su Run then reacted. "Yes, the scene was too bloody. Usually killing monsters is just a matter of chopping their heads off. Where would you make them look like this, almost abusive?" Honging and Xiaonan looked at Su Run with some concern in their eyes. He looked down and self-evaluated mentally. "I feel, well, it's peaceful, just like normal times." Chen Mai shook his head and knocked on the table worriedly. "That's the biggest problem." Su Run was stunned. Smart as he was, he immediately understood the problem. In his own original world, many ordinary people would go weak in the knees if they killed a chicken, let alone an intelligent creature. Many of the veteran birds in charge of cleanup on the logistics team today have faces like bitter bile. Seven Knights, who was also here, had a somewhat white face, but he was a protagonist whose heart was absolutely overpowered. How did he, an ordinary person who had just come into contact with transcendence for less than a week, become so mentally strong? Performing a sadistic killing without a change of color? I didn't think so just now, but this was a wake-up call from the captain. In retrospect, it was a bit magic. He frowned slightly and said, "I see." Chapter 31 Su Run, I can't do anything to deceive a woman. Sir Yoon is ready to go on a date. It's so hard to take a vacation, it's heavenly business. It's not having a big sister in your life for a long period of time that can really become unhealthy. Today he got up early and borrowed $2,000 from the little rich girl in red tassels. I purchased some clothes at the mall where we last met, got a room nearby, and changed out of my original short sleeves and slacks after a shower. Having worked in a nightclub, Su Run is very good at showing her strengths. The arms are wide and straight, the waistline is tight and shapely, the standard golden inverted triangle figure. Muscle and fat are a perfect match, as mesmerizing as a Greek marble statue. He can actually wear anything with a body like that. He chooses a cotton Oxford spun pointy button-down collar white shirt. It can well emphasize his broad shoulders and narrow waist, and hide his muscles, looking not overly robust and very secure. Seeing you wearing a shirt is like a groom looking at the red cover on top of the bride's head. Looking at it makes my sister's heart itch and itchy, and I can't wait to rip it off for you right away. That's what one of the usher's sisters told him back then. Pair it with black suit pants with double pleats to bring out the longer legs. A pair of black, polygonal half-rimmed glasses diminished some of the coldness of the recent tussle and added a touch of sass to his well-defined face. A simple black and white ensemble makes his aura sky-high. Looking at herself in the mirror, she frowned slightly, feeling that something was missing. He coalesced his mental energy in his hands and smoothed back his hair as a whole, leaving only a short, unruly strand through the gap. Can't get a picture up, see Virgil or Blue Dye. Looking at himself in the mirror, Soo-run then nodded in satisfaction. Now it was right. Arriving at the restaurant at the agreed location, looking at a mature and beautiful back that looked up and stared, the corner of Soo-run's mouth curled up slightly. He was familiar with it, and there was absolutely no mistaking that it was Tangua's back. "Candy is super sweet," said Manhwa, whose real name is Manhwa, and I don't know how many raw photos I've sent him during this time of chatting. Age unknown, working man, though appearance looks more like a college student instead. Like a young woman and a teenage girl, it hits the strike zone of Sauron perfectly. Day. He walked slowly over to that table and teased, "Excuse me ma'am, mind if I sit with you?" That graceful back turned her head, her clear eyes casting a glance at Soo-run. Slightly embarrassed, she looked at the desktop, then turned her head to show a polite smile and said, "Sorry, I'm waiting for someone." She did not recognize Soo-run at first glance, as if she felt that the man in front of her looked slightly familiar and slightly confused. Soo-run looked at her and knew that he had already succeeded for a large part of the day. Looking at the woman in front of her with a hint of ripe charm in her youth. The long, dark hair was simply combed with a partial parting, and the bangs extended back from the sides, revealing delicate features and very seductive, moist lips. Simply tying her long hair behind her back with a black one-piece clip, 2 strands of slightly curled hair fell from between her ears to either side of the front of her shoulders, and she paired it with a short white shirt that emphasized her amazingly ripe charm. A long black aligned skirt underneath, which very intentionally raised the waistline, making her more height proportional. The large hemline embraces a regal curve that looks anything but vulgar. The outfit adds some maturity and sophistication than the youthful and pretty photos highlighted in my circle of friends. When a woman goes to the trouble of changing her dressing style for you, you're halfway there. His mind spun, but his mouth didn't stop, and he continued gently but firmly, "Will he be here soon?" "Yes, it should be here any minute." After looking around and not finding that familiar figure, he turned his gaze once again to Soo-run. There was inexplicably something about this person that made her feel familiar. Soo-run stood tall and looked surprised. "Any minute now?" "Missing you for this minute will make him regret his entire life, I'm afraid." By this time there were already quite a few gazes cast over in the restaurant, which Soo-run ignored. "What are you doing now?" Tango bit her lip and said, "I'm waiting for him." "Mind letting me wait with you? Just so you can get rid of those pesky hitchhikers." Tangua's eyes erupted with a glint. She would have already confirmed that the handsome and mature man in front of her was the Soo-run she knew. He is so different from the photo. This struck her as new and even more amusing, biting her tender lip to stifle a smile as she played this pickup game with him. Tangua's beautiful eyes fell on Soo-run, softly said, "Well, I don't mind, you sit down." Soo-run sat across from her, and to outsiders these two looked as good as husband and wife. "I don't think you should know." "What?" A woman is at her best when she can't help but smile even though she's trying to be stern. "Put." Manhwa finally couldn't help but laugh, her eyes bursting out with an incomparable luster, her peaks rising and falling regally. He was coaxing her. She also knew he was coaxing her. But all she felt was a honeyed sweetness in her heart that made her weak and couldn't help but rejoice. Manhwa's surplus ripe body softly leaned forward on the table, her cheeks pink, her eyes becoming as misty and watery as a deer's. Nudging the back of Soo-run's hand with her tender shoot-like index finger, she said nonchalantly, "You're late." 10 minutes. A young woman like a teenage girl pouting like a teenage girl can be a real killer. Soo-run couldn't help but smoothly hold Manhwa's left hand. "It was the late Soo-run who made you wait 10 minutes, and I." He interlocked his fingers with hers with his own wide right hand. "It's the Soo-run who was seduced by simply being seduced by your beauty to hit on you." Tangwa had a smile in her eyes, a warm feeling of security coming from the white hands on the table, only to feel that the boy's eyes contained starlight. Su-run's flowery words made her feel like she was really going to fall. Her heartbeat unconsciously accelerated, her breathing also unconsciously accelerated, and she exhaled a burst of soft fragrance. She bit her pink lip and instead of withdrawing her hand, she slumped forward onto the table and turned her face sideways in what appeared to be a playful manner. "I don't care, you're just late. Then punish me by being yours during the day." "Why daytime?" Su-run moved forward and approached over, lifting her hand and slowly pressing it to his cheek with a helpless smile. "At night, it's hard to tell if I'm human or not. The distance between the two can be felt even breathing." Su-run will slowly look at the pink plump lips. Ding! At this time Su-run came with a message. He frowned slightly, the quite good atmosphere was suddenly interrupted. "I'm sorry, it's probably something at work that I'll take care of. This time cannot be gentle to ask for a woman's consent to do it again, must be expressed forcefully, or this tenderness will only harm their own slow loss of self." "It's okay." Afraid that the night watchman had another unexpected situation, he let go of Tango's hand to check the message. "One GMO, Master Su, how to chase this kind? Winchester, pictures." Su-run opened it and looked at it. It was the girl that Wenchima was talking to a few days ago. The avatar is of a girl on a windowsill holding a bouquet of flowers looking up at the outside. From the chat logs, she said she wanted to test prayer ink. Su-run tilted his head to think about it and replied, "A woman who says she wants to test you is usually thinking that you don't deserve her and can't afford to let go of your goodness to her." Ignoring how Wenchima reacted over there, Su-run directly turned off his cell phone and put it aside. "Won't it interfere with your business? Promise you'll give you your time today." "It's okay, I don't care. Sure, cheating on a woman is something I can't do." In the corner of the restaurant, two little heads looked furtively over. "How dare he take your money to hook up with women? Sister Honging, I'm going to beat him to death right now." Si Xiaonan, who was wearing two pill heads, was furious. Sparing her deep heart, Klein strongman, Loki agent, and future god of trickery, she couldn't control her emotions at this moment. Wanted to punch the scum to the edge of the universe and suppress it hard. "Wait." The Red Raider looked obscure and said through clenched teeth, "Look again." Si Xiaonan shook her pale head and said in disbelief, "What are you still looking at? If you look any further, you'll be looking into the hotel. I think he's fine. I'd like to see what else he's planning to do." Red Tassel clenched her small fists and gritted her teeth like a puppy that had been robbed of its bone. Tomorrow. I'm going to. With my own hands. Teach this asshole a hard lesson." There's a rough diagram of the character in the author's message at the end of the chapter, but I don't have permission to insert pictures into the text yet, so I'll just have to sauce it, so happy reading. Chapter 32, Su-run, you're really good. Noon the next day. Su-run, who walked out from the front door of the hotel, stretched out a big lazy waist. Cool. This sleep was refreshing. Thoughts that had been clogging up came pouring out. There are no more jumbled thoughts in my head. Rechange into regular clothes. A few bags carried in his hand. This is a gift for the big gold master Red Tassel, and in the future there will be many days when he needs to borrow money. The human feelings of the world cannot be less. Last $20 left in my wallet for a cab, and that outfit yesterday wasn't cheap. Now that really is a cleaner pocket than a cleaner face. Su-run got into a cab on the side of the road with a helpless, bitter smile on his face. When he returned to the vigilante base, he realized that the atmosphere wasn't quite right. Seven Nights coughed as if she had a bad throat. Winkrimo scowled at him. Wu Xiangnan covered his face with a book as if he was asleep. The captain was busy in the kitchen cleaning up the dishes. The whole base was quiet and somewhat unusual. He discreetly came aside to Red Tassel, who was buried in polishing a 2-meter ashwood pole, the head of the gun unloaded and padded with cloth on a side table. What's wrong with you today, Red Riding Hood? HM? Brother Su-run is back. The word seemed to activate the base. Others have come over to say hello. Aha, Mr. Su is back, have you eaten? Ahem, Brother Su-run, you're back. Welcome back. Ling Xian didn't say anything and came over to pat his shoulder. Su-run was the first to notice that Miss Golden Master was not right today. Though Red Riding was still smiling on his face, there seemed to be a little something dangerous in his tone. His heart stuttered. Had he been discovered? There's still some heartburn, after all, about this sort of thing. It's like one of your friends of the opposite sex who eats and lives with you and asks you for money, and then you find out she's taking the money and going to a room with her boyfriend. It's hard to judge, and he rarely. Well, he hasn't done this much. How is this not a form of poverty alleviation? He lifted up a shopping bag and said with a slightly formal smile, "Ah, little Red Tassel, this is a gift for you, see if it fits." Red Tassel only glanced at him and didn't say anything more, only signaling for him to follow to the underground martial arts training ground. Su-run looked behind him. The team members who were originally busy with their own business were now coming over to squeeze their heads together to look at him. None of them followed. Su-run is now pondering a question. Is what Uncle Hat said about confession and leniency true? I thought you were going to stay away with your good sister again this night. The Red Tassel's pretty face was covered with thin frost, and she threw him another ashwood pole with the head removed. Su-run knows that he is in the middle of something, and he does not want to lie and defend himself, but he is just thinking about how to let the Red Tassel dissipate his anger first. Red Tassel was a good friend in his eyes, and he didn't want to sour the relationship. While his mind was spinning rapidly thinking of a solution, his mouth subconsciously coped. She likes men, I like women, we both have different views on love, and it's easy to fight when we're together. Red Tassel directly set up her stance, her high ponytail like a flame, less east and west. We're not practicing swords today. You're not allowed to use a knife or those abilities of yours, I'll teach you to use a big gun. This is not a fight today. Venting fear is very difficult to pass this hurdle. As he spoke, Red Tassel had already rushed over with his stick. Finally, she couldn't suppress it, and she shouted angrily, I lent you money to solve your living problems, and you took it to hook up with a woman. Su-run, you're really good. Listen to me, we are true love. Su-run dropped the stick and turned to run. Just kidding, whoever fights in this situation is a fool. You hooked up with 4 women yesterday, is that your asshole true love? I love them all. I'll kill you. Boom boom boom. There was a sound like the demolition of a home coming from the martial arts training ground. The crowd of Squad 136 eavesdropped on the commotion from a distance. Hey, why are you all here? Old show? You're awake. The visitor was none other than Zhao Kongcheng, who had been lying in his hospital bed for a long time. Why don't you get more rest when you're awake? I'm all healed up, if I don't move around people are really going to be wasted. What are you guys sneaking around for? Who's in the martial arts arena? After saying that, Zhao Kongcheng walked towards the martial arts arena. The crowd couldn't stop them. Perhaps there is also the idea of eating a melon. Red Tassel looked like it had broken through the gene lock and had no limit to its physical strength, as it chased Su-run to death. Red Tassel, if you keep this up I'm going to counterattack. This is not the way to go on. Su-run wants to try to unload her weapon first to control Red Tassel. Hold your breath. The long stick with the ashwood pole was getting closer and closer, his cheeks could feel the breeze from the stick and his nose could smell the odor of the brown oil on it. Capture the time. Snap. The baguette hit Su-run's left calf, followed by his right leg and right hand. Your arms are weak, your eyes are slack, your feet are loose, your reflexes are slow, and you don't have a single decent movement in your body. In just a few seconds he had already received a dozen sticks on his body. Su-run guarded his head, a little confused. I have no idea how to fight without a knife in my hand. Combat awareness is reduced to the same level as an ordinary person. It was on before, now it's just an NPC. You still want to fight back? Fight back to me. Before he could think of anything else, Red Riding simply flung the stick aside. The 2 long springy legs took a special step. Amazing muscle coordination gave her movements a rhythmic beauty right off the bat. The left foot stomps the ground to generate power, and the right foot carries power diagonally in front. It's a set of moves. The following must be a killing move. A big stride with her left foot and a twist of her mother panther's tiny savage waist. It's actually going to turn directly upside down and take off into the air. Su-run's pupils shrunk, it was kicking Moon. It's a kick with a lot of movement, a long forward swing, and a lot of breaks, but that's a lot of power. Getting kicked in the face is no joke. It was too late to think much about why the Red Tassel used a forward swing that was so long, and Su-run made a snap decision. A right hand is raised forward to stop a feinted right leg, and an iron mountain lean is attacked into the gap. Straight away, Red Tassel intercepted this kick to the moon in the air. Although this stored power leg was cracked, the accumulated kinetic energy also caused Su-run to be unable to stabilize his center of gravity, and he couldn't control himself to fall back towards Red Tassel. Bump! The two rolled to the ground together. After a while, Su-run braced himself, only to feel that the touch on his hand was not quite right. He subconsciously scratched it. Very moist. Good touch? Su-run fixed his eyes and looked. Hong Ying was lying on the ground, pursing his lips, his proud high ponytail spread out on the ground, his cheeks scarlet and his eyes watery. It has a unique flavor. General. Su-run retracted his hand, afraid that this chick will not stop. His two hands simply went to grab the other party's palm. I can't feel anything through the fabric. Accidentally not angry and defiant, Red Ruffian turned her face away, leaving him with a red earlobe as she said, "Why don't you hide?" "I don't want to hide." "Why don't you want to?" Looking at the appearance of the red tassel, how could Su-run not understand what had happened? That's not an angry look, it's more like jealousy. What my predecessor said is really true. There may be a few women in this world who don't eat, but there really isn't a single woman who isn't jealous. He couldn't understand when this girl, who was like a flame sprite, had taken a liking to him. Su-run felt a big headache. Feeling the rough sensation coming from her hand, this girl of the same age as herself, her hands were fair but the calluses were really quite a lot. Su-run sighed in his heart. This was a blank slate of a girl. He just couldn't bear to hurt her. The witticisms to coax the woman had reached his lips and were swallowed alive. Gazing at Red Riding's face, he could be sure that the girl had a crush on him. He didn't opt for a lusty tryst, wanting to be quick. He gave a slightly regretful smile. "It's just a shame you're a little too beatable, or maybe I'd really like you." The redhead turned her head, red-faced, and her voice was like a mosquito. "I've heard it's softer after having a baby." If any other woman had said this, Su-run would have let out a big laugh when he heard this, and then put his arms around and sweet-talked her. But at this moment, he only felt that his brain was a bit blank. This situation was different from what was expected. The young girl didn't squirm or get irritated. Instead, he chose to pour everything he had into a punch that shook his Tao. "Thank you for the gift of the magic heart temple Xuanxing, Xingjin Yuan, and Lao.A. I'm really very happy that someone is reading my book. Thank you for watching, and please correct me if there are any shortcomings. Don't be anxious if you don't like to see emotional scenes, immediately ready to enter the rhythm of the battle. Cool." Chapter 33 Zuoqing's Visit. "What are you two doing?" The two who were maintaining an ambiguous position on the ground staring at each other were interrupted by a sudden sound. Su-run rushed to get up, his heart beating chaotically. He, a long-time love prodigal son, just now actually panicked. Instead, Red Raider sat up without a hitch to look at where the voice was coming from. "Old Zhao? Why don't you lie properly in your hospital bed and run around?" She looked fierce like a tiger, wanting to choose someone to devour. Zhao Kongcheng smiled lewdly and snickered. Hey, bothering you guys? Don't be shy, my old Zhao was young once too. Su-run, you brat, have only been here for a few days and you've taken down the most beautiful flower of our squad 136, you're good. Usually a clever mouth of Su-run at this time, actually stupid mouth, do not know how to speak, only feel confused. Don't be fooled by him, Hong Ying, he's a womanizer. Not at all honest like your uncle Xiaomi. Red Rhapsody clasped her hands to her chest, grunted nasally, and said disdainfully, so what, he was already good, I just like him. Zhao Kongcheng, however, became anxious and hurriedly said, ouch. You're a girl at least, why don't you know to be more reserved? If you're sure I like him, why don't you dare to say so in a big way? Being sneaky, that's what's embarrassing. She patted the dust on her body, not letting the slightest bit of it go against Zhao Kongcheng's words. Zhao Kongcheng said, what if he doesn't like you? So what? Hong Ying crossed her arms, bowed slightly and raised her head to look at Su-run's eyes without hiding her eyes. Even if he doesn't like me, girl, I have ways to make him like me. Su-run was stunned, his complexion became complicated, he only felt a honey-like sweetness surging in his heart, mixed with a slight sourness. It was a taste he had never felt before. He shook his head helplessly, pressing down on these feelings, trying to stabilize his Tao. With a renewed display of gentleness on his face, he stroked the girl's loose hair and politely said, okay. I'm really going to fall for it if you keep talking, it's just that I'm really not a nice person. The red tassel, however, did not care about these words, eyes glowing said, I'm not a bad person, planted in my hands I will certainly not let you suffer. Su-run more and more difficult to top, this kind of straight ball he can only front defense, which is not his strong point, just feels so difficult to do. You brat really don't know what's good for you. On the side of Zhao Kongcheng, but felt that the red tassel was aggrieved, gritted his teeth and said, your kid knife is not a good game, and last time you dared to extinguish my cigarettes. Hong Ying, don't worry, your uncle Zhao, I'll help you teach this brat a lesson. At this time, the 136 squad's crowd also entered to the martial arts field, heard Zhao Kongqing's words or a face to see the fun look, old Zhao this afraid to be beaten ah. Seeing Su Run's difficult look, she was not discouraged, she only felt that old Zhao was noisy. She grunted, old Zhao, if you wanna be beaten I won't stop you. Saying that, he walked towards the crowd of squad 136. Old Zhao directly handed over a training knife, he smiled, secretly lowered his voice and said, your kid can be well, there are my old Zhao's young style of 3 points. Immediately afterward, he shouted loudly, come let me see how much strength you kid really has. Su Run was still thinking about Red Tassel and let out a long sigh. The hardest thing to get rid of is a beauty. Who dares to call himself invincible in a love affair? Who dares to say that he is undefeated? He casually pulled his blade and collected his thoughts. Whatever. There's a saying, just get along naturally and go wherever fate takes you. At the moment he also wanted to have a painful fight. Come on. A blade burst rushed towards Zhao Kongqing, When Chimo rayed on the side of the joyful, come. It's open for business. Who will win? Of course brother Su Run wins. Definitely brother Su Run. That guy's an asshole for being an asshole, and he's really strong. Su Run. No way, you can't keep the plate open like that. Shenmai coldly swept, our squad does not allow betting. Praying Mo is still a little short on training these days. No, Captain I was wrong. When Chimo raised his hand to beg forgiveness, but secretly muttered in his heart, didn't he also bet the other day? He also didn't think about who took advantage of the last bet. The two fought fiercely on the stage, however, but after 2 minutes passed, Lao Zhao was sweating profusely, rolling from side to side, and looked like he was about to be overwhelmed. But in the end, Su Run didn't win the round. At the last minute, Vigilante Squad 136 had a visitor, interrupting the round. Lao Zhao dropped a not bad, and fled from the field as if he were running away. The crowd came upstairs only to see a man in casual clothes standing in front of a wall of photos of Squad 136 surveying them, occasionally smiling a little. Shenmai was surprised, Zhuoqing? Why are you here? The person who came was none other than the second voice of the entire Night's Watch, Zhuoqing. Such a big leader suddenly came to their Squad 136, was something big about to happen? Oh, Makino, long time no see. Zhuoqing turned around. He and Shenmai had had a friendship in Shangjing. Also know the inner workings of Tsangnan City today. Now that we meet again, our hearts can be complicated. Zhuoqing opened the door and said, this time I came here to find you to ask for someone. Take it easy, it's a good thing. Shenmai already had a guess in his heart. He asked tentatively, what was said in the last meeting? The last meeting said that the Sword Saint should be allowed to accept the disciple. I didn't expect it to be so fast, and I didn't even expect that Zhuoqing would come over in person. He's the second in command of the Night's Watch, with an endless list of daily errands waiting for him. Zhuoqing did not comment, but only nodded slightly with a delighted smile. Shenmai sighed, the people of Squad 136 and Su Run had just gotten along well, and he didn't expect that he would be sent away so soon. It's hard to give up such a good seed. Red Rouge inexplicably felt a little flustered. She pulled Shenmai and asked eagerly, Captain, what is it? Who do we need to go? Su Run's side was silent. There was no such episode in the original, but there was after his own arrival. He didn't really know what was going on, but odds were it was for him. The closing of the world line, the correction of the will of the great world? Regardless, the plot has begun to change because of him. He looked to the young girl who had his eyes full of him. He pressed the thoughts in his mind. Joined the crowd in looking at the captain. Shenmai sighed and smiled bitterly, Su Run, believe me, I really don't want to let you go, but I have to let you go. Red Ruffian blew up straight away, he can't go. Shannan also crossed her arms and echoed in a slightly agitated manner, that's right. He still owes Sister Honging money. Shenmai ignored her and said to himself, the Sword Saint wants to take you as his disciple. Everyone was quiet. Open-mouthed disbelief. One sword, one ride, one dignity, one void, one husband. 5 human ceilings. The sword that ranked first, the Sword Saint. An absolute icon in the Night's Watch, he is the god of the Night's Watch in these days when the gods are nowhere to be found. Living myths. Even more admired than the leader of the Night's Watch. That lord said he wants to take Su Run as his disciple? Lin Xie opened his mouth wide. Brother Su Run is going to become a Sword Saint disciple? When GMO was already a bit delirious, Sword Saint? Oh my god, fake it? Lung Xian, you pinch me. Although this bastard is very powerful, he's not so powerful as to be a disciple of the Sword Saint, right? Minami found it unbelievable. This asshole? Sword Saint's disciple? What a person I've recruited in. Old Zhao would be dancing around, already excited and not knowing what to say. Even Lang Xian, who had always been high and cold, changed his appearance. Brother Run begs you to help me get a Sword Saint autograph. I'll do anything. The crowd looked different, and Hong Ying also stared blankly at Su Run. I've just confirmed that I like the guy, and I haven't even started chasing him yet. You're leaving? Inexplicable emotions flooded her mind and her eyes reddened a little. Red Sakura said, You. Do you still lack anything? You always run out of money, I'll transfer you some. Su Run stopped her, crying and laughing. The leader hasn't said anything yet. What are you all in a hurry for? He turned his gaze to Zhuo Qing, the leader of the vigilantes, meaningfully watched the reaction of the crowd in Squad 136. Spreading his hands out, he said with a smile, Everyone, did I say that the Sword Saint wants to take on an apprentice? Chapter 34, Save it. Ha? Not? Chen Mai was also dumbfounded. Wasn't this discussed at the last meeting? He heard it loud and clear in the meeting. If it's not this, is it worth it for you, Zhuo Qing, to come to my Cangnan city? Zhuo Qing sold his words and looked at Su Run, however, the latter's face did not change much. Instead, the crowd of Squad 136 had a look of utter disappointment. Seeing that Su Run was still looking spoiled, he simply shook his head and said, It's a short-time special training, only, the Sword Saint will be your instructor. Oh ha! Squad 136 cheered as if energized. It was hard for outsiders to understand the position of the Sword Saint in the ranks of the Night's Watch. But Su Run had begun to get the first inkling through this scene. What a plan! A few days ago, Su Run felt that the 136th Squad enhancement was nearing its upper limit, and the growth of the laws seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, thinking about finding a new path. Today came the Kensei to give him special training. It's a real snooze fest. He looked at Zhuo Qing with a smile and said in a rather expectant tone, Leader, when do we leave? Zhuo Qing pointed toward the door, where a black business car was parked, now. Su Run took a deep breath and pressed down the feeling that this mission was calling. He pulled the redoubt over to him, gathered his hands and whispered something surreptitiously in its ear. It made this flaming young girl's eyes open wide, her cheeks reddened with shame and indignation tinged with disbelief. Seeing this, Su Run hurriedly grabbed her hand and once again whispered in the ear of this young girl whose emotions were like white paper. The exhaled hot breath hit the soft ears, making the young girl's head spin as she left the hall. Oi asshole, what did you say to Sister Hong Ying? Children keep out of grown-ups' business. At #%#. When Red Riding came back, she was carrying a black package in her hand, and she didn't know what was in it. Su Run took it with satisfaction, winked at Hong Ying, and turned his head towards Zhuo Qing. Let's go, leader. There's no need to send everyone. I'll be back soon. Lang Xian Rinzi shouted from the back, Brother Run, I'm begging you. Get me an autographed picture of Sword Saint. Please, I'll really do anything. He held out his empty left hand and waved his head in a farewell. The view out the window of the black business car flew backward, and soon arrived at an airport. A helicopter had been waiting here for a long time, and the overall blackness of the helicopter only had the number 02 foot printed on the side in white paint. On the way here, Su Run was worried about whether he would leak information and there would be an unenlightened ancient god church to intercept him. After all, the Night's Watch was a civ in the original, and the boot camps were bombarded with missiles. In fact, he was overthinking it. It was a completely impromptu operation, and no one had been notified. Zhuo Qing pestered the Sword Saint for many days, and promised a large number of benefits, which made the Sword Saint agree. Su Run asked curiously, What favors did you promise? Zhuo Qing smiled mysteriously, We have signed contracts with many novelists who voluntarily enter the Night Watchman's small darkroom, and are not allowed to sleep until they have written a full 20,000-word novel in a day, with the subject matter restricted to the type of swords and knives. What a wonderful house of writers this is! Su Run was shivering with anger, his body was cold on a hot day. Can this society still be good? Zhuo Qing threw him a white reader. Here, you have a copy too. He took a look at the number of novels and tons of updates on it, and he loved the gift. It's a beautiful thing to do. 4 hours later. Huaihai City. It was right next to the city of Cangnan, and the helicopter quickly reached its destination. Well, go on down, I've got work to do. After sending Su run, Zhuoqing did not get off the plane with a somewhat unnatural look and hurriedly left. Looking at the tall old tin warehouse in front of him, the rusty door stood open. Look at the big letters painted in white paint on the top, 0213 Heavy Duty Storage. Su Run was a little skeptical in his mind. Was this the same warehouse that Seven Knights and the others came to later? It's been so long since he read the novel that he doesn't even remember those specific details now. Just remember that it was a stunning person. He stepped through the open door, carrying the black package that Red Tassel had prepared for him. It was an empty, flat ground, and the sound of shoes rubbing against the ground could be heard echoing clearly in this warehouse. In the post-apocalyptic text, having such a large portable warehouse shall not be cool. Su Run thought in his heart. There were several small rooms on the edge of the warehouse, and the movement of rushing water came from the kitchen-like room. He didn't go straight up to say hello. Before he came, Su Run had figured out how to get along with this sword saint. Extreme novel mania, extreme social panic, even for the protagonist Lin Chie. Sword Saint also took a lot of effort to convince himself to get along with the Nightfall team. It took a long time to treat each other naturally. This situation Su Run himself also some empathy. He himself is a game fan, stay up all night to play the black minions crossed over. Unlike Kensei, Suryun has covered his sociopathic, timid, and locked up inner self with a prodigal son's appearance. It's what you have to do to make a living. He changed and never changed. Most of the time he's out there he has a warm and fuzzy look about him. But the most comfortable state is still playing games alone at home. And being held in the arms of your big sister when you're tired. In short, he had already thought of a strategy to get along with Sword Saint Zhuoqing. He wanted 3 words to get the Sword Saint to open up. He dropped the black package in his hand at his feet and raised his hand to coalesce a blue phantom blade whirring in his palm. Come on. With a thought, the phantom blade flew directly towards the silhouette in the kitchen, and then he turned around and instantly moved directly to the outside of the warehouse. This small flying blade naturally couldn't help the Sword Saint, and it disintegrated before it even reached the kitchen. Kensei's hand had stopped scrubbing the dishes in the kitchen at the moment. His palms trembled a little as he took off his dishwashing pink plastic gloves in silence. The human ceiling, the Night's Watch's #1 combatant, the Sword Saint who stopped the gods in their tracks with a single sword, and the future Red Dust Sword immortal Zhuoqing. Turning around, her face was on the verge of tears with fear. This new guy is so mean. Oh, I don't want to be here anymore, I want to go home. Shouldn't have agreed to Zhuoqing. Is there anyone else here? Help! He was in the kitchen, not daring to take a step. After 10 minutes, he had done a million internal thoughts. He tried to go to the next room to get his suitcase and sneak out, but he sensed this very aggressive newcomer blocking him at the front door. He wanted to break through the wall and just imperialize his sword and bolt, but he was worried that he would leave a bad impression on this newcomer. What if that flying blade was just a regular greeting? What if he's out there just looking at the view? Countless thoughts passed through his mind, and then countless times he dismissed them. Zhuoqing could never take that step out of the kitchen. Another 20 minutes. Phew, I'll just go take a look and then find my way home. He took off his apron, put on his short sleeves, and walked out of the kitchen. In the warehouse, the echo of the footsteps was so loud that he just felt the horror of the sound, and each sound made him want to shrink back into the kitchen. So he stopped. Half an hour later. He took a deep breath and decided he'd better go out and say hello. One step towards the warehouse door, every sound terrified him, and countless thoughts flashed through his head with each step. At this moment it was already time for the dusk to part. Chapter 35, Fighting Here. The door in front of him was like a dividing line in the distant sky, dividing Su Run and the Sword Saint on both sides. One in the light, one in the dark. The Sword Saint was inside the warehouse door, looking at the back of the man in front of him who stood holding his sword and looking at the sky. Wanted to tell him out loud, hello lack of manners. Opening his mouth, he still couldn't speak. That figure holding the sword suddenly sidestepped half of his face, instead sending him, the human ceiling and the strongest combatant of Dixia, half a step back. The man's eyes were as cold as the knife in his hand. With just this glance, the dry heat of the lingering August sun was completely suppressed. The man slowly opened his mouth, his voice clear and crisp, only to hear him say, "There you are." The Sword Saint was stunned, only to find the words extraordinarily familiar. Half a second passed before his eyes flashed with a light. Period, tinged with a strong lack of confidence, replied weakly. "I'm coming." Only the man tilted his head inside. "You came after all." Zhou Ping's color rarely surged with a touch of redness due to excitement. He steadied his voice and said, "I'm here after all." The words took on a slight trill, and he began to suffer a little again, self-conscious that the words had not been well played. Well, the man didn't care and continued. "You weren't supposed to come." Zhou Ping was in full swing, and there was much less social panic. He said in a calm voice, "But I'm already here." Su Run smiled slightly, pretty much what he thought. Does social terrorism have friends? Of course there is. What kind of person would a social terrorist be friends with? People with the same hobby. You don't see some introverted social terrorists in life who are downright social terrorists at Comic-Con. No man is born an island. Su Run likes to play games, and he also likes to talk to people about keys in the comments section. He knows how to lock down kindred spirits. Zhou Ping is a little more serious, shall we say, he's more pure. He can read a novel until he's in tears. How many adults can still do that? All people have had this purity at one time or another. But only cutie. The lunatics get to keep it. Zhou Ping also has friends who are in the world of fiction. All Su Run had to do was let the shadows of those people reflect on him. He couldn't have done it if he had been a different person before he crossed over. But now, dude is a future knife saint, knife god, and knife immortal. He turned around, his face overflowing with joy, and he could no longer hold back his laughter as he said, "Come. Have a good fight." 1 minute later. Su Run was lying on the ground, and Zhou Ping was beside him and didn't know what to do. "You? How are you doing? Didn't break you, did I?" Sorry. Su Run's face twitched. He didn't let the sword saint use his full strength. "I'm really sorry." It had just been spelled out with all its might, and the process had been a complete one-sided sling. The proud knife skills were crushed. The transient didn't take more than a few moments to get a glance through. Mei Rain was crushed directly before it fell. Even the sublime chop was dodged by his sword escape. Who the hell drove it? As if Zhou Ping could see his thoughts, he hurriedly pacified Su Run. "It's okay, 1 minute is great too." Su Run's cheeks twitched, only to feel a reverse blood rush from his heart into his brain, suffocating him. A dozen years of Taoist heart was almost crushed by this icy cold sentence. A dazzling blue light erupted from his eyes and he roared. "Here's the knife. I will fight again. 100 lifetimes of reincarnation." 1 minute later. Collapsing again, Su Run calmed down a lot. Looked at the panel. Su Run. Level, LV10. Ability, Law of the Sword 25%. Knife Bone, unconditional mastery of any knife. Blade Mind, the beauty of applying it lies in the heart. Blade Will, my will is the will of the blade. Blade. The progress of the laws, which hadn't moved much lately, had increased by 4% in those 2 minutes. Laws of the blade. What a quality matchup. With Zhou Ping, a full leveled number, feeding him moves, he was confident that he would soon have his fourth skill open. Looking at Zhou Ping, who was at a loss for words, he extended a hand. Zhou Ping reached out a little sluggishly and pulled him up. Looking at the overwhelmed older boy, Su Run loosened his stern face. He grinned at Zhou Ping, with a rare show of bravado on his face. "Future Sword Saint, Su Run." He introduced himself. The remnants of the sun behind him had been completely swallowed by the night, and this knife-wielding teenager smiled faintly. Obviously, it was only the Yizhan realm, but a boldness was as dazzling as a warm sun, rising in this dark night, making this teenager seem especially special. Zhou Ping saw many shades of the familiar swordsman in him. Huffy. Fu Hongshui. Leaves Open. Xiao 11 Lang. Tian Bo Gu. Great Summer Sword Saint, Zhou Ping. The two men met eyes and smiled in unison. Su Run laughed out loud, and Zhou Ping laughed with a slight unnaturalness. "What's the special training I've been assigned? Can I fight you for 300 rounds after the training?" Zhou Ping scratched his cheeks and said with some difficulty, "I'm afraid, then, that it can't be done." Su Run clenched his fist and lightly punched Zhou Ping's shoulder twice, cursing with a smile, "Could you, Zhou Ping, this can't be done, cutting corners on my special training?" Zhou Ping just laughed. He didn't have any friends before he became a Daxia sword saint. After becoming a sword saint, everyone respects him, and even Yifan switching tends to subconsciously bring a little caution when he gets along with him. This feeling of being treated as an equal had only been felt by a kindred spirit, Uncle Sam. "Guests who come to the store don't count." He frowned again and said, you're too aggressive, give me air. Keep your head down, and watch out for me to kick your ass. Ah, Zhou Ping, look at you, you can even joke. Zhou Ping was stunned and followed suit with a hefty laugh. He wasn't trying to be treated special. It's just that in fiction, sympathetic rivals get along like this, and he just subconsciously said it. So this idea of secretly wanting to see the other person make a fool of themselves is called a joke? The two spoke as they walked toward the warehouse. Let me remind you, there's something to be said for joking. Don't open it with people you don't have an understanding with, others see it as an offense. Don't make jokes that are too sharp, because that's an offense in the guise of a joke. But what about the most important thing? Don't joke around with the leader might put shoes on you. Hearing this, Zhou Ping smiled, then how dare you joke with my great summer sword saint? Right. Yes, sorry, did I offend you? No, I realized you learned something dead on and used it on me. I think I need to learn something from you too before I can do the same. Why don't you teach me now? Ha! It's so late today, let's talk tomorrow. Why are you so selfish? Ha, I'm kidding. Zhou Ping rarely laughed out loud. This scene, if he fans Wu Qing saw it, he was afraid to drop his jaw. Is this still the introverted Zhou Ping? Communication between people was often so magical. Just by meeting for the first time, Zhou Ping felt that he had already known this teenager for many years. It was as if this was how they were supposed to get along with each other. A few jokes down the line, and he still felt that Su Run was mean, but it was no longer strange. Zhou Ping suddenly stood still and said, "That's not right. There's something else we forgot to do." What? He ran outside the warehouse like the wind and looked at its facade with a strange excitement on his face. Su Run had a bad feeling and said in shock, "You are trying to." That's right. High achievers leave behind stone monuments, and today when we duel under the moon, we shall carve words for posterity. Su Run's expression changed. The rule of the jungle, only the winner is entitled to keep the word. He yelled, "Stop it." Simply cannot block, hurricane-like sword intent around Zhou Ping around, his eyes sharp, and finger as a sword, lofty sword chi in the wall strokes carved road. Xiao Ping Su Yun is in a battle here. 8 large characters with golden hooks and silver strokes, and a majestic sword intent. Regarding the rushing sword intent on this word, one didn't need to think about it to know that it was the one who made the sword that one. Before Su Run was even a ceiling, the war record was up on the wall and available for inspection. His face darkened, and he decided in his mind that he must get back the city. Years later, a group of vigilantes came here, only to discover that the great summer sword and sword saints had once dueled here, and the walls were filled with vertical and horizontal sword meanings, all inscribed with the sword saints' humiliating defeats. Chapter 36. It is the strong who have the right to speak. But the weak have the right to push and pull. You and I have known each other from the moment we met, and you're trying to hurt me? You hurry up and use your sword chi to cross out those words for me. When I get up, I'll blow you away. Master is going to put some ash in your eyes. Zhou Ping was scolded and hugged his knees on the ground, his head buried deep into his knees. No matter what Su Run said, he didn't have the slightest intention of moving. Su Run felt his heart tired. This sword saint was a black one inside. Have I come to the wrong world of Chopper? So he's not like this, huh? Lin Shi as good big daddy, dependable and powerful is his label. How can it be like this? After a fruitless struggle, he gave up. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Su Run considered himself to be half a gentleman, so he gave himself 5 years in his heart. Never mind, get up and let's talk about training. Zhou Ping rose numbly. Where was the appearance of just cowering? Since it's special training, there has to be a training program, right? How are you going to organize my special training? Talking about this topic, Zhou Ping came to the point of interest. Having just exchanged blows, it seems that I have a general understanding of your main attack style. Your ability to instantly move is about the same compared to my sword escape, but it's being used in the wrong way. Su Run was a bit puzzled. Mistake? Isn't that just a flash? What else is there to use? Well, the direction is not right, like my sword disappearance to be sharp, a thought is transformed into a sword light. Long story short. That is, you can't use the concept of a line to use this point's ability. Expand the conversation. Phew. Your instantaneous movement is the ability to move suddenly, without a trace, and you can't use it as a stance. Like my sword escape. He glanced at Su Run and saw that the other party did not interrupt his movements before continuing. My sword escape is hasty, and a thought in my mind transforms into light. I can choose to go from point A to point B in a single bound, or I can meander through the journey as if I were a traveling dragon. Your instantaneous movement is instantaneous without any process in between. These are two different concepts. These words were like an enlightenment, and some understanding dawned on him. All of your movements are too obvious, and every time you use it you have a foot lift, so if the enemy notices and attacks both your starting point and your landing point, the move will be broken. Also, your landing point is well judged, not only your foot movements, but what betrays you even more is your eyes, which are covered, but can't fool an experienced master. A few words, said Su Ran, sweating profusely. This problem is too fatal in front of an expert. Zhou Ping said it rather euphemistically. Something about this move is just as broken. In actual combat, if the enemy sees through the movement and attacks your starting point and landing point at the same time, it is definitely going to use the most powerful killing move. You think you're flashing to avoid a skill, but you're actually flashing to catch a big one in your face. The result is bound to be either death or disability, where there is still this move also breaks, which means the risk of death. Talent was talent, and one's combat experience was still too little. Good thing it's not too late to mend. I know the problem. Where's the training direction? Use your mind, the thought moves to it, that's the perfect way. Is intention mental power? No. Zhou Ping shook his head. Intention is intention, spiritual power is spiritual power, intention is the mother of spiritual power is sent by intention, they are different things. Su Ran had a bit of a headache. His current spiritual power was now weak to death now, not to mention the metaphysical thing of intention. How is that intention trained? There's no need to train. When your spiritual power reaches the Chuan realm, you'll naturally understand. You put it here. You put it here. Su Ran tightened his fists, thought about it and then let it go. He couldn't win the fight. And Zhou Ping suddenly had stars in his eyes. That flying blade of yours can still instantly move past when it flies out. It's so cool. Can you teach me? Get me to the point. That flying blade energy isn't solid enough, then again the control isn't detailed enough, just set up some obstacles and practice more. Where's Sublime Chop? So that one's called Sublime Chop. It's too handsome. Seeing that Su Ran's eyes were a bit unkind, Zhou Ping hurriedly changed his words. It's too slow. That's still slow? Sound travels through the air at more than 300 meters per second, and with me unfolding at full power, I'm probably going to be a little bit faster than sound. Hearing this Su Ran is a bit discouraging. How do you fight? The three major abilities of the Yin Demon Blade that he was so proud of actually turned out to be so bad in front of Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping naturally saw it as well. He hurriedly consoled, but these two abilities I can tell, there should be a system, as long as it develops naturally, it will definitely be very strong in the back. I see, is there more? And then there's Su Ran is a bit numb. He just said it politely and courteously, not realizing that Zhou Ping actually had other insights. You seem to be relying too much on technique and neglecting Tao. How? It's true that all three of your abilities are strong, but in relation to your own realm of blade techniques, it shouldn't be enough to use these techniques. That blade of yours can actually cut through space, and except for some special forbidden ruins, many peerless powerhouses can't do that. Speaking of which, Zhou Ping was also a bit puzzled. It's like a third-rate master in a novel. Even if you put Tai Chi Chuan in front of him, he'll learn a stance at best. Your understanding of the Tao clearly hasn't reached this level yet, and as a matter of fact you should not be able to grasp the essence, but every blade you use is the essence. That's why I think you should be drilling too much into all this, ignoring the fact that the blade technique itself is the great way. Hearing this, Su Ran also understood what he was talking about. To put it in human terms, what gives you the right to go out and do tons of damage at level 1? Su Ran was slightly relieved that this wasn't a problem, this was him opening up. Blade heart, blade intent, Yama blade, you can't have one without the other. Knife heart, lets him use all knives unconditionally. Blade intent, let the spirit of the blade become a booster to liberate the full power of the blade. The Yin Devil Blade, damage, control, and life preservation as a whole, allowing him to easily cross over and cut down monsters in the Zhejian realm. He didn't explain too much though, just nodded and said, speak on. Your blade technique has improved very quickly. Just now after only sparring for a while I felt that you have improved. So the next step is to right the ship. Read more books and then practice, I think you'll make a breakthrough soon. Su Ran's mouth slightly tugged, did not think it was still impossible to get away from more books. Knowledge is the power of real and even high truth. I see, so what's the plan for tomorrow? Read the book, real life, read the book, real life, read. Su-run raised an eyebrow, his eyes fierce. When? Of course, from the perspective of a life and death duel, it is definitely necessary to make up for the biggest shortcoming, and that would definitely be your instantaneous movement, which is a fatal break. But there's no hurry with the intention thing, and it took me quite a while. Zhou Ping smiled bitterly. In the end, it's all about being too weak mentally. There wasn't much he could do about it. Zhou Ping, he was human ceiling when he was found by the night watchman. But this Daxia sword saint has probably been reading novels since he could read, and this is practice for him. 10 years as a day is a poor description of his experience, because he is more than 10 years. But Su-run looked at Zhou Ping and fell silent. This seemed to be a dead end. He paced back and forth, pondering for a moment, when an inspiration flashed through his mind. He looked up and smiled coldly. An idea came to him. The strong man stands on his throne, but the weak man always finds his shortcuts. No. It should be said. All kinds of frosty skies compete for freedom. Chapter 37, Inverted Tiangang, please cooperate with me. Early the next morning. Su Yuan didn't stay in bed today. Years of bad habits are gradually changing after coming to this world. After eating the breakfast Zhou Ping had prepared, he picked up the pile of books Zhou Ping had given him and started reading. A future sword saint and a Daxia sword saint. One person sits diagonally across from the other in a chair, with no extra communication. In the shade in front of the warehouse, the sound of summer cicadas rose and fell, and the wind swept through the mountains to carry a soughing sound that also made these cicadas flow and not seem noisy. The two men watched quietly, each clutching the heavy bulk of the book. The way Zhou Ping read the book was wonderful and very different from usual. He was sometimes angry, sometimes crying, and sometimes he couldn't help laughing. On the side of Su-run holding a wild grass rhizome, the grass leaves are still stained with some early morning dew, the mouth of the slightly bitter feeling to play the effect of concentration. His side was much quieter, with only the brushing sound of turning pages. The pages of the book in his hand were turned so fast that if he hadn't looked so focused, he would have thought he was just flipping through the book. The two seem to be on similar paths, but they are very different. Zhou Ping read each book to the point of becoming obsessed, and he slowly condensed his future sword Dao laws in the process, which was very slow and required depth. As for Su-run, he already had a law of the blade, and all he was doing now was to revive it. Which was the hardest step for Zhou Ping to take. Su-run no longer needed to take. Although the two had not exchanged a single word, there was a natural tacit understanding that existed. It's just that in Su-run's plan, this tacit understanding won't last long. After lunch. Although Su-run felt some growth, the progress of the law of the blade was still at 25% was motionless. Su-run felt that if he just relied on reading books, it might now take 2 days to raise to 26%. Sure enough, it's pretty much as I expected. Just by reading books, the law's current improvement, while still considerable, is definitely getting slower and slower the further I get. Previously in Sangnan City, there was a vague sense of this, but by now it is more and more obvious, and then later the difficulty is certainly geometrically increased. Shudder to think just how much perseverance it would take to raise yourself to the human ceiling with just these books. The afterglow swept Zhou Ping. It's been 10 years. Zhou Ping's 10 years as one day refers to 10 years forward and 10 years back, using the present moment as a coordinate. Su-run shook his head and secretly said in his heart, the stupid person insists on his stupidity and he becomes a genius. This is the true gist of sequence 333, Lily Red Heart. But for Su-run, this road was a dead end. By the time he became a god by reading the book, the grammatical god would have hit the door. Even if it was Zhou Ping, he had only condensed the laws and certified the red dust sword immortal fruit position after Yifan's sacrifice of himself. If he only relied on himself, when he waited for a number of years, he would definitely be able to condense this sword Dao law of sword shine through the ages as well. But time, after all, was not on their side. According to yesterday's plan, this would have been the time to enter practical training, but Su-run made a small request. I feel like I made a big breakthrough this morning, and since it's a real battle, I'm going to fight to the death. A life and death battle? Zhou Ping was a bit dazed as he looked around, looking for someone? Looking for those mysteries, those monsters. Are they looking for you? But there's no mystery here. Su-run smiled and said, this requires you, the great summer sword saint, to make a move. I don't know how to. Usually it's Yifan who tells me where to go and what to kill, so I go over there. If you don't know how, you can learn. You're the future sword immortal. This little thing is definitely not hard for you. Su-run smiled like a fox and started to hold him up. Sword immortals and all that, although I also Nope, 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 nope. I mean, Yifan didn't say he wanted me to do this when he asked me to come. Some brothers, you just don't know. There really isn't. Zhou Ping was on the verge of tears. Alas, don't be anxious, let me analyze it for you. Su Run followed the good advice. What did Yifan ask you to do? Give you special training. The special training is to improve my strength, right? Right. So is this mission of yours centered around improving my strength? Right? Right. Then since the center point of the mission is me, my job is to do everything I can to improve my strength, and your job is to fully cooperate with me, right? Zhou Ping felt something was wrong, but with the quick question and answer he couldn't do much thinking. Right. Good. Su Run's face was solemn at this moment, and he said sternly, now in order for your work to go smoothly, please go and capture a mystery for me to train. But. Zhou Ping's eyes were already spinning in mosquito circles. No buts. Comrade Zhou Ping, please cooperate with me. Yes. Yes. What are you still standing there hesitating for? Because of you, our work progress has come to a standstill. Why don't you act quickly? Yes. Goo, he's so mean. Looking at Zhou Ping, who had transformed into swordlight and vanished towards the distant sky, Su Run smiled faintly. A little bit of sophistry, a little bit of Chopin, take a pinch. That's the right way to do special training. Having the strongest fighters in Desya around me and not using them, I'm going to painstakingly go around looking for those mysteries hidden in the nooks and crannies by myself. When will it be then that I'll be able to save the Grand Xia? No one could have imagined it. A Night's Watch recruit had the audacity to dare to make the Sword Saint. If the leaders of the Night's Watch knew about it, I'm afraid they wouldn't want to rush to the door and tear him alive into 8 pieces. Is the weapon of the state for you to use like this? Su Run stretched out, the sun had come through, and moved his chair back to a new shady spot, picking up a book and flipping through it quickly. The wind is slightly more boisterous today. However, it wasn't until the string moon was high in the sky that Su Run saw a flash of swordlight reclining in the sky. Zhou Ping slowly stood still, a mystery was motionless beside him, looking like it had fainted. Looking at the exhaustion on Zhou Ping's face, he wondered, why did you go for so long, what happened? Zhou Ping almost didn't cry. After listening to Zhou Ping's broken words, he realized how outrageous today's events were. Huaihai City is the land where the Sword Saint often stays, a little bit of brain mysterious will not be here, brainless or dead clean. But Zhou Ping, this honest child he didn't know. He searched the city limits of Huaihai for a whole afternoon, the sky, lakes, rivers, sewers, the whole ground was almost not turned over. Hardly finding the mysterious shadow, he then started to go to the perimeter. His sword vanishing speed was extremely fast and he soon found one. Then that mystery was too weak and was accidentally destroyed by him. The second one, the third one, and it was hard to collect the force at the back. As a result of stabbing a mystery nest, the whole nest of mysteries all came rushing up at once. He confiscated one, and the family was wiped out by him. Going back to the fourth one, it was a mystery of the infinite realm, and there was no telling how much this mystery would have to grow to this realm. Zhou Ping felt that this mysterious realm was too high to meet the needs of Su Run's life and death battle, but he couldn't ignore it when he saw it. So a sword was given to destroy it. Hearing this, Su Run could no longer listen. Looking at the unconscious pool realm mystery he brought back in his hand, he only felt his heart ache to the point of not being able to breathe. This was just a rare mystery left in full whiskers without much injury after how many mysteries Zhou Ping had killed. His heart was tired beyond belief, and he went straight up and finished the unconscious mystery with a single slash. With a smile worse than tears on his face, he said, "Comrade Zhou Ping, you've done well." Chapter 38, Chuan, Realm of Mystery. I'm doing fine? Zhou Ping was stunned and said periodically, "Why do I feel as if you are not very happy?" His glazed red heart can feel the good and evil within others, and he can also vaguely perceive the approximate emotions of others. Su Run said, "My heart aches for you to work so hard today." Yes. Is it? Ha, it's okay, it didn't take much effort. But didn't you want a life and death battle? Why did you just kill it straight away? The silly boy said a little coyly. I can't believe this damn thing took you so long to find, I was too angry to hold back. Promise me that if you catch a mystery afterward, no matter if it's injured or disabled, as long as it's got breath, bring it back here, okay? I'll have my own way after bringing it back. I really can't bear to see you work so hard. Zhou Ping's face collapsed. Still have to catch Of course. Comrade Zhou Ping, the work may be difficult, but giving up is absolutely not allowed. Okay then. Enough chit-chat, haven't you eaten yet? Come and try my handiwork. Su Run. Level, LV11. Ability, Law of the Sword 25%. This long untouched level has finally been raised. The 11th level mental strength didn't improve much, and the increase in physical strength was also faintly felt but not exaggerated. It's not almost doubled like the previous 3 consecutive levels. It's just getting started. What could be expected in the next few days was that his level must have skyrocketed. In terms of laws, with Zhou Ping, a full-leveled large, sparring, it might even improve a little faster. By the time this training period is over, he'll be absolutely transformed. By then, even if you go into the mist, you'll have a few moments of self-preservation, right? At the thought of this, an easy smile appeared on his well-defined face, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. Have Zhou Ping bring back a test of strength tomorrow. Otherwise, with his own strength increasing by leaps and bounds next, he would really need a tangible figure to measure his improvement before he could do so. After finishing the meal, Su Run naturally couldn't let Zhou Ping eat for nothing. The laws are still waiting to be upgraded. The two walked outside the warehouse to prepare for this day of sparring specials. Law of the Sword 26%. Still a no-holds-barred matchup that boosted the law by 1%. Early the next morning, the sun would rise. Listen up, this time you go out and find the mystery and directly unload the limbs and bring them back, even if it's from the limitless realm. As long as it's alive you can understand? But didn't you say it was going to be a fight to the death? I live and it dies, isn't this a life and death battle? Does it make any sense? I can gain experience to raise my level, and when I raise my level, I can raise my realm. Do you understand this explanation? It doesn't matter if you don't understand, you don't have to think too much. Look at me yesterday, wasn't it a very big improvement? The purpose of our special training is to improve my strength. My job is to let you cooperate with me, your job is to cooperate with me, now you have to cooperate with me, no? Zhou Ping had fainted. What are you waiting for? Answer me. No. I know and I'm still going. Looking at Zhou Ping as he vanished in swordlight, Su Run felt as if he had forgotten something. After a while it still didn't come to mind, simply gave up trying to think about it and spit out the root of the grass he was holding. Raising his hand, he coalesced a phantom blade and cupped it in the palm of his hand, aiming at a large tree in the distance. He flipped his wrist and the phantom blade disappeared as if it had been lost outright, while an additional embedded phantom blade slowly dissipated from the trunk of the tree at his target. Su Run hemmed and hawed. This is the real deal, little leaf-flying dagger. Blade Heart, this ability hadn't had much of a presence before, as if it was a passive that added experience to a book. In fact, this skill was the key to his being seen by the Night's Watch. It was also the reason why Zhou Ping could see those shadows in him that he was familiar with. Blade Heart can directly learn all sorts of rather outrageous blade techniques described in the book, which are really laws in which to make up. Yesterday, Su Run had already learned this sword technique described as divine. Little flying dagger, no false starts. This move has a bit of the law of karma in it, and it's very bizarre. Oh, it shall live for the next time. Zhou Ping, wait for me to give you a big one in a few days. He picked up the emotionless sword of the sentimental swordsman again and reviewed it over and over again, and the Blade Heart continued to work, allowing him to understand this sword technique more and more deeply. 20 minutes later. Zhou Ping had brought back 2 Chuan realm mysteries. It was 2 rabbit-looking mysteries, only the size of a hand. Snow-white fur, soft rabbit ears, ruby eyes, and a round rabbit tail that one would want to resist kneading. Zhou Ping had one in each hand, twisting the ears to bring them up, and these 2 rabbits shook with a total of 8 short legs. When it landed, the slightly larger one spat out a sweet, soft voice with a trill. Please, this brother, let my sister and I live. Zhou Ping was silent. He placed the rabbit with this sealed power on the ground and pointed at Su Run. Speak to him. The bunny's leg was injured by Zhou Ping, and it stumbled to Su Run's feet, begging in a sweet doll's voice, its voice choking. Brother, balls can help you with laundry and folding quilts and cooking, and it can also walk for you. I'm also able to turn into a humanoid. I only beg you to spare the lives of Ball and my sister. The rabbit's 2 ears drooped on both sides of its head, tears kept streaming down from its eyes and wetting its soft fur, and its small ball-like rabbit tail trembled incessantly. They know that leaving today is highly unlikely, and only hope to stay alive. She can turn into a human body, only her tail and ears can't be changed. Being a slave or a pet doesn't matter anymore, as long as you can live. Su-ran put down the sentimental swordsman's emotionless sword in his hand, and his eyes swept the snow-white rabbit with slight delight. Put! A long knife broke through the tiny rabbit's head and went inches into the ground. Level, LV13. Experience to the account. Jabla! He drew his Yama blade and decapitated another rabbit as he screamed. Level, LV15. In case the carcasses rotted and created an odor, he kicked the 2 rabbit stumps into the distant mountains to nourish the land. Zhou Ping looked as usual, but his tone was a bit puzzled. I thought you would. Will what? Su-ran scuffed the ground with his shoe and said somewhat meaningfully, think I'll open up? Zhou Ping was bewildered. What meat opening? He had thought that Su-ran would be more or less confused by these 2 mysteries. He was almost mesmerized by the 2 rabbits just now, until he saw the pile of carcasses gnawed down to the bones in the rabbit's nest. Su-ran shook his head, without the idea of explaining, and just said faintly, I don't eat rabbit meat. He turned his upper body from side to side and moved his body, lifting the yin demon blade and charging towards Zhou Ping. 2 minutes later. Su-ran lay down on the ground to rest. Law of the blade 27%. As Zhou Ping prepared to go to the mystery again, he suddenly remembered what it was that had not been accounted for. Strength test. Wait. With big rabbit intentions behind it. Chapter 39 Strength Test, Hunting Frenzy. Test of strength? There's no such thing. When Zhou Ping heard Su-ran's request, he scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Su-ran was a bit dumbfounded and asked after him, then how do you vigilantes test your physical strength? He couldn't believe that an organization the size of the Night's Watch didn't have something like this. Even if they didn't test boxing strength, a barbell was still a way to do it. Zhou Ping waved his hand, looking embarrassed, and said weakly, I don't know. Su-ran then remembered that this sword saint was already at the ceiling when he joined the Night's Watch, and the strength test was something completely unnecessary for him. That's a numb grip. If you can't, use the barbell. However, I do have a way. Zhou Ping weakly continued, the division in the novel has the power of the pig, tiger, elephant and dragon, so I can test it for you myself. Su-ran's eyes lit up, this sounds very Zhou Ping, and said with interest, tell me in detail. Zhou Ping came to the interest, usually an outsider's to communicate with him stuttering, talking about the book is a torrent. The average human adult generally possesses at least the strength of a hog, and being able to lift 100 pounds with his bare hands would be the strength of a hog. And the strength of a tiger is the limit of what a gifted person can arrive at after training, pulling a 1,000-pound boulder with a single arm. This is already the limit for most people. The superbly gifted and fierce generals in the talking books usually only have the strength of 5 tigers. And the strength of a dragon and elephant is no longer within the reach of mere flesh. The power of an elephant is usually a physical body with a specialized body refining technique to be able to have. Not only is the power to crush 10 tigers, defense is impervious to swords and spears, and can fight for hours without losing strength. Inside the Night's Watch, the one with the most powerful physical body should be the one in Phoenix Squad called Xia something. I forgot. Su-ran felt speechless. Xia Simon, captain of the Phoenix Squad, a vigilante recruit, know that. Right. It's her, Agent Athena, who can harden mystery with the power of at least 7 elephants. Even she doesn't have the power of a dragon? Su-ran was a bit incredulous. Zhou Ping shook his head and sighed, dragon power is no longer something that a mortal can possess, that is the domain of a god. However, battles aren't just about pure strength, even if it's a god I have the confidence to raise my sword and fight. Su-ran interrupted him and couldn't wait, then how are you going to test me? Don't use your weapon, use your full strength strike and attack me. Zhou Ping was also excited, this was the first time he had brought the system from the book into reality. Su-ran stopped babbling and immediately told Zhou Ping to prepare for defense. With his 5 fingers together, he stood with his vertical palm in front of him, his fingertips pointed at Zhou Ping, as if this right hand was a sharp-edged blade. It was something he'd figured out after the last time he'd been beaten by Red Tassel, using the palm of his hand as a blade when there was no knife. The strength of his body was called up, and with a slight buildup of strength, his toes stomped violently. Trickle down, force from the ground. Both calf muscles went from relaxed to contracted, expanding the thin stream into a river. A twist of the knee sends this force through the thighs to the core waist, which has become a lake by the time the river is high. The waist was twisted, and then this force was further qualitatively changed. At this time, the power within the body was like a monstrous river, running towards the sea. The great dragon of the spine rose and fell as this river-like force was borne as far as it could go, and the muscle groups of the back trembled at a particular frequency, like the ripples of the sea. Finally, the power of this sea reaches both shoulders. Su-run's shoulders shook and directly set off a raging tsunami. The force had been absorbed into the palm as much as it could be, and the dagger-like palm powered forward, transforming the palm into a fist in the process, crashing into Zhou Ping like a meteor. This punch is more than powerful. And skill. Worth 20 years of hard work. The fist landed on Zhou Ping's protective astral aura, and a circle of dust underneath the duo's feet was directly swept away. Zhou Ping's eyes glared slightly. This. Tiger power. It's the power of 3 tigers. He could sense that Su-run did not use any abilities and purely relied on his physical body and skills to throw this punch. He was incredulous, as if the 5 tigers in the middle of the talkbook had descended before his eyes. Do you have a flesh-added forbidden ruin? Su-run closed his fist, smiled faintly, and said blandly, I was born with divine power. He knows his own business. There are no bonuses, everything is just rank. Human limits? Human limits? They don't exist. The true force is about 2 tigers worth of force, having just used the blade power technique to get that value. It was necessary to pull the rank up a notch today. Zhou Ping had once again left to hunt for mysteries, sometimes bringing in one, sometimes bringing in many, all of which were high-grade, high-quality mysteries. There was even a sea realm with its limbs cut off. The sea realm mystic's skin was tough and incomparable, or a flesh-strengthening ability, and it was even able to resist a bit of the Yin Demon Blade's spatial cuts with the use of spiritual power. Unfortunately, it still had little resistance under the Sublime Chop. Su-run refreshed his knowledge of his own attack power. Originally he thought he could kill a Chuan and that was about it. The Sword Saint was speechless and stated that move, the Sublime Slash, was troublesome as even he didn't want to take it hard. Su-run seems to be right when he thinks about it. In the Tokyo chapter 7, Knights takes a Benizu sword to fight Klein with the Yesi realm. It seemed like nothing to kill a sea realm with a Yin Demon Blade by himself. LV 16. Law of the Knife 28%. LV 17. Law of the Knife 29%. LV 18. He leveled up fast. But what made Su-run more puzzled was that high-level monsters didn't give much experience either. A sea realm mystical power was countless times that of the Yi Pool realm. But the experience is only 3 times that of the Pool realm. Wait for the night. The level had soared from 13 to 30. He clenched his fist, feeling explosive power coming from his body, feeling that he was now able to break a 1,000-pound boulder with a casual punch. According to Zhou Ping's set of words, his base power had already come to what Zhou Ping called the power of the 5 tigers. Zhou Ping's eyes were looking at him a little off. Under his breath, he mumbled something like extraterrestrial heavenly demon or something difficult to understand. In the course of a whole day, this Dasha Sword Saint had caught him 13 mysteries. This is unimaginable in Songnan, probably not so much in a year. This won't be the case for long, and Mystic is no cutie pie, gotta fight for a few more levels. As for the laws, Su-run glanced at the panel. Su-run. Level, LV 30-56%. Ability, Law of the Blade 32.33%. Knife bone, unconditional mastery of any knife. The heart of the blade, the beauty of applying it lies in the heart. Blade will, my will is the will of the blade. Blade koan, absorbing energy into blades. The panel produces some changes and more refinement when both level and law come to level 30. I'll understand my realm more intuitively from now on. In terms of spiritual power, he had already broken through the Yizhan and arrived at the Pool realm. Su-run could not help but sigh. The original protagonist and other heavenly pride also spent half a year to improve peaceful cultivation, which has to fight and kill to upgrade to fast awe. As for the laws, the rate of improvement was very slow after passing 30, and it took 10 fights with Zhou Ping in the back to improve by 2%. And the 4th ability. He raised his right hand, a broad palm, long fingers, white with a healthy red. With a thought, he tried to touch the strange power. Wisps of ultramarine-colored energy emerged ghostly from his palm. Chapter 40 Fuelwood. This profound ultramarine was as if it came from the bottom of the deepest lake in the abyss of the heart, and the slightest touch would be yanked into the abyss. They entwined, merged, and under the gaze of Su-run's dark pupils, they condensed and engraved on the back of his hand. It eventually became an ultramarine flame. A gut feeling came over him and he followed it to the outside of the warehouse. The cold moon hung high, and the only sound was the clatter of the wind blowing the leaves. It's amazing that the noisy insect chirping from yesterday night is now not audible in the slightest. Su-run's mental power unfolded, and without any movement of his feet, he suddenly came to a forest of grass. He stood in the void, and there were two snakes entwined on the ground, one of which, a silver-ringed snake, had swallowed the head of the other, which was so ferocious that it ate its own kind. This moment should have been the most intense moment for it to capitalize on its victory, but instead it was stiff and motionless. The other one, which should have taken advantage of this rare opportunity to escape from the snake's mouth, was also as dead as it had been, with no sign of resistance. Is it fear? Su-run analyzed. Not only the snakes, but the natural bats, the mosquitoes that were seen everywhere in the forest, all stiffened to the ground and did not move. They are falling straight out of the air. Su-run did not bother about this. The followers felt a few instantaneous movements away from this place, and it was only after a while that these creatures gradually moved and frantically fled from this area. Even the silver-ringed snake, unable to care about the food it was about to get, madly spat out the other snake's head and scurried off into the distance. Su-run came to a forest. This was the place where the mysterious that he had killed in the daytime had discarded their corpses, and there were a dozen or so mysterious scattered on the ground, just like a purgatory. The white rabbit that had been run through the head and died was at his feet. In his mind, his intuition tugged at him as if the very purpose of his visit was these corpses at his feet. The flash of ultramarine flame detached from the back of his hand and floated towards the white rabbit at his feet, and when it was slightly stained, the white rabbit's entire body directly dissipated like ashes. So sick? Looking at it again, the flame of ultramarine seemed to have added fuel wood, and it burned as if it was a bit more vigorous. Su-run nodded with satisfaction, looking at the mass of ultramarine flame, and said with satisfaction, 1 rabbit, 2 eats. It was a pity that these mysterious powerful flesh bodies were still being used during the day, but it turned out to come in handy now. Su-run got excited and started cremating these mysteries around this forest. By the time he had exhausted the dozen or so mysteries as fuel wood, the flame had increased by half compared to just now. This ultramarine flame was not scorching hot, but instead had a jewel-like coolness to it. He switched out his blue yen demon blade and had the urge to press this ultramarine flame onto the yen demon blade. What if this fire breaks my knife? He hesitated. That's an awfully short introduction. Absorption of energy was understood, and he wasn't too sure if that was the use of the Shem blade or not. He withdrew this massive ultramarine flame, rubbed his brow, and cautiously said, "The yen demon blade followed me to this world, and it cannot be lost, so it's better to find another blade to try in the future." So far, he has never used the blade intent to harness the yen demon blade to forcefully overclock to enhance its power, not once, for fear of overclocking the whole thing and not being able to repair it. He has awakened a new power, but for the time being, he is unable to use it, and has no choice but to return. It's good to know that the energy absorption one is sort of understood, one more reason to kill monsters. Really going to be a monster hunter for life. Walking inside the warehouse, there was actually a light on in Zhou Ping's room. He was tired from running all day during the day and ended up saying that his reading addiction had gotten the best of him and ran off to his room to lock the door and read a novel. It's really hard. Su-run shook his head and sighed, going back to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, Su-run looked at Zhou Ping a little guilty. This guy watched all night last night. Bloodshot eyes with dull light, slightly puffy dark circles and henna-like hair. With some uncertainty, he secretly thought in his mind, cow and horse plus 1 off duty should be fine, right? What did you say? Zhou Ping on the side seemed to be a bit delayed. Su-run shook his head rather sadly. I'd say it's better for you to go take a rest. Then your special training. Zhou Ping recoiled and hesitated, wondering if he was dragging his feet. It's okay, although it's important to improve your strength. You're my dear friend, how can I make you work so hard? Zhou Ping instantly came to his senses. The words dear friend made him feel his blood rise. That's okay. I'm not working hard at all, just wait. Ugh. Told you to go rest, I can improve just as well with a book. Zhou Ping didn't pay the slightest attention to Su-run's shouts behind him and turned into sword light to vanish again. Su-run looked at Zhou Ping's departing direction and narrowed his eyes slightly. He vaguely detected a white flame burning in Zhou Ping's heart area. Obviously it wasn't visible yesterday. Is it because his mental state has weakened? What the hell is the effect of this ability? Blade Master, what the hell is a Blade Master anyway? Su-run walked back and forth, never being able to figure out what was going on. The white flame in Zhou Ping's heart gave him a feeling as sharp as a sword, and just looking at his eyes gave him a tingling sensation. Instinct told him that one couldn't be touched. According to my idea, this stage should be the creation of things. Do I have to wait for my massive ultramarine flame to absorb enough energy? Whatever, save the exploration for later. The most important thing right now is to specialize and squeeze every ounce of strength out of me to specialize. He guessed that the restful special training wouldn't last much longer. As he had pretty much expected, Mystery seemed to have learned his lesson with this intense capture. The ones that hadn't been hiding very well in the neighboring cities over the past week had either been decapitated or captured. It may be swept clean, or it may be hiding even deeper and afraid to show its face. Cities a little farther away, which also seemed to have gotten the message long ago, didn't get much out of it either. In short, every day Zhou Ping hunted back fewer and fewer prey. Su Ran also already felt satisfied, although it was getting harder and harder to level up at the back, but today he was no longer in that fearful Zhan realm. Now even if he entered the mists, he was confident in defending himself. Counting the time, Zhou Ping should be almost due back as well. He counted the time in his mind. This period of time had crushed Zhou Ping, but it had also allowed Zhou Ping to develop the good habit of reading books while rushing. Well, that's kind of how special training works. A black dot appeared in the sky, and Su Ran put down his book to look over. Every day this week his physical body had been shedding its strength, and his sight range was now about 3,000 meters, which could be considered about as good as an eagle's. The night watchman's Quinjet helicopter? That's who's coming. The night watchman came a little later than he expected. He had expected someone to come by the fourth, fifth day, but he didn't realize it had been a week before anyone came. After all, the great summer sword saint flew everywhere in the sky every day, and with such a big commotion, how could the vigil not send someone to ask about the situation? When the helicopter slowly hovered above the warehouse, a man in casual clothing let down through the hatch without waiting for the helicopter to land. Chapter 41: The Surprised Zhuqing. What have you guys been up to all this time? The Night's Watch squads everywhere are literally on edge right now. Zhuqing looked at Su Ran, who was cooling under the tree, and said with a sad face, "Why is this person so good at making a scene?" Ever since his name appeared in the meeting at the Night's Watch headquarters, Zhuqing remembered that he hadn't stopped for the past half-month. Su Ran's face, as usual, rose from the rattan chair, lightly smiled and said, "Special training, come to Commander Zhua, have a cup of tea." Zhuqing was a big contributor to Su Ran's strength being able to increase so quickly, so his attitude was very good. Beneath the large canopy, a rattan chair, a low log table with fragrant green tea and a book, and a knife casually tossed aside leaning against the tree trunk. Where is this special training? It's laid back as if you're on vacation. Recently, because of the Sword Saint wandering around, the pressure brought to Zhuqing from within the Night's Watch was not small, and he pressed it down, not disturbing their special training. It wasn't until today that Commander-in-Chief Yifan also personally asked about it, and he had to come to see how things were going. Thinking of the recent gossip of his colleagues and the yin and yang of those who collided with his plans, Zhuqing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the doubts in his heart, and said in a bad mood, drinking a fart, "Old me has a big head. Where's Zhou Ping?" Su Ran's face did not change, still with a peaceful look, a slight smile. "Don't be anxious, leader, he will be here soon, and by the way, I will let you see the results of our special training during this period of time." He poured a cup of fresh tea for Zhuqing and picked up that tea himself and drank it all in one go. "Good tea." As he spoke, a sword light from the sky came straight at this place under the tree, and it was Zhou Ping. Before the person arrived, a pig-shaped monster was thrown in front of Su Ran with a plop, a Chuan, realm mystic. Su Ran put down the tea in his hands, got up and moved his muscles, and there were clicking sounds coming from all over his body. Zhuqing looked at this scene and was shocked, secretly saying in his heart, "This kid looks like he's ready to fight. Could he already be able to compete with the Chuan, realm mystery?" Some of the original questions were put into the stomach for the time being. The purpose of this visit was to ask them what they were up to, and this was just the right time to take a direct look. Su Ran did not pay attention to the others. He picked up the yin demon sword that was leaning against the trunk of the tree like a stick and carried it across the back of his neck, both arms wrapped around the sheath, and stretched it vigorously. Accompanied by two clicking sounds, his right hand drew out the yin demon blade directly from the back, chopped off the head of this Chuan, realm mystery at an extremely fast speed, and flung another knife twist, the blade inserted into the fallen yin demon blade sheath right at the back waist, accompanied by a click. With a click sound, the blade's edge closed, and the blade was sheathed. Zhuqing was a bit dumbfounded and felt tricked. "Is this what you guys have been doing lately?" Su Ranren, is that a pair of unhurried look, smiled, and said, "Leader, you are anxious again. This will give you to show you the results of special training. This period of time that myself progress is still quite big." As he said that, a cloud of ultramarine flames slowly surfaced in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he burned the boar to ashes. Looking at Zhuqing's stunned look, he thought about it or explained, "For this nobleman, a kind of ability, you can understand it as me killing these monsters to be able to gain power." He didn't want to say too much for fear of trouble. He glanced at the panel today. Su Run. Level, LV 51.3%. Ability, Law of the Blade 37.83%. Knife Bone, Unconditional Mastery of any knife. Blade Mind, the beauty of applying it lies in the heart. Blade Will, my will is the will of the blade. Blade Koan, absorbing energy into blades. Leveling up is getting harder and harder nowadays. The experience needed for each level up nowadays has geometrically multiplied, and the monsters are giving less experience. Being able to elevate to this level was already a result of pressing Zhou Ping. No, it was the result of Zhou Ping working as hard as he could dutifully. As for the laws, it was also getting harder and harder. Even when he fought against Zhou Ping, the experience gain was not much more. Now it was even less than 1%, and it was getting slower and slower. But for the time being, no other way has been found, so we can only take one step at a time. Either way, it's definitely not an ant today, at least. He clenched his fist as he looked up at Zhou Ping, who was piggybacking on the tiredness at the tip of his brow, and smiled softly with gratitude. Thanks a lot. Go and take a rest, then have a serious fight. Hearing this, Zhou Ping raised an eyebrow, his face surging with a touch of joy. You're not going to hide it? You can't hide it from me. The blade intent on you is getting more and more powerful, yet you don't have much growth every time you fight against each other. It's not interesting. Zhuo Qing was a bit surprised. When could Zhou Ping speak so naturally? In response, Su Run just smiled lightly and didn't explain too much, just told him to go and get some sleep. No need. Zhou Ping was a bit impatient. He lowered his head and walked all over the ground, picking up a piece of dead wood, frowning and dropping it again, and using his sword energy to chip in a broken bamboo section in the distance, gripping it and dropping it again. Zhuo Qing has begun to not understand. You are the great summer sword saint. You need to be so solemn against a Night's Watch recruit? Su Run was still the same, Marigold, realm newcomer from a week ago in his impression. He hesitated, but said, there are swords on the plain. After saying that, he greeted the pilot who was parked over there and signaled to bring the sword over. Zhou Ping beckoned with one hand, and the sword flew directly from the cockpit. Without any intention to speak, he directly sat down on his knees under the shade of the tree, hugged his sword and began to meditate. Wisps of sword intent surged through the air, and those who leaned closer could even feel the stinging sensation coming from their skin. Zhuo Qing is still the first time to see Zhou Ping so solemn. He has no meaning to raise the offense at this moment, on the contrary, a little panicked, pulling Su Run to ask in a low voice. Have you been messing with him this whole time? Tell me, I'll plead for you. More or less leave you alive. Su Run was calm and composed to comfort Zhuo Qing. Leader, don't worry, we have the numbers, you just drink tea over there and wait to see the results of this week's training. He was also too lazy to explain this kind of thing between swordsmen and swordswomen. It would be of little use to say too much. A fight was more useful than 100 words. The sword intent on Zhou Ping's side grew more and more terrifying, and even the interior of the old banyan tree next to him was emitting some fine rattling sounds, as if it was being destroyed from within. Finally, along with his eyes opening, that suppressed sword intent exploded and spread out, directly destroying the old banyan tree next to him completely. Su Run laughed out loud. Ready? Be careful, I'll prepare a surprise for you. When he finished speaking, his breath was no longer masked. Level 51 spiritual power erupted from his body. Zhuo Qing, who was watching the battle from afar, widened his eyes. Chuan. Chuan realm? How is this possible? A week ago it was still in the Yizhan realm. He looked at Zhou Ping, wanting an answer. Zhou Ping did not answer him, but only silently suppressed his own spiritual power to the same level as Su Run. Su smiled when she saw this. This will be a dead giveaway, and later you will be made to suffer alive. His physical strength was not ordinary. Chuan realm. Even if the Ghostface King, who was at the same Chuan realm at the beginning, stood in front of him again now, he would be able to be killed directly with at most 3 punches. He drew his sword and rushed towards Zhou Ping, a move that did not contain spiritual power, and plainly chopped at Zhou Ping. Dang! A circle of invisible airwaves spread out with where the swords met. Zhou Ping's face changed drastically. 2 elephants. 6 tigers? The corner of Su Run's mouth hooked up. How? Chapter 42. Just as soon as they exchanged hands, Zhou Ping suddenly felt the pressure. It was as if the opposite side was a human-sized Tyrannosaurus Rex, allowing his sword to be pressed down by an inch without invoking the slightest mental power addition. On the side, Zhuo Qing was even more surprised. How did he get so powerful? It's not even on par with Xia Siming back then. The astral aura on Zhou Ping's sword was constantly being worn down by the Yin Demon Blade, and this long blade that could slice through space was now even more terrifying under his master's violent augmentation. He immediately shook off the Yin Demon Blade, and the long sword in his hand wrapped around the sword dipper and attacked Su Run at great speed in a square inch. This square inch battle is even closer. Su Run's knife power was berserk, and after adding on his current, Chuan, realm, it even came to the terrifying power of the three elephants. Every time the swords collided, it was like a magic elephant covered in armor, slamming with all its might with those sharp tusks. Even the ground was constantly trembling. Quickly take the helicopter off and get away from here. This battle had only just begun, but the intense collision between the two made Zhuo Qing have to worry that the aftermath of their battle had destroyed the airplane. Commander, what about you? I'm not that weak. You take care of the helicopter for me. Zhuo Qing yelled. Hee, how can I just watch from afar during such a rare duel? Where was this still a battle between Chuan realms? A casual slasher sword from the duo could cause a Chuan realm mystic to drink directly on the spot. Su Run's strength was immense, and each slash on Zhou Ping's sword was simply like hitting a nail with a sledgehammer. Zhou Ping shouted excitedly, "You didn't even bring out the power of 10 tigers for the daily sparring match in front of you. It's too much." Set a light sword straight to Su Run's throat. This sword speed is too fast as a snake out of the hole. Let Su Run receive is also cold sweat. It looked like Zhou Ping was really a bit pissed off as he changed his sword stance and began to raise his strengths and avoid his weaknesses by taking the light and agile route. This time, Su Run was in a lot of trouble. His realm was still a lot worse than the Sword Saint, and his sword was not as fast as the Sword Saint's sword. Hey, Zhou Ping, you don't speak of martial virtues. I want to win. With 3 simple words, Zhou Ping had already thrown the aura of an expert into a corner. Once serious, the situation immediately reversed. This close short combat, obviously Zhou Ping is better. Then I'll have to start getting serious too. Su Run said in a loud voice. Only his voice could be heard coming from all directions, and he was dotted all around, uniformly swinging with his sword. This is? Zhou Ping only felt that this move was somewhat familiar, and his sword astral surge wrapped itself around the blade before it came. Boom! 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 The earth kept trembling, even the warehouse over there creaked, and a large amount of smoke and dust flew up under a single blast. It's over, this kid's plan might have to change a bit again. Zhuo Qing said as he watched this sight from afar with both delight and headache. Without waiting for the smoke to dissipate, Su Run held his sword in both hands and raised it above his head. The extremely cold blade intent enveloped the area, and even the trees in the distance began to freeze. He mouthed the mantra, "If your heart is as clear as ice, the sky will not collapse." A sword wind rolled up and cleared away this smoke and dust. Zhou Ping's face looked both shocked and delighted as he cursed. The 6 secrets of AO Cold. Good. You're hiding it really deep. Saying that, the mood around his body changed, and the sword pressure began to contain a destructive will. The sword spirits all beings and takes all things as ruminants. This is Solitary Sword's Holy Spirit sword technique? Su Run felt this power and only felt a toothache. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? Both feats were from the manga Wind and Cloud, and when Su Run attacked with AO Cold 6 techniques, a sword technique, the Sword Saint returned a Holy Spirit sword technique to him. The Holy Spirit sword technique has a total of 23 moves, and the last move, Sword 23, is said in the manga as being able to freeze time and space and directly kill people's souls, which is no longer in the realm of martial arts. Su Run exasperatedly said, "This AO Cold 6 techniques of mine can at most freeze a volcanic magma. You using the Holy Spirit sword technique has really opened my eyes. I don't need to use the last move as all." Zhou Ping said indifferently. Su Run is too lazy to say more. A knife directly with dozens of meters of knife shadow directly split down, a knife down instantly into the winter. The moisture in the air condensed into a mist downward precipitation. The Sword Saint, who was facing this slash straight on, showed some frost on his eyebrows as he exhaled a mouthful of white air and bellowed, "Don't you know that you have to shout out your name when attacking?" Raising his sword to meet him. Sword 18. A blazing sword chi directly collided with Su Run's tens of meters of blade chi, and the two collided and directly dissipated. Su Run's ultimate slash of this 10,000 things condensed AO Cold 6 techniques was spelled out by Zhou Ping's move Sword 18. Sword 19. Zhou Ping over there still refused to stop as another sword chi attacked. Su Run raised his sword to meet him, and the power of the 3 elephants erupted, blocking the sword with difficulty. Sword 20. Another sword chi attacked. Su Run used an instantaneous movement to dodge. He smiled helplessly. This sword technique was still a bit worse. Sword 21. Su Run was just about to raise his foot again and instantly dodge away when he heard another loud shout. Sword 22. Two sword chi flew out one after the other almost simultaneously, one at Su Run's current starting point and one at his landing point. Zhou Ping directly judged his landing point and decisively struck out another sword. This move is bound to be the first to hang up if you get hit. The premise is, did you really judge my landing point? Su Run let out a light laugh, his footsteps firmly stepping out, instantly moving. Boom! Both of the sword chis struck empty. Only to see that Su Run's figure did not appear in that place as he expected. A piercing chill came from the back of his head, and he twisted his head around at the last moment. The yin demon blade grazed his face and swirled around, disappearing once again. Ghostly reappeared on his flank, and the blade struck again. Having been boosted again, the CD for instantaneous movement is now also considerably shorter. Blade came down with several consecutive attacks, and Zhou Ping hastily stabilized himself. When he looked again, he saw that Su Run's eyes were tightly closed, and he raised his right foot to come behind himself, his left foot to come overhead again. Fakes. He closes his eyes to hide his intentions and fakes all over his feet to make himself misjudged. Zhou Ping was finally forced to move, no longer staying in place. When did you come up with that idea? He asked as his hand dabbed at the cut on his face. Su Run smiled and said, "It's only the next day." The next day. Zhou Ping chewed on those 3 words and gritted his teeth. You made up for the breakage the next day and only used it today? You're playing me for a mystery. I'm used to keeping my hand in. In a moment, Zhou Ping was furious beyond measure and turned into swordlight and began to tangle with Su Run. On one side, Zhuoqing saw that a blood scar was cut out on the sword saint's cheek, and the entire crowd lost their words as he hurriedly took out his communication device and dialed a number. In the vigilant headquarters, Yifan was looking at the documents on the desk with a headache. Recently, because of the exposure of Sword Saint's actions, many people were on edge. He wasn't yet sure why Zhou Ping's action was so big, but with that nerdy nature of his, he knew it couldn't have been his idea just by thinking about it. He flung the papers on the desk into the trash can. Su Run, you can really make a ing mess. If you don't have that potential, I'll throw you into a training camp and drill you to death," said the secretary, calling for an explanation. "Don't send any more documents about Su Run," the secretary said weakly, "but if they don't send it over, they'll probably just send one of their own." Upon hearing this, Yifan rubbed his temples and said, "Forget it, send. Send Zhuoqing's office." Ring ring ring. At this time the phone rang. Yifan picked it up and looked at the person. It was Zhuoqing. Chapter 43, Winning and Losing. Yifan picked up the phone. The clanking sound of swords clashing and the sound of wind coming from over there made him hold the phone away from his ear a bit. "Zhuoqing. You're fighting a war over there?" Zhuoqing's heavy breathing came from the phone. His voice was agitated. "Commander Yi, let me tell you something, don't be surprised." Yifan was silent for a while as he listened to Zhuoqing's gruff voice on the phone. "You looking for a boyfriend?" "What? Fart. I'm here at Choping. If you have a fart, let it go. Don't bull me. Su Run has elevated to the Chuan realm." "Well, what else?" Yifan hadn't reacted. "What? Wasn't he still a Jan a few days ago? He's fighting against Zhou Ping. Not losing the battle, even having a small advantage." Snap. The teacup in Yifan's hand accidentally fell to the ground by him. He was no longer in the mood to worry about that little matter, and pursued the question, "What the hell is going on?" Zhuoqing's voice came from the phone, and the clanging sound of swords clashing over here. Before, Zhou Ping never stood still to fight Su Run. Now that he was forced to move, he still couldn't take Su Run. It was even repeatedly dominated. Su Run's biggest breakthrough before instantaneous transmission turned into a trap after one of his little barricades. Falsehoods and falsehoods. If you think you have found his pattern, it can turn into a trap that will kill you at any time. Genius-like battle strategy. Chen Mai, who had experienced Su Run's fast and slow knives, was also very vocal about this. This kind of law Zhou Ping, an honest kid, couldn't even think of it for a month. This carries a poisonous sting of general flexibility, coupled with his terrifying power of the 3 elephants. Zhou Ping also with the strength of the Chuan realm against surprisingly repeatedly knocked down the wind. A phantom blade traced an arc towards Zhou Ping's back. He didn't put this little phantom blade in his eyes. Although he suppressed his power at the Chuan realm, his own terrifying realm brought him extraordinary reflexes as well as speed, and there was no way to go lower with this kind. This tiny flying blade could be flashed calmly even if it was stuck to the face. What he was jealous of was Su Run over there who hadn't made a move yet, and he hadn't used that move, Sublime Chop, yet. It's the knife that's hidden and unseen that's the most threatening. The power of that move to cut through space, he didn't want to get hit with it either. With the mental power of the Chuan realm, it could not be defended against a few moments of having to drain its mental power. What's more, this kid left a hand in his sword technique, AO Cold 6 techniques, and left a hand in his instantaneous movement, fake action. Won't Yuan Chop leave a hand this time? Thinking about this honest man, Zhou Ping was furious. Deadly staring at Su Run's every move. Su Run put his hand on top of the hilt of the blade, his left thumb against the blade's edge, and assumed the stance of the sublime chop, and a phantom blade once again appeared on his shoulder. He bellowed, "Watch out!" The phantom blade on his left shoulder flew out with a whoosh, cutting a large arc in the night and flying to Zhou Ping's side. And Su Run closed his eyes in place without the slightest sign of drawing his sword. Zhou Ping felt the two blue phantom blades getting closer and closer one after the other, his mind electrifyingly pondering. Is it a dimensional chop? Or teleportation? Or an instantaneous chop? Or is it this normal phantom blade? Are those the fake moves? The blue phantom blade at the back drew a circular arc closer and closer to Zhou Ping's undershirt, and Zhou Ping responded to the situation by remaining unchanged. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, and Su Run still didn't make a move. 4 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, Su Run moved. One step forward and the blade was sheathed. Behind him, the phantom blade was about to break through his clothes, and Zhou Ping only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the tip of the chilling blade was already millimeters away from his pupil. Pincer attack. The front stance was all a fake. It was just to compress the time Zhou Ping could react. At the end he had to make a move to intercept the phantom blade behind him. Instantly moving in front of his body at almost the same time, he attacked at the same time. Bang! The two flew backwards. Unsurprisingly still stopped by Zhou Ping, who crushed the phantom blade with one hand and sent Su Run flying with a clash of swords. Zhou Ping was forced to respond with both hands. The power of the three elephants also caused his feet to cut two deep grooves in the ground before he stopped. In a flash, without waiting for Zhou Ping to react, Su Run Yen Demon Blade returned to its sheath as if it had turned into nothingness. Sublime Chop. Zhou Ping sensed something strange when Su Run moved his thoughts, and he disappeared to the left. A creepy feeling wrapped around him, stopping him in his tracks. Only a cloud of blade light sliced through the air to his left. A ghostly blue halo emerged under Su Run's eyes. I can see through your path. The light of the blade in his hand was unceasing, and once again two clusters of blades sealed him off to the right and behind him. Zhou Ping looked up, and at some point in time, there were already more than 30 phantom blades hanging above his head, ready to strike. May rain. Lowering the blade seemed like rain. These 30 or so phantom blades were different from the previous ones. The blue color seemed to condense like substance. It was just a blink of an eye, and all the positions around the body that could be traveled were blocked. Only a slightly illusory phantom blade flew lazily in front of it, as if it were the way to life. However, he saw Su Run's delightfully upright figure in the distance shifting and teleporting in place of the phantom blade. Su Run had been fighting for so long that he clearly knew that he was not Zhou Ping's opponent compared to his reactions. The long-planned pincer attack was also stopped by Zhou Ping's hands. The good thing was, he was prepared to have a backhand. 3 sublime slashes plus May Rain seals the alignment and phantom blade teleports in close. A strong spatial fluctuation erupted from Su Run's body. Blue eyes like jewels. The blade was haunted by blue energy particles. Holding the sword in both hands, he invoked almost all the power he could call upon and slashed across the room, tearing a large hole in the space. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed. Void. Blade Realm. A crescent-like blade chi flew towards Zhou Ping. This was exactly the same move that was not used in the previous battle with Chen Mai. This move, like May Rain, slows down the movement of surrounding objects and collapses space towards the blade energy. In other words, the enemy would be wrapped in space and absorbed towards the blade. The only drawback might be that Su Run was still unfamiliar with it and would have a long forward swing when he used it, so he used a few skills in a row to block Zhou Ping's alignment. Inescapable. There is no escape. There is no escape. This move that made space collapse, I'm afraid that 10 Chuan realm monsters would have to die. Feeling the wrapping force of space, he looked at the blade chi that was like a black hole. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth, sword, 23. Su Run, who had long since withdrawn into the distant air, played with a fluttering leaf in his hand, his chest rising and falling as he adjusted his breathing. The final stance of the Holy Spirit sword technique, Zhou Ping still used it. The two terrifying forces slowly dispersed, and the surrounding earth was struck with a deep cratered depression. The center of the pit trap was where the two men's moves collided. The collision of spatial forces had sucked a large chunk of the land out of the area, and there was no telling where it would be sent. Looking at Zhou Ping, whose battle intent was still skyrocketing in situ, Su Run stood in midair and faintly smiled. "Zhou Ping, you lost." I didn't lose, no score." As a matter of fact, Zhou Ping, who had promised not to use Sword 23, had already lost since he had used it. But Su Run had no intention of arguing with him in that direction. He just looked at Zhou Ping and pointed above his right ear as if he meant it. Zhou Ping froze as a coolness came from above his own ear, and he raised his hand to touch it. There was a surprising piece of hair missing there. When? Zhou Ping was surprised beyond words. Su Run smiled blandly and did not explain, only his index and middle fingers clamped the leaves, then, with a gentle shake, the leaves disappeared. In this instant Zhou Ping sensed a hidden danger coming his way. He didn't even have time to react. Subconsciously raising his hand in the air around his ear, a few strands of hair fluttered down and a leaf appeared in his palm. He fixed his eyes. "This is..." Zhou Ping frowned, and then a gleam erupted from his eyes. "Little flying dagger?" The battle spirit subsided, the wind blew away the flying dust and took away the sound of swords clashing, leaving a silence. At the headquarters of the Night's Watch, the always composed Yi Fan inquired loudly without the slightest regard for his image. "Zuoqing! Zuoqing! What the hell is going on? Say something, you!" For a long time, Zuoqing's incredulous voice came from the phone, and the dry voice slowly said, "Zhou Ping seems to have lost. Chapter 44. You should hang out more with such wonderful friends." Zhou Ping looked at the leaf and laughed. "I've lost without injustice." He didn't look the least bit unhappy. More than winning or losing, this fiction fanatic was happier to see the fictional supreme martial arts in the world with his own eyes. He was convinced that he was not wrong about the figures of those swordsmen he had seen in Su Run. No, the successive AO Cold 6 techniques and Little Li Fei Dao proved him right. Didn't waste his time going out of his way to go around catching mysteries and feeding moves. Su Run came to his side in an instant and smiled faintly. "Thanks for this period of time." Zhou Ping casually threw the leaf away and shook his head. "Between you and me, there is no need for this." Immediately afterward, he slowly said, "Your progress is more than I imagined, but after the next, I won't be able to feed you moves." "Why?" Su Run was stunned and looked at Zuoqing over there again. "Is it because the special training is ending?" "Not also." Zhou Ping, this will speak more and more ancient style, with him a short sleeve. "Really, the more you look the more wrong. Yours is already on the right path, no need for me to lead the way forward." "Speak human." Zhou Ping shook his head, seemingly displeased with Su Run for not cooperating with him and speaking the ancient language. "If I feed you any more tricks, you won't be able to walk your own path, and even if you grow up, you'll still be the second Zhou Ping." Su Run sniffed thoughtfully and asked again, "Then how can I improve in the future?" Zhou Ping pointed to the leaf at his feet. "Don't you already know?" Su Run let out a long sigh. This week's crazy promotion was simply unimaginable. In the original story, Lin Qiye and the others only entered the pool realm in a year, and he had only been in this world for less than half a month, and he was already able to defeat Zhou Ping. Although it is under a lot of conditions, Zhou Ping suppressed two in his own realm. His own physical body is much stronger than him. Words to squeeze Zhou Ping so that he can limit himself not to use the big killing moves. He left a lot of hands masterpiece. Too much, too much. His mind's eye took credit for winning this battle. It wasn't honorable to defeat a straight brain with a mind's eye, but it was rather honorable to defeat the great summer sword saint. Regardless, a win is a win. Zuoqing also came to the side of the duo at this time. The red color of excitement still lingered on his face, and he was a little worried, carefully asking, "You guys? Is everything alright?" He was worried that there was something separating the two. Su Run easily saw what he was thinking, smiled blandly and put Zhou Ping on his shoulder. "This is my hand and foot brother." Zhou Ping smiled and did not refute, and Zuoqing was dumbfounded. When did this social terrorism become so normal? On that day, Zuoqing announced that the special training was over. On the one hand, because of this period of time the sword saint running around in fear, on the other hand is also Su Run feel that the back to continue the special training enhancement is not big. The mystery of the surrounding city is caught clean, and Zhou Ping says he's leading the way up to here, any more would interfere with his path. Although Su Run wanted to say that he wouldn't brother, he couldn't resist Zhou Ping's resignation to death and refused to feed him any more moves. According to Zhou Ping, Su Run's realm today had already reached 3-5 of his, and it was estimated that another 6 to 7 years would be his current level. Hearing Su Run shook his head straight. 6 to 7 years to be the same as Zhou Ping now, which waits until that time of the gods' war. What is the difference between a dog? Surely there can be another way. He was convinced that with his clever little brain, he could find it. Looked at the panel. Su Run. Level, LV 51.3%. Ability, Law of the Blade 38.36%. Knife Bone, unconditional mastery of any knife. Blade Mind, the beauty of applying it lies in the heart. Blade Will, my will is the will of the blade. Blade Koan, absorbing energy into blades. That's a pitifully small 0.5% addition to the law's progress for this battle. It made him wonder if his experience had been eaten by this panel. However, thinking about what Zhou Ping had said, he propped his hand on his chin and pondered, have I reached 3/5 of his realm? In other words, his realm as a human sealing sword saint is roughly law to 50% 60%. I originally thought that the law progressing to 90% would be the ceiling, but now it looks like this law of the blade has more potential than I thought. If 50% to 60% is the human ceiling level, wouldn't a further 70% to 80% advancement be a god? Can you continue to increase when you reach God? Lord God? The Most High God? Even. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel his heart surge. Originally I thought it was just A to the sub-god level of law, now it looks like the main god is proper, and supreme is not impossible. He was more confident about the future. And the whole thing relaxed. Su Run looked at Zhuqing, who was madly coding beside him, and asked, Leader, how long until we get to Tsangnan? It's true that the strength has been improving fast during this time, but the conditions are also really sketchy. Su Run has always been a hedonistic person, and has always been very good at arranging himself, otherwise he wouldn't have hit the snake on the pole and followed old Zhao on the first night. Why sleep in a bridge hole when you can be comfortable? Suffering is not to be glorified, and it is not Su Run's style to suffer without suffering. He was used to being comfortable in his previous life, and he was doing his best to overcome those luxuries during this time, fully focusing on improving his strength as his first goal. But now, he really missed the big bed that belonged to him at Red Riding's house. Almost there. Leader, you said the same thing an hour ago. Zhuqing did not return his head. He was writing Su Run's special training report this time. This experience was too incredible. Su Run exceeded everyone's imagination. The plan about him is inevitably have to make some major changes. Tonight's meeting must be another chicken and dog. Thinking about this, Zhuqing's head started to hurt again, but it was good that he didn't have to be there this time. On Kensei's side, he had returned to his third uncle's diner and was confronted with a black package. It was a gift that Su Run had left for him, saying that he should make sure he received it. And it is explained that it should be opened in the company of a loved one. The package was somewhat weighty, for square and tightly wrapped inside and outside. Zhou Ping's third uncle was next to him. You kid! How can you make friends just like that? Zhou Ping's third uncle was obviously not too convinced. Zhou Ping, aha! Said hands to open the outside black wrapping paper, throw away the top of the paper shell sponge, pull out the winding bubble cushion, take out the inside of the things carefully examined for a moment. It's some book. Rainy Night with a Knife. Ice, the Blade Runner. The Golden Sword is not for the faint of heart. These books were clear pink book covers, the very same magical novels that Chen Mai had carried back and then had been taken away by Red Tassel. Before Su Run came to the special training to let the Red Tassel packed for him to take away, the Red Tassel began to be a little reluctant, forcing him to make some means to convince the Red Tassel. Zhou Ping flipped through the pages, and third uncle expended a head behind him to watch as well. As the pages of the book turned, Zhou Ping's face grew redder and redder, and he closed the book with a snap. This. He was so ashamed and angry that he couldn't even say a complete sentence, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Zhou Ping held his red face and made a gesture to take the pile of books and throw them away. What are you doing? Get back here. Uncle Sam stopped him, grinning, looks like you've really made a friend. Don't look at Uncle Sam's age, the older he gets, the more refined he becomes. Friendships between men don't total those three things. Uncle Sam said he knew too much and exulted, you should hang out with such wonderful friends more often. Chapter 45, Chicken Flying and Dog Jumping. That night, the Vigil headquarters. What's the situation over in Huaihai City? I told you in the beginning that this plan wasn't going to work. The Night's Watch recruits would have to go to the training camp. You guys see the mess you've made now. What mess? You mean this whole thing about how much more mysterious honesty there is everywhere these days? Don't play dumb for me. How can a weapon of the state be used so lightly? You dare to call me old man in front of me? That's right, under Su Run's command, the Sword Saint had been flying all over the sky in every city every day for a week. The vigilante squads in each city were terrified and thought something big was about to happen. Spirits and demons didn't even dare to show their heads, and the Church of the Ancient God was unusually peaceful during this time. The otherwise ferocious mysteries everywhere are fast becoming herbivores. According to the report of a Night's Watch branch squad, a immeasurable level mystery actually dared to visit the Night's Watch at night. According to this mysterious self-account, it was a flame in its original form and had been hiding itself in the incinerator of the crematorium for so many years. It had never harmed a living person itself, it had simply taken the place of an incinerator. It has kept its peace for so many years for fear of inviting trouble. As a result, just these few days after coming in, every day, a sharp sword aura searched around for them, the foreigners. The mysterious aura around them was less than one. It was terrified. Fearful of being found out and captured, the mountain ghost family that had originally reigned supreme here was wiped out on the first day. I heard that the White Rabbit sisters, who were little known in the city next door, were taken away the next day. It's been a few days in a row, and the dishonest ones and the ones that aren't hiding well have all been cleaned out. It was scared, really scared, and while the night was still young it finally relented and came all the way to the vigilante base. Surrender! The mysterious one that exuded terror met the Night's Watch directly on his knees. Please lock me up. Or give you work, it doesn't matter if I'm a slave, it doesn't matter if I'm in a lab to be studied, I can even lead you to other mysteries. Please give me a way out. Haven't heard anything this outrageous in years. It also cooperated with the vigilante squad to record a video and send it to the vigilante headquarters. This limitless level of mystery really doesn't want any face at all. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have believed it. It's no wonder that the Night's Watch headquarters met specifically for this purpose. The vigil leaders couldn't stand to watch, it was fine for the first day, this was a week in a row. It's the same as having your own nukes flying around in the sky every day, not to mention your enemies, you can't sit still. Others are afraid of nuclear weapons blowing up, but they are afraid of nuclear weapons bumping into them. As early as the next day, someone couldn't sit still and proposed that Yi-Fan call off the program. Yi-Fan has always been to suppress these voices, but today he knows a new situation. Ta-da! His pale, strong fingers tapped the alloy desktop, silencing the group of killers. He snapped his fingers and nodded to the secretary in the corner. The secretary distributed the freshly printed documents held in her hands to the bigwigs. Yi-Fan's voice was calm and steady as he slowly said, "This is the report that Zhuqing just sent over, all of you take a look at it." The first to express his strong displeasure was an old man who picked up this report and read it rather disdainfully. "Humph, what else is there to see? Special training? Marigold, realm, a child's play." His neck felt like it was stuck and his voice came to an abrupt halt. The second person to pick up the report was a middle-aged man with deep features and a stern look on his face. He teasingly looked at the old man and said, "Why don't you say anything, scared silly?" "Humph, that's all the city has to offer, or let me see how G.A." This middle-aged man also looked like he had seen a ghost. The crowd took a look at the situation. How could they sit still, not waiting for the secretary to send down, directly over to open the robbery? "Old one. UING, take your own. What are you doing with mine? I just love taking yours." Yi-Fan looked at this scene and smiled imperceptibly. The city of this group of people was still poor. Everyone picked up the report and looked at it. The originally noisy conference room was silent for a moment. Everyone looked at each other, and for a moment they all seemed afraid to be the first to speak for fear that what was on this report was false. It was only after a while that someone muttered, "Going from the Jiachan realm to Chuan in a week, this is terrifying but not without precedent. To be comparable to those mysteries with just a physical body, without any special power enhancement, do you know what concept that is? Wasn't that what happened to Xia Siming back in the day? Xia Siming is blessed with divine ruins, she's an Athena agent. This is completely different. This situation with Su Run hasn't even occurred in the history of the Night's Watch. In the future, I don't think there will be any more either. You can't tell in the future, let him have a few children, there might be one that inherits his excellent genes. You put your thoughts away, I'm warning you, no one cares if you experiment on those monsters, if you have any wrong thoughts about him I'll kill you. I do think it's a good idea, I have a sister who is at the right age to have children. Come on, your sister is going to be 27, right? I have a niece that's graduating high school soon. I have He defeated the Sword Saint. At these words, the room fell silent again. No one wanted to discuss this matter. The Sword Saint had always been a living myth in the Night's Watch, and now that the myth was suddenly shattered, none of them dared to ask detailed questions. After a long time, the middle-aged man carefully asked, "Commander Yi, this report, is it true?" The conference room instantly, even the sound of breathing disappeared, and even a pin dropped on the floor could be clearly heard. Everyone looked at Yi Fan with bated breath, wanting to confirm this unbelievable news from his mouth. "Zuoqing has been communicating with me today, and everything on the report is conclusive." Yi Fan's voice was steady as he uttered these words, and he was secretly pleased in his heart. "Look at you guys who haven't seen the world." Everyone's breath caught in agitation, and they glanced at each other with burning eyes. Understand each other's significance in this matter. The report said that the Sword Saint judged that Su Run would grow to his current realm in about 7 years. If you only read this message, it was as if the Night's Watch would have a human ceiling with a combat power on par with the Sword Saint in 7 years at the latest, the Blade Saint. What's wrong with that? There was also a gap between ceilings. The Sword Saint is the top combatant in the human ceiling. According to the words of Zuoqing on the report, this Blade Saint is now only in the Chuan realm, and his actual combat power may be infinite, able to fight. And it had only taken him a mere half a month to grow up to this point. This is no longer a heavy bomb for the Night's Watch, it's a nuclear bomb. It took the Night's Watch so many years to produce a Sword Saint. Now the Night's Watch is going to welcome his Sword Saint. This means that the Daxia people as a community faced the gods of the mists, who are good and evil, and the unknown monsters. Once again, one more ace in the hole. It is the high level of warfare that is the deciding factor in dominating the trend of the pack. This is something that the leaders of the Vigil present understand this. Besides, from the report, this Blade Saint wasn't like the Sword Saint that he seemed to be with. Though strong, the Sword Saint is not fit to be the sword bearer of civilization because of the weakness of his character. And this Sword Saint, who looked polite on the surface, seemed like a murderous nature, and was able to bring the Sword Saint along for the ride. No one mentioned anything about him commanding Kensei to run around. On the contrary, he felt that he had only been in contact with the Sword Saint for a week, and there was a limitless level mystery that had been hidden for so many years coming to his door to beg for forgiveness on his knees. If he were to take power in the future, how much better could it be? Su Run has the top potential to use his brain, has manners, and has no unnecessary sympathy for the Fae. There is no more perfect image of the sword bearer of the Daxia civilization. The world is in chaos. The disease is treated with a strong medicine. God bless Daxia. God bless my Daxia. Some people actually waved tears on the spot and sobbed uncontrollably. Zuoqing said in the report that he gave him $2 million. What's that enough for? This Zuoqing, he's really becoming more and more unlikable. Give him the Vigilante's unlimited black card. And he said he wants some sword-type forbidden items. Open up the warehouse and let him look around and take whatever he wants. And that 061 Chopper White, isn't it in the hands of the Bailey family? Send it to him as well. At this moment, this group of usually frugal and simple night watchmen hated to give everything to Su Run, whom they had never met. I've never been this nice to my own father. Dream on, the Bailey family will obediently listen to you? The crowd in the room was silent. As strong as the Night's Watch is, as an organization completely removed from production, they are also poor. The Bailey family was one of the shareholders of the Night's Watch, and the economic lifelines of the Night's Watch were in the hands of these major shareholders. Although some shareholders were very supportive of the Vigilantes, the Bailey family's attitude towards the Vigilantes was clearly different. The Bailey family had always treated the Night Watch as their property, their bodyguards. The Night's Watch and they force things on you, none of them will give a turn around and jam your Night's Watch funds, and you'll have to go and honestly admit your faults afterward. Yi Fan voiced out to break the silence, not discussing these. Today I'm looking for you guys mainly to discuss the plan after Su Run. What insights do you all have? A large, 2-meter-tall, burly leader got up and said, he must be brought to Shangjing immediately. The old man who objected at first, who was in charge of the training of the Night's Watch recruits, objected, no way. There is no such rule. He must go to training. Ah. A couple of Vigil leaders jumped right in to crush the one leader who objected. Old one, what are you guys doing? We graduated in the same batch back then. Stop it. Stop it. Don't hit me in the face. Bang. Bang bang. Several fists went straight for his face. Can't I beat you, old fool? How valuable is the Sword Saint's time, going to your Thai training camp? Chapter 46, Undercurrents. Yifan turned a blind eye to the chaos in front of him, and didn't have the slightest intention of intervening to call a halt. When a few people naturally dispersed, that old man had turned into panda eyes, he grimaced and touched the injuries on his face. He was quite remorseful. I shouldn't have married your sister in the first place. Old Wine glared at him fiercely, and the old man instantly withdrew his voice and sat back in his original position. Only then did Yifan speak up. Alright, let's continue the discussion. The original plan won't work. I don't think it's good to receive to Shangjing. One of the leaders slowly said, the Night Watcher all trained in blood and fire. Su-Run his own character is very much in line with our requirements for a sword bearer. If he is protected here, he may instead lose some of his important traits. Yifan nodded slowly. Greenhouses can't raise fierce tigers. I also don't think it's a good idea to pick up and bring him to Shangjing. The mystery here in us have become a special balance, and with his potential still untapped right now, coming is likely to upset that balance. A slightly younger, but snowy-haired leader said, I think we should continue to cultivate his killing nature and join the first combat sequence. Yifan was also thinking about it. There were some qualities that Yifan purposely omitted from this report, such as the fire, such as the reason why Su-Run went around looking for mysterious kills. The offer at hand coincided with his thoughts. Xinghong, speak on. Keeping him as a member of the garrison squad is too much of a waste of his talent potential. Someone on the side looked at him in disbelief, and Yifan narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Rebuild Blue Rain Special Squad. No way. As soon as this statement was made, someone immediately objected. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous in the mists. He hasn't grown up yet. Exploring the mists is not a task for the human ceiling. The crowd objected, and every human ceiling was an old favorite of the Night's Watch. They're nukes that you only take out when you have to fight for your life. Explore the mists is a mission with a frighteningly high sacrifice rate. The Night's Watch hierarchy can accept the elites going forward to explore the answers to this unknown, but never the human ceilings. Human ceilings, which are more like some kind of non-renewable resource. There weren't many vigilantes with divine ruins, not few either, but there were only a total of 5 in all the years of the human ceiling. Now this soon-to-be 6th, the executives expected more from him and could not have intentionally allowed him to go on such a mission with a very high mortality rate. The crowd objected vehemently, and even Yifan frowned. The old man in charge of the training camp even jumped on the table and pointed at Xinghong's nose, blushing and cursing. What are your intentions, kid? Seeing that there was another brouhaha, Yifan slapped the table. Further bickering was afraid that there wouldn't be a result today. Joining a special squad is a good idea. But Blue Rain is off the table. Psychics don't fit, Phoenix, and Masquerade, everyone vote for one. Raise your hand if you feel like absorbing Su-Run into Phoenix Squad. The scene was silent, not a single hand raised. For this situation Yifan also had psychological preparation. The task of the Phoenix Squad was responsible for purging the mysterious that came from the mists, and it was usually rare to have to deal with some of the things in the mists. People are uneasy. While Mask is responsible for cases that arise within the territory, the Captain Wang Mask himself is absolutely unique in his time-based abilities, and Su-Run's safety is a bit more assured. Raise your hand if you feel like absorbing Su-Run into the Mask Squad. Brush up. As he expected, it passed unanimously. Meeting adjourned. Everyone has until 2400 hours tomorrow night to turn in a report. Draft name, the Sword Bearer. Confidentiality level top secret. After the crowd had left the stage, that old man in charge of the training camp came to his personal dormitory, took out a cell phone from the bottom drawer and secretly sent a text message. The man called Xinghong, who was not very old but had a head full of white hair, closed his eyes on the bed and entered a dream world that contained several figures, communicating something. Yifan was also rubbing his brow in his office. How long can this top secret plan be kept secret? This time, someone should always jump out. Su-Run was unaware of some of the things that had happened because of his vigilante headquarters. At this time, he took the 2 million bank card given to him by Zuoqing and walked along the river. Zuoqing is really a good leader. This is not far from the red-tasseled home. It is already night. There are still some ships on the big river. The wind from the river at night takes away the heat from one's body and blows comfortably. There are a lot of people with children and dogs walking along this riverside embankment in Sangnan City. The night market on this road is quite busy. Barbecue stand, milk tea stand, cold noodles, circle game, balloon fight. People are moving in and out. He looked at the men with a haunted expression. Su-Run sensed that within these people, and that time he sensed the flame within Zhou Ping's body in general, they all had a green-colored flame. Most people in the body of the flame illusory, wobbling, as if at any time to extinguish the general, if you stare at the time to see a long time, but also can be detected points of golden light particles to join the fire, the flame will burn again more exuberant. The green flame inside the child's body, on the other hand, was steadily burning without any sign of extinguishing. From the times Wu Qing sent him back to Songnan City, he had sensed all this. He knew that most of the people in Songnan City would be gone after a year, but not as deeply as he intuited at this point. Those people holding their children and beaming with smiles dissipated after a year. For a moment, he had nothing else on his mind. These little foreign gods. Sooner or later, I'm going to chop off your heads and kick them into space. Satellite the Earth with your heads in near-Earth orbit. That fire inside these people, the fire of life, the fire of the soul. Call it what you will, odds are it's the origin of man. This fourth skill of his own, Blade Monarch, could actually see these origin flames. Then the energy that came from burning the monster's torso enhancement before, the probability was that it was this origin. One's own ultramarine flame was actually the power of the origin. However, looking at the four big words absorb energy and transform blade on the brief description of the skill, he still didn't quite understand what transform blade actually meant. But I have a general idea in my head, so I'll wait to test it later. He looked at the overflowing stalls in front of the roadside barbecue store, the squid skewers roasting on the grill, and came to appetite. Boss. Order me a package. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, squid whiskers, chicken wings, heart tubes, beef tendons, okonomiyaki, grilled crushing carp, scallop vermicelli, garlic oysters. Give me an order of all of them, plus a spicy fried snails, and hot and sour hairy beans. Pack it all for me, make it mildly spicy. This restaurant's lamb kebabs are cut on site from the hind leg of the lamb and skewered on site in front of the entrance. The large grains of fat and lean lamb are skewered together with red willow branches and roasted over charcoal. Sprinkled with cumin chili peppers, fat oil dripped on the charcoal fire, raising a cloud of white smoke, the choking aroma of roasted lamb with the special aroma of cumin came to the nose. Su Run's appetite was whetted, get another dozen cold beers. You can't have a barbecue in the summer without a cold beer. After half a month of being tense in this world for so long, it's time to relax a little. Boss, you grill it for me, I'll come get it later. Another visit to a store selling crayfish ordered a 3-pound cassoulet to be packed, with instructions to add extra spice. Red Tassel likes spicy food and Nan likes fish. Traffic has suddenly picked up today, so thanks for watching. I saw so many people reading my book at midnight last night, and I'm not going to lie, I got right up and coded another 500 words. And then the water comments section went. Love you guys. Chapter 47, You're Too Cooperative. Carrying a couple of large bags of the stuff, just the smell of it made my fingers twitch. At the time of the special training, Zhou Ping's cooking inherited from his old uncle who owned a restaurant. But this fan of the novel really doesn't have much of a taste for food. Every day, the same few dishes, how to make it simple. After 3 days of eating, Su Run couldn't take it anymore, and Su Run was the one who cooked all the food in the back. The beds in the vigilante base over there are also very small marching beds, 0.8m 2m, able to sleep, but the comfort level really can't be talked about. Thinking of the big bed in the Red Tassel's house, Su Run, who was carrying a barbecue beer, quickened his pace. Walking to a place where there were fewer people, a faint blue light lingered at his feet, and Su Run's person disappeared into thin air. 2 teleports later, they had arrived at the Red Tassel family's villa area. There was a strange ringing in his ears that seemed to be the sound of a cup hitting the floor. Thinking that it might be someone arguing, Su Run didn't pay too much attention to it. Ah! A screeching cry stopped him in his tracks, and Su Run frowned. This place was bought by her parents when Red Tassel was small, and it was considered a high-class property at the time, but now that so many years have passed, there are already more top-notch mansions over in the new town. It's not exactly an old place these days, but it's been gone for a long time. The upside, it's quiet over here at night. The bad, security is not what it used to be. After thinking about it, Su Run still moved his mind, and his spiritual power extended towards the place where the scream was. After all, it's the neighborhood where you live, and it's good to pay a little attention to what's going on down the road. In a villa, 2 women in black lace nightgowns were gagged and shivering as they watched the 2 thugs inside the house. Old uncle, these 2 women are too watery, I really can't hold it in. A tall, fat-headed middle-aged man's gaze revealed an undisguised obscene glow as he swept back and forth at the 2 tied-up women. Sisters Tang Chin and Tang Xian only felt that the gaze was like substance, causing the hairs on their delicate arms to stand up. Sister Tang Chin, well. Shouting, the tear mole at the corner of her right eye made her look pathetic. Snap. A waxy, dry palm slapped him without mercy on his tiny face with such strange force that a hint of bright red oozed from the corner of Tang Chin's mouth. Humph. Be honest with me. Scream again and I'll cut your tongues out. It was a dry, skinny old man with a few dry white hairs sparse on his head and an undershirt on his body. Looking at the pair of high-graded sisters in front of him, the old man's eyes exposed a hostile aura that was even more terrifying than that obscene gaze. Can't hold it in all day long. You can't do anything big like that. Go and search the house for anything of value. Me. Uncle, please let me do it first. What's that guy going to look like when you're done? The conversation between the two made Tang Chin even more terrified, and for a moment fear came out like a flood. The middle-aged man sniffed his nose and said suspiciously, "What's that smell?" The dry old man turned back, and the violence in his eyes became even more excited. His voice trembled and said, "Good nephew, you listen to the old uncle. In the future the old uncle let you first. We now have this kind of power. In the future what people cannot get? Listen, these two you cannot grasp." Blanche. The middle-aged man smashed the solid wood staircase railing in his hand as if he was venting his anger, and actually directly smashed the railing and broke it into two halves. He turned around and was about to go and do some scavenging when he saw that at some point above the steps in the villa's hall there was still a figure with an upright figure and a stoic demeanor there. What man? The person who came was none other than Su Run, who looked at the duo in front of him with a slight frown. There was a tiny green flame within the origin flame in these two's bodies, like it had inspired their potential. The originally illusory origin flame in their bodies would be like fireworks in full bloom, constantly spreading sparks around. Since when did Songnan City have this variety of bugbear? Su Run's thoughts moved, and these two people in front of him only felt a flash in front of their eyes. The strength in his body felt shortened by a large portion of his vision before he had a chance to let it out. Looking down, the body had disappeared from sight and the head was above the floor. His mouth opened and he couldn't shout anything. Su Run walked down the steps by himself. Hush, don't shout. The head didn't fall off, only the body below the neck was buried. Answer the questions honestly, or your head will roll, got it? Su Run undid the middle-aged man's restraints, and the man fought to raise his buried arm, but the concrete restraints prevented him from moving. Su Run ignored these movements of his and faintly opened his mouth to ask. First question, where does your power come from? The middle-aged man held his face red and realizing he couldn't move and shouted, His Excellency won't let you go. My lord? Don't you two get your power from something, but from people? Su Run analyzed. You answered well, but the tone, I'm not satisfied. Su Run raised his hand towards the middle-aged man, and a force plucked him into midair like a carrot. The middle-aged man was slow to react, and only then did he react to the fact that the handsome man in front of him was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but his voice couldn't make any sound. Su Run's single hand pinched in the void, and the man's heart was directly pinched and burst inside his body. Collected away the abnormal fire within him. Su Run threw the man's body into the distance like a piece of trash and turned his head to look at the old man. Second question, what purpose does he serve in granting you power? He unbanned this old man. I say. That's a. Ugh. A woman in her 30s with green hair, who doesn't sound like a local, met us 3 days ago and gave us incredible powers to help her find someone. Su Run looked puzzled, looking for who? I don't know, it says it's looking for someone with special powers like you. Hearing this, Su Run pondered. From the looks of this maneuver, the person behind these two people did not look like a good person. It may have activated their potential with some kind of power, but these two were like stumps of wax with a lighted lamp, not far from death. Is the person who came to Songnan looking for special powers looking for the Night's Watch? It's not in the original. Is this about me? The older a person gets, the more refined he becomes. That old man saw Su Run's eyes pondering. Although he was afraid, he didn't dare to make a sound to disturb the Lord. Su Run then looked at the two women in the corner. Sisters with similar looks and opposite bodies. Snap. He raised his hand toward the thinner one and snapped his fingers, untying her. This girl had a tear mole in the corner of her left eye and wore a pair of black framed glasses, looking a little calmer. Realizing the restraints on her hands were loosening, she winced and got up, pulling out the strawberry print piece of fabric that gagged her mouth. Strongly calmly said, Thank you for saving my sister and I. My name is Tang Xin, I am a sophomore in high school this year, Without waiting for him to finish, Su Run raised his hand to signal her to stop. I know, no need to repay, now help me get a rag and fetch another bucket of water over. Wait for Tang Xin to bring the water. With a movement of Su Run's mind, the old man who was still in the ground suddenly lay horizontally in mid-air, unable to move by the spatial restraints. My lord! My lord! I'm all honestly cooperative. Don't. The old man was already over 100 years old, and at this time there were actually cloudy tears in his eyes. He doesn't want to die. You're too cooperative. I think it's a little more credible to do it yourself and get the information. After saying that, Su Run wet the rag and covered the old man's face. Waterboarding, a mild yet brutal method of torture. A man of steel can't last more than a few minutes. Permanent damage can be done to the victim's psyche and brain. Chapter 48, It hurts a little, bear with it. A minute later, Su Run got the news he wanted. What the old man just said is true. Su Run picked up a few clean paper towels and wiped his water-stained hands. You should have said so, look at the mess this has made. The old man's features were twisted, and he was on the ground breathing in the fresh air greedily, without a single response. Closing the air didn't do any good, and the water kept pouring into my nose. He had a complete meltdown at the 25-second mark. Su Run casually dropped the tissue and took out his cell phone. Looking at the barbecue on the coffee table in the living room, he sighed darkly. Today is the day it looks like he won't be able to eat. He adjusted his voice and called Red Riding. Hey, is Red Riding there? Is Red Riding there? A valiant voice, crisply returned, Little Red Tassel is not here, Sister Red Tassel is here. Yeah. Shannon, what are you doing? Ahem. I'll make a long story short, I've just returned to Tsangnan, and there's a bit of a special incident in our neighborhood, so you guys come over and watch and deal with it. Where? Kill what? Sister is coming to help you. Hearing the sound of clanging weapons coming from over there, Su Run's forehead sweated slightly, inexplicably feeling some pressure. No, it's been taken care of, at. He gave an inquiring wink to the girl off to the side, at Villa 025. After saying that, without waiting for another sound to come from the other side, he hung up the phone. There's a big fish behind him waiting for him over here. The odds were that the man was coming for himself, and where else would he have the heart to sleep if he didn't catch him out? He looked to the strange green flame in the old man's body. With a thought, the weak flame floated out from the old man's body. If the flame was stronger, it might have to go up to the hand to take it out. This action caused the crumbling old man's body to keep thrashing on the ground, and his cheeks, which were already old, instantly sunk in, old as if he was going to die in the next second. Su Run felt the dots of connection on this green flame and let out a cold laugh. You think you're hiding it well? After a week of hard special training, I just returned to Tsangnan. Trying to relax and enjoy some food and wine with friends, came across this thing. Su Run only felt that he was on fire right now. Su Run? Suddenly someone called his name. Su Run turned her head to look. It was the woman who had just been on the floor. She had removed the bare print piece of cloth from her mouth with the help of her sister. The woman looked about 25 years old. Su Run looked a little familiar. It seemed that he had seen her somewhere but couldn't recall. It's really you. Her face flashed with a hint of joy. The tear mole at the lower right corner of her eyes looked churlish, struggling her plump body to stand up. I'm Tang China. I've seen you at the mall before. Su Run remembered. He had seen her picture in his circle of friends, and he had met her when he first came to this world, but then he had talked less and he was about to forget about it. It's you, Sannan is really small. Don't worry, it's already fine. My friends will be here soon, they'll take care of. But there are still things left to do today, so it's better to leave this place of wrongdoing first. Following the sensation of the wisp of green flame in his hand, he flickered through the dark night sky. The owner of this flame was smart enough not to hide in some out-of-the-way place. Instead, he took advantage of the lights-out mentality and got a deluxe suite at a downtown hotel. Su Run summoned the Yen Demon Blade and instantly moved in. Nowadays, not to mention his Chuan realm's spiritual power, the physical strength of the 2 elephants and 6 tigers. Just with the Yen Demon Blade, it was hard to say whether an ordinary, immeasurable, realm would be able to fight back in front of him. Don't care what realm I am, just ask if your spiritual power is enough to carry 1,000 knives in an instant, knives tearing the sharpness of space. Why bother to plan as painstakingly and carefully as you did before? There was no one else in the luxurious room, and the bed was randomly littered with clothing. It seemed that the news that it was a woman should be correct. The movement of water splashing in the bathroom, people showering in it. Su-run was not in a hurry and came to sit calmly on the curved sofa of the luxury suite. Utilizing the spatial perception of the Yen Demon Blade, he checked to see if there were any more companions in the surrounding rooms. The door to the washroom opened and a green-haired woman stepped out with a wet vapor, her quivering snowy whites holding the towel up and looking slightly chubby. The green-haired woman's pupils shrank when she saw Su-run, who was armed with a knife, sitting on the curved couch by the window. A few breaths of extremely fast calm. Without avoiding Su-run's gaze, under his gaze, he graciously bent down and took out 2 cans of drinks from the refrigerator. The bath towel outlined a regal curve. She took a catwalk towards Su-run in a modest manner. Yo sister didn't realize that hotels have door-to-door service. With her fingernails coated with danko, she opened the energy drink in her hand and bent down to push it in front of Su-run, showing off her style. Sister was originally not good at this. However, she brought her cheeks closer, charmingly looked at Su-run's eyes, and spat out an orchid fragrance, hee hee. Brother, you are so handsome, sister me, I don't want to reject it at all. Su-run also couldn't help but smile, this woman was quite skillful. If a male came normally, drinks, grooves, face, all 3 in front of you, I'm afraid that the eyes do not know which side to look at. Su-run was also an old player, he smiled bashfully and slowly stretched out his left hand and slightly pinched this green-haired woman's chin with force. Rising slowly, his eyes had a slightly playful look as he looked down into the green-haired woman's eyes. Absently, he said, I hear, you're looking for me? Su-run was a cut taller than this woman, and although he didn't use any power in his hands. But the emboldened look and the look with defiance made him look oppressive. Sure enough, the green-haired woman's pupils shrank and she blurted out, You're the Sword Saint disciple? A disciple of the Sword Saint? Su-run frowned, feeling that these 4 words sounded a bit harsh. But sure enough, it was looking for him. There were 2 traps hidden in Su-run's words. The fact that the woman didn't deny you guys meant that there was indeed an organization behind this woman. And this woman blurted out, disciple of the Sword Saint. What else could be going on in the news during this period of time that had anything to do with the Sword Saint but himself? He sighed at the thought, what a sieve of intelligence the Night's Watch has, it's catching up to S.H.I.E.L.D. LOL, brother is quite strong, sister doesn't hate it. He didn't know which power was behind the woman, but might as well swindle again. Su-run moved his left hand up from the woman's chin to cover her pale face and caress it. Soothed some of the tension. He brewed for a moment and asked again, Ancient God Church, what is it that you are looking for me for? Church of the Ancient God, the largest Adventist faction in the original, the first to suspect them with screw-ups is definitely right. The paper's strength was pretty impressive, a dozen or so divine agents, but there really weren't many that made an impression. The 3 chiefs, none of them human ceiling strength, dabbled a bit with the gods out there, and actually fought more than the average Klein powerhouse. Perhaps the strongest below the human ceiling level? But that's about it. It's like some countries that don't even have nukes shouting all the time that they are number 1 in Asia and number 2 in the world. How do you know? The woman was a little shocked. She hadn't even declared herself yet, how come this man knew? Could it be the forbidden ruin that reads the heart's voice? It's really the Church of Ancient God, alas, a bunch of clowns. Su-run's hand squeezed the green-haired woman's neck without warning. The power of the 2 elephants and 6 tigers was like the strongest collar, making it impossible for the woman to struggle away. Wait. Etc. Ahem. Ugh. Woo. The green-haired woman's mental power exploded out, her hands breaking Su-run's palm that was stuck on her throat, trying to struggle away, even her hair fluttered up. But the hand jammed around his throat didn't budge. She hadn't expected this rather understanding brother to flip out when he said he would. Shoo shh. Don't panic, cooperate with me in an experiment first. Su-run's tone was calm and comforting. He looked toward the bottom of the woman's neck. There was a green origin flame. Palm. Su-run's right hand opened and the flame of ultramarine ignited to cover his hand. Vigorously, he clutched at the green origin flame in the green-haired woman's chest. Good girl, it might hurt a little, so bear with me. Without causing any damage, his arm actually directly penetrated the other party's skin, as if it had pierced through a curtain of light. Sure enough, it works that way. That impulse came at the sight of Zhou Ping's ball of fire. There had never been a suitable opportunity or target to test this ability before, and today was the perfect day to experiment with her. 4th power, Blade Runner. Launch. Nearly 3,000 words in one big chapter, like the frequency of my super-duper updates? Ha, here comes the fun later. But some of you should have already guessed what ability the protagonist is using right away, right? Chapter 49, Deceiving My Friend Zhou Ping's Unfavorable Sword? Woo! The woman couldn't suppress a murmur from her throat. Su Run's large, iron clamp-like hand squeezed her delicate neck in a deadly grip, making it impossible for her to swallow properly with her saliva. The vicious arm, wrapped in the flame of ultramarine, magically delved right into the green-haired woman's chest, clutching the green flame. The action gave the voluptuous woman a great shock. The pupils of her eyes couldn't help but look upward. Su Run did not care about the feelings of the plump woman. His eyes were firm, one hand was stuck on the other's throat, and under the opposite side's powerless resistance, one hand clutched the other's green flame and pulled it outwards. The process is slightly resistant. It was as if he was pulling out a knife that hadn't been sheathed in a long time, and the sheath was holding onto the blade to keep it from leaving. But Su Run is ruthless. He does not care about the other party has begun to shake non-stop legs, iron-willed to clutch out that flame. As Su Run's palm emerged, the flame he clutched in his hand actually turned into a dark green hilt. This is. Su Run's eyes glowed, so this is it. He released his grip on the other man's neck and gripped the hilt of the knife with both hands. First power, blade and bone. Launch. It's not the same as the lag at the beginning. As the power was unleashed and the hilt was pulled out, the process became increasingly silky smooth, as if lubricating a rusty machine. This dark green blade was accompanied by a strange light and completely left the plump woman's body. The green-haired woman looked like her bones had been drained away at this point. It was limp. Dark green energy lingered on the white chest, forming unusual patterns. The female crouched at Su Run's feet, her plump body trembling slightly. When the dark green light on Su Run's hand dissipated, it was a short blade, about the length of a forearm, with a mossy, ghostly green blade, as if it carried some kind of dangerous curse. The end of the grip is set with 3 yellow gems like pupils. As if there was an echo in his ears, Su Run knew the name of the blade. Poison. Those who are cut by this blade will experience a surge in strength. Maintaining this state for an extended period of time may lead to a number of ailments such as baldness, swamp drainage, and a constant drain of life force. Su Run. It's hard to evaluate the effects. But it's really quite toxic. Su Run momentarily wondered where the application scenario of this knife was. But Blade Cohen's power. Instead, I understand. With the man as the blade, I am the Blade Lord, so that's what it means. He said slowly. That green-haired woman came back to her senses at this time, looked at Su Run in shock, and asked tremblingly, "You? What exactly are you?" "Ha!" Su Run returned his gaze to the woman. He had a bold idea. He gripped the dark green short sword, poison, in his hand, mobilizing the rarely used blade intent. A flash of dominance flashed in his eyes. Third power, my will is the will of the sword. Now, kneel. The look in the green-haired woman's eyes shifted constantly, sometimes horrified, sometimes tame. However, the charmingly soft body was not delayed in the slightest. Boing ya! This woman, completely female, bowed down at Su Run's feet, at this time looked up at Su Run, seductive eyes are obedient. This sudden contrasting look at Su Run's face gave him a start. Hiss! This evil power that manipulates people. His heart thumped, an evil fire rose from the lake of his heart, and magic surged in his eyes. Su Run is also considered to be a long time in love, but also has a second brother who is invincible in the world. As a matter of fact, this kind of small scene should not be able to make any waves for him, but this time it was restless for some reason. No, this knife is poisoned, make no mistake. He closed his eyes and imagined the red tassels. Nan, Mrs. Bailey, no, harder to top. He took a deep breath, emptied his emotions, strongly stabilized a flawless Tao heart, and gradually adjusted his mind. I'm a high-level member of the righteous path, and such kingly means dirty my identity with poisonous objects. He shifted his target, and his mind began to wonder if there were any other ways for Blade Runner to be developed. Without stopping, he asked, "What's your status?" The green-haired woman at this time put away her previous stance of smoky behavior and charming eyes and became incomparably obsequious. I'm an elementary school teacher. I'm talking about the identity of the ancient god church. Su Run was furious. You're an elementary school teacher with your green hair? Is it a proper elementary school? The woman's expression seemed a bit aggrieved as she weakly said, I am the 20th seat of the Church of the Ancient God, believers, a pharmacist. 20 seats? It really doesn't ring a bell. Believer, a force under raving. One of the 3 leaders of the Church of the Ancient Gods. The exact composition of the strength is not remembered. God levels aren't as plentiful as dogs now. Believer, there are still some high-level warriors among the members. Also at a ravings myself can't be seen with regular Klein. Su-run was confident in hitting one, infinity. It was hard to say with more than one, let alone Klein. But, it doesn't matter. With one phone call he could summon his brothers in arms from the next city over. Su-run smiled coldly, it's only 20 seats. No wonder it's so drawn. Oh, what do you want with me? There is news that Sangnan City has produced a disciple of the Sword Saint. The green-haired woman apothecary's eyes exuded adoration from the heart at this time, and she said with slight excitement, Lord Rumor has asked us to come and explore your greatness. The primary goal is to bring you to the Church of the Ancient Gods, and if that doesn't work, get rid of you before you grow up. Su-run played with the short sword in his hand, pondering, not growing up yet? Looks like the latest news about me hasn't spread yet. Ha, get rid of? Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to the Church of the Ancient God right now. His main focus was still on the mysteries. This group of bugbears with less than the ceiling of a human in terms of combat power were too much trouble to find. With this mind to specifically trouble the Church of Ancient Gods, one would probably be on the verge of becoming a god themselves. But since the words are coming back, hey, ravings? I'll give you the whole surprise then. Su-run held his bad, his mind plotting to give his real name to a certain delivery boy. One last question. I'll leave you alive after you answer. At these words, the green-haired woman pharmacist struggled with her expression. Ruthlessness and deference, by turns, kept appearing to flash in her eyes. Su-run quietly watched without making any movements. He wanted to see just how far the blade intent could go. How many of you came to Sangnan this time? What strength? I don't know who exactly, but there are at least 2, Chuan, realm powerhouses. The pharmacist paled at these words. Lord, please, no, I must not disobey. It's hard to imagine a person with a face capable of such complexity. Su-run looked secretly shocked. This ability was too domineering, afraid that if she was told to kill herself, she'd end up doing it. Su-run shook his head. I'll give you a chance to die sober, but before that, there's one more experiment to do. Ignoring the sickly look of gratitude that flowed from the woman, Su-run raised his hand and summoned the flame of ultramarine once again, and began to concentrate on stripping a strand of origin power from that massive flame of ultramarine. By the sofa, the Yama sword leaning against the wall trembled slightly. With his full concentration, he slowly approached this strand of origin power near the dark green, poison, short blade in his hand. As this strand of origin power and the Yi poison grew closer, the Yen demon blade glowed with a faintly imperceptible luminescence on one side. These, the fully concentrated Su-run did not notice. In the end, he ruthlessly poured this strand of origin power into the Yi poison. Suddenly, the dark green glow of the short sword became even darker. When Su-run looked again, the overall pattern of the knife did not change much. Poison, those who are injured by this blade will have their strength skyrocketed. The deeper the wound, the more the power increases. Maintaining this state will quickly lead to a series of illnesses such as baldness, yang wei, swamp leakage, and a constant drain of life force. The corner of Su-run's eye twitched. This knife, what a waste. Again, he carefully squeezed out another strand of energy, fearing more. Dang. This would be the time when the Yen demon blade's trembling sound was already clearly audible. Su-run maintained his position of injecting energy and looked back in confusion. The Yen demon blade this would levitate itself behind him with a great blue glow. A low humming sound resonated throughout the room. A childish voice was full of anger. Power. That's right, it's the sword, katana, in the sister. At the moment I'm trying to figure out what the power of the red tassel can draw, whether it maintains the original line going the way of the lance, or a straight blade, or a halberd or three-pointed two-bladed gun with a gun blade. Any bunkas out there with better ideas? Feel free to leave a comment. I'll see them all. Chapter 50, Unknown Power. Blade Soul Yama had been silent for a long time since his first communication. Su-run went to that void space many times during the period, and little Yen Demon was sleeping in the moon without moving. Now that he woke up and suddenly snapped, Su-run didn't even have time to react. Power. Mine. Blue energy particles emerged from the Yen Demon blade, and a pair of small pale hands gripped the hilt of the Yen Demon blade and unsheathed it. It was the white-haired, blue-pupiled sword spirit, Yama. He had a handsome appearance, with long hair that reached his back hip, and large red bathrobe sleeves that puffed out without any wind. A bit of anger and a hint of aggression could be seen on the usually expressionless, cold little face. Su-run quickly reacted, but just opened his mouth before he could make a sound. The Yen Demon blade then cut through space and chopped on the Yu poison in his hand. Buzz! The sound of the sublime chop rang out. This short sword that Su-run had been on hand for less than 3 minutes was churned to smithereens by an angry little Yen Demon's move of sublime chop. Put! The green-haired woman pharmacist directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Her pupils flipped, and she directly collapsed without being able to make any movements. Su-run was too late to care about this woman. He directly stepped forward and hugged Yen Demon, looking a bit flustered, and eagerly said, "I Little baby, you're not hurt, are you? You can't mess around with that damn knife if it's poisoned. He took the Yama sword, which was taller than his person, held in Yama's small hand, and scanned back and forth across the blade in a panic, fearing that the slightest hint of something unusual might appear. It was a slight relief to see that everything was as it should be with the blade. He turned his head to look into his arms, where Yen sat on his arm, his little face pale. Su-run said with concern, "Aren't you resting? Why did you suddenly come out?" After the first communication with Yama, he has been sleeping. Su-run didn't know what the reason was, and didn't dare to use his powers to force him up, fear of hurting him. Su-run this concern. Yen Demon's pale little face anger faded. The big blue eyes looked at Su-run. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and with a hint of aggression, she said, "Power, Yen Demon." Su-run understood, and seeing that the sword soul was also not much of a problem, he let go of his heart, moved the tiny Yama sitting on his right arm to his left, summoning the flame of ultramarine in his right hand. He said with slight concern, "Is that what the power is talking about?" When Yen Demon saw this massive ultramarine flame, his eyes glowed, his little hand grasped the clothes on Su-run's chest, and his little head nodded fiercely twice. "But I haven't tested it fully yet. I don't know yet. Can't talk about it anymore." Yen Demon didn't say anything either, but just looked at Su-run with wide eyes, like a milk dog with drooping ears, letting out a slightly helpless breath and looking doting. He smiled gently. "All right then." The first day this group of flames of green came out, he wanted to press it into Yama's sword. It was just that at that time, the flames were so ferocious that any grade of mystic burned to ashes at the touch. Intuition told him it was possible, and reason still stopped him in his tracks. After this test just now, the heart is probably in the right place. He carefully drew out a strand of ultramarine energy at his fingertips and handed it to Yama, unsure how to give it to him. "Just to poison," he wildly stuffed. "Little Yen Devil, this how to stuff?" Well, without him having to think about it too much, Yama's lips parted slightly and sucked the energy through. The power caused him to raise some of his spirits and look up excitedly to look again at Su-run wrapping his arms around his neck. It did seem to be good for him, Su-run secretly judged. Once again, a sliver of energy was drawn out, and it was gone in the blink of an eye. Looking at the little Yen Demon who was in high spirits and whose face remained unchanged, the corner of Su-run's eyes jumped. This is afraid that it is not just a gold-swallowing beast. He gritted his teeth and gave. He simply let go of the restriction and simply parted with a ball of flame. When Yen Demon saw this, his expression became even more excited. He didn't go to absorb it the first time, but instead gave Su-run a thumbs up. Power. Su-run only felt blackness in his eyes and remembered something bad. He opened his mouth to correct himself. When expressing gratitude, "Say thank you." The massive flames quickly became smaller under Yen Demon's tugging, and the suction force showed no sign of weakening. Su-run looked at his tiny mouth and really couldn't figure out how he could be so edible. This was an origin that Zhou Ping had mysteriously obtained after hacking for a week. It's already half sucked out. Su-run looked at Yen Demon and muttered, "What exactly did you do to have such a great loss?" "Yeehaw." With an adorable little burp, Yama's face took on a slightly tired look. He sat on Su-run's arm, wrapping his hands around Su-run's neck like a child, and said with some lag, "Thanks. Thank you, Arun." After saying that, his eyes were about to close, his body gradually becoming transparent, and he was going to go back to the Yen Demon blade. "Wait a minute, why do you sleep when you're full?" Su-run still had some questions he wanted to ask him. "I've been feeling weird lately." "Yen Devil, did you do that? Run. Weak. Need. Strength." After intermittently finishing only these words, Yen Demon completely disappeared. He looked out at the knife in his hand, pondering what he had just said. "Powers? I don't feel any new powers either. Could it be demonization? But I don't have a demon bloodline. Damn it, how does this power work? Not a clue." He was getting a bit of a headache. Not only had he been getting some inexplicable urges more often than not lately, sometimes when I think about it, the current character is very different from the warm and innocent one he was. What had been words of chaotic goodness now felt like they were running towards chaotic evil. Even the demonization in Ghostbusters doesn't seem to mention that it will have a drastic personality change, right? He hadn't studied Ghostbusters as much as he had played the game and browsed the forums. Yama doesn't have a view of good and evil, so maybe Suryun and power are good in his eyes. It was only a single communication that gave way to this unknown power, and he himself did not know how long he would have to sleep. Su-run was a little uncertain. Is this good or bad? On the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window behind him, a vague outline could be seen extending above Su-run. None of this seemed to register with him, except to look to the side at the green-haired woman, no longer breathing. She might have been able to live if she had only been cut in half. but alas, her origin had been hacked to slag by that sublime slash of Yin Demon's fury. Call someone to collect the body. He looked at the dead woman and had wondered if he could be a pawn along the way. This already lifeless body ultramarine flame did not move, did not have any urge to burn as firewood. Is it because the spirit has dissipated? The human powerhouses of this world are no different from ordinary people in their physical bodies after death. Unlike the mysteries, there is no such thing as an origin. Thinking too much, a trace of weariness flashed across Su-run's face. Tonight is kind of over. He took out his phone and called Chenmai this time. Hey, Captain. Aha, I'm back. Something happened over here. I killed a man from the Church of the Ancient God. Ha, I'm not hurt. Yeah, it's over. Positioning to send you. What? Squad assembly? Su-run looked at the luxurious room, the clothes littered on the bed, the suspicious water stains on the floor and the almost half-naked body at his feet, and hesitantly said, "There's no need for this, is there? What? Red Tassel is right next to you? All of you are together now? Doodle doodle." The captain had hung up the phone, and Su-run cried and laughed. He hadn't expected such a bad goodbye scene after not seeing each other for a week. Chapter 51, Old Zhao. Do you want to ban the market? Su-run has been to the hotel many times, but it's the first time I've been afraid to enter a room. He stood in the hotel corridor Baba looking at the end of the corridor. I really don't want my old friends to be in a scene like that as soon as they see me, otherwise it's really yellow mud. Ding! Came the sound of the elevator doors opening. Su-run looked up. Chen Mai, Wu Shangnan, Zhao Kongcheng, Wen Qimo, Lang Xian, Lin Xie, Xiao Nan, and Hong Ying. Gotta. Squad 136 plus myself is kind of neat today. He took a deep breath and tried to keep his expression as usual. Everyone, it's been a long time. The captain nodded at him and the others smiled. Brother Su-run, it's been a long time. Hong Ying greeted him with a smile. Hong Ying was almost the same age as Su-run, yet she liked to call him her brother every time. Su-run struggled a few times already, not wanting to correct it, and simply argued each to his own. Minami, on the other hand, smiled a little wryly. Hey, asshole, why do you go into other women's houses as soon as you come back? A few moments of curiosity also flashed across Hong Ying's face as they sniffed, and together they looked at Su-run. That, purely coincidental now isn't it? He knew that Nan, the little liar, wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Su-run's brain had been spinning all day. This would be a bit stagnant and honestly answered. Oh, exempt. Minami gave a bad smile. Her pill head shook slightly. I have talked to people. They know you. You only stayed in Sangnan for a few days and didn't know a few people. It's quite coincidental. Oh. A smile faltered on Red Ruffian's face at his words. This kind of thing was indeed a bit outrageous. The others looked at each other for a moment. Chenmai frowned and wanted to interrupt, but was stopped by old Zhao. While several others were silent and watched the show, Su-run cursed in his heart. When something begs me to call me Run, Run had an accident and watched the show. The jungle is so realistic. He spread his hands and looked helpless. No way. There are not many young people in our neighborhood. I'm so pretty in our neighborhood alone. Although I've been here for a few days, but who doesn't know me? He unleashed his lagging brain to spin. This kind of thing belongs to the category of dirty water thrown on the body, and the more it is wiped off, the dirtier it gets. You can't argue reality with a dead brain. A little detour works wonders. As expected, Minami grunted when she saw that it was difficult for him. What a stinker. But looking at Su-run's face, one would have to admit that there was some truth in what he said. Red Riding looked like he understood in a daze over there, and looked at him again with a giggle. Still, the red tassel is adorable. Seeing that this hurdle was considered over, Su-run's gaze moved to the others. Seeing that one of them didn't dare to look directly at his gaze, Su-run snorted coldly in his heart. There will be a time when you group of 2/5 will beg me. Chenmai spoke at this time. Su-run, we've communicated the general situation on the way. Now show us the scene. Hong Ying tied a high ponytail and was slightly worried. Su-run, you said that the Ancient Gods Church is looking for you, so just stay with us for this period of time and don't go out. Su-run's heart is warm. This cold Jianghu, or the red tassel, is the warmest. He warmly reassured. Well, listen to you. He is also really tired. The arrangement behind the night watchman. Zhuqing let himself come back and wait for his news. I think it will not let himself wait for too long. In the meantime, it's just a matter of reading and waiting for the night's watch to gather intel. Hearing this was like eating honey. Hong Ying's eyes narrowed with a smile and her high ponytail waved very energetically. Xiao Nan, on the other hand, was a bit annoyed with this asshole. Being so nice to Sister Hong Ying, he must be plotting against her. Su-run ignored her and said to Chenmai on his own, it's in this room, but I don't have a room card, so I can take you guys in instantly. No need. Minami, gotcha. Hey, let's show you what I can do. Only Minami walked to the door of the room and said to Su-run in a slightly threatening manner. It looked like he was catching him in the act of adultery. Su-run's face was flat as he said to Chenmai, Captain, you guys go in first. I'm looking for old Zhao for something. Entering the room, Minami definitely wanted a second confrontation, and Su Run chose not to go against the road first. He pulled on Lao Zhao, and to Minami's suspicious look, an instantaneous movement brought old Zhao to the rooftop. Zhao Kongqing felt this magical power for the first time. His face was a little flushed and his eyes excitedly surveyed the surroundings. Despite not having a forbidden ruin himself, his passion for it was stronger than most. Seeing Su Run didn't say anything for the time being, he silently lit a cigarette and said in a low voice, "Something on your mind, kid? Well, don't be afraid of what I'm going to say next." Hearing these words, Lao Zhao realized that the next words might be important, and all sorts of speculations flashed through his mind. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, a bit of fire glowing, and for a long moment, he exhaled the smoke from his lungs. "Uncle Zhao doesn't support it if you want to pick up both Hongying and Xiaonan at the same time. I can help you awaken the forbidden ruins." Su Run ignored old Zhao's gag. Directly and plainly to him, old Zhao helped him open up in this world. Although he looks like a scruffy uncle, he is definitely a hero on the inside. It reminded him of a group of similar people. Since he had the ability, he couldn't let old Zhao spend his life stifling his envy and looking at others. He deserves to have forbidden ruins. How can a soldier not have a sword in his hand? Su Run is going to forge for him the sword that belongs only to him. Old Zhao looked frozen. Ryoga didn't say anything. The cigarette in his hand unconsciously fell to the ground. His hand suppressed a tremor that shook so much that he couldn't hold his cigarette. You don't joke with me." Lao Zhao's eyes flickered, wanting to look at Su Run's eyes, but also cowardly avoiding them as if they were afraid. This iron-blooded man who hadn't even retreated a step in the face of the Chuan realm's Ghostface King was as timid as a child at this moment. It was the greatest longing of his heart, and the fear that it was just a wickedly abusive joke. Su Run knew that any words of comfort in this were nonsense. He gathered his usual gentle smile. His face was serious and resolute, and his eyes looked straight at Lao Zhao. Klang said, 5% sure. Want to try? In fact, it is a matter of 9 out of 10. Worrying that Lao Zhao feels too false, only to say 0.5% less. B, even if it's only 50% sure I want it. Old Zhao's face was red and soaring, his eyes opened like a fierce tiger, and his green and quiet hands stormed up to clasp Su Run's shoulders. Afraid he'll run away, he said excitedly, "You can come as you please, regardless of the outcome. My old Zhao's life." Grateful. The rough hombre couldn't think of anything else to say to express his feelings. His complexion abruptly changed again. Is this risky? He still had a wife and child, and even though this was his lifelong wish, he couldn't help but back off a bit at this time. Su Run saw through his concerns and spread a smile. He took a half step back, as if we were meeting for the first time. Right hand to chest, bowing slightly, mildly and confidently, he said, "Guarantee June, no fear for your life." The protagonist is not a good guy in the traditional sense of the word, but he is chaotic and orderly with a little bit of fun. When he doesn't have the power, he can definitely do things like pitting his teammates, and when he has the power, he will do what he can to help the people around him. Well, there's no contradiction between punking Lao Zhao and helping him. Chapter 52. Could it be that I am the main character? Runchan, I'm sorry, but my sister is a little tired of it. You roll, leave and don't come back. You'd have died without me. Run, sister begs you to come home with me. Seeing you with another woman is really driving sister crazy. Asshole, what time is it? Get up. In the morning, Su Run felt the thin blanket covering her body being pulled away. Yikes, why aren't you dressed? Su Run wakes up in a daze and sees Minami covering her face next to his bed. Here, it's the Red Tassel's house. The strings in his head that had been taut for so long loosened, and he slept so long this time that he was a little confused, and dreamed of some things from long ago. He rubbed his face and didn't care about Minami over there, who appeared to be covering her eyes but actually had her palms open with two thin slits. Self-conscious, he put on his pants. I'm used to sleeping like this. With difficulty, he lifted his pants. It's the age when you're so young and vigorous. He glanced over at Minami over there, whose ears were red and who was watching with bated breath in the shadows. Without good humor, he said, "What are you looking at? It's cheap for you today." The sightless chick uncharacteristically didn't make a sound and just turned around and grabbed the door. Bring the door. The washed-up Su Run came to the office accompanied by Minami. Last night he didn't just tell old Zhao to make a decision right away, telling him to go home and think it over before making a decision. When Su Run came, old Zhao greeted him directly with red eyes. He had thought about it all night. Go ahead and get some rest and refreshment. To the puzzled looks of the others, Su Run did not explain too much. This ability of his was perverse, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that leaking it out might lead to a lot of people coming to fight over him. It was also with God's view on knowing that Squad 136 was credible that he helped old Zhao. Then again, there are considerations of their own at play. It wasn't intended to keep that power hidden away, and it was okay to bring it out when appropriate. There are hundreds of municipalities in Dacia, and it is not a small number of people who appear in various cities every month to be killed mysteriously. If one could regularly gather these mysterious corpses for one to incinerate, the amount of origin power one could obtain would be quite considerable. Take a portion out for yourself to help the Night's Watch again. Sort of a win-win thing. The prerequisite, one's battle power has to be raised one step further before that happens. Otherwise a good thing could turn into a bad thing. Let's leave it at that for now. It's beneficial to lay it out in advance. As for when the deal could be made, Su-run felt that it wouldn't be too far away. It was just that Su-run still underestimated the importance of this ability. If He-fan knew that he was still worrying about security with this ability, he would probably have had the husband come over to guard him 24 hours a day on the spot. Even if God comes today, he won't be able to touch my sword bearer. Minami would be yakking away with Red Riding without knowing what they were talking about. She snapped back from the morning's events, glanced at Su-run, and with a twinkle in her eye, she said wryly, "Su-run, how come wherever you go, there's a woman or a dead man?" The people present looked over together as well. Su-run laughed in his heart. He was now in a full-blooded state. A trace of doubt flooded his face as he said in disbelief, "I'm quite curious too. Why don't you tell me?" Minami's eyes darted over to the red tassel and said, "Is it possible that you have a tendency to be violent?" "Oh, I'm violent? Yeah." The others were thoughtful, and when Chima even nodded, Su-run took it to heart. He pretended to be contemplative for a moment and looked up. "I'm not. You think you didn't? Ha." Su-run smiled bashfully, looked up to the crowd watching over there, and said aloud, "Do you guys believe that I have a tendency towards violence? Or do you believe that brother has a signed photo of Sword Saint in his hand?" At those words the crowd's complexion suddenly changed. When Chima directly came forward and hugged Su-run's thigh, "Brother Run, you are my own brother. You're definitely a gentle, kind and good person." "Oh, the dog lackey." It's laughable. Ling Xian also stopped being expressionless and directly backstabbed Xiaonan. "Brother Run, Xiaonan is still a child and is joking with you. You don't have to be general with her." Xiaonan looked at Ling Xian with a face full of disbelief. Su-run directly took out a stack of photos from his pocket and waved them in front of Wenchima. "Say, is the autographed picture of Kensei big? Big, big." Wenchima couldn't take his eyes off of it. "Are you Rune good or not?" "Goodness, too good," Ling Xian said loudly. "What? I can't hear you?" Xiaonan looked at Su-run's swaggering appearance, silver teeth clenched. Whispered, "Villainous." This time Su-run heard him. He looked at Minami with a godly face, waving the photo in his hand and hanging on. "Aha, I can just do whatever I want right now. Red Riding, come over here and rub your shoulders." Without saying a word, Red Tassel came over with two big, polished legs. Su-run played around with them for a while. The photos were then distributed to the crowd. Minami looked at the photo that was sent to her eyes. On it was a picture of Su-run and Sword Saint together, and Sword Saint's signature. She was a little flattered. "I have too. Let you take advantage." Su-run's smile teased, winking at her mysteriously. Minami was stunned and thought about what had just happened in Su-run's room. A shyness welled up in her heart, reddening from her neck to the roots of her ears, and she said naively, "Thank you." Abruptly she reacted to the fact that this seemed too soft, and said in a voice like a mosquito fly, "Rascal, if it wasn't for Su-run's strength and flesh nowadays, he really wouldn't be able to hear it." Su-run was secretly happy in his heart. It's not difficult. You can't be too passive in talking to girls. In fact, girls are sometimes more astringent than guys. If the girl is not repulsed by you, a little color, a little offense during the chat, it will give a girl the feeling of a racing heart, and some simple girls will interpret this feeling as love. Not just girls who simply love the feeling of a racing heart. However, the premise also says that you need the girl to not be repulsed by you. This is experience gained from real-life combat. After lunch, Lao Zhao came out. He, without looking at Su-run, just walked out of the base on his own, saying that there were some things. This middle-aged man is still very reliable in big matters. He has the prudence to take the initiative to cover up for Su-run, though odds are it's redundant. Su-run tacitly made an excuse after a while to leave the base as well, and before he left he looked back at Red Tassel. A red flame burned at the ponytailed girl's bare, white, power-filled belly. It was the fire of her origin. "Come out and use space to sense." Lao Zhao did not go far. In an alley behind the firm carrying a black box of hidden knives, smoking a cigarette in his hand. "Old Zhao, smoke less. Don't be in bad shape later." Su-run's upright figure suddenly appeared beside Old Zhao. Old Zhao sniffed and snuffed out the burning cigarette in his hand, smiling slightly bitterly. "Your ability to appear and disappear sooner or later scares people to death." Su-run didn't say much nonsense, directly hitched his shoulder and arrived at an abandoned factory building in a few instantaneous movements. Lao Zhao cautiously looked around. There were no cameras. Su-run smiled slightly and said, "I won't say anything else. you must have waited for a long time. Confirming that old Zhao was ready, he drew out a strand of ultramarine-colored origin power with his right hand and injected it into the slightly blackened flame at his heart. Old Zhao had been through 100 battles and had already reached the limit of awakening, but unfortunately, there might really be some kind of limitation in this world. Although it was only a thin layer of window paper, Su Run felt that without this strand of his own origin, old Zhao would not be able to burn his life unless he used the ghost god leader. Otherwise, you'll never be able to pierce this layer in your life. Everything fell into place like water, and after the origin entered his body, within 2 seconds old Zhao felt a surge of power in his body. He raised the long knife in his hand and swung it out in a single stroke following his intuition. A black crescent moon slashed out from his blade, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 083, Mendicant Shining Moon. He took the knife, and his intense joy stopped the corners of his mouth from rising. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. I'm a genius, the kind of protagonist in books. Chapter 53, I, too, like you, old Zhao, who has awakened his powers, immediately wants to compete with Su Run. The first blade was casually blocked by Su Run. In the second slash, the black crescent was directly slapped apart by the unsheathed Yin Demon Blade. With the third slash, old Zhao was slapped away and lay on the ground grunting. Old Zhao's dream of being a protagonist was shattered on the spot. Su Run's Yin Demon Blade was not sheathed at all, and his power was restrained to the best of his ability, or else old Zhao would have to go back to the hospital bed as a comatose protagonist again. What a joke! Zhao Kongcheng showed his teeth and rubbed his back to get up. How did you improve so fast? Su Run did not return to him. If I told him that I and the Sword Saint 50-50 fear is not on the spot to kneel down to worship, there were now 2 lines on the wall over at the training base. 1 line of sword chi through the rainbow, and 1 line of blade chi in the sky. 50-50, no problem. Well, your ability not to disclose it for the next 2 days. Find a chance to fight with the captain in the next 2 days, and say that the proctors have broken through. Old Zhao sniffed the strings. Don't worry, but will it be too casual? Su Run said, I want it to be casual. Lay it out ahead of time and don't talk too much when you're doing things with smart people later on. If you do something beforehand, you do it, but if you don't do it. When the 2 returned to the vigilante base in groups, Su Run looked at the red flame at the red tassel's smooth white belly, slowly coming closer. He gathered his hands together and whispered in the red tassel's ear, Little red tassel, don't go away later, I have something to find you. The flame-like girl with picturesque eyebrows looked at Su Run fixedly and said, What is it? You want to talk at the base? Can't we change the place? Su Run fumed. Where should I go then? Honging bit her red lips and said, Let's go to your room to talk at night. Su Run's expression stalled and turned to laugh. I've heard that good-looking women eat people without spitting out bones. The red tassel let out a delicate laugh. Eyes containing autumn waves looked at Su Run and softly said, Then you think, what way should my sister use to be able to make you obediently be eaten by my sister? The usually generous and valiant red tassel was as full of aggression as she had ever been. Even when she showed her coquettishness, Su Run lost his voice and laughed. I simply suspect now that you are not human. Oh, you're almost like a leprechaun. You were right to be skeptical. Oh, Su Run was a bit surprised. Red Tassel suddenly smiled brightly and said, if you're going to be the longevity monk, then I'll be the goblin. Su Run suddenly felt that her smile was a bit harsh, and Minami, who was on tight defense against Su Run from afar, also noticed that something was wrong at this time. Hey, Sister Honging, I've bought a cake, come and eat it with me. Seeing this, Red Riding had to go over first. Her right eye blinked slightly at Su Run, and her red lips said wordlessly to Su Run, At night, your room. Suddenly, Su Run's heart rate accelerated quite a bit. Ryoko, Su Run was pondering, was it really necessary for Minami to guard him so tightly? Defense is the wrong target, right? A long time ago Su Run always took the active side in conversations with women, but Red Riding is very different from those women. Lately this kind of thing out of his rhythm always kept happening to Red Tassel. That sweet tinged with sour feeling comes up from time to time. Su Run thought for a long time. Damn, it must be the Yin Demon Blade's pot. I was affected by that unknown force. It must be the Heart Demon. Night. Su Run's room. The Red Tassel leaned back on Su Run's bed in a big way, crossing her legs without any defenses. Su Run picked up a can of soda, and the cold taste made him feel much calmer. You are simply treating me here like your own room. Su Run was a little helpless. This niece really didn't know how big her charm was. Red Ruffian hemmed and hawed. I treat you like one of my own, so this is a room for both of us to call our own. She wasn't in a hurry to ask what Su Run was looking for her about. Su Run, however, didn't have the patience for this, and after taking a sip of his soda, he got a little hot again. I recently got an ability. What ability? It can strengthen your forbidden ruins. Red Coma believed it without the slightest hesitation. She sat up straight in excitement, her eyes glowing. This is too powerful. Su Run looked at the Red Tassel who was shaking on the bed in a pure white short little tank top and took a big gulp of soda. No liner. Yes, I can help you strengthen it. Really? You are so good to me. Honging stood up on the bed in great joy, and then asked, but, brother Su-run, why did you help me? Su-run was instantly stumped by the question. Yeah, why would you want to help boost her? There doesn't seem to be a strong case for it. We are teammates, Su-run said casually. The red tassel obviously didn't buy it. Hands clasped his chest and beamed. That prayer ink is also your teammate. Why didn't you look for him? Su-run thought for a moment and said again, I repay you for the favor of taking you in. Hey. The red tassel fox-like smile, face with skepticism, staring at Su-run's face, close to try to see a true or false. Eventually she spread a smile and said, that's true. Red writing continued, but while I don't want to be here? Su-run sniffed and froze. Isn't this your home? Where else do you want to go? Let's go somewhere a little more private law. After all, it sounds like it's best to keep this ability of yours to yourself. Red Ruffles grinned like a fox, sounding and feeling a bit reasonable. Su-run planned to grab her hand and instantly move away, muttering, women are just troublesome. Wait, what's wrong with you again? Red Tassel smiled like a flower and said, I want you to carry me. After saying that she also then didn't care whether Su-run agreed or not, she directly ran behind Su-run and leapt up. Her hands wrapped around his neck from behind and her long legs naturally wrapped around. A strong shock came, and Su-run subconsciously picked up the soda in his hand and wanted to take a sip. It was already gone. Red Tassel at this time came to his ear, exhaled like orchids and whispered, hey, do you know why you want to help me? It's because, yeah. Su-run didn't care what he said and directly teleported with an instantaneous movement. This day Su-run felt very passive. This woman was too arrogant. I'll show you what a Blade Runner is later. Su-run eventually took her to the hotel. Spatial abilities scanned the entire room. No cameras. Ahem. This is a frequent rooming experience. He motioned for Red to sit on the bed. Red Ruffian was obviously a little excited, squirming around and settling down. That's all that's going to happen? What am I going to do next? Just sit there and don't resist. Su-run put his hand in front of her explosive belly and asked, ready? Honging looked at Su-run and nodded her head lightly. An ultramarine flame wrapped around Su-run's right hand, slowly probing towards that flame inside the red tassel's small abdomen. Cyan and red, here in all their glory. Boing. Honging lightly grunted, seeing Su-run immediately stop her hand, her cheeks slightly red, biting her lip and shaking her head to Su-run to indicate that she was fine. This time the pulling out was much gentler than the last time I pulled out that poison, probably because the red tassel cooperated. The redhead didn't do anything other than blush in her cheeks. As the strange light spread out in the small belly of the red tassel, the weapon that belonged to the red tassel, her origins, was gradually revealed. First power, blade and bone. Launch. Power harnesses this unknown blade to sheath itself. 1 meter, 2 meters. I can't believe it's not quite out yet. Su-run had been stunned. How long did this knife have to be? Red Riding watched the scene through clenched teeth. Her watery eyes narrowed as if she was suffering from a different kind of pain. When it was fully sheathed, the light dissipated. The grip is overall fire red in color. The length of the handle is 2.5 meters. The main blade is 50 cm. The side blades are 30 cm. The width of the blade is 25 cm. And the handle has a flying dragon wrapped around it, with a red stripe on the blade. It's a 3-pointed, 2-bladed knife. Gun. Su-run's face was shocked with a hint of reminiscence. This knife, it really made him rejoice. Before he could feel the dominating tri-pointed, 2-edged blade carefully, a pair of jade arms wrapped around his neck in a domineering manner. Honging blushed, lying down on the bed, wrapping her arms around Su-run's neck. Her murmured breathing made Su-run feel tingling in his ears. She said coquettishly, there is only one reason why you want to help me. She pulled Su-run to her eyes. Her foreheads touched each other. Her winks were like silk, and she trembled. You also, like me. Well, a hot and raw kiss washed away Su-run's superfluous words. Chapter 54, Minami's disappearance. The time came a few days later at the villa. After establishing a relationship with Honging that night, this ninny had a bird-like, clingy look on her face. Su-run sat on the sofa, thought for a long time, and finally accepted the reality. He was, kind of in love with this girl. It was probably that time when she unashamedly looked him in the eye and boldly said that even if he doesn't like me, this girl has a way to make him like me. The beginning. From the moment she finished her sentence, Su-run began to fall a little in love with this young girl who dared to love and hate. How are the women in this world different from the women in the previous world? Su-run was somewhat distressed. In the previous world, Su-run's contact with women was a dip and go, never going too deep. Everyone simply together and then simply apart. If the woman shows that she is going to sink, Su-run will instantly do cut off. The feelings of young girls in this world come more pure and distinct than in that world. No longer does it look like a ship that meets by chance, but like a lighted marina. One seat. As for that red tasseled blade of origin, Su-ran felt the small mass of red flames within his body. Red Tassel tried to forcefully split half of the root flame for himself that day. The girl didn't even realize the significance of this move. Su-ran could henceforth directly control her by force through the third power through the connection of this flame strand. Wow, then I don't totally belong to you. Thinking of this niece lying in his arms with an insatiable face and uttering these words, Su-ran cried and laughed. Women in love really do have lower IQs. After the red tassel that was overwhelmed by love, regardless of the forced separation of the origin fire, she almost fainted on the spot as her small face turned pale. It was a good thing that the Blade Monarch power was powerful, mobilizing the power of the origin like a king's command, and following his words, he took out a small mass of his ultramarine flame and utilized the power to fuse it with Red Tassel's origin flame as one, eventually built such a simple functioning tri-pointed, two-edged knife, gun, with unlimited potential. Yang Yan's dance. Yang Yan melts everything and can absorb all materials and origins to strengthen itself. At that time, when I was talking to this ninja about the abilities of this divine soldier, instead, she just looked at herself in fascination and murmured, "From now on, you have me and I have you." The unmistakable depth of love in his eyes was mesmerizing. After fusing with Su-run's origin flame, the root was no longer hidden, and Red Tassel was able to mobilize the weapon on its own. The next day Red Ruffian melted down her Night's Watch standardized weapon. That thing don't look like it's just a weapon in bulk, but that's the divine sacred white jade turtle Terrace 9 spirits Taijin Wuji Holy Mother, the head of the female immortals in the heavenly realm, forged by the Queen Mother of the West herself. Although it is a beggar's version of a beggar's version, it is also an uncompromising immortal weapon. The fact that Su-run couldn't even hack and slash with the Yen Demon Blade right now was very telling, although it also had to do with the fact that his own strength wasn't strong enough yet. Such a beggar's version of an immortal weapon was swallowed by the Dance of Yang Yan in a minute's time with no dregs left. This power Su-ran looked a little hot, but it also brought him new inspiration. As I had originally envisioned, Blade Kuan's power is to create things. Yes, the Yang Yan dance is the product of this power. Strengthening the origin is just an incidental ability. Su-run muttered, "The fourth power, just to refine an extreme Dao blade?" A shudder went through his own mind as he uttered the words. The extended effect of everything about the origin is perverse enough. It's amazing that it's all just a trivial way of using this power. And this horrible power is just to build a weapon? How horrible must that weapon be? His heart instantly heated up. My direction should need to be adjusted again. According to the idea of my greatness gathered in one body, I myself am that strongest battle blade. He felt the fire of origin that was inside of Red Tassel. This flame, when it came into one's hands, was somewhat similar to, and completely different from, the ability of the Yang Yan dance. Is it to collect these flames as material for your own forging? He frowned, and again, it didn't feel right. In my style, the style of this knife should be simple and deadly, instead of being functional and complicated. So, sharp? No. The Yen Demon Blade is sharp enough. Powerful? Doesn't seem right either. He kept guessing and self-denying. Although Yen Demon Blade's spatial ability was strong, this world was full of strange and weird abilities. Not to mention time, Lin Chia's Mortal Dust Divine Realm, S Miracle, Loki's Fraud, Bailey Chubby's Disarming, and rule-based abilities were not easy to deal with. The Yen Demon Blade was a space-based magic blade, and dealing with these conceptual abilities was a bit tricky to cope with unless they were crushed on a power level. The Yen Demon Blade is just a blade, a fast blade for killing. These ability confrontations should be something that I, the master, should go for. My sword should. No, it must have attributes that restrain these rule concepts. Its restraining power. And what kind of knife, exactly, should it be? Su-run couldn't figure it out for a moment, but he had a gut feeling that this blade would make even God tremble. It's a good thing Zuo-Qing gave him the message yesterday, telling him that he would have something planned for him in a week's time. He had a week to take his time and think about the road ahead. Red Ryu brought him a glass of milk. It was just the two of them in the villa today. The young girl was wearing a fiery red hooded sweatshirt today, making the flaming girl even more enthusiastic today. Su-run took the milk and took a sip. The 50-degree milk is just warm enough. Looked at the small of the Red Tassel's back. Before, the Red Tassels were wearing little revealing tank tops with a jacket, but lately they've all switched to long sweatshirts without zippers. For what reason? He knew by heart. During the process of pulling out the Yang Yan's dance, the spreading origin power left behind a complicated and orderly red spiritual pattern on the small of the abdomen. Guess it'll take a while for it to go down. Su-run looked at the rosy-cheeked Honging sitting beside him and said in a warm voice, "Have the spirit lines subsided today?" Speaking of this, Red Tassel blushed a bit and snorted. "Not yet." Su-run directly pulled her into his arms with one hand, and his hand reached out to the spirit tattoo, softly saying, "Come, let me check." Boing. Su-run's large warm hand examined the spirit pattern. It's weird to say the least. Since that day, getting along with Red Riding had gone back to being something he was familiar with, no longer as passive as that day. I don't know if my own demons have dissipated or if the red tassel has become tame. You, don't rub it in, the red herring's voice trembled. Good boy, rub it in and it will go down faster. Su-run can only see the red tassel that seems to want to drip blood from the earlobe. The young girl will bury her head deeply, not dare to raise her head. Su-run laughed in his heart, finally finding some confidence. Tinkling or jingling sound. The obnoxious cell phone rings. The red tassel greedily sniffed Su-run's scent, and did not leave his arms, but only clasped his mischievous hand with 10 fingers, the corner of her mouth lifting up a subtle and smug smile. Captain. Ha, Minami is missing? Good, I'll be right there. Red Tassel raised her head at this time, looking worried, and asked eagerly, what's going on? Su-run's face was stoic. Xiaonan has disappeared, and it's suspected to be the ancient god church. He had doubts in his mind. What virtue could the church of the ancient god have captured this little liar? The god she represents is Loki, the god of great deceit and trickery. In itself, Klein is strong and has a myriad of tricks up his sleeve. Do you have to be so dedicated to be a spy so as not to reveal your strength? Su-run thoughtfully comforted Hong Ying. Don't worry, she'll be fine. We'll go over there now. Chapter 55, The Tiger Patrols the Mountain. In less than a minute, Su-run arrived at the base with Red Tassel. None of the personnel in the base had arrived yet, and Minami's disappearance was extremely sudden. Wu Shangnan looked like she was relieved to see him. The vice captain said bluntly, Su-run, you've come just in time. He pulled Su-run to a map of Songnan and designated an area in the northwestern outskirts, saying, our personnel from the information department have found their traces here. Pulling up a few pictures from the panel in her hand, see Xiaonan's adorable pill-popping head looked obvious. Wu Shangnan said, you're the fastest in our group. We need you to go scout the situation first. If you encounter the enemy, notify the report immediately. Su-run nodded in understanding. Remember to sneak in quietly, and if you find the Chuan realm, retreat immediately. Su-run was stunned in his heart, as if he hadn't told them about his current strength. But at a time like this, there was no time for him to explain. Lieutenant, I'm heading out now. Hong Ying had learned a lot about Su-run's spatial abilities these days, but she was still a little worried. You, be safe. Su-run responded with a reassuring expression and turned around to disappear. His mental perception was on full blast, scanning the road for anything out of the ordinary. It couldn't have been easier to line up. He was now able to sense the origin flame within others, just by sweeping through. The origin flames of those forbidden ruins possessors were really as conspicuous as lights in this part of Songnan. Let's see what little unlucky one kidnapped our Klein strongman. Su-run's spatial jumping speed was very fast, and soon a cluster of unusual flames caught his eye. A man in a hood, with his hands in his pockets, leaned into the street. The origin flame was as weak as it could be, just a stray fish of the Fusion realm. Su-run instantly moved to his side, touched him slightly, and led him to the highest rooftop in the neighborhood. The man had been looking around on the road 1 second, and this time he would appear directly on the edge of the rooftop, lifted by Su-run's feet, head down on the edge of the rooftop. He screamed subconsciously, I ask, you answer. Wrong answer, free fall. Got it? The second time he did this kind of thing, Su-run became quite familiar with it. The voice brought some sanity back to the man and he looked at the man pulling at his feet. For a moment, he hadn't reacted from his fearful loss of speech, but just nodded his head frantically. It's good that you still want to live. Where is the man you captured now? The man's pupils shrank, as if he had thought of something horrible. He trembled and held a hint of luck. No, don't know. Then he felt the life-saving rope-like hand around his ankle loosen. His vision shifted wildly and his mouth screamed at the top of his lungs. A moment so brief, but it was as if he saw the trajectory of his life from childhood to adulthood. Su-run pinpointed the time and instantaneously transported him back again the moment he was about to land. The man's mind was out of control, constantly screaming. Shouldn't this man be the good guy? How is it different from what they say on TV? What favor did the Church of Ancient God give you? You don't even want your life? Lend you another life and answer properly. This time Su-run's voice carried a hint of comfort, like it was much more considerate. The man rushed to grab this life-saving straw. In Songnan 19 Machinery Factory. Songnan 19 Machinery Factory. Su-run narrowed his eyes and thought back. Couldn't recall. He'd been in Songnan for too short a time to have much of an impression. He opened his headset directly to communicate with the information center. In the headset, Wu Shangnan's calm voice came through. Songnan 19 Machinery Factory. There is an abandoned factory there. The location has been marked to your terminal. Don't go in when you arrive in the neighborhood. Wait for the captain and the others to pass. Roger that. After saying that, he raised his hand and the flame of ultramarine condensed into the shape of a sword in his hand. It was a long, straight blade, or perhaps not a blade, as it had not yet fully coalesced into a shape, just a blade-shaped flame of light. Wait, the man's voice broke for a moment as he shouted, didn't you say you'd let me off the hook? Meh. Su-run just revealed a cold smile and stabbed a knife into his heart. stirring up the flames. The man died straight away on the spot. The fight against terrorism needs reasons, while the fight against terrorism only needs coordinates. The first time he answered with a fluke, he was already dead, and this life was lent to him by Su Run. And now that life is taken back. There is no need to ask the cause of this group of cult bugbears. If you see one and trample it to death, the Buddha will praise himself for his immense merits and virtues. Su Run didn't want to get that bloody this time, and left his body on the rooftop. Then let the logistics office take care of it. Looking at the location on the terminal and remembering what Wu Shangnan said before he came out, he muttered, "Dive in?" The figure disappeared to the rooftop in an instant. 3 minutes later he had arrived near the target location. It's an abandoned machine shop. In the early years of overcapacity throughout Daxia, many such factories were disbanded. A part of it was converted into other plants. Part of it was used for storage. Another part, like the 19 machine shops in front of us, is overgrown with vines and has become a haven for wild dogs and insects. Su Run used spatial perception and was in the largest warehouse in the corner. Minami was indeed inside, tied to a chair in the center. In total, there were a dozen or so people in plain sight and hiding in corners. All of these people were wearing black robes. There were only 2 in red robes, with the appearance of chiefs. He didn't move and instantly moved to the top of this plant, his feet standing in the void without a single movement. "My lord, one of my men just lost contact." "Aha." The red-robed leader answered and turned to ask sternly, "Where are the people who went to look for the Sword Saint's disciples? Have they not been found yet?" A black-robed member directly knelt on the ground. "Great Lord, my people clearly saw him enter the neighborhood, but rushed in and then others disappeared." Su Run would hear this. This group of people was probably the group that the green-haired woman, pharmacist, was talking about. These 2 red-robed ones were presumably the Chuan realm powerhouses she was talking about. This group of people is really a ghost. From the night of returning to Tsangnan, the small area found that 1 old and 1 fat, and then the green-haired woman in the hotel, Yakuza. "I can't believe I found my way into Red Riding's villa today." A hint of coldness flashed in Su Run's eyes. Looking for death, he closed his eyes and exhaled a long breath. The killing intent in his chest became more and more lingering, and he could no longer hold it down. With one hand, he brushed his broken hair behind his head and raised his hand to grip the yin demon blade in the void. He was no longer his weak self when he was the Ghostface King. No longer need to count on all sides. There is enough bravado to cut through the haze on the road. Today the long tassel is in my hand. When will I bind the dragon? He came to the warehouse door, and the Chuan realm spirit power was no longer concealed, radiating all around. In the warehouse, the crowd of the Church of the Ancient God was shocked, only to see the warehouse door at some point stood a young man, his temperament calm, face cold, the bottom of the eyes reflecting a ghostly halo. Everyone looked at this mysterious Chuan realm powerhouse warily. Some people recognized on the spot that this was the target they were looking for. The eyes became hot. Su Run was oblivious to the bright and dark looks. He didn't care what anyone here was looking at. None of them could stop his gaze for even a moment. Tap, tap, tap. His flat, steady footsteps echoed in the empty warehouse as if they were stepping on the hearts of the crowd. The crowd dispersed in a tidal wave, making way for him. The tiger patrols the deep mountains, and all beasts avoid retreating. Chapter 56. Su Run was in no man's land. Came to Minami. At the moment the group's favorite in the past was in quite a sorry state at the moment. 2 pills of hair were scattered. A slap mark was imprinted on her right cheek, and there was dried blood at the corner of her mouth. Her big eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Su Run and whimpered eagerly. Su Run's heart was a little blocked as he watched. She was clearly the strongest person here, yet she suffered this kind of aggravation and didn't resist. It's hard to be an agent like Loki. He plucked the ball of cloth stuffed in Minami's mouth and gently touched her cheek. "Does it hurt?" Minami didn't appreciate this in the slightest and removed the cloth ball and went straight for the jugular. "You're stupid, asshole, idiot, scumbag, don't know they're looking for you? This lady has suffered for nothing." "Oh." Minami was a little emotional and cried out directly, not knowing how much of her is acting and how much is real. Su Run's face remained unchanged and said lightly, "Naturally I know they're looking for me, so I've come to tell them exactly who they're looking for." The words were soft and spring-like in front of them. Suddenly a change like the cold winds of late fall, to bring the hail of winter. Pop, pop, snap. A high-ranking believer in red robes clapped his hands as he pulled down his hood to reveal the face of a middle-aged man. Good, worthy of being the disciple of the rumored sword saint. With this kind of vigor, I'm ashamed of myself. He took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket and drew out 2, handing over one, and said kindly, "Brother smoking? Get to know, believer, 16th seat, Lu Liang." As the saying goes, you can't reach out. Lu Liang's style of work was extremely cautious, and even though he was now at the peak of the Chuan realm, he never underestimated any of his opponents. He hated frontal hard contact, and such behavior was idiotic in his eyes. He likes to use his brain to find his target's friends, relatives, and children, and get them on their knees to plead with him to let them live. Doesn't that make it higher? A suspected disciple of the Sword Saint, or a powerhouse of the Chuan realm. Why would he risk his own life to fight him? As things were going to play out at the moment, he had poisoned the girl's body. Su Run ignored him and thought to himself, LV Liang? Su Run vaguely had some impression. In the original, it seems that he went to his Aunt Lin Xia's house to try to steal the family home, only to be swallowed by a snarling dog in a single gulp. Looking for yourself now? The Lord is talking to you. You didn't hear me. A yellow-haired believer in a black robe jumped out, grumpily questioning Su Run. A young man, LV Liang, stopped this yellow-haired junior under his command and chided. Is there a place for you to talk here? The whole courtesy, first and foremost thing, he'd been using it a lot before he'd joined the believers. This little brother had also trained himself many times, and worked quite well with each other. He turned his head and laughed at Su Run again. Brother, little brother has never read a book. I'm sorry, make amends to you. We don't have any malicious intent. We just admire this heroic spirit of yours and want to invite you to join us, believers. Don't worry, with your strength, Lord Murmuring will definitely favor you. Maybe old brother, I will have to salute you then. As for this little sister, you can take her if you want to, and if you don't, I'll just help her detoxify and let her go. What do you think? Su Run was stunned at his words. Poisoning? Xiao Nan's eyes were timid, but her mouth was hard. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't listen to them, I'm fine. Su Run's heart was clear. This chick must have no ass. Poisoning the agent of the god of trickery is a real knife-pulling ass and opening eyes today. Su Run opened his mouth and faintly said, give an explanation. He looked at Minami at her mouth, not at the blood, and he saw Minami's origin fire, right on Xiao Nan's tongue. There was a purple origin flame burning. This location, let's just say it's worthy of being an agent of the god of trickery. LV Liang hesitated slightly at that. In the past, I was never so calm when I heard that my friend had been poisoned. The black-robed, yellow-haired little brother was excited to start cursing. Lu Liang made a snap decision, a hard slap on the face of the little brother. This palm is so hard that the little brother flew out horizontally, and his teeth flew out a few. When he staggered up, Lu Liang directly carried him and knelt down in front of Xiao Nan. Brother, he's the one who beat up the people just now. I'll let him kowtow to this friend of yours. Coldly, he said, kowtow and admit your mistake. The little brother obviously hadn't reacted yet. Lu Liang directly took out a small knife and placed it against his neck. His tone was morose. Kowtow. Admit your mistake. The yellow-haired little brother felt the chill before he reacted, immediately kneeling down and kowtowing. I'm sorry, I deserve to die. I'm sorry. Before Yellow Hair joined the Believers, he was a street punk. After joining the Believers, he never flaunted himself in front of ordinary people, even the night watchman he despised. He didn't expect that the one who kneeled down this time was actually himself, and he really felt the flavor of death in Lu Liang. As Minami watched the scene, a hint of pleasure could not help but flash through her eyes. He's taking it out on himself. Su-run shook his head and said faintly, "What I said was for you to come by yourself." Lu Liang's expression changed drastically. "Dude, are you sure you want to do this?" Su-run didn't say anything and just looked at him. "Don't you have any regard for the death of this friend of yours? This is a poison specially formulated by the Believers. You will never be able to cure it. I know you're strong, but we're not vegetarians either." After saying that, Lu Liang's red robe drummed his breath. The peak of the Chuan realm. A peak, Chuan realm. A mysterious Chuan realm that didn't make a sound on one side, and numerous Pool realms. On the other hand, there was only one person on this side, Su-run, and it did seem like a huge difference. Su-run looked indifferent and said lightly, "Peak of the Chuan realm? Ha, in my eyes, it's no better than a dog." He had the backbone to say so. He already had absolute confidence after that battle with Zhou Ping. Chuan realm? The qualifications to connect with him for a slash are not even there. It was absolutely invincible at the same level. On the side, Minami froze, and then began to mourn inwardly. He didn't know how strong Su-run was. He only felt that he was going to be finished. Believer, the people have burst with anger. The more unscrupulous Su-run became, the more uneasy Lu Lingliang felt. Su-run acted too blandly. However, his mouth still bellowed, "Friend, you are too crazy. It seems that we have to teach you a lesson before we can talk to you about our teachings. Strike!" The Chuan realm teammate beside him, who hadn't said anything, had long been impatient and charged straight up. Lu Liang took his stance in place and shouted aggressively, "Let's see what kind of backbone you have. Dare to disregard me." The peak of the Chuan realm. Su-run's gaze swept over at this time, the cold blue color reflected in the bottom of his eyes, and a strand of broken hair fluttered in front of his forehead. Click! The sound of a blade being pushed out of its sheath came. Buzz! Almost simultaneously, what sounded like countless knives cutting through the air rang out. The solid space was sliced through like a paper cut by the blue blade light. This unknown Chuan realm hardened himself against a sublime chop that even Zhou Ping was unwilling to receive. Lu Liang's eyes flashed, only to see his teammate wrapped in a ball of swordlight, and then his body was covered in 1,000 cuts. as blood gushed out, and he collapsed straight down. Looking further ahead, where was Su-run's shadow? His pupils shrank and he was horrified. Not good. The situation has changed. He turned and flew away, like a frightened wild dog. Chapter 57, Agent Loki. The uneasy feeling in Lucian's mind was right. Su-run took Xiaonan to a different venue and softly said, "Stay here properly." With that, he inserted a phantom blade in its place and instantly moved away. "Untie me, asshole. Let me help you." Then she saw it, the one-sided carnage. The phantom blade flew towards the black-robed believer, and Su-run's figure suddenly appeared. There was no lingering after a slash, and instantly moved to the next person immediately after. And at that moment, that black-robed believer's head was like a ripe melon, plopping down on the ground. On Lu Liang's side, his body was penetrated by more than a dozen phantom blades, and his arms and legs were swinging in a weird slow motion as he ran towards the outside of the warehouse. May Rain. That space was slowed down. His spiritual power rioted against it, causing the phantom blades to quake and then crumble into a blue mist. Poof, 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 poof. Another dozen or so phantom blades made up the May Rain plunged down. His speed was once again slowed. Look at the one-sided carnage before you. Lu Liang didn't have the slightest bit of courage to fight back at the moment. He only had one thought at the moment. Escape. In 10 seconds, Su-run killed this warehouse full of people. Tap, tap, tap. Feet stepping in a pool of blood. Lu Liang once again broke through the blockade of the May Rain, looking at Su-run who was walking over, but he was appalled. Even his teeth were chattering. It was as if he saw a hideous shadow behind the man. It's a demon. Just as he was gritting his teeth, his small knife hidden in his sleeve, his spiritual power poised, he was prepared to wait for Su-run to get close before fighting to the death. He saw this demon raise his hand and flip it over, and the demonic blade directly disappeared into his hand. Immediately followed by a poof from his own chest, came a sharp pain, and he was knocked to the ground. He looked down as the Yama blade stabbed into his chest, pinning him to the ground like a nail. The May Rain around him turned into a bit of blue mist that fell into the bright red blood on the ground. Lu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief as the blood in his chest choked his throat. By now you should know that you're looking for the wrong people. Su-run blandly pulled up the blood-dripping demon blade and sheathed it. His expression did not change a bit from before, as if he had crushed some bugs. He really didn't want to pay attention to the believers' group of dry bones in the mound. Anyway, sooner or later he would die at the hands of 7 knights. There was nothing to be gained by going to kill him himself, so why bother? Come to this world for more than half a month. Now Su-run's battle power has been able to battle the Yisi realm. The next time immediately also has the arrangement of the Night Watchman. The strength will once again usher in growth. His eyes were already set on the gods in the mists, and there wasn't even a single human ceiling in the believers in terms of battle power. It really wasn't worth his time to look squarely at it. Blood splattered and even sprayed into Lu Liang's eyes, coloring his vision red. He stared dead at the back of Su-run and said vaguely with blood in his mouth, "Evil, devil." This group of ancient god church demons also had a day of fear? A sense of absurdity surged through Su-run's heart. He turned and laughed out loud, and without looking back, said, "You demons would actually call someone else a demon? Funny, too funny." When he came to Minami, he looked at Minami's miserable little face. He took off his headset and crushed it with one hand, laughing with emotion. He said, "Nan, Rocky agent, not good to be, is it? See Xiaonan, you, asshole, what are you talking about? Is there anyone else here?" She looked around as if there was another hidden enemy that hadn't come out. No surprise passed over his face, and only that pause at the beginning was captured by Su-run. Su-run had a playful smile on his face. "The acting is really good. If I didn't know in advance, I would really be acted over by you." Minami panicked. "Asshole you. Don't you scare me. What the hell is going on? Agent Loki, see Xiaonan. The mission was to come to Tsangnan to find Shiva grievance, correct?" Su-run directly broke through her purpose. The various expressions on Xiaonan's face froze, and she lowered her head to prevent Su-run from seeing her expression, not knowing what she was thinking. Neither one spoke, and the atmosphere abruptly became treacherous. "If you know I'm a Loki agent, why are you trying to break me down? Is it bad to play dumb?" She raised her head, madness flashing in her eyes. "You are really thinking that your little strength can be useful in front of me? Think, I can't kill you? Ah." Having never seen Minami look like this before, the cute one blushed fiercely and her eyes almost wanted to devour her. A terrible murderous aura filled this warehouse full of blood, and the air was full of the smell of murder. Instead, Su-run, who had just killed a dozen people, displayed a gentle smile. He said softly, "I naturally know your strength, and being separated by 2 great realms really isn't a match for you, but I don't think you should kill me." Xiaonan was extremely angry and snorted, "Su-run, Su-run, do you really think you have that much charisma that I won't kill you? Ha 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 ha, I can help you get rid of Loki's control." Su-run's complexion remained unchanged, and he said to himself, after a slight silence. Minami's face showed a touch of disdain. Who do you think you are? A god? Even a god can't do such a thing, Su-run proudly said. What the gods can't do, I can do. His laws of the blade bit was extremely high, most likely at the level of a supreme god, not something that could be compared to those sub-gods. Couldn't you still cut through a small proxy contract? The contract was linked to the origin, and as long as it was origin-related, the Blade Monarch could take care of it. Maybe there's even a wave of Rocky's wool to pull. This unsourced confidence of Su-run's left Xiaonan speechless for a moment. Sur-yun reached out and cupped the Klein powerhouse's chin, making it impossible for her to avoid looking into her eyes. What if? I know what you're thinking. I know you want to be free. Oh, if you wanted to kill me, you would have done it as soon as I started pointing out my identity, and still talk to me so much? You can't get down. You like Red Riding. You like everyone here, and everyone likes you. You fight me a lot, and I actually kind of like you. You should know me. Now this strength also used half a month time. Dare to say this, since some means, let me cut this yoke for you, and stay in Sungnan from now on. This is your home. These words made the tip of Nan's nose sore, and the austere atmosphere in the air faded a lot. There was a long silence. She shook her head, a mixture of sadness and joy on her face, and finally choked out. No, that's a contract from the god of trickery. It's impossible. She directly broke free of the various restraints tied to her body, stood up, and looked at Su-run Dao with what seemed to be sadness or joy. I know you may have some tricks up your sleeve, but that's not mortal, and there's no way we can resist. You know who I am and what I'm about and still accept me. Am so happy. I can't risk you. If it fails, you'll be in danger. You're right, I can't do anything to you anymore, but I can erase your memory and make you forget that it ever happened. And don't blame me for being ungrateful. It's for your safety. Don't worry, it won't hurt, and after I erase your memories, I'll erase my own and we'll still be good friends. Minami looked at Su-run's face, stood on her tiptoes, and gave a gentle kiss. Swooned. Asshole, you say if I am a free agent like Red Tassel Sister how good it would be. I really envy her. Trying to get out and fetch again today. Chapter 58, Bilocation? Original body? Minami rambled on so much that Su-run no longer wanted to listen. Next he was going to work his way out. Cupping that small face of hers with his big hand, Su-run came close and kissed it. Well, Minami's words stopped. Her eyes widened. Her body suddenly stiffened and then softened. Softly leaning in Su-run's arms, he slowly closed his eyes. Think of it, as the last moment before the Cinderella bell rings. Her head grew a little dizzy, and Su-run's eyes were as awake as they could be at the moment. He released his soft, tender lips, a crystalline bridge between the two, fingers wrapped in green flame, reaching for the fire in the tongue of that agent of the trickster god. Aha! Minami sensed the difference and opened her eyes in a daze at that moment. Perhaps with a hint of anticipation in her heart, she didn't resist. Su-run ignored the various touches coming from his fingers, his gaze sobering as he clamped down on the strand of purple flame. On his lips, he disliked. You chick is really troublesome. In other places I would just get it over with. Where would I need to talk so much nonsense with you? Fourth power, Blade Runner. Launch. Worthy of being the origin of the Klein realm, the wisp of violet fire caused a burning sensation to pass through his fingertips as soon as he touched it. The good thing was that it wasn't as terrifying as Zhou Ping's platinum flame, and it was still acceptable. The process went smoothly, and a dagger that appeared to be a wolf's tooth was pulled out. At about 3 cm in length, the pocket looks less like a weapon and more like a decoration, clearly traceable to a thin thread linked to it. Su-run clutched this wolf-toothed dagger. Third power, Blade Intent. My will is the will of the sword. Give me the break. There was a crashing sound in his ears, and the line that bound the kite just snapped. Everything went incredibly well. Minami was the one who felt it the most. That voice just now was like heavenly music. Teardrops rolled down from her eyes as she cried tears of joy, hugging Su-run and howling. I really can be free. Woohoo! Su-run stroked Xiaonan's cat-like head without speaking, soothing her. 2 minutes passed. Something felt wrong. There was no echoing movement coming from this wolfsbane dagger in his hand. She looked to Minami in her arms. She was showing signs of becoming transparent at the moment. What's going on here? Things were a bit beyond Su-run's expectations, and he was ready to draw out his origin to replenish Xiaonan. This is good, Minami said with a huff, an easy smile with tears in her eyes. She gazed behind Su-run and nodded over there. Su-run was suddenly startled. Looking back, 2 paces behind him was a cleanly dressed Sea Xiaonan without the slightest scratch on his face. Her eyes were slightly red, as if she had just cried. The gods looked at Su-run with excitement. This is? Su-run was stunned. The rule system's ability was really outrageous. Being so close to himself he didn't notice it at all. It's the trickster split, the gradually transparent Minami said. My memories are usually blocked off and only unlocked when I encounter danger or trigger keywords or things. The group captured me, and I subconsciously judged that I was in danger. And when my memories came back the main main body pinched a trickster doppelganger. Me, to act out the scene in place of the main body. So it turns out that all the beatings you got just now were fake. I thought you were really that dedicated. Su-run cried and laughed as he looked at Si Shonan's main body over there. Over here, with slightly red eyes. Minami's essence relieved. Didn't mean to lie to you? You just took it out on me. She bit her lower lip and said, it was fun. Su-run shook his head. I'm not angry. It's just, what is it now? Looking at this current look on Xiaonan's face, his own method was bound to work, and his heart settled. The red-eyed Minami main body spoke up at this moment. It works. It definitely works. The connection between me and the trickster doppelganger is even tighter than the agent contract. Just now, I didn't notice the slightest fluctuation in advance, and the connection was broken. Now this trickster bilocation is completely out of my control. Xiaonan's face was complex, and there was actually a hint of envy in her eyes for her own bilocation. She is already an independent individual. The trickster doppelganger smiled smugly at the main body and said, I'm the real Si Xiaonan now. You're just a Loki agent. The words agent Loki seemed like they had irritated the native Minami, and the look on her face suddenly became ugly as she said fiercely, you're just a doppelganger that's going to disappear soon. Believe it or not, I'll send you on your way right now. Su-run looked at this one short hair, one pill head, like twins. The girl actually argued with herself. A great sense of splendor. It's worthy of being Si Xiaonan. He has a backbone in his body. The trickster doppelganger spat out her tongue and hid behind Su-run, knowing that the main body would really do it. Against other people, this body may not be able to lay hands on them, but against themselves they are absolutely ruthless. She looked at Su-run. Her eyes turned. A plan came to her mind, and then she stood on her tiptoes and hooked Su-run's neck, gently saying something unknown in his ear, while also secretly looking at the body's increasingly gloomy face. The main body, Si Xiaonan, clenched her fists. If it wasn't for the fact that this doppelganger was too special and hastily retracted for fear of unpredictable changes, she would have made her move from the start. A minute later, Trickster Split Minami's body had become more and more transparent, and she was about to disappear. She clasped her hands around Su-run's hand, and in her hand was the tiny wolfsbane dagger. With a smile in her tears, she choked and begged, no, don't forget me. Let it accompany you in the future. If you think it's troublesome to carry it, give it to Sister Red Tassel. Dawn, don't lose me. After saying that, she wrapped her arms around Su-run's neck and took the initiative to kiss him. The main body, Minami, looked on with a grim little face, not uttering a word, her nails embedded deeply into her flesh, and she somewhat regretted why she hadn't obliterated this doppelganger in the first place. For a long time, the lips parted. Su-run looked at the short-haired girl, who was as transparent as glass, and laughed. You should have one more thing you haven't said to me. The girl smiled brightly. No more oh that. It's better to save that for the main body to say to you later. Why? I don't want to be your regret at the end of the day. Su-run was puzzled. If you do this, I should be able to remember you in the future. Isn't that what you want? The girl shook her head. I want you to remember me, but hate myself you live as a regret in your mind. Su-run was a bit bitter and sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, I'm born to be an asshole. A woman who doesn't show up for just half a month. I'll completely forget about it. Even if the girl's heart was full of thoughts about him at the moment, it was hard for her to avoid getting angry at the moment. She laughed with tears in her eyes and stomped her foot to scold Su-run. You're such an asshole. Big asshole. A pair of big hands wrapped her body as light as a soap bubble, only to hear the magnetic voice of that man in his ear as he said gently, then keep me company yourself so I can always remember you. When she said that, the girl only felt a warmth coming from her backside, and the powerlessness that was about to dissipate faded away as she stared wide-eyed. Su-run said gently, as I said, I am slightly more tactful. He held the wolf-tooth dagger with one hand, and wrapped one hand around his doppelganger, Xiaonan, and gradually, the doppelganger's body, which was originally going to turn into nothingness, transformed into a stream of light and surged towards the wolf-tooth dagger. The native Minami stared at the side. Su-run stabilized this doppelganger that was about to dissipate into nothingness and let her become a sword soul. Unfortunately, that's the limit. Shaping flesh and all that just doesn't reach that level. Call. A gust of wind rose up and blew across the spot, and Su-run looked away. It's the principal Minami. She looked on in exasperation. Chapter 59. What she has, I shall have. Give her to me. Xiaonan would be furious with her eyes. Her eyes were red, and she couldn't even suppress her breath a bit. Su-run looked at it with a smile and instead hit his hand back. This is what she gave me, so it's mine. Nan gritted her teeth. She is me. I am her. Su-run shook his head and said, since it's something given to me by my family Xiaonan, it's all the more reason for me to treasure it. Xiaonan coldly said, cut the flowery language. She's my doppelganger, and I'm taking it back now. She made up her mind to obliterate this doppelganger no matter what the consequences. Xiaonan could not accept that the person who had just been intimate with Su Run was a person who looked exactly like herself and had the same memories. Not her own best friend, Red Tassel. Su Run was surprised. You said earlier that she is already an independent individual. How can she still belong to you? This man smiled smugly. She gave herself to me, and from now on, she'll be called Si Nan Nan, and she's mine. As soon as Minami heard this, a sense of exasperation and aggression surged through her heart, and with her mouth deflated, this Klein strongman actually had teardrops falling like lines of rain. All you do is bully me. Su Run looked at Xiao Nan's appearance and only felt that it was pitiful and heartwarming. Taking 2 steps forward to wrap her up in a hug, Minami was not very tall and was flush a little below Su Run's chest. Su Run stroked his smooth head while gently comforting him. How could it be bullying you? If I was bullying you, why would I risk having to release you from your proxy contract? Silly girl, heartache you don't even know. Listen to my heartbeat, it doesn't lie. I renamed her Si Nan Nan because Si Xiao Nan is unique. You're so smart, you should understand. Minami was in her arms, and her crying gradually stopped. She violently broke free from Su Run's arms. With a flash of light in her hand, she grabbed an item in her hand. I don't care. She has to disappear. Su Run said helplessly. Why are you so stubborn? This is? Asshole. Where did you hide her? Minami raised her hand to see where it was the wolf-tooth dagger. It was Su Run's cell phone. You guess? Minami bit her lower lip, tears in her eyes about to fall. Su Run felt a big headache and spread his hands, signaling that both hands were empty. Don't act out. Don't look at the face of the monk. Give me a face. How about we talk about the matter about your agent's contract first? Seeing that this trick no longer worked, and there was nothing he could do with that doppelganger for a while, Minami closed his eyes and took a deep breath to adjust his mind, deciding that he would do it later. She shook her head. There's no rush on that one. Su Run was stunned. Isn't this what you've always wanted? What else do you have to wait for? Thinking slightly, Su Run came to a realization. Loki put you in a bad position, and you want to make a final reckoning with him. Nan frowned her eyebrows and said, don't mention this in front of me. What's in my heart? I think sometimes he can have a vague sense of it. Su Run laughed. Then let it be. I will also arrange for my plan to be implemented a year later. By that time, no matter if your scheme can come to fruition or not, you have to listen to me. How about it? Can I refuse? Su Run shook his head, his expression serious for a few moments. After 1 year, you must listen to me. No discussion. He was prepared to cooperate with Minami to give Loki a hard time, but that was only if it was safe to do so. Minami hesitated slightly, but nodded. Su Run stretched out one little finger. Pull the hook. Why are you so childish? Minami blushed with some embarrassment. Su Run shook his head firmly. Pull the hook. I promise I can do it. Minami stomped her foot, slightly exasperated. Su Run remained unmoved. Pull the hook. You asshole, liar, scum. Minami could only step forward and stretch out her white pinky to hook his finger. In the warehouse, the two men made a pact. Su Run had no way to put his heart down to this little liar, Xiao Nan, and could only put himself at ease with her through this form. Su Run was smiling like a fox who had succeeded in his scheme at this time. He laughed. The first step of my plan. You can't take another shot at Si Nan Nan. What kind of plan is that? You said that Loki can sometimes sense vaguely, and I can't tell you my plan. Su Run smirked. I can only tell you that this is part of the plan. Xiao Nan was a bit exasperated, but there was nothing she could do about it, so she could only stubbornly struggle. Then promise that you won't let her appear in front of me in the future. Yes. Only then did Minami return the cell phone she had just seized to Su Run. She couldn't help her intense curiosity like a cat again and asked, what did she say in your ear just before she was about to dissipate? Su Run looked at Minami somewhat playfully and teased. Said something that would affect our relationship. Minami stomped her feet and her cheeks flushed red as she listened. She's no good. Don't you listen to her nonsense. Su Run's face turned odd. You're not allowed to talk about her like that, and I'm not allowed to talk about her like that either, you know? Are you going to reseal your memories and abilities to continue the disguise? Minami hesitated and nodded. About when? Minami looked at Su Run and said with some uncertainty, immediately. At this moment, Su Run's face sensed some movement coming from outside. He warned, I see the captain and the others are already here. You'd better hurry. Minami was still hesitant, and it was natural that she, a Klein strongman, would be able to know some of this. Time passed slowly, and the members of Squad 136 had entered the area, inching closer. Haven't thought about it yet? They're coming in, or if you want to say hi to them first, that's fine. Tap tap tap. The 136th squad crowd had assembled at the warehouse entrance. Chen Muoyi charged in at the head of the line, and when Chima actually had a heavy firepower like an RPG with him. But when you enter the door and look around, there are all the limbs. The ground has been drenched in blood, where there is still a living person standing. Su Run at the moment looked at the red tassel over there. At the moment she scanned this hellish scene inside the warehouse, turning a blind eye to Su Run, a big living person. It is unbounded veil, combined with trickery, soundproofing, stealth, healing, defense, you name it. Trickery? How comprehensive. Su Run casually made a perfunctory remark as he looked at Red Tassel, thinking that Red Tassel was particularly suited to wearing red-colored clothes. Minami watched this scene with her silver teeth clenched. She pulled on Su Run's collar, and Klein's spiritual power added to his physical body, a powerful force that pulled Su Run so much that he had to bend down. What do you want? She's got it. I have to have it too. After uttering these words through gritted teeth, this chick, red-faced and enduring her shame, kissed her forcefully. Su Run wasn't sure if the chi in Xiao Nan's mouth was talking about Si Nan Nan or Honging. Just feel the red tassel right under your nose. It's really exciting. Minami kisses roughly. She can't do anything. Her teeth often bite into her lips and it's just a nibble. After a few times, Su Run frowned and only had to make a move to actively guide up. Xiao Nan's eyes widened steeply, gradually covered with a layer of water mist, and her body went soft. After a long time, Minami fell into Su Run's arms with a reddened face gasping for air, only to feel that she was almost suffocating. Su Run touched her rosy cheeks and said, "You took the initiative to destroy the pure friendship between us. If in the future you find out that I am not a good person, you can't blame me. You can only blame yourself for not being capable of controlling your lust and liking a fraternizer." Minami raised her small fist and punched Su Run's chest feebly and helplessly. "She's right, you're an asshole, big asshole." Chapter 60, It's All About Effort. Su Run was the first to return to Squad 136. Minami had sealed her memories on the way back. No longer have those memories of what happened after the kill, only know that Su Run killed everyone to save her. This is what the full-bodied Xiaonan said to him before he sealed and, for in why the crowd didn't see him at the scene. Su Run just said that he left early after killing someone. The small crowd of people didn't explore this in depth. This made Su Run slightly relieved. After all, he was notorious for not lying a little. Red Rouge looked at Su Run and Minami, both of whom were acting normal. The Red Coma's heart, however, acutely felt a twinge of something else. The squad's crowd didn't care about this. They were more concerned about Su Run's strength. "Run, brother, run. Did you really do that?" Lin Chia swallowed in his throat and said with difficulty. All the people there were cleanly decapitated and covered in blood, which was still too much of a thrill for Lin Chia, who had only become a night watchman for half a month. Recruit training was still needed for him. Su Run laughed out loud as usual. "Ha ha, a moment of confiscation. No need to praise me." The crowd was silent. Just kidding, don't be so serious." Wu Shangnan spoke at this time. "How do you feel about your mental state right now?" This familiar sentence threw a pot of cold water on Su Run. Instant sobriety. The magic seems to have gotten heavier. His face returned to seriousness and he took a deep breath. "I'm sober." Chen Mai patted his shoulder and sighed. "At the moment it seems like everything is too normal for you, but the more it is the more we are worried. Try killing as little as possible in the future. Maybe you can alleviate some of it." Wu Shangnan followed suit and suggested. Su Run gave a slightly helpless smile. "Less killing? It doesn't exist. Those who come to trouble him, kill as many as come." Now this feeling was very strange. He rationally cognized that he had crossed the ordinary people less than half a month. Cut down so many people without blinking his eyes was very abnormal. On the one hand it really doesn't feel like it at all. It's not cold-blooded or homicidal. It's like, had a slice of bread for breakfast. Whatever, there's no such thing as not dying on the road to becoming a god. How many people have died here? Su Run thought like this, the light in his eyes flickered, and he even felt that the people coming from the ancient god church were a bit less than enough to kill. Su Run didn't notice the inconsistencies in his logic in the slightest. But when did brother Su Run become so strong? Lin Chie, who was on the side, suddenly said. He literally fell back on his heels as he entered the area, heads all over the ground, gushing blood soaking the entire floor in red, and people who have been cut up by 1,000 cuts in general. It was really hard to make the connection. This was a power that the newcomer who joined the Night's Watch with him could possess. Obviously he's training hard too. 7 Knights clenched his fists. He also wanted to be strong enough to protect his family. The rest of Squad 136 looked at Su Run together. Captain Chen Mai was very respectful of other people's privacy, and if Su Run didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't take the initiative to ask. Su Run took in everyone's expressions one by one and smiled. "I forgot to tell you all before. I am now in the Chuan realm." "What? That's not with the captain. Is your forbidden ruin accelerating growth? What kind of power is this?" Old Zhao had been beaten by him a few days ago, and although he had a rough guess in his heart, at this time, when he heard Su Run confirm it in person, he still grinned and found it hard to accept. The newcomers are perverted even if this just came half a month directly and the captain a realm. Is there really such a big difference between people? Sword Saint special training is so effective? With Chen Mai's composure, this froze for a while. God, this could not help but say. Su Run naturally wouldn't say that he had opened himself up. His face straightened, and he said firmly, This is all power by virtue of my own efforts. As long as one works hard enough, one will become stronger. See Xiaonan crooked his mouth on the side, already speechless. This guy was full of eccentricities. That scene in the warehouse. See Xiaonan had seen it clearly as the first person on the scene. Chuan realm? That peak of the Wuchuan realm in, believer, was not even able to fight back under his hand. Not to mention the unknown, Kaworu, realm that was subdimensionally chopped to death by 1,000 cuts in the beginning. Not a word too late. Now this guy is actually saying that he got his strength all by hard work. His skin is really thick. Aside from the strength, not to mention the weird and overbearing ability that had forcibly intercepted his own detachment, the effort would have had this effect. She would have ed over Loki long ago. Thinking of the doppelganger, she opened her mouth to say conspiratorially, "Yeah, certain people just know how to try to find women all day, don't they?" Su Run is not ashamed, but rather smugly laughed. Men have at least 5 out of 10 sentences are false. You guys think I'm looking for a woman, but you don't know that I'm trying to work out. Lin Shiye seemed to understand, nodded, and said thoughtfully, "So brother Su Run is secretly working hard in places we don't know?" It's the same as those students who clearly played well in the exam room, but came out with a sad face saying that they failed the exam. Old Zhao was a little bit unable to look at it, and he, an old greaseball, understood what Su Run was talking about in seconds. Not wanting him to bring Lin Xia down, he hurriedly said, all right, Xiao Nan, don't you know how hard Su Run is working? You can't let go of him day after day." Minami's cheeks reddened slightly, as if she had remembered something. She stomped her foot and said as if she was unconvinced, "Humph, I'm afraid that Sister Hong Ying will be cheated by this scum of his." Su Run and Hong Ying's relationship did not purposely speak to others, but neither did they purposely cover it up in front of everyone. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that these two have an unusual relationship. At this time, when she heard Xiao Nan say this, Hong Ying wanted to take the initiative to open her mouth to say something, but she was interrupted by Su Run, who grabbed her mouth first. Su Run's face was calm. Facing Xiao Nan's scum accusation, his table did not refute the meaning. His gaze was soft and moist as he looked at the delicate red coma and spoke gently. "Red coma isn't my first girlfriend, but you shouldn't question my feelings for her because I've already given up a piece of the forest for her, and she's already all I have. As for whether there will be new forests in the future, there's no guarantee." Hong Ying looked at Su Run a little infatuated. Her big clear eyes became as misty as a deer. The crowd heard this undisguised show of affection on the spot, and for a moment goosebumps fell to the ground. When GMO pulled out a small notebook somewhere and wrote, Captain Chen Mai's face smiled like an ant's as he drove up the crowd. "What are you all doing here? Do what you need to do. Are you guys idle?" Su Run's afterglow glanced at Xiao Nan, and this ninny's face was a bit sour. As if she had sensed Su Run's gaze, she gave Su Run a deep look and turned to leave. This look at Su Run's heart thumped. This ninny just came back with her memory sealed. And look at this look just now. Is it lying to me? Girlfriend's BFF is also my girlfriend if showing love to my girlfriend in front of her BFF. If I had known she hadn't sealed her memories yet, I would have tightened it up. Chapter 61, Shoes. At night, after taking a bath, Su Run was reading a novel in his room, enjoying these last few days of clear time that you can get. Zuoqing mysterious, did not say to him in the end is a what arrangement, just said that by the time to go to the training camp we'll know. Su Run naturally will not think that Zuoqing is letting him go to the training camp to receive training. The current strength is more than enough to be a captain of a place where there is still a need for training. As for what exactly was the mission, with God's perspective on, he could probably guess. Mask Squad. When the time comes, the Mask Squad will go to the training camp with the aim of giving the new recruits a head start. But in the original story, wasn't Mask temporarily pulled over by what's-his-name's instructor to support the scene? It wasn't arranged by Zuoqing either. Su Run pondered for a while. Could it be because of the butterfly effect caused by me? Or maybe I guessed wrong and there is actually another arrangement? He frowned his good-looking sword brows and thought, that's just it. I'll know in a few days. If I really arrange any mission that doesn't enhance me, I'll discuss it again, and if it doesn't work, I'll go my own way. Deep down, he still thought that the Night's Watch leaders were not stupid. What to arrange will be more or less in your mind. If indeed a leader has had his brain defiled by the god of blindness and foolishness and insists on coming to waste his time, he also had the nerve to make one phone call to Zhou Ping and then excuse himself. Who wouldn't have guessed that the Blade Saint's move wasn't a sword, but a summoning skill? Cut it out. The door to the room was opened. Su Run turned his head to look at Minami, who was expressionless and wearing pajamas. He was panting in his mind, but still asked normally, "Something wrong?" Minami didn't answer him back, just closed the door to her room with a blank face, then got on the bed and wrote on his lap. Su Run's heart thumped. She really didn't seal her memories. This liar. You and Sister Hong Ying during the day, you have a very good relationship. See Xiao Nan, wearing a light white big-eared dog pajamas and spreading her short hair, said expressionlessly. Su Run's mind was spinning frantically, thinking about how to answer. the way you say that, is my relationship with you not good? Su-ran squeezed out a smile and said vaguely. When Xiaonan heard this, the expression on his face abruptly changed color, and he squeezed his little face to make a fierce look. Pinching up the soft flesh around Su-ran's waist, her tone was milky and fierce. I'm angry. The Minami who had sealed her memories wouldn't be able to make such intimate gestures with herself. Su-ran pretended to be in pain, and his tone was a bit helpless. Didn't you say you sealed your memories on the way? You control me. Minami still had that milky, coaxing look. There may be a few women in this world who don't eat, but there really isn't one who isn't jealous. Su-ran had to take this young girl who was riding on top of her into his arms and wrapped his arms around her waist and said forcefully, as I told you earlier, if you find out that I'm not a good person, you can't blame me, only yourself for not being able to control your lust, which Nan would not eat this at all. She hated it and said, yeah, I can't control my lust right now. I just want to be angry. When a woman is unreasonable, no trick is good enough. Su-ran lifted one hand and touched her little head. He was 1.8 or so tall, and Xiaonan looked especially petite in his arms. He said mildly, did I mention you're especially cute when you're angry? Especially now. Xiaonan greedily sniffed the scent of Su-ran's arms, feeling the sense of security that Su-ran's wide embrace brought her. Hearing this, she knew that Su-ran was coaxing her, but a touch of sweetness made her unable to feign anger and let out a giggle. You just know how to make a girl happy. I don't know how to make a girl happy. I'm happy to see you. Xiaonan's eyes were happily narrowed into two crescents at the moment. Where was there even a hint of anger? The joy in her heart made him wriggle around in Su-ran's arms, and through this way she went to express those joys in her heart that were too late to be vented out. Turning to the other side, she said with a bit of melancholy, I always feel like we're doing this to apologize to Sister Honging, but I can't help it. Adolescent girls are always at risk when it comes to their loved ones. Even if she's an agent of the evil god, she can't escape what's in a woman's genes. Su-ran did not use flowery words to coax her this time. His tone remained as little changed as just now, still as gentle. I love you the most when Red Tassel is not around. It's scummy, but it doesn't cheat. In the book How to Maintain Inappropriate Relationships with Multiple People of the Opposite Sex, it seeks to keep many people of the opposite sex unaware of each other's existence. Su-ran actual test found, this way is effective, but there is an upper limit. A person has a limited amount of energy in a day, and there are individuals of the opposite sex whose emotional needs are particularly strong and who will demand a lot of your time. When there are fewer members of the opposite sex, they are able to cover up. After the number exceeds 3, it becomes difficult for a normal person to cope with it, because there are other things to deal with in life, unless that's the person's job. And while laying out the cart in this way has a much higher difficulty factor, the backlash is much less. Sure enough, Minami didn't get angry at his scummy nature, but instead, as if she was certain of an answer, her heart became lighter and she asked with a smile, so say yes, tell me who your favorite person is right now? Tap, tap. There were footsteps in the corridor coming this way, and it sounded like they were coming this way to Su-ran's room. Minami's face tightened. She was very familiar with the sound of Red Tassel's footsteps. A transparent veil came down, hiding the duo's movements and attaching a layer of trickery. This bed obviously sat two people cuddling together, but at the moment in the outsider's look is flat and empty. Click. The door lock was opened, and sure enough, it was Red Tassel who probed in. As if he had just taken a shower, his hair was still a little wet, and he was wearing loose pajamas as he searched for Su-ran's figure inside the room. The two in the unbounded veil hugged each other, not daring to make a sound at all. Despite knowing that Red Tassel couldn't see the two of them or hear the sound of the two inside talking, even breathing became cautious. Su-ran felt that this, Klein, realm chick's heart was beating like a drum. Her eyes were wide open and she twisted her head to look at the other side of the room. It was as if Red Riding hadn't been in this room as long as he didn't see Red Riding. Su-ran smiled wickedly and leaned down, coming to Minami's ear. My favorite person right now, he said softly, is, well, without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Minami directly gagged him. Wait a while for Red Riding to close the door and for the footsteps to leave. It was only then that Minami let go of Su-ran's mouth, granting herself a little respite. This, Klein, powerhouse was so weak at the moment that he couldn't even lift an ounce of strength from his fingertips. Her eyes were scattered and her afterglow swept over to the side of the bed and she whispered in alarm, oh no, shoes. Only 2 pairs of slippers lay beside the bed, one of which she had just left behind. Emotional scenes feel more and more like too much play to write at all. I'll wrap it up quickly next. Chapter 62, Memories. Sister Honging must have seen it. See, Xiaonan was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Su-ran is more open to this. Sooner or later, we have to know. See it, See it? Xiao Nan's eyes tilted up at Su Run and said pitifully, but I'm not ready yet. I feel sorry for Sister Hong Ying, but I'm not willing to do so. It's obviously me who met you first. There is no need to be ready. The corner of Su Run's mouth curled up. By the time you guys are ready, I guess this life will be over. Xiao Nan said to herself, I don't care. Is it okay if I want to sleep here tonight? I'm so messed up right now. Su Run was a little difficult to get up. He was not a true gentleman. He was very confident in his self-control. He absolutely could not control it. It's okay, you can sleep here, he said slowly. I'll go and get your red sister to sleep. With that he got up and was ready to go. Wait, the Klein realm's mental power added strength pulled him back, and Minami grabbed his arm and bit it. You bastard. This chick's a dog. I'll go back and seal my memory. Don't want to see you anymore. She let out a putty grunt through her nose and left Su Run's room. Day 2. Vigilante Base. Here comes the chicken soup. Su Run served the last course of Old Hen Bamboo Pith chicken soup. The aroma was overwhelming, and the people of Team 136 had long been impatient. Lin Chia couldn't wait to pick up a chopstick of fried chives with river shrimp and put it in his mouth, saying vaguely, Brother Su Run, I didn't expect you to cook so well. Chen Mai also smiled and said, these wild baby river shrimps can be hard to buy nowadays. Fry them in oil and eat them sweetly. Su Run laughed, humbly said, going to the fair early. I saw it and bought it by hand, and I know just a few small dishes like this. Hong Ying pulled Su Run over and let him sit on his right-hand side. Happily looking at Su Run, she said, come and eat quickly. The rice is ready for you. Su Run sat down. A few dishes placed on this side, spicy diced chicken, braised pork ribs, chili pepper fried pork, all the dishes that Red loves to eat. One could tell that this thoughtfulness was very flattering to Hong Ying, and she didn't even want to let go of Su Run's arm as if her stomach was already filled just by looking at these dishes. Su Run obediently sat down and softly greeted Red Riding. Don't just look at it. This is the local pork that people dragged over to sell in front of the market in the morning, and the chili peppers casually stir-fry is fragrant and ruthless. If you don't eat it, it will be a waste. A table full of stir-fries, with leeks and scrambled eggs and a sautéed wild vegetable in the distance. That scent alone is appetizing. Hong Ying glanced at Si Xiaonan, who was intently dealing with a plate of small fish roasted with shredded radish to her left, and she smiled faintly. Picking up a chopstick of fried meat and handing it to Su Run's mouth to feed him, she softly said, tough on you, rewarding you for your first bite. Su Run was momentarily stunned and looked at the crowd of Squad 136 and the mouthful of earth pork. For a moment he cried and laughed and refused. Just eat it yourself. I'll clip it myself. Hong Ying didn't listen to him in the slightest and pouted, but I just want to give you a clip. You eat it. This usually valiant girl, spilling her guts really made Su Run's bones feel crispy for a few minutes, but he looked around at his teammates who stopped drying their food to look over, and Si Xiaonan who looked over with a small fish in his mouth. Even with his cheeks, he couldn't help but burn a little. Ahem. Just eat it yourself. So many people are watching. It's okay. I don't care. You eat it. The tenderness in Hong Ying's eyes was practically overflowing. When Shima's mouth opened wide, Lun Xian's eyes widened. Was this still the same red tassel he knew? Chen Mai looked over at this time. It is hard to believe that this face, a scar of the Han, at this moment a face of ant smile, looks extra kind. Zhao Kongcheng had been eating well, suddenly felt a little bit of bad taste, remembering his wife up at home. Seeing this, Su Run knew that he couldn't stand still for too long. Already feeling a bit awkward, he picked up a piece of spicy diced chicken first and fed it backhandedly to Red's mouth. When Hong Ying subconsciously opened his mouth, Su Run smiled and fed it in, and then he noticed that something was wrong. Red Riding had bit down on his chopsticks and took a slight sip on them before letting go with a red face. The movement was slight, but which of the people present was an ordinary person? When Shima and Lang Xian's jaws dropped to the ground, the usually calm vice team, Wu Shangnan, was now stuffed with a mouthful of dog food, and his eyes were a bit grumpy. Old Zhao couldn't help himself. You too, you eat properly. These words spoke the minds of most of the people present, but not including Chen Mai. Eat you. You can't even stuff your mouth with food. Chen Mai glanced fiercely at old Zhao. The others then dared not speak. When Hong Ying saw Su Run take those chopsticks and start eating, her pretty face blushed and hurriedly buried her head and ate by herself. At the moment, Minami looked at the plate of roasted small fish with shredded radish and felt that it didn't smell as good. A big table full of food, all eaten up. The crowd was used to eating the captain's fried dishes, and today they all suddenly had new flavors, and all of them worked up an appetite, especially Red Riding Hood, who ate all the peppers off that plate of spicy diced chicken, and half the plate of fish. After resting for a while after the meal, Lin Chia was pulled to the special training, the beautiful name of the after-meal exercise. I do not know if he will vomit. Su Run somewhat pitted 7 nights. Ever since he had spoken of his strength, the captain had stopped caring about his daily training. It's basically just reading a book every day, and it's pretty freeing. As for the mission, why do I have to do the task of catching cats and dogs for my mother-in-law when I'm a shinobi in battle? He was about to leave for training camp, and Red Riding accompanied him home to unpack what he would take with him. As soon as he entered the front door, Su-run hugged Red Riding Hood behind his back. He leaned down and whispered in Hong Ying's ear, "Let me check and examine the spirit pattern to see if it's correct." After saying that, he picked up Red Tassel and came to the sofa, and began to play with the spirit tattoo. The Red Ruffian just lowered his head and didn't resist, and there was a hidden smile at the corner of his mouth. After a bit of playfulness, Su-run rested his eyes closed while resting on Red Riding's thigh. Red Riding stroked his hair, his face full of tenderness. "Take care of yourself when you go there." "Good. Remember to miss me. I'll think about you 3,000 times a day." She giggled and turned to embrace Su-run's head tenderly and did not say anything. It took a while before the young girl turned to bite her lip and said again, "When can I come back?" Su-run felt that the aroma was so overwhelming that it made it a little difficult for him to breathe. I'm not sure, but I'll be back when I get the chance. You know my ability comes in handy." After these words, Su-run froze. Unknowingly, he was already going to consider this place as home. "I'm going to the bathroom." He got up and got ready to go wash his face and clean up his clothes. "I don't know exactly what's going on with this arrangement, so it's better to bring a few sets of clothes for an easy change," Su-run thought as he entered the bathroom. Cut it out. The door closed. A transparent veil like a trap net covered Su-run in the center. Unattached yarn. Looking at Minami, whose face was turned over with jealousy in front of her, Su-run was shocked and lost his voice. "Didn't you say you sealed your memories?" "What I try to think is, even people who haven't read the original can understand what I've written. So about some settings in the original I try to choose to let the character to say it. But I hope you'll bear with me if I don't show it well with my limited writing skills. I'd like to keep this line of thought going because when I first read the same novels, a lot of them I hadn't even read the originals, but I was able to have a good time reading them as well. I think the books I write should be like that too." Chapter 63, The Start of Training. Red Riding definitely sensed something. This warm and generous girl is a little too enthusiastic these days. Almost from morning to night, he clung to Su-run's side, becoming a little tale for him. He also really likes to make some intimate gestures with Su-run in front of everyone's eyes, especially Minami's eyes. Buy clothes for Su-run, what not to say. Now Su-run, this all is Red Tassel in front of Xiaonan to pick for him. Red Ryu didn't choose a single piece of clothing that Minami picked out. She also chose an outfit for Minami, like a sister and brother-in-law buying clothes for their sister. Nan shopped with her usual face and a little glee. Su-run really thought that this jealous chick had sealed her memory, so she was having a great time shopping. As a result, Su-run saw her in the changing room. I can only say that women are really born liars. Nan is even the liar of liars. Tian said he sealed his memory, but he didn't even do it. It caused Su-run to start being paranoid every day now as soon as he was slightly separated from Hong Ying. Today was the day 7 nights left for training camp. The crowd of Squad 136 came to the station to see off 7 nights. The captain has prepared a big bag, cotton clothes, warm babies and everything. Su-run looked at them helplessly, knowing that they must have been wasted. This year's training camp was a sudden change of plans, not in Shangjing, but in Songnan. 7 nights. Take care of yourself when you go over there, okay? Don't worry, Lieutenant. I'll keep an eye out. Train well. We can't lose face with our Squad 136. Yes, Brother Su-run. I'll go over and wait for you first. Su-run smiled and nodded, stepping forward and hugging 7 nights. Go ahead and scout for me, and we'll see you in a couple days. Su-run had originally thought that he was going to go to the training camp with 7 nights, but the mission sent from Zhuoqing's side was not like that. It says it's going to a training camp, but it's going to be 2 days later than 7 nights. The Red Tassel side is also quite reluctant to give up, so Su-run simply stayed for 2 more days. Anyway, the training camp is right by Xangnan, so it's easy to go over there. Looking at the 7 nights in front of him, Su-run was somewhat emotional. At first, in order to make old Zhao not be his sacrifice, Su-run slightly moved a little bit. The one that saved old Zhao's life also allowed 7 nights to join the Night's Watch. The tactics pitched teammates a bit, but it beats the simplicity of it. However, it's all saved old Zhao's life and gave him the Forbidden Ruins. If you pit it, you pit it. It's called doing the work of a bodhisattva with thunderbolts. Su-run secretly glanced at old Zhao and sighed in his heart, I am really a great person. Lin Chiya looked at Su-run with some eyes and said, Brother Su-run, you can take me with you in the training afterward. Su-run was stunned. This kid might not know that he had another arrangement. He smiled faintly. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I believe that you will definitely be able to become stronger. This camp is a year-long program. Su-run doesn't remember much about the original, specific details of what happened. Just know that after a year of training camp, Lin Xiye went crazy for another year. Then after being awake for a while, he was out for 2.5 years in Tokyo because of an agent of the God of Time. This protagonist treatment is almost as good as some legendary Halo-resistant King Traveler. I've already helped you with the beginning. I really can't accompany you on the road behind. Su-run thought secretly in his heart. Su-run planned this in his mind. Being with 7 knights all the time would have wasted at least close to 5 years of his life, along with the time spent in training camp. But the time in the novel, 10 years from now, is the grand finale. Everything told in the book is the experiences of the protagonist, Lin Xiye, after which his dreams repeat the constant reboot of these experiences. Su-run was not able to determine whether this world he had come to was that first experience of Lin Xiye's first time, or whether it was some kind of repeating dream, or the last one that was the only one that could be broken. If it was a failed dream somewhere in the middle, he was even less certain that when the dream restarted, his variable would be erased as well. He didn't have a protagonist's aura like Lin Xiye, wasting such a long time late in the game to still enter the first combat sequence. Letting Lin Xiye into the Night's Watch was his way of giving the world a guaranteed card, trying not to have any major changes in the early stages. But Su-run would not hold any unrealistic hopes on Lin Xiye. Su-run clenched his fists and fought fiercely in his heart. I must seize every opportunity to walk my own path to supremacy. Putting your hopes in the hands of others will only bring shame to this legendary magic sword that accompanied you to this world. The Yen demon who had been sleeping for a long time seemed to feel something, and this legendary demon blade trembled slightly in the interlayer of space, force, power. Honging seemed to feel something and quietly held his clenched hand. Looking at his handsome side face with slight concern, Su-run loosened up and looked at Red Riding, giving a small smile to signal that it was fine. Ding! Just then Chiang Mai received a text message. He looked away, his face growing brilliant. Seeing that the captain's face did not look right, Wu Shangnan asked, "Captain, what happened?" Training camp, changed the location. Chiang Mai's face turned green. The location is in Songnan. Night. The red tassel was in his arms, with an insatiable look on her face. The originally white skin revealed a shocking scarlet color, and her slender legs wrapped around one of Su-run's legs, resting with her eyes closed, greedily breathing in Su-run's breath. 7 knights had already left, and in the villa there was just Minami, Red Rouge, and Su-run. The ninny was amazingly bold now. Having never been intimate in the villa, she was suddenly in the mood today. The high-pitched sound that almost penetrated the villa had no fear of being heard moving. I'm afraid someone is just going to have trouble sleeping today. Su-run contentedly hugged Hong Ying, gently patting her back and handing over a cup of water. Here, take a sip of water. Red Rouge opened his tired eyes, with a regal look of affection still lingering in them. She couldn't lift a bit of strength, and pouted. I want you to feed me. Su-run cried and laughed. Who said that a valiant woman would not be pampered? It's a woman's nature. It's just that no one has developed it before. Okay, I'll feed you. I want you to feed me yourself. Su-run froze and instantly understood in seconds. Is there such a side to the valiant Red Riding Hood in front of outsiders? The eagerness welled up in him again and he just had to obey the big girl. The thirst and dryness receded only after the two had drunk enough water. Just lay down on Su-run's messy bed. At this moment, Red Ruffles only felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. She suddenly hugged Su-run's arm tightly and buried her head. Can you not go on that mission? Su-run was a bit surprised. Look, your strength is now the same as the captain's, so you can totally apply to be stationed here with us. Hong Liao spoke impatiently, as if the idea had been buried in her heart for a long time and she couldn't wait to say it. Without waiting for Su-run to reply, this woman, who was now wearing her hair and exuding amazing charm, bit her lip and said again, Minami, she doesn't want you to go either, does she? Su-run froze for a moment. No? Chapter 64 Departure. As long as you don't go, Nan, I don't mind. Hong Ying lowered her eyebrows like a child who did something wrong. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that you often have Xiao Nan's odor. I don't mind. I don't want you to make a choice. Really, this woman who used to be confident and valiant seemed to have no confidence at all at the moment, and spoke in a panic. She's afraid of Su-run going for that either/or choice. Su-run hugged this afflicted young girl tightly and said emotionally, Silly Red Riding Hood, what are you thinking? We have a long life ahead of us, and we'll be together for the rest of our lives to come, and I want you to give me a baby later. Red Riding relaxed and snuggled into his chest, the scent reassuring her. Speaking of this, Su-run gave Hong Ying another bad smile and said, If you don't mind Xiao Nan, why don't I let her come over now? Hong Ying lightly punched his chest and pouted. Bastard, I can't believe you didn't say no? Instead, Su Ran was a little surprised, which showed that Red Tassel really didn't have that much antipathy in her heart. He reached out and took hold of the spirit tattoo and began to play with it, saying emotionally, just kidding with you, I'll be with you tonight. I'm not going anywhere. The reddish eyes became hazel. At night, a small figure tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Her eyes were closed, her brow furrowed, and her hands gripped the sheets as if she had dreamed something terrible. Tear up. The lavender-purple sheets were smashed by one subconscious effort of those small hands. No one sleeps tonight. When the next day came, Su Ran decided to go to the training camp early first, only because beauty is gracious. The more we get to the separation, the more we will not be able to let go. He had never felt this way before, and even with the best of women, there was never a hint of reluctance when he decided to leave. Now the red tassel was giving him the urge to stay a few more days. As soon as that feeling came over him, he knew it was time to go. He called Zoe Green to communicate in advance and then cleared his bags. After communicating with Red Riding, he was ready to leave. I'll be back often. He gently nudged the red-ruffled lips. Aha! Red Riding was obviously a little upset. Aren't you going to say goodbye to her? Red Riding looked at the corner of the second floor, where Minami showed a corner of her coat. Upon hearing this, the sliver of clothing panicked and hid behind the corner. The corner of Su Run's mouth curled up slightly and said, It seems that someone doesn't quite want to see me. Never mind. I'm leaving. The redhead stifled a laugh and smacked him gently, before pushing him towards the stairs. You have to take the initiative with girls. Su Ran was a bit helpless. Which one pushes his boyfriend elsewhere? He came around the corner, with two dark circles under her eyes. Nan looked at him expressionlessly. Didn't you say you were leaving? Why haven't you left yet? Su Ran looked back at Red Tassel, and his proper girlfriend gave him a cheering gesture. He thought for a moment and said, Your sister Red Ruffles said she doesn't mind joining you as long as I don't leave. Minami's face tensed for a moment. And then what? Su Ran rubbed his nose and said helplessly, And then I have to go now. You asshole. Minami grabbed Su Run's arm and bit down hard. Su Ran touched this cat-like young girl and said, Our power is still too weak. Don't look at you now, Klein. You are considered a phoenix among humans, but in the face of the gods, so many of them, still nothing more than larger ants. I have to find power. As Minami looked at Su Ran, she seemed to have some understanding of this man's lack of arrogance when he clearly had such a strong power. She had seen many people who were not nearly as powerful as Su Ran, and in their circles, treated people like dogs and dogs like people. And Su Ran obviously had a strong power in his hands, but he was overly low-key and had been still secretive. So you're after the power of the gods. Her mouth dropped open in surprise. Her own greatest ambition was nothing more than to be free. Su Ran acted very calmly, smiled gently and said, I will find it. I won't pick on you if you call me an asshole now. By the time I become a god, what should I be called you know? Su Ran winked at Minami. I'll make you my agent then. Wow, it'll be a dual god agent by then. Sounds pretty cool, right? Minami's mouth couldn't close for a long time as she was shocked by this ambition and confidence of his. What kind of confidence is this? Mortals wanting to become gods seemed like a watery thing in his mouth. The world has never seen it before. A strange gleam erupted in her eyes for a long time, the man's ambition making even her heart soar with it. She pulled on Su Run's chest and looked up at Su Run's handsome cheeks with a supple gaze she had never seen before. Zoe said, Let me join you, I'll help you. This was the man she had decided on, her Si Xiaonan's destined demon star. Su Ran shook his head, looking at Xiaonan's big watery and misty eyes. His hand stroked on her slightly flushed face due to excitement, and warmly said, When I have exalted the throne of God and lit the fire of God, I will surely awaken you. Si Xiaonan, you will be an earthly agent for me, walking on earth. Wherever you are, my eyes will watch you through the mist. You will walk on the earth as you walk in my kingdom. A man's ambition is the best chun medicine for a woman. Minami clenched her thighs and went limp. The eyes were like blazing fire in spring water. She looked at the warm and domineering man in front of her, not knowing what she should say now. She could only follow the feeling in her heart and utter two words, Kiss me. For a long time, the lips parted. Looking at the never-before-seen obedience on Xiaonan's face, Su Ran only felt a sense of grandeur in his heart. In this farewell to Tsangnan, he must show his sword to the world, thus declaring, the beginning of the beheading of God. No need to wait for many years. Shall not let. In his hands, the magic blade rust. He stroked Minami's flushed face, warm and domineering. Seal your memories and disguise yourself. I'll come in a year's time to get an explanation from Loki for you. He turned back to take one last look at Red Riding. His lips slightly parted. Wait for me. After saying that, he raised his hand and summoned the Yen Demon Blade, and with the fantastic blue particles, he disappeared into thin air. Xiaonan at this time was weak. Without Su Ran for support, she sat paralyzed on the ground. The shock in her eyes could not be dispersed for a long time. The location of the intensive training camp had long been sent to the top of Su-run's terminal. With his spatial teleportation ability, there was no need for the lieutenant to drive him. It was a little faster for him to go straight a line over. With the Yin Demon Blade, the instantaneous distance was even tripled. He then leapt forward through the air, and the occasional person who noticed would think they were hallucinating. "Captain, look down there. There's someone. You've had a brain rush, haven't you? We're at 7,500 meters here." The captain glanced at the instruments on the plane that marked the altitude. "No, really, holy, that's supposed to be a space-based ability. He's going to disappear. Let me see." At that moment the captain, who had half a mask around his neck, turned his head to look over. "This direction should be the direction of the training camp. This training camp really has hidden tigers and dragons," a female voice said in surprise. "The one who's going to be absorbed into our squad tomorrow is a newcomer too." "Right." Wang Mian remembered the red-headed document that he had stamped with some inexplicable shock and took a deep breath. "Right. Special authorization from the leader. Special treatment. 65. Reactions of the parties. Wow. Captain, you didn't even get this treatment back in the day." Wang Xiang was not displeased and smiled helplessly and bitterly. "I really don't know what kind of demon." The teenager with the swirling mask on one side was elated and gritted his teeth again. "I worked so hard to get into the special squad, and people actually got in straight away. I really want to fight these demons." While looking at the mission information on the computer, the fat uncle wearing glasses rolled his eyes. "Come on, Vortex, you're kind of a genius. I'm the one who really wants you to fight with this group of demons." The same helpless look as the captain's passed over Whirlpool's face. "There's no comparison to others." "Enough," Wang Mian interrupted at this point. "Don't say anything that's not conducive to unity. Hurry up and go to the next city to complete the last mission and come back to Tsungnan tomorrow afternoon to meet our new team members." The plane headed in the other direction and flew away from Tsungnan. Su-run didn't realize that just now, he had rubbed shoulders with the masked squad. Believer, somewhere in a secret base. Lord Rumor, this is top secret information that was obtained. A believer, in red robes respectfully handed over a scroll with both hands, which was blocked with a fire-painted seal. A man with long black hair, wearing a tuxedo and behaving like a gentleman looked over. This was one of the three giants of the Church of the Ancient Gods, raving, with a flash of light in his ravishing eyes. This red-robed devotee lost his mind and opened this fire-painted seal. Only after confirming that the believers were fine did Rumor come forward to receive this piece of information. The man came to his senses, as if he was used to being so, and respectfully stepped aside. Rumor looked at the report, her original elegant and calm demeanor frowning, followed by a serious look. Immediately afterward, his eyes showed shock and his expression abruptly changed. "It lives up to the elegance of what came before," he explained to the red-robed believer at the side. "Have all of the 20 seats without a task in hand come and see me." "Yes." The red-robed man bent over and respectfully retreated. Rumor shifted in place. This intelligence was full of all sorts of information about the Blade Saint Seed, all sorts of exaggerations that even he, a veteran cult leader, found outrageous, but the various information on the intelligence compelled him to believe it, and it provided a program against the seed of this sword saint. It wasn't once or twice that he'd worked with this mysterious biker within the Night's Watch, and this time the intel was outrageous, and he wasn't very keen on following the program from above. But thinking of the sword saint, Rumor only felt a mountain of pressure pressing down on his shoulders. There absolutely cannot be another sword saint. Murmuring with a low growl, he unconsciously gripped the piece of information in his hand, as if what he held in his hand was the throat of that Blade Saint seed. He thought for a long time where he was, and turned towards a huge cage, in which a group of numb-faced people were imprisoned. He picked one person at random and led to a prayer room. The blade, glowing black with suspicious patches of filth, slit the throat, and the viscous, bright red liquid sprayed into an asymmetrical container, impacting a bubble of air. Murmuring painted this blood into a regular pattern on the ground, and kneeling before this pattern in a proper tuxedo, without any regard for the dust on the ground, he prayed, "O God our Lord, your faithful follower Chen Ernio prays to you." Guangshan City, Vigilante Airport. A black Kuan-type armed transportation helicopter was resting quietly in a flat area, and on the ground there was a group of people from the Vigilante's logistics department, who were seriously checking all the indicators and carrying all kinds of supplies to the top. 8 people in golden cloaks walked, guided by the logisticians. 7 of the 8 were all female, mostly more childish in appearance by the look of them. Only one male among them. It was the Daxia Special Squad Phoenix. A blonde woman wearing a golden cloak with a fiery figure was indignant as she walked, her small mouth rambling non-stop. "Yifan is really treating us like dogs. I am definitely taking a vacation after this mission, not even if he begs me personally. Those good tea leaves of my mother's might as well be fed to the dogs for him. This mission just doesn't stop. Next time we go to Shangjing, see if I don't give him a tea table all lifted." Still drinking tea? The squad crowd just listened to her balabala on and on. "Captain, It's a rare night to rest in Guangshan. Just take a good rest. The conditions of the branch over here are quite good. The man beside him, who was also wearing a golden cloak, only felt an unbearable headache as he listened to the woman's small mouth. The blonde woman with a hot body heard this, and the corner of her mouth pulled out disdain as she said, "Kong heard I'm talking to you. This group of people from Guangshan are just wasted. They only know how to enjoy themselves, and they always like to call our special squad for. If they were a bit more uptight, I wouldn't even have to go out on this mission. I'd just rest in Shangjing. Do you see if their Guangshan squad dares to appear in front of me? Lao Ai isn't like Wang Mian. She doesn't spoil theirs at all. This bunch of losers, Lao Ai beats them up once she sees them. Dog-like." The hot blonde woman started talking again. Kong Wound was also clueless and could only let her go. The local night watchman in front of him as the leader also did not dare to retort in the slightest, just wiping the sweat from his forehead. He just acted as if he didn't hear it and led the way for the crowd. Arriving inside the lounge, this night watchman only breathed a sigh of relief and said to the blonde woman who was leading the group, "Captain Xia Simeng, this is the lounge for you this time. Please feel free to contact me if you have any problems." Saying that, he left without looking back. The 8 members of Phoenix Squad went their own way, some lounging on the couch, some going to the bathroom. The only man there, Whole Wound, came to the coffee machine on this side of the room and prepared to get a cup of coffee. Kong Hurt looked at the leather sofas, luxury TVs, game consoles here. The lights are specially customized, and compared to the long strip of tin chairs over in the northwest, it is really a heaven and a hell. The lounge over here in Guangshan feels really wealthy every time I come, and having the Bailey family at my back is really different. Every time he came to Guangshan, he would be a little surprised by the luxury over here, and at the same time, he would feel unworthy of the hard conditions over there in the northwest. Thoughtfully, his hand reached toward the disposable paper cups prepared over there for a cup of coffee. A conspicuous stack of white papers jutted out in front of him on the black stone countertop. This? He subconsciously glanced at it, and then his eyes settled on the stack of papers. Kong Injury did not go to get the coffee, but looked serious and picked up this document and read it one by one. Just for a moment, his complexion abruptly changed. 3 steps to the hot blonde woman lounging on the couch. "Captain, look at this. Documents, just read it and give me a word." Xia Ximing's mouth rambled, but her hand reached for the document. She knew it was probably something more important. Xia Ximing swept her gaze over the document. Daxia Sword Saint Draft Plan. Application for Kensei as a special training guide for Su Run. Her gaze grew serious as the documents, some of them photocopies, some of them photographs, but there was no exception. All of them had the signature of the Commander-in-Chief of the Night's Watch, Yi Fan. Where did it come from? Xia Ximing's voice would be serious and brief, and no longer as talkative as before. Whole Wound said, right next to the coffee machine. Xia Ximing had already seen the last document by this time. License Su Run to join the mask squad. At the sight of those large words, her complexion changed precipitously and her cheeks burst red from the pressure of blood on them between heartbeats. Her eyes burned as she scanned the last line of this document at breakneck speed. Just tomorrow? Rip it, rip it, rip it. She tore the document to shreds directly on the spot. Tread on the king's face. Dare to rob my people. Chapter 66. You don't bow when you see the officer. Everyone gather. Go with me to rob someone. A golden flame flared up and landed on all the information that had just been torn apart, even the pieces that had just been torn apart. A scrap of paper with 2 large letters with Sangnan written on it was eagerly engulfed into ashes by this golden flame before being stomped to dust by the hardened tactical boots. "Captain, stop it, stop it. This high level has already decided. We can't do anything hard, can we?" Kong Wound, as one of the few sober people in Phoenix Squad, counseled, but his strength couldn't hold back Xia Ximing at all, and he was dragged towards the gate. "Decision? Did the decision ask me? Yi Fan still wants to drink tea? The pour that I got for him in Chuanan last time, old lady might as well feed it to the dogs. Tong Shang, next time, give him all the tea leaves to secretly replace them with insecticide-infested greenery from down the street." The indignation on Xia Ximing's face was practically turning into steam coming out of her ears. Women who have lost their minds can't be reasoned with, and coincidentally, most of Phoenix are women. Tong Shang did not look at the document. This cute young girl with a round face wondered why the captain was so angry. She still nodded in righteous indignation. The captain can't be wrong for sure. It's easy for them to get emotional and follow the captain out the door. Kong Wound was clueless, regretting that he hadn't disposed of this document on the spot just now. "Captain, calm down and think about it. There's something wrong with such an important document appearing so casually in front of us anyways, right? Who cares if there are no problems? These documents are very credible, and the content has a high probability of being true, and that's the end of it. The human old lady is a must." Kong Woon showed a bitter smile on his face, but still struggled. "Our team establishment is already full, right?" Xia Ximing spouted nonsense in a serious manner. "Where is it full? Our team has been a 9-member squad since ancient times, and now we're still short of a 9th person. She didn't care about anything now. She was bent on going to Tsangnan to snatch back this 9th person, and Yi Fan couldn't stop her even if she came. Seeing that Xia Ximing's mind was made up, Kong Wound could only smile helplessly and quickly ran forward to communicate with the maintenance team about the situation. Urgent mission. We're taking off immediately, so please speed up. Report. All clear. Fuel tanks are full and ready for takeoff. A group of people got into the colorful Koan-type armed transport helicopter, and as the door of the aircraft gradually closed and the aircraft took off and left, Kong Injury looked out the window with a gloomy expression. Guangshin, Squad 010, wait for me to settle the score with you afterward. As the airplane gradually moved away from the base, someone within the squad suddenly tapped his head. No, something seems to be missing. Outside the airport, there was a young girl wearing glasses, and her golden cloak couldn't cover her slightly somber demeanor. She was running in a thin frame with a hint of panic on her face. She had just come out of the bathroom. Looking at the transporter, which had already flown away, she shouted breathlessly, "Captain, I'm not even on the plane yet. Crap, Sakura hasn't come up yet." Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Ximing decisively issued the order. No slowing down. Full speed ahead. Never let Su run into the mask squad. At this moment, Team 010, which was missed by Kong Hurt, was near the base, in a 7-seater black commercial car. The crowd of the 010th squad in Canton and Shenzhen watched the gradually departing airplane from their cars. "Captain, there won't be any problems, will there?" the man in the driver's seat asked with slight concern. Wei Xiaoming, the leader of Squad 010, was right behind him, sitting alone in a modified airline leather sofa chair in the car. He leaned back in his chair lazily holding a glass of red wine indifferently. "It's okay, we can't be held responsible for anything. The leaders have spoken. What can we do?" Next to another sofa chair a woman wearing a red cheongsam, plump and ripe and greasy, said, "He's worried about Xia Ximing, afraid that you won't be able to buckle down from her punch on the wall like last time." Wei Xiaoming's expression was stagnant. The wine in his hand felt like he couldn't even drink it. "Miao Su, I'm at least your captain. Don't I want to lose face?" The movements of the various parties were not clear to Su Run, and at this moment, the base of the Night Watchman's Tsangnan intensive training camp had already appeared in his line of sight. A steady stream of new recruits from all over the world have been arriving at this place lately, and a freshly graded dirt road with several military camouflage SUVs going back and forth constantly accepts new recruits coming to the training set. There was also a group of men and women at the door who were preparing to enter the gate. The corners of Su Run's mouth rose. His mood was very good. This is where the road begins. The soldiers observing from high above on this side only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and there was a handsome young man with a long sword. "Stand still. What's going on?" The soldier's hair stood on end and he bellowed. Instantly, there were a few black holes of gun muzzles aimed directly at Su Run. Su Run took out the documents that the vigilante had given himself, and reached out with a bland smile. "Don't be nervous. Zhuoqing asked me to come here to find an instructor named Yuan Gang." Hearing the names Zhuoqing and Yuan Gang, several soldiers looked at each other. A vigilante soldier who looked like a captain stepped out, and slightly cautiously took the documents in Su Run's hand and put them on an instrument in his hand. The members of the Night's Watch Reserve over here looked curiously at the scene over here and talked about it in private whispers. "Is he a newcomer to training too? I don't think so. Newcomers aren't allowed to carry knives." A woman with long hair judged. "This new guy is so handsome." A tuggy-looking youth looked at himself who was covered in sweat, and then looked at Su Run who was clean as if he was out for a walk. He chewed the bubble gum in his mouth with some displeasure. "More of a drag than I am." The group of reservists exchanged words while gazing intently at the movements over here. At this time, the terminal in the captain's hand also appeared with Su Run's message. Looking at the series of ******** displayed on the terminal in his hand, his scalp went numb. Immediately putting away his gun, he stood at attention and gave a military salute, shouting, "Sorry, sir, I didn't recognize you just now." After saying that, he took 2 steps forward and handed back Su Run's documents with both hands. When Su Run took it in a daze, he took 2 steps back and saluted again. The surrounding soldiers looked at this scene which still did not know that in front of them was the arrival of a great leader that they did not recognize, and immediately closed their guns and saluted. This scene made the freshman over here who came to train even more curious. Is this person, who doesn't look too different from his own age, actually a newcomer? Even the captain here has to bow to them? Suddenly, the tugging youth felt a slap on the back of his head. The slap didn't leave much to chance, slapping him on the head with a snap like a watermelon. He showed his teeth a bit and looked backward. It was the soldier who had led them here, and at the moment he was glaring at the group of newcomers, shouting, "What are you looking at? Why don't you salute when you see an officer?" The tugging teenager Shin Qingzhu, all of a sudden to the whole will not. Chapter 67. "Sir, Su Ran was a bit baffled. Sir, since when did he have a rank? Watching the circle of soldiers on this side and the newcomers on that side salute him, he subconsciously returned a military salute and said, "Take me to Instructor Yuan Gang." In his heart, he began to ponder again. Could it be that I've been assigned an instructor? I don't have much interest in abusing chickens here. Because of his own power system, Su Ran wanted flagging opponents or dead opponents. You don't get much growth from abusing here at training camp. Before he came here, he had judged that the biggest possibility for him to come here was to wait for Mask to finish teaching the newcomers here a lesson, and then follow Mask himself. The captain-like soldier on this side let himself through the gate. The men and women on one side all looked at Su Ran curiously, except for the tugging-looking teenager whose gaze was quite unconvincing. Su Ran's heart stirred. Could this be Shin Xingju, a member of Lin Chie's protagonist team, the strongest spy to penetrate the church of the ancient god in the early stages? But looking at that look of defiance, the corner of Su Ran's mouth curled up slightly. It looks pretty juvenile now. He had no intention of going up and climbing into the conversation, but simply gave the group of newcomers a slight and kind smile before walking over. Whoa! He smiled at me, obviously to me. Shay, the long-haired girl looked at the two nymphomaniacal teenage girls over here and was rather disdainful. Su Ran followed the small captain-like soldier into the training camp, and he was quite shocked when he looked at the well-equipped facilities around him. This entire training camp, supposedly uprooted overnight. I wonder if there are any abilities involved. This side of Dasha, infrastructure attributes are point burst ah. There were still quite a few new recruits exchanging words as they came and went on the grounds at noon, and Su Ran didn't see Seven Knights' figure. These newcomers were all exchanging words individually, but they all turned their gazes over when they saw themselves. Su Ran was a bit puzzled. What are they looking at us for? The soldier leading the way was a bit nervous. He swallowed. This group of newcomers is not allowed to bring weapons. The weapons are all in the storehouse. It may be in your hands, sir. Su Ran looked at the Yen demon sword in his hand, then it dawned on him that there really wasn't a single one with a sword around. Now that short distances he usually didn't need the Yen demon blade enchantment. The distance of teleportation could be tripled when he took it. He let go of his hand, and the Yama sword dissolved into blue particles that dissipated into the air. Instead, the action drew more prying eyes. What's that? Forbidden market? To come to the training set and still make such specialization? Cut. It's not some kind of relationship, right? I heard that the youngest son of the Bailey family came to the set as well. The soldier quickened his pace, fearing that the bold one in the pile of freshmen would suddenly pop out of nowhere and offend the mysterious officer. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A big man pushed open the door, a little impatient. Su Ran looked at the man with a Q version of a dog's eye mask around his neck and some red blood in his eyes. He smiled and said, "I've disturbed your sleep. I'm Su Ran. Zhuoqing asked me to find you." Su Ran. This big man instantly came into the spirit. Hello, I am Yuan Gang, the vice captain of Shangjing 006 squad and the instructor of this training camp. Just call me by my first name. The soldiers on one side stared wide-eyed. This was the vice captain of the Shangjing vigilante squad. It wasn't as simple as a vice captain somewhere else. Shangjing, as the core capital of Daxia, could be a leader if you grabbed someone on the street. The night watchmen stationed here were even more than simply night watchmen, and basically carried military ranks on them. Don't look at Yuan Gang as just a vice captain. The vice mayor of Shangjing had to welcome him with a smile when he saw him. Su Ran didn't feel anything about this. He only felt that Yuan Gang was quite kind. No need to be so polite. Just call me Su Ran. Yuan Gang rubbed his hands together, feeling relieved that the teenager in front of him was not a difficult one to get along with. He looked behind Su Ran and frowned again, shouting at the junior captain, "Wang Xiaoming, how do you do things? Don't even know to get the bag for the officer." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoming immediately took the initiative to go forward to carry Su Ran's bag for him, but he was blocked by Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang was so enthusiastic that Su Ran could not object, and he personally picked up the backpack for Su Ran. "Su Ran, I am older than you. I dare to call you an old brother. You came to my territory, this face must be given to me. Before I came here, my old leader gave me a personal explanation. I didn't take good care of you when I went back. My old leader had to peel off my brother's skin. You must take care of brother me. Don't talk about a bag. You just want to eat the roast duck from Shangjing this time. I'll arrange for someone to send it back to you. Speaking of which, Wang Xiaoming, go, let the Shangjing side. No, you personally go to Shangjing to buy 10 roast ducks over here." The squad leader called Wang Xiaoming was dumbfounded. What kind of great god has this one come to honor? The two of them walked away in the distance, only to hear Yuan Gang's mouth continue to speak. "What? It's not necessary? You've come suddenly, old man. You'll sleep in my section of the dormitory today." "Me? I'll just find a comrade to casually deal with. Su-run cried and laughed as he was arranged into Yuan Gang's dormitory. There aren't any special single large rooms, and this is also a quadruple room with high and low beds. Instructors are accommodated in this camp under the same conditions as students. Only the difference was, he was the only one here out of the 4. Several others were all driven away by Yuan Gang. Originally those people began to have some indignation in their eyes. After Yuan Gang mysteriously came to say, "This is the arrangement of the old leader," all of them came to a sudden, and came to ask Su-run if he still lacked anything. Su-run tried to reject it for a bit and let it go. In the face of this he was generally very good at what he did, though he didn't know what that old leader Yuan Gang meant by it. But it didn't stop him from accepting the kindness and calling Yuan Gang his brother. If this kindness is sugar-coated, Su-run has always had his own code of conduct for his brothers in arms, and will not change his decision because of the district's favor. He tidied up a little here and came to find Yuan Gang once again, talked about intensely in the direct office. It's not the old leader's grandson, is it? Fart. Can an old leader have such a handsome grandson? Well, also right. Not right. What do you mean, you kid? Buy me a cup of milk tea, and I'll pretend I didn't hear that. With double sugar and half a cup of pearls. Don't make a fuss. We don't even have an air conditioner in the training camp. Hurry up and get someone to get one. Isn't it a little inappropriate? Hush, low profile point to do it. Someone asked about it, said the old leader's intention. We can also follow the light. Ha ha, just waiting for you to say that. I'm going now. The office door burst open. Su-run and the people inside locked eyes, and there was a little embarrassment. The instructor who had just met Yuan Gang in his dormitory immediately adjusted. Ahem, here to find Instructor Yuan, right? You guys talk first. Saying that, he sidled out the door and left. When the people in the office saw this, they suddenly had something to do. I'm going to get milk tea. I'll get some ice cream. Yuan Gang's old face turned slightly red. Cough cough. Don't be offended. Old brother. Su-run smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. I'm also a little thirsty, he asked as he pulled over a chair and sat down. I wonder what my mission is this time. Chapter 68, Overclocking. Yuan Gang looked around and confirmed that no one was there. It was only then that the gods mysteriously came closer to Su-run's vicinity and whispered, "As a rule, I'm not supposed to know about this, but the old leader and I revealed it a little. According to the plan, you're meant to go straight into a special squad tomorrow, and I don't know which one." Su-run's eyes were clear. It was similar to his guess. It was really a special squad. The probability was that it was a masquerade. Yuan Gang watched Su-run's face calm down before he continued. This matter has also been discussed above for a long time, and it just so happens that the new recruit training on the Tsangnan side also needs a trip from the special squad. So why don't we just merge the two things into one day and do them together? Su-run was a bit puzzled. It's not right, is it? He looked at Yuan Gang with a smile on his face. Older brother, you've said less about things. You can't get sloppy with me. Yuan Gang's forehead is sweating. This teenager that the old leader is looking at is not good to be fooled. Yuan Gang's eyes flickered and he paused for a while before he said, "Since you've said so, old brother, I won't hide anything from you. This matter is also a guess of my own after observing in Shangjing. There is no guarantee that it is correct." Su-run realized, oops, I'm sleeping and resting this time. I can't hear anything. Yuan Gang's eyes showed a stream of appreciation. Talking to smart people is saving time. It is rumored. He paused for a moment and continued through gritted teeth. It was the result of a strong fight by the old leader. Su-run's expression remained unchanged as he continued to listen. The old leader meant no harm, though. He thinks you are bound to be in a high position in the Night's Watch later on, and as a member of the same watch, there is no harm in coming to show your face to the new recruits. And, also, asked me to bring you a present. Yuan Gang took out a box and handed it to Su-run. This box was black in color. Su-run had seen it at Red Tassel. It was the standard black box for the Night's Watch to load weapons. Yuan Gang opened the black box and handed it to Su-run. A long, snow-white blade came into view. Thin, straight and long, like a snow maiden in a sword, slender and bewitching. If it wasn't for a strange power coming from the blade, Su-run almost thought that this was a piece of sword art. It is? Chopping white. Yuan Gang also shouted in some surprise. One of the Bailey family's old masters collection comes with the sequence 61 ultra-high critical forbidden ruin, chopping white, which is capable of spanning a distance of 1,000 meters from the circumference. It's equivalent to saying, don't you see that this blade is just this long? A proper 1,000-meter long blade, with enough power. You swing your blade in a circular arc in the center of the battlefield, and with you as the center of the circle and a radius of 1,000 meters. Any enemy above your blade must die cleanly. Even I, a big old man, think it's a really nice knife every time. Yuan Gang also opened this box for the first time, and he couldn't help but grin. This is the old man of the Bailey family's heart and soul. The old leader really had to spit blood this time. Su Run looked at Yuan Gang's jaw dropping as he looked at the knife, but he was somewhat crying and laughing. He had the Yama sword and was on a path that already dictated that he didn't need that many swords. Chopping white, strong as it is, it's kinda average for him. With this thought in his mind, his mouth said, "This knife is too expensive. I can't take it, although it is a chicken ribs, but at least it is a gift that people put a lot of effort to give you. Reject it more or less, pick something nice to say." Yuan Gang, however, was directly anxious upon hearing this, begging Su Run to be sure to take it, back and forth to excuse a few times. Su Run eyes Yuan Gang directly to him on his knees. Fine, I'll take it. Su Run cried and laughed as he picked up this snow-white long knife and sized it up. At this time Yuan Gang only sweaty head from the ground up. This knife does not give out. He returned to the capital, can be suffering from the old crime. The old leader hasn't stepped down yet. Ta-da. It was as if Yuan Gang's ears heard the sound of trembling swords. He looked up. A very conspicuous blue light flashed in the space behind Su Run. The shape of a sword appeared in their convergence, and it hovered in the air, its body constantly trembling and clashing with its sheath to make a sound. The knife is still unsheathed. Yuan Gang only felt a chill come over him, and his face cut like a knife. Snap! Yuan Gang only saw the young man in front of him reach out with one hand and press down the tendency of the hand that was almost about to unsheath itself. His tone was a bit doting. Good boy. The chill that had made him feel like an enemy faded, and the knife resumed dissipating into the air. At this point, his back was completely drenched in sweat, so how could he still not understand? Where, chopping white, is too expensive. The unknown long knife just now made him feel like an enemy before it was even sheathed. Can it be more valuable than that knife? The excuses he just made were just saving face. People really don't see chopping white. Yuan Gang swallowed his saliva, and a trace of admiration for Su Run increased in his eyes. Su Run pacified the Yen Demon Blade and took the Lijian Bai, and also had some ideas. The third power, Blade Intent, has never been tried to make a knife overclocked to exert its power. He had always used the Yen Demon Blade normally, and had never overclocked it even when he fought against Sword Saint. This, chopping white, is the perfect opportunity to try out the full power of the third power later on. Give my thanks to the old leader for me. Su Run put chopping white into the black box. Still with that bland smile, Yuan Gang waved his hand and laughed bitterly. The old leader guessed that he didn't expect that this knife would only be of little use to you, old brother. Still some use. You can use it as test material. After Su Run figured out his mission, he left in peace. Originally, I was going to try the power of overclocking when the Night's Watch's Starblade came down, but now I've accidentally gotten a Transcendent Blade. It's not bad either. Su Run couldn't wait and was ready to test it now. Too much movement on the ground. He made a few instantaneous moves and lowered himself into the sky, coming amongst the clouds. It's 4,000 meters above the ground, which is more than a normal jump altitude. Su Run only slightly felt a little breathless, and he adapted after a few breaths. He took out this ultra-high-risk blade that was snow-white and slim and slender. It was possible to feel that the sword did not have a sword soul in it. Spiritual energy was infused into it. The absolute control of the blade power brought about by the first power, Blade Bone, was clearly able to detect that the blade had lengthened. Stretching. This marvelous feeling made Su Run subconsciously feel very nice. With a slash, the clouds were rolled up slightly by the kinetic energy brought about by this slash. The actual power is related to the power of one swing, and there's an accelerated power bonus at the top of the blade from 1,000 meters away. It's not as sharp as the Yen Demon Blade that cuts through space, but it's still okay. Next, it's time to overclock. Third power, Blade Intent. Launch. A majestic will harness the slender blade. Start overclocking. The blade unconsciously trembled, and the snow-white blade quickly began to glow a little red with this strong will. Su Run only felt that the long knife in his hand was trembling more and more. If he didn't have the bone of the knife, to be able to absolutely harness the body of the knife, he was afraid that it would directly fly out of his hand. He quietly felt the limits of chopping white. 120%, 150%, 200%, 700%. The sound of the blades chirping had been deafening at this moment. The originally snow-white and cold blade had become red and hot. This knife has come to its limit. Su Run still didn't stop. 900%. It was only at this moment that Su Run made his move. A knife was swung. The clouds and waves rolled in. A sonic boom resounded through the heavens and earth. Everyone in the training camp on the ground looked around at the sound. The otherwise calm high-altitude clouds now looked like a white shirt that had been thrown into a washing machine. It tumbled and rolled wildly in the air. Chapter 69, 100 Miles Fatty. Holy, mystery called? Look at the sky. You guys, isn't there a little dot where that cloud is blank? It seems like a person? Could it be that some big shot is here? Fart. It must be the Trissans hitting. Get the weapons. Ha, it's raining? Ouch. Who threw that rock? It's hail. Su Run didn't expect to come to the sky and also make such a big commotion. He arrived near Yuan Gang with a few instantaneous movements. Older brother, Just now, he watched the innate humanoid shadow disappear, followed by Su-run coming to his side, and had to be skeptical. Su-run nodded with a helpless face. I just went to test the knife. The movement, it's slightly too big. Yuan Gang's jaw dropped. Testing the knife? A little too much noise? Where this is a little big. That's not true. What kind of knife are you testing? Choppers aren't that much of a stretch. Yuan Gang suddenly felt that he had been hasty before. Using his age to rank with him himself was really bold enough. He gave a dry laugh. That I think it would be better for me to address you as Lao from now on. He kind of knew why the old leader was so attached to this teenager. Scram! Su-run didn't have a good temper. I'm not that old. Fine, Rune, you go ahead and get busy. I'll go appease these brats, said Yuan Gang toward the playground crowd. Panic what? A bunch of uneducated brats. Su-run watched Yuan Gang leave to teach the crowd and open the black box. The original Snow White as a virgin, Chopper White, now had a blade that looked like a young girl who had been roughly ravaged, stained with an uneven layer of charred black. The blade was full of nicks and cracks all over the blade. There was even a crack in the center that almost caused the entire blade to split completely. This transcendent blade that was treasured by the old master of the Bailey family and cherished beyond measure. The first time it reached its owner, it was stood up and stomped furiously. That berserk slash just now, completely dry scrapped this sequence 061 ultra high risk forbidden ruin, chopping white. That slash had upset some sort of balance, and the clouds were still churning at this point. This is the true power of blade intent. With that said, he did not stop the experiment and raised his right hand to call forth the flame of ultramarine. From it, a sliver of origin was drawn out and injected into chopping white. This trace of origin power fused with chopping white, and the cracks on the blade didn't change much. Only the scorched blackness of the snow white blade receded a little. Su-run nodded in satisfaction. The origin can indeed be used to repair the damage caused to the blade after overclocking. This will make it possible to use the Yin Demon blade slightly less carefully in the future. He didn't have the idea to continue repairing chopping white, and directly included it in the box and loaded it up. A knife that tests two abilities is quite an earner. There aren't many origin flames left these days. Those mysterious bird origins that Zhou Ping had captured for him earlier. Half of it was fed to Little Yama, and part of it was given to Red Tassel. There's just a little bit left. Little Yama is showing signs of revival again today. I wonder if he'll ask for food again when he wakes up. The Yama blade should also be set aside for much later repair of damage from overclocking if you intend to overclock it. This source must be finely tuned. As for Chopper, let's talk about it later when we have more. By the time dinner was served, there were still those in the cafeteria who were discussing the vision in the sky. Yuan Gang just explained that this was a secret experiment of the Night's Watch hierarchy and that no discussion was allowed. But that still couldn't stop these young boys and girls whose curiosity was at its peak. What exactly did you say was the experiment that was so exaggerated? Nonsense. Can't you see it's raining? It must be ordinary artificial rain. Nothing to be surprised about. And it ing hailed. Look at my face. It's a big black patch. How do you explain that? The ground is strongly heated. The cumulonimbus clouds develop vigorously, and strong convective weather is formed. That's no common sense. I'm too lazy to talk to you. You don't deserve to hear it. What happened to that figure the other day? This. It's definitely a trio. Woohoo! Eat your buns. The culprit for all this, Su-run, was waiting at the table with a few instructors for the food to be served. Brother Su-run? Su-run followed the sound and looked. There were some people in the cafeteria discussing amongst themselves. Some people were looking at themselves curiously, and the owner of the voiceover there was none other than Lin Xie. He was with a chubby kid. Su-run smiled kindly and waved at 7 Knights. In his heart, he was a little nervous, 100 miles chubby. One of the 3 Qings of Taoism, the reincarnated body of the supreme Qing Lingbao Tianzuan. Before the mist was the highest level of existence. After that it was even further, upgraded to the strength of half-step ascension. With lucid memories, he accompanied Lin Xie as he played through countless dream loops that had been repeated over and over again. In every cycle, he couldn't make a mistake with every word or action he encountered Lin Xie. As for how many times this cycle had lasted, Su-run no longer remembered the original, only that it was countless times. When it comes to acting, Chubby Bailey and that sleeping Garland are the strongest actors. They were all half-step ascension existences, retaining all their memories, awake to experience this countless reincarnations. This is if Su-run would have long ago not wanted to play. Destroy it, hurry up. Su-run didn't know if this world was something that really happened that first time or if it was a dream that Lin Xie had made later based on these things, but he always prepared for the worst. Even in the dream realm, the spirit treasure Heavenly Father was always an existence that could not be bypassed. It was always going to be confronted. If the spirit treasure Heavenly Father was going to sneakily erase himself as a variable in the back, Su-run is also ready to prepare a preparatory program. Su-run smiled faintly. 7 Knights, hello again. He looked towards the clueless Bailey Chubby on one side and said meaningfully, "It seems like you've made a new friend." 7 Knights froze and looked at Su Run and the instructors around him and said, "Brother Su Run, are you an instructor too?" Su Run laughed. "No, I'm leaving tomorrow, I have another mission." The chubby Bailey Chubby on one side interjected, "Wow, pretty boy, are you a friend of Brother 7 Knights? First time meeting, this 24K pure gold Rolex is for you. Make a friend." Su Run smiled faintly as she took the watch that was clearly not compatible with herself. "Thank you, I like it a lot." He picked up the roast duck that had just been served on the table. "Here, the roast duck that was just flown in from Shangjing. It's still hot, not too expensive. It's a little something from a friend." Bailey Chubby was obviously a bit happy. "Is it really okay? Ha, it's a deal. You'll be my friend from now on. Pretty boy, looks like everything's fine." By the time 7 Knights and Bailey Chubby returned to their table, the already red-eyed people around them all gathered around. "Holy, we're eating steamed buns and pickles, and you guys actually got roast duck at the instructor's place, and a ing milkshake. Be born, Bailey Chubby, who is that handsome guy?" a girl asked with a shy face, and a group of girls behind her also eyed this side. Bailey Chubby said with some pride, "He's a friend of 7 Knights and me. I'm telling you guys, I've been in Guangshan for so many years and this is the first time I've seen such a pretty boy. Now he's my friend. Introduce us." A group of girls came over and squeezed all the boys who were gathered here out of the way, and Bailey Chubby and 7 Knights couldn't be bothered in the middle. When Su Run saw the group of people over there, they were coming toward him. He hurriedly got up. "Elder brother Yuan Gang, I'll excuse myself. Rune, I told you not to call my little brother that." Ignoring the surprise of the surrounding instructors, Su Run's figure disappeared in place. He returned to his quarters and muttered, "Tomorrow, masked squad? Chapter 70, how come it's a phoenix?" The point of joining a special squad is not to become a full-fledged Night's Watchman, or become an elite in the Night's Watch. For Su Run, the biggest significance of joining the special squad was intelligence. His power system requires a great deal of mystery as a consumable for his power. These mysteries don't always show up one a month in a city, which eliminates the possibility of him staying in one place. Secondly, the mystery is usually hidden, and it's hard for the average person to find out if they don't venture out. Take Li Yifei, for example. Unless one had the kind of 6 speed of a sword saint that would just plow through the entire city limits. It also requires a pure eye that is able to recognize the evil in the human heart. Going on your own in Dasha to look for mysteries aimlessly, you might not be able to find one in a month, and if you go to the mists, where the mystery has little sense of hiding itself, it's really better to find. But there are also 2 problems that can arise at the same time. The first is that there is too much fog. Dasha is considered to be a vast country with more than 600 municipalities, large and small. There is a 4-hour time difference between the easternmost and westernmost parts of the country, even when the sun rises. But just such a vast Dasha only accounts for 1/88% of the total area of this planet. Going into the mist, there was no satellite in the sky for Su Run to navigate. Finding the mystery was not much easier than finding it in Dasha. Even food and a place to rest became a problem. The second is still too weak. The mysteries in the mists were generally stronger than those in Dasha proper, and it was okay to encounter a infinite level. Now Su Run is confident that he can fight even if he puts up a fight, but if it's Klein, it's hard to say. Not to mention the remaining gods. There was still a Yama stuffed inside his own body. Not sure if it was good or bad yet. The risks outweigh the benefits of going to Misty now, and special squads would be a perfect match for his current situation. The Night's Watch's intelligence was perfectly at his disposal. After that, it is enough to care about only 3 issues. What's that? Where? How many? This 4th natural disaster. Su Run thought I can also be. The logistics of the Night's Watch allowed him to completely ignore anything else. At the moment, this seems to be the most efficient program to improve strength. When you have reached a certain level of strength, you can then seek the next stage of development. As for the mystery head attribution, Sub-Zero Chop thinks it's not a big problem. It's still early days. Klein hasn't gotten to the point where it's all over the place. Special squads are not really that special in terms of strength. Su Run estimated that the special squad leader of this time node's battle power was estimated to be at the infinite level. He can take his place. The road to becoming a god is a long one. Mentally planning, he was even more excited for the arrival of the masked squad tomorrow. Vigilante efficiency, unlike government departments, is really high. I was just talking about installing the air conditioner this afternoon, and now it's been installed. In the training camp, there is no air conditioning in the dormitories for instructors and trainees. The first few days of eating were also basically along the lines of how bitter it was. Later in the training program, there is also the gnawing of raw meat. Su Run honored this. He was properly not a man who had not suffered hard. With the anticipation of the next day, he fell into a deep sleep. This night was business as usual, and Su Run slept well. Originally, he had planned for the possibility of Lingbao Tianzun coming to visit tonight. After all, it's normal for the world to react a little bit to having a variable like himself, but last night it was business as usual. It seems that either what I came to was not Lin Chia's dream, but what happened the first time. Su Run looked at himself shuffling in the mirror. Either the spirit treasure Heavenly Father and himself had already reached a tacit understanding, and he chose to continue observing to see what kind of changes he, a variable, could bring to this universe. Opened the dormitory door. The cut yesterday afternoon upset the balance between the air currents. It was only afterward that Su Run realized it when he saw the report sent by Yuan Gang. The skies of the 3 cities in a row with Tsangnan all had visions. The rain that had been accumulating for a long time and not coming down poured down all last night and overnight. The sky is extraordinarily translucent blue today. It was already the 3rd day of the training camp, and all the people who should have come from the south and north of the sky had all reported for duty. During the morning hours, all of the new students assembled in class to learn about the history and goals of the Night's Watch, and to learn about hindrances and various abilities. Naturally, Yuan Gang would not come to ask Su Run to go to class as well, but Su Run was still quite curious. Could anyone really stay awake during class? He wandered around this fast training camp alone. In the aftermath, Nyx, the goddess of darkness, will also make an appearance here. Su Run shook his head with some regret and said, "It's a pity that he's getting ready to leave soon. I guess I won't be able to see this goddess with transcendental fertility ability. The gods in the mists aren't all enemies. Athena on the Olympus side falls into the category of being a god that can still be properly contacted." Remembering this information could be helpful for his future actions in the mists. Su Run seldom reads books, but remembers the words of the great man very well. First figure out who is the friend and who is the enemy. Defy the enemy strategically and emphasize the enemy tactically. The first thing Su Run did when he came to this world was to make friends with the Night's Watch. Otherwise penniless. Food is a problem. Identity is not one. Afraid that now can only be in some grey organization as a gangster big brother to grab land. And where would there be a great summer warrior sealing sword saint for him to use as a companion? A bull and a horse. Just because he's on the one-sword path doesn't mean he doesn't know how to fight. Wherever you go, you can't forget the wisdom of your predecessors. Divide a group, bring them together, and suppress them. I came to this world as an independent party myself, and the Night's Watch is a nice ally to pull in. Su Run thought about what he had gained in the past month while combing through this world. In training camp, after a day of fermentation, already a lot of people knew about the young man who looked about the same age as himself, but was actually the one who could make the instructors serve him food. There was even speculation that the figure in the sky that was calling out the wind and rain yesterday afternoon was this svelte-looking teenager. He was so special in the training camp that it was hard for the cadets not to notice the teenager who walked around with instructors handing him cigarettes and soldiers serving him tea. These were the best of the bunch of young people who came from all over the world. None of them stupid, but most of the teenagers were arrogant. To Su Run, more people were unconvinced in their hearts. What makes him so special? In the afternoon, Yuan Gang gathered the crowd in the playground. According to the plan time, the special squad should be here about this time. Su Run sat in the shade and drank tea, blandly watching this good show. What does Yuan Gang's suppression of newcomers have to do with me? Su Run? In the past 2 days, Yuan Gang had sent him knives and had people send him roast ducks, so it could be said that he had taken care of him quite dutifully. Under the sun, this group of arrogant teenagers were scolded by Yuan Gang. "You're a bunch of trash, punks. In the face of mystery, you'll only die." On the side, Su Run took a sip of tea. Today's is a hairy tip. It should be a tender bud picked before the Qingming festival. Maojian has 3 grades, Mingqian tea, rainy tea, summer and fall tea. Summer and fall teas have a rough, astringent taste and are usually only taken for tea bags. Pre-rain tea is a medium tea plucked during the period after Qingming and before the Guyu festival. The best tea is the one picked on the days of Qingming festival. Which is the finest? He looked at the teenagers who were being scolded to death in the midday sun. The sip of tea was savored at a leisurely pace. Yuan Gang is quite knowledgeable. The young boys and girls on the playground were scolded raw for half an hour, emphasizing over and over again that they were trash. Already the group is seething with intent. At that moment a small dot appeared in the sky and a black Kuan-type armed transportation helicopter aircraft flew over. Yuan Gang grinned dangerously. "Is it that you feel unconvinced?" "I'm not convinced," a gum-chewing, rather cynical tugging teenager voiced out. "What's your name?" "Shin Qingzhu, and me." And everyone on the field was like a pot of boiling water, and the steamy anger was about to overturn the training camp. There were even people who stared hard at Su Run, who was sitting over here sipping tea. "Grandma, even the ING instructors are standing now," Yuan Gang thundered. "Then let you all realize how trashy you are. How trashy, how unbearable." At that moment, the armed transportation helicopter also flew over their heads. 7 golden figures leapt down as a fire phoenix suddenly appeared and flew towards the ground with those people. Su Run suddenly got up and looked at the phoenix blankly. How is it a phoenix? Chapter 71, Stealing? Stealing people. What's that? A phoenix. Is it mystery coming? Can't you see there are people up there? It's the night watchman. Quiet, Yuan Gang yelled. Don't you guys want to prove yourselves? The corner of his mouth grinned as he pointed at the fiery phoenix flying in the sky and said, Special Squad, Phoenix, if you guys can get their approval, you're not trash even. In the midst of the crowd's burning gazes, that one fiery phoenix flew straight to the crowd. It transformed into 7 figures wearing golden cloaks. Su-ran also looked over as he sized up the blonde woman at the head of the group, probably because of the reason of having a phoenix bloodline. It was clear that the face didn't look old, but the body was unusually hot. It's exactly that kind of thing. A teenage girl who looks like a young woman. Su-ran retracted his gaze after a while. He only commented one word. Run. Also, why can't it be a phoenix? Anyway, there's already a lot of changes in the plot, and, believers, are all running to Tsangnan so early. This world isn't a game where all NPCs dutifully wait for someone else to trigger the plot. Yuan Gang walked towards the blonde woman in the lead. Captain Xia Simeng, I really didn't expect it to be you guys this time. Why don't you come on stage and say a few words to the newcomers? Su-ran also looked at Xia Simeng, curious about what she would say. It was customary for the Night's Watch to have the old-timers teach the new recruits a lesson, and by lesson I mean with their fists. Getting all the recruits down will make it much easier to train them later. In the original, this mission was done by the masked squad, and this time I didn't realize it was Phoenix. Xia Simeng didn't bother to look at Yuan Gang, ignoring the hundreds of recruits who were almost boiling with emotion. He walked up to all of them and asked, Who's Su-ran? Everyone was stumped by the question. I had thought that when this special squad leader came, he would at least say a few words of trash like Instructor Yuan. I didn't expect to come and ask for someone named Su-ran directly by name. Some are indignant, some are bewildered, and some of those who knew the situation turned their eyes to the teenager over there who was just sipping his tea. Xia Simeng saw most of the instructors turn their heads in one direction. She cast her eyes along with her gaze. What a handsome young man. The temperament is composed. The body is slender. The back is straight. The sword eyebrow is starry-eyed. And the Xiaozhu Xuanju. Xia Simeng's eyes were glowing as she walked towards Su-ran. Yuan Gang immediately reacted. That's not right, is it? This group of recruits is all fired up, and it's not good enough to not put them down in time. Captain Xia, wait, there's no rush to find Su-ran's mission, right? Help me finish this mission first to finish it. He nudged in the direction of the several hundred recruits. The rest of the Phoenix squad behind Xia Simeng bent over without uttering a sound. They didn't dare to talk to Yuan Gang at all, and under the captain's leadership, they moved forward at full speed, even running away from one of their teammates. It was to rush ahead of the masked squad and take Su-ran away. Call it robbing someone, it's more like stealing them. Where else would he dare to waste time giving Yuan Gang a hand? As if this was just discovering Yuan Gang, Xia Simeng snorted. Ahaha, it's old brother Yuan. I have a batch of good cigarettes here. I'll send them over to you next time, but I'm on an urgent mission right now, so I won't catch up with you first, huh? She signaled the rest of the squad to stop Yuan Gang and came to Su-ran by herself, looking at the teenager eagerly. You're Su-ran? If there's no one else here by that name, I am. You're not here for training? No. Then you're right. Xia Simeng's tone became excited, and as she said that, she took out a medal from her bosom and stuffed it into Su-ran's hand. You'll be a member of our Phoenix squad from now on. Let's go. Get on the plane with me. Su-ran slightly felt the pattern of that medal. It's a bad omen. He was being pulled towards the plane by Shasmin's hand. Xia Simeng said as she walked. How old are you? Anyone? You like tea? I have quite a lot of good tea here. It exists in the Commander-in-Chief's office right now, so I'll bring it all over for you next time. The Night's Watch recruits all stared in awe at the scene. The top special squad of Daxia came here not to give them training, but to find this unruly person who was just sipping tea next to them. At that moment, Shin Shinju jumped out and shouted, I'm not convinced. On what grounds? Right. What gives him the right? I've had my eye on him since yesterday. That's right. Having a background is great. You just see that other Officer Su is more handsome than you guys. Cut. Man's pride. Hundreds of people are starting to get disorganized again. Yuan Gang had no intention of stopping it. Instead, he was happy to see it happen. In the team, Chubby Bailey pulled on Seven Knights' coat and said, Brother Seven Knights, what do you think? Seven Knights looked at Su-ran and thought for a moment. I'm convinced as hell. Brother Su-ran is already strong. Bailey Chubby also followed. Yeah, he's so pretty. It's understandable that he's being looked at by beautiful women. It's just that Phoenix actually has so many beautiful women. I'm so jealous. Seven Knights looked at Bailey Chubby's twisted face and felt that he was not at all the same thing as what he said. Looking forward again, Lin Chiye only saw the blonde girl who had pulled Su-ran to the side. A fist smashed a boulder to pieces. The crowd quieted down a little. The blonde girl picked her way through the rubble. finally selecting a slightly larger stone. Not convinced? Xia Siming tossed the stone in her hand, her mouth carrying a hint of playfulness. She turned to the school building where the crowd had just had their morning classes, pulling his arms out like a great bow. The stone in his hand smashed into that school building like a cannonball. Empty. Boom. Two loud noises in quick succession rattled the ears of the crowd. They only saw that the school building was directly concave down a circular crater centered on the ground by this boulder, like being hit by a meteorite. Boom boom boom. The school building, which hadn't even been built for a few days, came crashing down. Anyone else? Zasaming growled. The Phoenix Squad crowd covered their faces. The crowd gulped as they looked at the pretty-looking young girl. It's scary. It's two Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even Shin Xingzhu, a prick, took 2 steps back, not daring to make a sound. Who in the room could withstand this meteor-like strike? Seeing that no one made another sound, Xia Siming coldly grunted and clapped her hands. Rumbling. The sound of the transporter came from the sky again. The crowd looked up and saw that at some point another Koan-type armed transportation helicopter that was the same as Phoenix Squad had arrived. A few people could already be seen up there getting ready to jump down, without waiting for the crowd to figure out what was going on. When the Phoenix Squad saw this, their faces changed drastically. Xia Siming turned her head and urgently said to Su Run, "It's too late to explain, quickly get on the plane with your sister." Chapter 72, You Could Have Died. The Phoenix Squad had just jumped down as well, and at this point their plane was still in the sky. Xia Siming had her own ideas. "Su-san, prepare to fly up," a tall woman answered. The fire phoenix that had just carried the crowd down was in her power, not waiting for Xia Siming to bring Su Run to rejoin the team, only to see one person jump down directly from that second armed transportation helicopter overhead. It was just a blink of an eye, as if it were an illusion. Just now, this person was still in the sky, but now it was like fast-forwarding to Xia Siming's body in an instant. Looking at this man wearing a king mask, Xia Siming scratched her head and said slightly sheepishly, "Ha ha, Wang Mian ah, it's been a long time, have you eaten, Captain Xia? What's so urgent?" This person was none other than the leader of the masked squad, King Face. Xia Siming had a sudden thought and pointed at the king and said to Su Run, "Ahahaha, let me introduce you. This is the agent of the God of Time, the leader of the masked squad, King Face. Wang Mian, this is my boyfriend. We have to hurry. We won't accompany you." Ha. Boyfriend? Not only King Face, but the entire masked squad was stunned. However, there were people on the scene who were more surprised than they were. The eyes of the trainees below were all about to glaze over. This kind of female Tyrannosaurus is actually the girlfriend of Officer Su Run. "No!" A girl cried out in pain on the spot. "This can't be right. How could my family's Officer Su Run have this kind of girlfriend?" Even the boys who were originally unconvinced by Su Run's gaze changed a little. My god, that just collapsed the building. How could Su Run sir have survived that? This, Officer Su, what a fierce warrior. Convinced? I, Shin Xingzhu, am convinced. In one word, absolute. The corners of Su Run's mouth twitched, and inexplicably his wind rating was victimized. Wang Mian reached out to stop Xia Siming, who was hurrying to leave. "Su Run?" Wang Mian's gaze shifted to Xia Siming holding Su Run's hand. His eyes narrowed. "They say that Captain Xia is straightforward in nature. I was almost fooled by you ah." Without waiting for Xia Siming's sophistry, Wang Mian droned loudly. "Su Run was given a special transfer order to our masked squad. You're sabotaging our mission." Wow! The following instantly exploded. "What? Didn't it turn out to be a transfer to Phoenix?" I said, why do I feel that those people from the Phoenix Squad have a heavy sense of stealing? So it turns out that they're here to shortcut us. Bailey Chubby also pulled Lin Chia at this time and asked, "What kind of person is my brother Run? Both captains want to rob him." Lin Chia thought carefully and replied, "Someone who is very popular with girls." "That's not what I'm asking. I'm popular with the girls too." "Okay." Lin Chia looked at Bailey Chubby for a moment and was speechless, finally patting his shoulder. "What they welcome is your money. Your bull ting me." Yuan Gang figured out the situation at this time. So it turned out that just now Xia Siming was fooling him, but he didn't immediately take sides for the masked squad. These two were both special squad captains, and to stand up to false face at this time would offend Xia Siming to death. This woman has a small mind. Didn't you see the building that just collapsed? Not saying anything might give Wang Mian a problem, but Wang Mian couldn't pick on him either. But anyway, his mission was just to entertain Su Run and wait for the special squad to pick him up. As for that special squad, Yuan Gang said he didn't know, wasn't sure, and didn't talk nonsense. This is when pretending to look at the scenery is the greatest wisdom. Seeing that her plan was being sabotaged by the new recruits below, Xia Siming scowled fiercely at the crowd. The Night's Watch recruits who had been discussing it only felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand up in sweat and didn't dare to squeak. Then the old lady simply won't pretend either. "I'll take Su Run today. He's done with the formalities for joining the team. What's wrong with that, right?" Xia Siming simply played a rogue as she pointed to the medallion in Su Run's hand. A golden medal with a phoenix spreading its wings stands out. King Face's mask trembled as he took out a transfer order. License Su Run to join Mask Squad. The red-headed document with the seal. Xia Siming came closer and wanted to look more carefully. Her fingers pinched the corner of the document and read it. Palm. A golden flame ignited, directly burning this document into ashes. Captain Xia. You. Wang Mian didn't expect Xia Simeng, a captain, to do things so unceremoniously. His hands trembled slightly, and it was clear that the mudblood still had some fire left in him. The rest of the Phoenix Squad crowd bent even lower. Captain Xia, do you think burning this document will be useless? You're too naive. I just need this to make a call to the commander-in-chief, and that's as much paperwork as it takes. Xia Simeng was not the least bit afraid and said disdainfully, Shay, it's He Fan himself calling me now. I'll take the person away. Knives. She paused for a moment and changed her words. Su Run is joining the special squad. I, the Phoenix captain, actually knew nothing about it. All the tea I've given him over the years has been for nothing. See if he has the face to talk to me. Wang Mian decisively dialed Yifan's dedicated phone number. Who knows that there is no one answering after half a day of beeping on the other side? Yuan Gang saw this and realized. Even the commander-in-chief doesn't want to get involved in this, and it's right to stay out of it himself. Xia Ximing's head raised even higher. She held her chest high, held Su Run's hand, and was about to leave. It's all about first things first, and I value him more than you do, so it's only right that I take him. Fu Wang Mian took a deep breath. Wait. He looked at Xia Simeng and drew the long knife in his hand. Captain Xia, you have a point, but I don't think you guys will necessarily be able to teach him well. It's better to see the real thing underhand. If you beat me, you can take the people with you. The melon-eating crowd were all more excited at this point. It was almost like watching an idol show today. Two special squad captains are going to fight over a teenager. Kong Wound was also a bit worried. Xia Ximing's power was strong, but Wang Mian was the god of time, a Chronos agent. Accelerating and decelerating time were all basic operations, and Xia Ximing was afraid that it would be difficult to run into him. The black blade in his hand was also an unparalleled fit for his longsword. Sequence 301, Eagle Duck. Being able to transform his speed into a blade astral, this blade allowed Wang Mian to have the killing power of the Huchuan realm when he was in the Yizhan realm. Xia Simeng, on the other hand, had only two things, strength and resistance to beatings. Captain. Kong Wond looked at her worriedly. Xia Simeng was not afraid in the slightest. Her face became serious and she didn't have the slightest intention of worrying about herself. Instead, she looked at Wang Miandao. Are you sure? I may be seriously injured, but let me take a chance and you could die. Okay. Crazy. Yuan Gang's brain seemed to be flashed by electric current. These two people are crazy. If you really let these two people fight to the death here, you really can't explain yourself. He stepped between the two to block them, despite the bubbling atmosphere between them. 2. Not so much. These two did not retreat from anyone and directly ignored Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang cast his eyes on Su Run like he was begging for help. 2. Su Run vocalized a bit helplessly. It seems like you guys haven't asked my opinion yet. Chapter 73 Choice. Su Run's words finally drew the eyes of the two over. Xia Simling froze, as if the two of them hadn't really asked Su Run what he meant, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. The king's face was masked to see his exact expression. Without waiting for the two to speak, Su Run swept his gaze over the confronting duo and said, I'm flattered to be loved by both captains, and since you two can't agree on anything, why don't you refer to my opinion? You say. Xia Siming was the first to speak. I'll agree to any conditions. Wang Mian followed suit and nodded, indicating that I was the same. Su Run raised his hand and summoned the Yen Demon Blade. His fingertips caressed the blade, and said with a bland smile, if both of you want me, why don't we do this? Each of you take one of my slashes, and if you can take it I'll join that team. The field was in an uproar. Two very different voices rang out. What? Who does he think he is? The captain catching him? It's so pretentious. I can't stand it. Shay, what if people have that power? With that strength I'll behead my second brother on the spot. Big brother, you can't do this. Bailey Chubby's mouth was wide open at the moment as he said, 7 nights. Has Brother Run always been this crazy? I think. Lin Chia pondered for a moment. Brother Su Run never ventures out. He should have said that because he's sure. Good. Xia Siming didn't think too much. Don't say 1 cut. 10 cuts will do. Xia Siming took out her own Night's Watch standardized star sword. Her body lit up with golden flames, and it was as if there was a phoenix behind her that wanted to raise its wings. Wow. This brother is so dominant. I'm kind of in love with him. The members of the masked squad on one side were discussing. Chance, please restrain yourself. It's really a waste for someone so handsome to be paired with you. The member wearing the swirling mask said. Kong Won frowned, remembering the information he had read before. Su Run was still in the Yizhan realm when he encountered the vigilantes a month ago. Now where did the confidence come from to let the infinity level captain to receive his sword? since it was about making a decision. It meant that Su-run must have thought in his heart that one of the captains would not be able to catch his slash. On what grounds? Could the potential of the Blade Saint level really be so exaggerated? Kong Hurt really couldn't read it. The face under the king face mask frowned and did not speak, a bad feeling in his heart. Su-run saw Xia Siming set up her stance and drew her Yen Demon Blade. He had already made his choice, and the Phoenix squad was more in line with his requirements. Mask is in charge of cases within Dasha. The Phoenix squad was the team in charge of mist-related mysteries, and shared the pressure for the Mask squad when necessary, and was clearly the team with more tasks. The cut had two purposes. One is to let King Face, who is not good at head-to-head battles, know what to do. The second was to let Xia Siming have an understanding of Su-run's strength, so that he would not think that his newcomer's combat strength was not good enough to arrange some rear missions in the future. Xia Siming couldn't be viewed with the usual infinity. The Phoenix squad has traditionally done missions where they have to fight for their lives, and of all the special squads, the Phoenix's captains have changed the most often and died the most. And with the dangerous position of Phoenix captain, Xia Siming almost survived until the grand finale. This could already speak volumes about her strength. Inside her was the Phoenix bloodline that had been passed down through the ages, bringing her unrivaled vitality. Also an agent of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, bringing her almost unrivaled power. This knife must show some real strength. Su-run's slender 5 fingers gripped the hilt of the knife. This knife had accompanied him for a month. Su-run was familiar with every inch of it. Third power, blade intent. Overclocking, 150%. Before the knife was even unsheathed, the blade came with a sharp and inescapable aura radiating out with Su-run as the center. Someone closed his eyes and shouted, "What kind of power is this? I feel like a knife is stabbing my eyes." Yuan Gang realized that the power of this blade should not be underestimated and yelled, "Back off! Back up 50 meters. Su-run raised the Yen Demon sword to his body and slowly pulled it out. January dash. Spiritual energy was infused into the blade. Blue energy particles drifted out around the blade. Whirlpool's eyes widened. This is? Inexplicably, he thought something looked familiar. Not waiting for him to think back carefully, the crowd only felt a flash of sharp blue light before their eyes. Brush! It was too late to see the movement of this sword swing, and a blue space rift appeared in front of the crowd's eyes. Before the knife arrived, the gravitational force acted on Xia Siming first, and she was attracted by this gravitational force. Only Wang Mian was present to see every detail clearly. His pupils contracted violently and he couldn't help but blurt out, "What kind of speed is this?" The woman in the rose mask asked. "Speed? How else can you be faster than you, Captain?" King Face took a deep breath. "It's not the same. My speed relies on my ability to accelerate time. And with this slash, he didn't use his ability. It's a different concept. In my opinion, the speed of this blade even surpasses many speed-related forbidden ruins." The man in the swirling mask said, "More than that, no amount of speed can break through space. He even cut through space with this slash." With that he scratched his ears again, as if remembering something. Xia Siming only felt that when the star blade and the space rift blade chi that Su-run swung out with this blade met, a pressure that had never been felt before came from the star blade. When Su-run said that he would receive a knife from him, Xia Siming had not underestimated Su-run and had indeed made sufficient preparations. Then it was only when it actually collided with Su-run's saber chi that he noticed the strength of the force. "Ha!" she bellowed, her feet stomping dead center into the ground, holding the sword with both hands to death against this blade chi. The surrounding things were continuously sucked in by the spatial rift, and the abundant force coming from the blade chi continuously pressed forward. However, Xia Siming was like a nail. No matter what kind of force it was, it couldn't make her move forward or backward by half a step. 2 breaths later, all was calm. The cut was defended head-on by Xia Siming. Su-run smacked his lips in his heart, worthy of being the strongest physical body of the Night's Watch, or underestimated. Xia Siming looked at Su-run with even hotter eyes. Strong. The killing power of this slash is definitely at the infinite level. What? Lin Chia in the distance couldn't help but shout out. Shouldn't it be the Chuan realm? Spiritual power is the Chuan realm, and it's more than powerful, Yuan Gang explained. Only then would Lin Chia finally understand why those 2 red-robed believers in the warehouse earlier died without seeming to have the slightest sign of resistance. He muttered, "Could it be that figure in the sky yesterday was really Brother Su-run?" Xia Siming looked at Wang Mian provocatively. "Your turn." However, Wang Mian did not make a move. He sighed, his eyes looked at Su-run reluctantly, and waved his hand. "No, you guys go." The slash he just made was easy to dodge. It can also be received with the help of Eagle Duck, but to be as well-traveled as Xia Siming? It can't be done. Why make a fool of yourself? Xia Siming directly pulled Su-run and ran to the side of the Phoenix women after hearing this. A fire phoenix flew up, carrying the crowd straight to the transportation helicopter in the sky. I remember. Whirlpool exclaimed at this moment. That's Su Run. That's the space ability person we saw in the sky that day. Chapter 74, Sudden Mission. Whirlpool scratched his head in the face of the captain's sultry look. And didn't I just remember that? Hey, it's also your fault, Captain. If we had just called out to him in the sky that day and chatted for a few moments, we might have been on our team by now. For a while Wang Neon's eyes became even more haunted. He sighed. The Phoenix squad has always been loyal, and Captain Xia is hardwired to like this person. So let's give it to her. Ha, wasn't it because you couldn't grab it due to your strength, Captain? For what is it like after boot camp? How was Mask going to teach the newcomers a lesson? Su Run was not interested. He was now communicating with the He Phoenix crowd. So, you guys somehow received a piece of information about me, learned that I was going to join the masquerade today, and then came over here specifically to intercept it? Su Run rubbed his chin and summarized. Xia Siming was a bit vain. That, you don't have to worry about the headquarters side having an opinion. I'll take care of it. No, Su Run cried a little. Don't you think it's too coincidental? In front of him, the ancient god church was still looking for his trouble, but this half of the month, on the contrary, there was no movement at all. As a result, a Phoenix suddenly came and followed up with a quest right after. Too coincidental? No, I don't think so. I have a lot of friends at headquarters as well, so maybe one of them looked the other way and reminded me specifically. Xia Siming was not amused. Su Run didn't retort for a moment as he pondered. This was true from Xia Siming's perspective, but not from Su Run's. The Church of the Ancient God had been paying quite a bit of attention to him lately. Had to think more about something else. Captain, Kong Won suddenly said at this moment, we're here on a new mission. Su Run narrowed his eyes, sensing that something was wrong. Is it really such a coincidence? I'm afraid it's not that simple. He didn't make a sound and quietly listened to Kong Won's report. This mission is in the northwest, in Takla County. The vigilante squad over there reported mysterious figures in the mists. People injured during the night, possibly the Sea realm. We used to be about 500 kilometers away in a straight line, and the overhaul and refueling was expected to take an hour's time. In total, it will take about 9 hours to get there, with an estimated arrival time of 11:25 p.m. First time out on a mission and you go straight to the border. Is this the Phoenix? Speaking of the mission, Xia Siming also became serious. 9 hours? Too slow. Go directly to South City and switch to a Quinjet with supersonic propulsion and you'll be there in 2 hours. Kong Hurt said with some hesitation. The Quinjet needs to make a report to the Commander-in-Chief. He looked at Su Run. The meaning was self-evident. We just violated the documents and forcibly robbed the masked squad. Wouldn't we be shooting ourselves in the foot by looking for the Commander-in-Chief this time? Xia Siming shook her head. Sooner or later, I'll have to know. She was rather disdainful. Those papers are a waste of paper. Who in a proper squad follows documents? Get me Yi Fan. Hol Won also anticipated his captain's reaction, and took out a long-prepared dedicated phone line from behind him, dialed the number 001 and after several beeps, the call connected. Xia Siming, who gave you the guts to rob someone? A voice with a stern tone came over the phone, but without much anger. Yi Fan was actually concerned about Su Run's side of things at all times, and the decision to follow Phoenix was Su Run's own intention. If Su Run wasn't willing, even if the Phoenix was strong enough to ask for someone, Yi Fan would forcefully stop it. Xia Siming hobnailed the general, pulled out his ears. I fancy him, want to give him a child cannot put. Ahem. Coughing sounds came from the phone, and the rest of the Ye Phoenix squad over here covered their mouths and didn't dare to laugh out loud, suffocating their cheeks. Kong Won looked at the sky with an expression of hopelessness. It was really too much of a hassle to be in the presence of such a captain. Yi Fan managed to adjust his mind. Cut the crap. What is it this time? There's a mission over in the northwest. I'm going to request a Quinjet from Southtown. Northwest? Yi Fan got up from his office chair and pulled out a paper to read it. It was the overall report of Phoenix's mission this time. Yes, you go. Wait, Commander Yi. Before Yi Fan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a somewhat unfamiliar voice. He looked a few degrees more serious. And you are? The clean-cut boy said. I'm Su Run. Even though Yi Fan was already familiar with this teenager, this was the first time that such a direct conversation had taken place, and he attached great importance to it. What's the matter with you, Commander Yi? Is our call reliable? Yi Fan frowned slightly and looked around. There's no possibility of eavesdropping on this call, so you can boldly say straight out if you have something to say. Here's the thing, I think this mission couldn't have come at a better time. Listening to that teenager's voice on the phone, Yi Fan's face changed constantly. After a long time, he said slowly, you are suspecting that the Church of the Ancient Gods is likely still watching you, and that someone inside leaked the information? He deliberated for a moment, not saying the word betrayal. Yes, I think this mission could be a trap. Su Ran spoke these words in a flat tone. Inside the cabin, the remaining 7 members of the Phoenix squad listened to Su Run's deduction and all became serious. Xia Siming's eyes flashed a tangle. Since it might be a trap, let's give up this time. Before the words left his mouth, Su Ran interrupted again. Captain Xia. He looked at Xia Siming with a smile. This shouldn't be your style, right? Xia Siming was stunned. Your style should be the type, even if it's a trap, as long as there's a possibility that it's real. Go forward. Xia Siming was silent. Yi Fan's flirtatious laughter came from the phone. Ha ha ha, she just said she's going to give you a child. This will not be able to baby you like anything? Really? Still joking after this situation. Xia Siming got a little embarrassed in a rare way. On the phone, Yi Fan said meaningfully, Su Run, by now you should also know that the night watchman thinks highly of you. It may be more important than you think. Captain Xia is obviously aware of this, and she may not place much importance on her own well-being, but when it comes to you, she had to consider it carefully. This point was out of Su Run's expectation. This big-headed and seemingly straight-brained captain had such a delicate side? Su Run didn't realize that he would one day actually become a burden to others in making decisions. He glanced at the blonde teenage captain. Really? Ahem. Oddly sized and humiliated. Captain Xia. I'm happy that you value me like this, but if it's because I joined Phoenix that such a special squad loses its bloodlust, I can quit now. Su Run smiled faintly and looked at the blonde girl and continued. I, Su Run, am not a timid and fearful person. I have a fierce tiger in my heart and no gullies in my eyes. Can you understand what I mean? If the Night's Watch were to protect me like a delicate flower because they value me, it would only bring shame to the blade in my hand. With a few words, the maidens of the Phoenix squad looked at Su Run, their expressions all rising high. Not bad for a man the captain would steal back even if he tore his face off. Xia Siming looked at Su Run fixedly, revealing a light smile. I'm starting to like you a bit now. On the phone, Yi Fan's voice came out at the moment, and he carried a hint of laughter and curiosity. Since he told me about this matter, he must have already made a draft in his mind. Speak, Su Run, what's your plan? Su Run smiled faintly. There is only 1,000 days to be a thief. How can there be 1,000 days to prevent a thief? Chapter 75, Fishing. Information about me is the best-smelling bait for the Church of the Ancient God right now. We hid this time, and they'll continue to chase my message in the future, and the source will make a move. Speaking of this, Su Run's expression revealed a strong disgust. This group of flies that could not be driven away always circled around him. They must be beaten sorely at once. Yi Fan said, What are you going to do? I happen to know a piece of news. Su Run smiled. The real name of Raving is Chen Erniu. Put. Xia Siming burst out laughing at once. What a name. Ha ha. The others couldn't help but say. Yi Fan didn't laugh. He immediately understood Su Run's meaning and his eyes lit up. What do you mean? Borrow one from you. Human ceiling, Lu Wuwei. A takeout boy on an electric donkey. As long as he has a name and hasn't left Daxia, he can hunt down Chen Ernia to the ends of the earth. Not even the doppelganger of Loki, the god of trickery, could escape his tracking. Yi Fan was also in an agitated mood at the moment. Are you sure the news is true? Su Run smiled. The package is real. The probability is that this time the trap is him and his believers. Good. Yi Fan had also long hated this group of bedbugs. For this mission, Lu Wuwei will follow you, but Lu Wuwei's speed is very slow. If you guys take the Quinn fighter, he definitely won't be able to keep up. I'll have the Northwest Rocket Force side cooperate with you, and if you confirm it's a believer, you can call for fire support at any time. The corner of Su Run's mouth hooked up. The commander-in-chief even gave out the rocket army. It seems that he is really determined to kill. He said, just the transports will be fine. Fly over there slowly and we'll take it easy. Yi Fan was very happy, even though he hadn't met and touched this Blade Saint in person yet. But this courageous and resourceful man didn't let him down. It's not worth it that Zhuqing went to see him once and valued him so much. Good. It's decided. Don't rush. Su Ran said again. Commander-in-Chief, if something unexpected happens, I will have Zhou Ping come over and give you a heads up first. Yi Fan was a bit embarrassed at this time. He coiled the Buddha string in his hand and said, Zhou Ping? He's hard to talk his way out of it. It took Zhuqing a long time to persuade Zhou Ping last time, and this time he didn't know who to send. It seemed that the night watchman didn't know how ironic his relationship with Zhou Ping really was. Su Ran thought in his heart. He said confidently, It's okay, I'll talk to him. Are you sure? Don't worry, it's wrapped. For some reason, there was no longer a trace of doubt in Yi Fan's heart after hearing these words. This commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch took a sip of the tea that had warmed down in the thermos. Good, Vigilante Su Run. This time the matter is dominated by your program. But for all actions, listen to your captain, Xia Siming. Su Run looked at the captain over there with his little head raised, and after a slight hesitation, he answered, It didn't matter. In the words of Xia Siming just now, who among the members of a proper squad listens to the captain? At this time, Kong Woon's voice came, That. You know the Sword Saint? Su Run looked and was startled. The only male in this Phoenix squad, the calmest of minds, eyes burning into himself at the moment. Su Run felt a chill run down his back and said with a stiff smile, "Yes, there was a period of friendship. Wow, really? Rune, you're amazing. Run, tell us what's going on." The young girls on one side of the face with a little tenderness had stars in their eyes and were eager to gather around at once. Looking at a face bubbling with adoration, Su Run laughed and said, "Let me tell you, Zhou Ping, is my defeated ear." Not to mention that the Phoenix squad was currently surrounding Su Run to ask about the Sword Saint. Takla County. This was a secret highland area before the mists, and originally stood on the grasslands of the ranch, where you could see lakes reflecting the sky in the distance. The rolling mountain peaks are rich in iron and appear reddish-brown, with white snow accumulating at the peaks all year round, and you can see natural wonders such as the sun shining on Mount Jinshan when the sun rises and sets. But after the mists descended, all that was left here was a dark, mute, strange gray mist. Phoenix, the squad's destination this time, a curved gully in a red valley, naturally formed by high red stone walls. The man in the bowler hat and tuxedo sneezed. "What's with the bad feeling?" He looked around. For the sake of this blade sage seed that 10 or so mid-tier, Chuan, realms, 3, limitless, realms, and 1, Klein, of his own, it can be a bloodbath. Against a special squad and a newcomer who just became a night's watchman less than a month ago. It's a 10 out of 10 any way you think about it. If there are any more accidents, you are prepared and have a backhand advantage on me. At that moment, the space not far from them cracked open a gap, and a figure in a gray robe walked out from that space. Judging from the aura, this was also a limitless level powerhouse. He knelt down beside, raving, and presented a piece of information with both hands. "Murmur, sir. There are wired reports of a special squad of airplanes heading in this direction, arriving around nightfall. Are they on a normal route?" There was no other movement. It just flew towards us. Murmur dropped his heart slightly, confident. This time, capturing this Blade Saint seed alive is the first goal. If it can't be used for me. A hint of ruthlessness surfaced in Rumor's eyes. Erase them on the spot. Yes, plop. Suddenly the immeasurable, level powerhouse who had just opened the spatial portal planted himself at once. What's wrong with him? Report, master. The second seat he opened the portal too far consumed most of the mental energy, plus suddenly came to such a high altitude location. It should be fainted due to plateau reaction discomfort. Raving? The plane landed slowly in the darkness. It's scary how women, regardless of their age, are simply all pretty much in the same mold when it comes to chasing stars. The enthusiasm of the young girls along the way simply overwhelmed him. At the same time, Su Ran also learned something about the Phoenix Squad. Looking at a sheet of young girls who appeared young in front of him, Su Ran also felt inexplicably shocked. The number of Phoenix Squad deaths is horrific, because their power came from the organ transplant of the first-generation Phoenix Captain Zhongfun. As long as the organ fitness rate is high, after transplanting the organs, these organs from the first-generation Phoenix will continuously create Phoenix blood in these young girls. That's where their power comes from. There was no need to take many years to sharpen one's forbidden ruins, spiritual power, etc., as others did. There are even those who don't have forbidden ruins and only have the aptitude to get this gift from the power of the Phoenix. Correspondingly, the mission they were on was also incredibly dangerous, dealing with the mists, but they are also not allowed to go deeper into the mists due to organ recovery for retransplantation, which would likely result in the organ not being recovered. Phoenix, after someone is short, the vigilantes recycle the organs before going to the maidens whose organs match. These maidens died and replenished without interruption. This was the reason why, after dealing with the mist for so long, Phoenix was still being passed down. Phoenix, so far, Xia Siming is the fifth captain. It was these young girls with childish faces who passed it on. Su Ran swept his gaze over the group of young girls, who surrounded Su Ran with adoration on their faces and stars in their eyes. The mission was a trap, and it was likely to be another attrition, but none of the women cared. Su Ran rubbed his temples and let out a low sigh. I'd better use my brain for this mission. Chapter 76, Commencement of Operations. All of Phoenix Squad was inside the plane together reviewing the final plan. A group of young girls gathered around and raised their little heads to listen to Su Ran. Listen up. Just now when Lu Wuwei started tracking, it was determined, Chen Erniu, also known as Raving, is just this side of the northwest, in the same direction as us. We're basically certain that this mission is a trap. The Night's Watch Squad 125 over here is no longer trustworthy. The probability is that they have already been brainwashed by Raving, and their mission will most likely be that they will lead us to the trap that Believer has set up. Xia Siming raised her fist. Whatever trap, I'll just smash it. Su Ran raised his hand and gave her a snap on the forehead. Woohoo! Told you, we're likely to be facing a Klein and his other believers. In order to avoid any loose ends, Lu Wuwei must strike at the critical moment. You guys can withstand one Klein with your combined efforts. What if you add another siege? Will there be casualties? Su-run was a bit hateful. I'm the one who came up with the plan this time, and I have to make sure that I let all of you go back. The group of young girls fell silent, no one ever caring about their casualties. Even they, themselves, seldom bothered with it. But who wants to have to die if there is a possibility of living? Xia Siming buried her head, as if that snap of her fingers just now had caused her some pain. It was hard to see her color for a moment before she hummed. Su-run also had a headache. He didn't really like the feeling of using his brain. He still liked to use the knife directly. If the ceiling that came was the sword saint, where was the need for so much planning? There's also a gap between human ceilings. Unfortunately, the Huaihai city side could not be sure if there were any eyes of the Church of the Ancient God, and in order to avoid spooking the snakes, he and Zhou Ping had agreed to let him wait for his news at the same place. Listen up. As soon as the plane lands, you contact the night watchman over here. Go along with what they say and ask, okay? The probability is that they will tell you a location, and the probability is that there is something wrong with that location. Your task is to induce them to reveal this location. The maidens nodded plausibly. This was the first time they had done such a thing. Su-run covered his face in some despair when he saw the women in this state. Xia Siming stood out and puffed out her chest. Su-run, don't worry, I'll take charge of this matter. Su-run looked at Xia Siming skeptically. Was it really okay? Xia Siming was obviously a bit enraged by the look. What kind of look is that? I am the captain. How can this small matter be difficult for me? Kong Wond, you go negotiate later. Su-run looked at Kong Wond, who did not make a sound, and he nodded to Su-run. Leave it to me. Su-run then put his heart down. Hey, what do you mean by rushing at him? Kong hurt? I'm the captain. Ignoring Xia Siming, Su-run continued. You guys keep in good contact with me, but I'll act alone. Xia Siming converged on her earlier antics and looked at Su-run with a serious face and said, What do you want? I'm warning you, the commander-in-chief told you to listen to me. Don't you dare try to leave my sight. Su-run didn't want to explain too much, and just said, I have the ability of the spatial system, and my concealment and flexibility are the highest in our squad, so it's most convenient to give me the task of scouting. Xia Siming nodded and said, I'm fine with you saying our squad, but, no, I will not allow you to go alone. Su-run was a little helpless. Xia Siming was currently the squad's #1 combatant. It was impossible to act in disregard of her thoughts. The situation was a bit of a stalemate for a moment. A small hand went up as the crowd looked to her. Facing the crowd she did. This girl, called Tong Shang, was the one who joined Phoenix before Su-run, and seldom expressed her opinion in the team, took a deep breath and said, I'll follow Brother Run. So isn't it not a solo action? Su-run's eyes lit up. Captain, I agree. Let Tong Shang follow me. So it's a two-man operation. Xia Siming frowned slightly. Tong Shang is too weak. It's better for me to join you. No way. Su-run directly interrupted. Captain, you are the core of the Phoenix. Without you, this side of the war power greatly reduced. In case of any accidents, are afraid to react. You know my strength. Xia Siming was still uneasy. But, Captain, this doesn't look like the Xia Siming who was just forcibly trying to pull me onto the plane. The commander-in-chief gave you orders for me to follow your instructions. Su-run smiled and tapped his headset. Let's stay in contact and absolutely follow orders. Let Tong Sung be your eyes on me, and I'm sure I won't take any chances. Tong Shang looked at the captain and followed with a nod of her little head, affirming, Aha, Captain. I'll definitely keep an eye on Brother Run. Xia Siming looked at Tong Shang's big, clear, stupid eyes and found it very believable. She nodded. Good, then it's decided. Wait until you've scoped out the location of this group of flies. We'll hit them together again. What? Su-run was a bit puzzled. When did I say I'd call over? He tried to understand Zasiming's brain circuits. After a moment's thought he gave up, and he let Tong Shang take off his conspicuous golden cloak. Changed into a stealthy black civilian outfit, he directly took Tong Shang's shoulder and said, Captain, we'll go ahead. With that, a flash of blue light, the two of them disappeared directly into the cabin. Wow! Several young girls exclaimed in unison. Xia Siming was also a bit surprised. It was also the first time she saw this ability of Su-run, but as captain, she quickly adjusted her emotions and said impatiently, Don't give me that wah-wah. Are you frogs? Spatial ability is just a thing. What's there to be surprised about? Following me for so long really doesn't give you any insight at all. We just think Rune is so awesome. Yeah, strong, handsome, and such awesome abilities. That's right. It's better than Kong heard I don't know where. Whole wound? What's this about me? When Xia Siming saw this group of starry-eyed teenage girls, a hint of ill will arose in her heart. The throne of his own captain was vaguely unsteady. On the other side, Su-run's spatial perception had long since detected a few people waiting on the ground. It looks like it should be a member of the Night's Watch Squad 125 over here. He instantly moved to avoid the sight of these people and landed behind a sheltered sand dune. Noiselessly, he came from the much-anticipated airplane to the hidden ground. His long, slender index finger stood in front of his lips, signaling the Phoenix member named Tong Shang, whom he had just met, to be silent. Tong Shang's eyes were glowing with a strange color, covering his mouth and nodding, looking at Su Run for an instant. Well, on a mission to make eyes for the captain. At this point, the plane slowly landed. Flying dust rolled up as the hatch opened and Xia Siming led the way. A group of 6 men, wearing conspicuous gold cloaks, stepped out of the hatch. Kong Woon took the initiative to step forward to meet the vigilante who came to hand over and asked, "What's the situation now?" Chapter 77. Who was calling for fire support? Su Run and the young girl named Tong Shang hid out of sight of the crowd, listening to the movement coming from the headphones. "Don't be polite, just say where." Kong Woon directly refused the local vigilante squad's suggestion to take a break, and bluntly had to ask about the situation. The vigilantes who had come to hand it over looked a little embarrassed that the situation had gone more smoothly than they had expected. As soon as the group arrived, they had to ask where the location was. A man next to him, who looked to be the leader of Squad 125, said, "That mystery should be about 10 kilometers to the west according to what we've poked around. There was originally a river there, but it dried up a long time ago. That mystery is there, but it's very good at hiding, and we're not strong enough to probe too deeply." Listening to the movement coming from the headset, Su Run silently snorted, "Very good at hiding the mystery. How is it that you have pried into the news?" The location of the dry river, 10 kilometers to the west, was also identified. Let's just say that these vigilantes that Raving found were a really bad move. These men had been stationed on the frontier for a long time, and had never been able to simply and directly kill to kill. Not having the experience of playing with people's brains, it's easy to see the cracks in the reasoning they bother to come up with. It would have been more realistic to just make some movements instead of brainwashing the night watchman. Kong Woon obviously also noticed that something was wrong, and without waiting for him to continue, Su Run's voice came from the headset. "The probability is that it's near the place they're talking about. I'll go scout it out first. You guys stay put and stabilize them first." Kong Woon's expression slowed down, slightly changing his previous thunderous appearance. "Comrade, it's really quite hard for us to come all the way. Let's find a place to sit down first. Let's have some tea, and then we'll tell you the specifics of the situation." The night watchman stationed over here was confused. Looking at the Phoenix's stance just now, it seemed like it was going to charge over immediately right away. "How come you're not in a hurry now?" "They're in a hurry. That mystery could come back to hurt people again at any time. It can't wait." "Come to hurt people?" Xia Simeng, who hadn't said anything, spoke up, her gaze fixed on this resident squad leader as she snapped, "Let it come." The glance seemed to see directly into the mind hidden behind the captain's eyes, and for a moment he hesitated not to say anything else. Xia Simeng was indeed feeling that the atmosphere over here was a bit off at the moment, and her tone unconsciously carried a bit of harshness. Kong Injury slightly stopped the captain Xia Simeng, and played a white face and said in a nice voice, "Don't be offended. We are the Phoenix." "Well, the captain fire a little bit is normal. We've only just gotten here, and it was unclear on that report you sent earlier, so we have to know the details of what happened, right? Come on. First tell us properly what exactly is going on. Is there any information on that mysterious ability? Our side is also good for the right medicine." Su Run carefully sensed the space while moving slowly in the direction of the dry river valley to the west with Tong Shang. Listening to the voice coming through his headphones, he was glad that there was a whole wound. "Phoenix, the whole team is only subordinate to the captain, but the captain likes to solve problems with his fists and doesn't like to use his brain." To be honest, Su Run envied it. He also wanted this kind of, what is it? Where is it? How many? Of a simple life. Xia Siming surely has a brain. A few years later, the vice captain of the Phoenix was changed for some reason, and the probability is that the end of the whole injury is dead. But Xia Siming was the one who almost lived to see the grand finale. Saying that she has no brain, Su Run is not believed. Of course, in the end, Two-Wave skipped work to run on vacation, accidentally captured by the gods as an afterthought. If she didn't have a brain, there's no way she would have come and grabbed someone the first time she saw her profile. When he heard that his condition for joining the team was to receive a slash, he was not likely to be the first to jump out to be the first to be cut. Su Run only felt that Xia Siming was more of a lazy brain. The Phoenix team has to go through far more life and death than any other team, and I'm afraid it's going to be a hard life if you don't have a heart and soul. Because of the need to probe and hide, Su Run's speed was slowed down. He cautiously sensed everything in the distant space. 2 kilometers from that dry river, he detected a hint of something wrong spatially. Su Run's gaze condensed. He knew that he had found a clue. "Tong Shang, don't let go of my hand next and keep quiet." Su Run's left hand directly took the young girl's tiny palm. Tong Shang's face slightly reddened, quickly adjusted, nodded and stopped talking. Su Run brought her feet slowly off the ground as space held them up. Tong Shang looked at the scene in surprise and didn't make a sound. Immediately, his body flashed, and he went over in the direction that he had sensed. And inside that red gully, Chen Erniel looked at this group of men and only felt his head spinning. How is the second seat now? Spiritual power is infinite. flesh body actually still ing high? In the future, believers will have to be like the night watchman and will have a program of physical exercise. Reporting to Lord Raving, the situation has stabilized, and he should wake up soon. Chun Ernio looked at the second seat and after waving his hand at this healing department's believer, he waited for news to come in from the Night Watchman Squad 125 over there. The Night's Watch Squad 125 stationed over here had been brainwashed by him coming over a long time ago and would bring the group to the trap he had prepared for them. The unconscious second seat on one side frowned slightly and slowly loosened. Su Run this would follow that spatial perception and head straight for this gully. Although it was prudent not to take big instantaneous steps, but with the right direction, it quickly came here. He stood and stopped a kilometer away from the river valley. His spatial senses sensed that there were a lot of people in this river valley. It wasn't far from that dry riverbed, which had a mixed bag of scents, but invariably no weak ones. Su Run knew that a place had been found. Tong Shang looked at Su Run suspiciously. Su Run smiled and nodded at her. Then, from his pants pocket, he pulled out his terminal, dialed the contact information for the Northwest Rocket Force that Ji Fan had told him about. Hello, this is Phoenix. Use me as coordinates for the valley 1 kilometer at 10 o'clock. Requesting fire support. After saying these words, Su Run directly led Tong Sheng to retreat wildly 5 kilometers into the air, gazing distantly at this valley of imminent destruction. On one side, Tong Sheng's eyes widened as if he had refreshed his 3 views. In the distance, the rocket base. Who's calling for fire support? Report. It's the Phoenix. Report. We've got precise information on the target's location. The enemy may have dug underground fortifications with the help of the mountain, and we've prepared warm pressure rockets. Do we launch a saturation strike? Fire. Boom, 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 boom. 8 rocket whistles were fired in quick succession, 2 rockets at a time. 16 warm pressure rockets flew towards the valley where Chen Erniu and the others were hiding. There were bright lights looming behind them. The people in the valley were unaware of all this. Tong Shang, today Brother Run teaches you a good behavior. Su Run looked at the bright light in the sky flying towards the valley and smiled faintly. Counter-terrorism? Just the coordinates. Chapter 78. Who is it? There are all sorts of amazing abilities in this world, and mental powers can amplify them. But the ravings, Chen Erniu's divine ruins, Mingqi, it can create real nightmares, make soul contracts with people, and manipulate their minds. It's a pretty sick ability, and can be used to screw around at T0 level, but it's really not always easy to say how much resistance you have against physical blows. A small amount of missile ravings would certainly be no problem to deal with. But here's what's at hand, saturation strikes. It was really that this place was too close to the town, and evacuating the crowd was afraid of startling the other side. Or else Su Run would have wanted to plant a mushroom on Rumor's head. Su Run didn't believe that a Hikline could resist a heat at the level of 10 million degrees Celsius. At this time, the believers' side also noticed the abnormal flames in the sky. These sparks flew closer, and Rumor was the first to notice something was wrong. He yelled, "Spread your defenses," simultaneously unleashing its own divine ruin. A large black mouth opened up from the sky, directly biting down on nearly a dozen missiles. It is his ability to influence real nightmares in the real world. The missiles had not vanished into thin air, but had been swallowed into his own dreams, swallowing nearly a dozen missiles in one gulp. Rumor did not look good. Apparently, something like a missile is a nightmare for the nightmare itself. His ability to play defense is not good. The people he brought around him each showed their skills. There were those who directly sealed themselves in transparent stones, those whose bodies hardened into white steel bodies, those who extracted the iron elements around them to form a protective wall, and those who directly utilized the mountains and rocks around them to construct a protective wall. That was when the second seat, the spatial ability person, also woke up. His pupils coalesced slightly and then violently shrunk to the size of a needle's eye. Without saying a word, the second seat directly opened a spatial portal and shouted, "Master, hurry up!" Spinning around, he fainted. It was only at this time that Rumor and the others noticed the dense meteor-like flames in the sky. His pupils trembled. It was too late to say anything else. He couldn't even be bothered with elegance as he rushed straight into the portal with a few people in his arms, holding the second seat. Boom, boom, boom. The remnants of the missiles directly bombarded the messy protective net constructed by the believers' crowd. The explosion did not destroy the shield, but a shockwave of air visible to the naked eye was accompanied by a heat that could melt metal, blow right up on this protective net. Only then did Murmur, who had escaped the center of the explosion, turn back to see this horrifying scene. It's a thermobaric bomb. Someone beside him was horrified. This missile can instantly drain the air in the area. and the horrible shockwave will shake the air out of a person's body, and then inhale the horrible heat into the body as the human lungs function autonomously and expand. Looking at the continuous artillery fire in the sky over there, the man said with a few moments of despair and a touch of gratitude, it's over. This wave of attack came too hastily. Even if the flesh can withstand the explosions, the moment the bombs burst will clear the oxygen around them. There's also a continuous stream of explosions to face. It's impossible to support it. Everything is as he said. The moment the thermobaric bomb burst, they defended against the blast. But the scariest thing about a thermobaric bomb, a specialized missile built for underground bunkers, is its shockwave. Many of those who weren't physically augmented ability users had the first shockwave hit them directly, taking the oxygen from their lungs. The ensuing heat allowed the group to inhale heat that could melt steel directly into their fragile lungs as their lungs functioned to expand on their own. They didn't even have time to send out a cry for help before they were turned into charcoal from the inside out with a face of pain. Only the flesh-enhanced were lucky enough to survive the first wave. The original body of steel, which was glowing white, had now turned red under the high temperature, and was about to melt. He saved what little oxygen he had in his lungs, and what was left of his mind's sanity sent him charging toward the outside. But what immediately followed was a series of unrelenting bombardments. The glowing red steel body looks like a red basketball, bombarded by missiles flying everywhere. The wave also drained what oxygen was left in his lungs. Slowly, in the absence of oxygen, he was unable to concentrate mentally, his powers gradually unraveling, his flesh exposed to gunfire, murmuring, "Bring in the henchman." 1 out of 10. In the distance, a takeout rider on an electric bike, wearing a yellow uniform, took a Coke out of the takeout box behind him and took a sip. This scene in the distance, which rendered night into day, made him feel like he should be in a movie theater showing a blockbuster. This new one is a tough one. Who is it? Who the hell is counting on me? Murmur's eyes glowed blood red, wanting to choose someone to eat. This was the power he had worked so hard to cultivate over the years. "My lord," a gray-robed devotee advised, "please calm down. We should be in the shadows now to find those who are dealing with us." It was always them who counted others in the shadows, not realizing that they too would be the prey one day. Raven gritted his teeth. "Don't let me know who it is. I will make you feel your worst nightmare." Su Run, who was currently in his thoughts, sensed the fluctuations in space and slowly moved over in a new direction. These people from the Church of the Ancient God were just too annoying, and they had been ghostly ever since they returned to Tsangnan. There's no reward for killing this group, and it just keeps bugging you. Su Run was really disgusted. Today, the missiles will open the way and burn all these shady souls to flying ashes. Su Run's headset was always open, and when the rest of the Phoenix heard requesting fire support, they were all dumbfounded. "We usually cut with knives. We really haven't fought such a rich war, except for large-scale wars." At this time, Su Run's voice came from the headset. "Restrain the Night Watchman Squad 125 as fast as you can. Then come and meet me. Much of the enemy's vital forces have been annihilated, and it's almost our turn to prepare to move in. We're going to swat all these flies today." The missiles blasting away one after another like meteors in the sky didn't stop and kept firing. Su Run looked on and twitched his mouth. This rocket army old man, he's too enthusiastic. He pressed the call on his cell phone. The target has switched to a new location. There can be a ceasefire over there. What? There are new coordinates? Where? A middle-aged man's voice came over the phone. Su Run had thought that it would be almost time for himself and the others to take the stage, but the old Rocketeer brother was so enthusiastic that it was hard to refuse for a while. How is this good? The new coordinates are at. A new voice immediately came over the phone. Original coordinates. Maintain fire coverage for 10 seconds. New coordinates. Fire. Listening to the roaring sound coming from the cell phone, Su Run somewhat wondered if this old brother had some personal grudges with the Church of the Ancient God. Murmuring arrived at the new place and looked at the original valley still being washed by all kinds of missiles. A hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. If he stayed where he was, he would be seriously injured if not dead. He had just caught his breath, only to see another fire in the distant sky faintly running in his direction. Rumor's face turned green as he yelled in anger. "Who is?" Chapter 79. Join the Church of the Ancient God. This blow beyond sight made the ravings almost frenzied. The believers that had been accumulated for so many years were destroyed, and there were only 4 immeasurable level believers left around, and 1 unconscious. It's not that the missile can't be blocked, it's just that the enemy hasn't even shown his right face yet. Daxia has fallen back into a deep fear of not having enough firepower since the events of Mistfall. Over the years, who knows how many more rocket missiles have been built by Daxia officials. Rumor saw that those incoming missiles in the sky did not reduce their stance at all. There were only 3 threads left of the Soul contract on the valley side that still had a sense of it, but the missile attack on TM's side hadn't weakened in the slightest. Apparently the reserves of Daxia missiles far exceeded his imagination. Already this is being fought as a small-scale war. Rumor looked at the unconscious second seat, gritted his teeth, and went along with the soul contract to forcefully wake up the second seat. Without the spatial abilities of the second seat, they were doomed to be on the inferior side of this battle. The enemy simply won't come out until they're dragged down to their last ounce of strength. Maybe they had no plans to show their faces at all and just relied on huge amounts of firepower to pile them up. It is not impossible. Wake up, my believer. The second seat that had just passed out woke up again. Then there was another sight of a steel meteor flying in the sky. He opened a portal again without saying a word. Master, hurry! But this time there was no more passing out. Rumination has galvanized his life force through a soul contract this time. For the rest of the day, the second seat will remain in full swing. But accordingly, if you don't get timely treatment, I'm afraid that your fragile physical body will be dragged down by a small amount of high blood pressure. Worst of all, the healer had already lost his life in the first wave of fire that had just caught him off guard. Raving was ready to sacrifice this pawn. With the ancient god church of the outer gods at its back, the divine ruins wasn't considered too precious a resource at all. As long as they had the support of those gods out there, resources like divine agents were something they would never lack. But the Blade Saint was different. Anymore, divine ruins that don't reach the human ceiling are not decisive. The fact that the Church of the Ancient God has had to remain in the shadows like rats for so many years speaks volumes. He made a cruel decision that he had to get Su Run. As long as a human ceiling can be raised, all of these believers will be sacrificed even if it's not necessary. He stepped into the space portal, this time moving towards the human city. He didn't believe that the Dacia military would be able to disregard the lives of civilians and recklessly vent artillery fire towards residential areas. Rumor saw a bright fire phoenix flying through the distant sky, and the other party had obviously noticed them at the moment. The V Phoenix, main force led by Xia Siming, met head-on with the four, limitless, level believers led by Rumor. Murmuring looked at the fiery phoenix in the sky and licked the corners of her mouth. God is helping me too. A voice came from Su Run's headset. Raving has been found. It's right here with me. Su Run's face became serious, and it was time to show his sword head-on. He picked up his hand phone and said, "Cease fire. Have engaged the other side head-on. We'll take it from here. Third Rocket Corps receive. Cease fire coverage. May you, June, be blessed with martial arts fortune." Hanging up the phone, a blue glow floated under Su Run's eyes. The Yen Demon Blade, which had not been stained with blood for a long time, emerged from the void with blue energy particles. It was held in the palm of a large, white, slender hand. At this time there was no need to be as careful as when he was just probing. Su Run directly stopped hiding his breath, twice teleporting to appear beside Xia Simeng. This is. The pupils of the second seat's eyes shrunk. Master, I didn't detect spatial fluctuations, but that's definitely some kind of spatial system ability. Bit of a character that's above me. Su Run and the others slowly landed on the ground and looked at Rumor to reveal a sunny smile. Looking for me for so long, how does the missile taste? Rumor's pupils shrank, and he immediately lost his voice. It's you! All sorts of emotions hit his heart, and eventually he calmed down a little with his strong self-control, revealing a flawless and elegant smile and said, "Ha ha ha, worthy of being the person I've been looking at. He's really resourceful. These fireworks, they're nice." Even with his strong self-control, he couldn't help but grit his teeth slightly at the thought of his years of hard work being heavily damaged this time. Su Run, you have unlimited potential and a brilliant mind. You shouldn't be a pawn in the Night's Watch. Rumor opened her arms and said with no loss of elegance, "Come to the Church of the Ancient God. You have the potential to become a church master." "Oh," Su Run smiled bashfully, "a godfather after being brainwashed by you? This ravings are afraid that I do not know how many people have said. Su Run early into society, naturally will not eat this kind of cake. It seems that you still retain doubts, which is normal." Murmuring was not angry in the slightest as he sincerely said, "I am able to swear by the gods I serve. As long as you come to the Church of the Ancient Gods, the treatment you will enjoy will definitely be of the same standard as me." He swept his gaze at the four people behind him. "If any of my believers have angered you before, I can promise to place them directly at your disposal afterward. I'll give you whichever of my men you want. Money, status, beauty. What the Night's Watch can't give you, the Church of the Ancient God can give you. What the Night's Watch can give, the Church of the Ancient God can give you tenfold." These words Ravings looked at Su Run. His eyes were clear and bright, and he was incomparably sincere. This Klein strongman's tone could be said to be somewhat low. Even Xia Siming could not sit still for fear that Su Run would be moved by him. "Swear, he's asking you about brainwashing. What do you mean you're looking the other way? It's still about your brainwashing?" This was meant for Su Run. The big-headed blonde girl had her head on straight. Su Run reached out and stopped Xia Simeng, playing with the flavor. "Can we talk about all this and give everything? Anything. So, what if I were a human ceiling-level fighter?" This, Murmur cursed in his mind. He was still counting on Su Run to come and be the first human ceiling of believer, and make him a fighter? This kid is crazy. Not talking anymore. Su-run pretended to ponder for a moment and said, "It seems like it's a bit too much, so let's change it." He pointed to the river valley where the remnants of a bright light still remained just moments before. "Give me 2 nukes, that should do it, right?" Rumination went green. Nukes? The ancient Church of God doesn't even have missiles. These are just things outside of the body. To a truly strong person, these are just toys. Then I see that just now. These toys seem to have gotten quite a few strong people killed. Ha! Su-run's hand was spread out, and Rumor's face became red again, and he wanted to vomit blood. He could see that the kid was just playing them for fun. Murmuring elegance could no longer be maintained. His face was grim as water, and his tone was icy cold. "Looks like I'll have to catch you before I can properly talk to you about our teachings," Su-run said with a slight sense of pity. "It seems that you guys aren't very good either. You don't have this and that, so am I not abandoning the light to the dark by joining you? I'm not backwards compatible." Xia Siming was already unable to stop herself from laughing out loud from the side. "Ha ha, ravings, let's see if your doctrine is as hard as my old lady's fist. The situation is touch and go." Chapter 80, Chen Erniu. Raving really brought the house down. It took the combined efforts of the Phoenix squad to resist 1 Klein, and that's 4 more, Chuan, realms. Su-run's heart had a thankfulness. If he didn't keenly notice something wrong in advance when he got on the airplane. If you are stupid enough to think that you are coming here on a mission, you might really fall today. He's ready for Lu Wuwei to come over and wrap things up. Phoenix and Su-run had no problem eating these 4, infinity. That space system ability person was simply a soft target for Su-run, and was completely overcome. But at that moment, he saw that the believers crowd didn't attack, but instead directly opened a half-open black box completely. A strong sense of unease welled up. He scanned his surroundings and snapped to see Tong Sheng's small face go a little white. An unpleasant suspicion surged to his mind, and he couldn't care about the one-strike plan he had formulated earlier. He shouted, "Retreat, everyone!" Xia Siming was stunned at his words and saw Su-run's incomparably serious face. There was no hesitation. She chose to believe Su-run. The previous events were already very telling. This man's judgment was trustworthy. The 7 members of the Phoenix squad transformed into a fiery phoenix, twisted their heads and flew towards the other side. With this exertion, Xia Siming immediately sensed the problem. The force weakened. "What's going on? It's poison," Su-run suddenly realized. "I should have thought of it." They prepared a bloodline toxin against the Phoenix squad. There is a passage in the original where the toxin is prepared by the Church of the Ancient God against the Phoenix. At that time just then the Phoenix escaped. This scene is not to see that Black Boxes really cannot recall. He had just said so much to Rumor in order to stall for time waiting for Lu Wuwei to come over on his little electric donkey. "I didn't realize that the opposite side was also stalling. They're so dirty. Ha 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 ha." Yes, Rumor manifested a nightmare black bat in hot pursuit behind him. At this moment, he completely tore off that elegant outer skin, and with a horrified expression, he said, "This is a Phoenix from the previous generation, and the body has fallen into our hands. We created this bloodline-specific toxin with the power of the gods against the Phoenix organ removed from his body." The shadow of a man flashed in Xia Siming's eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "The last Vice Squad's physical body disappeared, and it actually fell into the hands of this group of them. Before they even exchanged blows, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse." Murmuring said to a grey-robed man beside him who had lightning in his eyes, Go up and try." A figure with thunder and lightning crossed over the ravings and came straight at the Phoenix. Xia Simeng, who was in the tail position padding for the crowd, reversed the punch. This figure with thunder and lightning flew directly backwards, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and followed closely again. If this were normal, my mom could beat him half to death with one punch. Not far away in the shadows, Lu Wuwei, who had just arrived at the battlefield on a small electric donkey, watched this scene with some heartburn, not understanding what Su-run was waiting for. He saw that neither Xia Siming nor Su-run had the intention of letting him make a move yet. He had to go ahead and ride in the shadows to keep up with the crowd. Su-run's brain was frantically spinning at the moment to analyze the current situation. The Church of the Ancient God made this toxin that targets the Phoenix through the Phoenix organ inside the last Phoenix Vice Captain. Now all of the members of Phoenix were declining in strength, and the ones who could originally battle Klein were now feared to be only a shade stronger than Infinity. Murmuring laughed, Jie, how does this taste? Today, not only Su-run, the Phoenix squad will also become my loyal slave girls. Raving about what this means. This bloodline toxin is not fatal? Su-run's eyes lit up. Killing Phoenix is not the optimal solution for their interests. Brainwashing the entire special squad is. Rather, this idea could be utilized. Su-run's face was calm, and his heart immediately had a plan. But before that, settle for that black box. Otherwise, if Lu Wuwei couldn't kill Rumor in seconds, he would be pestered by Rumor instead. Phoenix and himself faced the 4, Infinite, with bloodline toxins. He could save his own life, but Phoenix was in danger. As for running away with the Phoenix, it would be a shame to think of running away when you have a sealing battle on your side. From the beginning to the end, Su Run's thought was to find a way to completely annihilate the incoming enemy. He coalesced several phantom blades and flew towards the crowd behind him. Some were dodged straight away, some were casually smashed. The crowd of believers were never in a hurry, nor did they allow the second seat to open the portal to block the road. They were like cats catching mice, waiting for the power of the Phoenix to weaken further, wanting to nibble this piece of fat meat on the plate at the smallest cost. Murmuring laughed, Su Run, I admit that you have unlimited potential, but it's better for you, a Chuan realm, to surrender early. The promise I made just now is still valid now. Su Run did not return to him. The phantom blade in his hand did not stop. In the eyes of the crowd it was more like a powerless struggle. He leaned close to Xia Ximing's ear and whispered, later on my command, you guys will pester the three immeasurables for me, and leave that space department one to me. What are you doing? Don't take any chances. Xia Ximing hurriedly pulled Su Run's hand, her pretty face revealing a hint of nervousness. Su Run's heart warmed and laughed. We have a human ceiling on our side, so why should I risk it? Are you still uneasy about me? The look in Xia Ximing's eyes changed, and her intuition told her that Su Run was lying. She loosened her death grip on Su Run's hand, finally choosing to trust him. But the young girl still said fiercely, I'm telling you, you got us poisoned, and I'm going to have to settle the score with you afterward. You can't just take any chances. Su Run cried and laughed. None of the women in the world were really reasonable. Shouldn't the enemy be blamed for the poisoning? Turning to Xia Ximing, she said to Su Run in a resolute tone, I'll try my best to help you pester those three people, so if you have any plans, make them faster. Su Run slowly got up after hearing this, and there were constantly phantom blades around his body condensing from the void, flying out towards the crowd behind him. This small flying blade couldn't do much damage to the crowd, which would ravish the others to simply ignore these things. Su Run, don't toast me. I really want to kill you like a dog. Surrendering is the only option. You are destined to be my slaves. Surrender now and I can give you the chance to pick 2 female slaves. Except for Xia Ximing, of course. Jia. Xia Ximing was already furious, murmuring, I'm going to blow your head off with my own hands. Look at you. You're such a bee. When a dog sees you, it thinks you're its bitter brother. Stray dogs that find food outside have to share a little with you for fear that your dog brother will starve to death. Breeds like you have to go to the toilet to find food. And you call yourself classy? Dude, you think you're as elegant as a hair on the head of a killer aristocrat? You were born with a big mistake. You'll end up on a wall. A series of marvelous little words quickly spilled out of Xia Ximing's little mouth. Su Run was dumbfounded. He couldn't even say such words. It was vaguely visible that the other members of the Phoenix team, whose little faces had just turned a little white, would have a little blush on their faces. The results of these marvelous little words were immediate. What Rumor hates most is when someone calls him a dirt dog. On the contrary, he prided himself on being too classy to trash talk himself, and now he's just drowning in trash talk. His long hair was windless, anger spewing out of his eyes as he lost his mind and yelled, Xia Ximing, I will kill you. Su Run looked at the ravings and slowly said, Shen Erniu, do you think just you have prepared a backhand? No mentioning that name. You brought this upon yourself. I was going to grace you with the honor of being my slave, and you've really angered me completely. The 3 words Chen Erniu made Rumination go completely crazy. He grimaced, gritting his teeth and urging the nightmare bats at his feet, the gusts of wind sweeping past his ears, leaving that name behind. Damn it, you brought this on yourself. When I get my hands on you, I'm going to brainwash you most thoroughly. Chapter 81, The Horn of Counterattack. Su Run ignored the frantic ravings. He turned around in front, leaving the believers crowd with a backdrop, and took a few steps forward. The whirlwind disappeared before the eyes of the believers crowd. The crowd was still searching for him in front of them when they suddenly felt a pang of something wrong. He's back there. Su Run appeared to be carrying them on his back, walking forward, but in reality, he teleported behind them. An inertial deception coupled with a wordless instantaneous movement. Zhou Ping's reaction speed had all suffered from this move at his hands in the first place. By the time they realized it was already too late. Su Run already had one hand on top of that black box. One hand drew a knife to the neck of the nearest second seat. The sharpness on that blade cut a black crack in space. Looking at it makes your hair stand on end. Is this knife some kind of forbidden object? The second seat, who was facing the blade directly, only felt his heart being clutched by a large hand. It's all happening at the same time. The crowd hadn't reacted from the last instant, and this would be another choice, to support the second seat, or the box. None of it really matters. It was just that this sequence of behavior caused the believers crowd to lose their concentration for a moment, and Su Run had already taken the black box and teleported to the location of one of the phantom blades thrown earlier. Beginning phantom blade attack, calling through, raving, real name, walking in the opposite direction, teleporting over and out to decapitate someone. All of it is a lie. For this one moment in time, He had teleported far away with the box at the moment. He exclaimed, "Do it! Tick-tock dash!" Two horns suddenly sounded in Rumor's ears. A young man in a yellow takeout outfit on a battery-operated bike appeared beside him at some point. "Chen Ernio? Your takeout!" He threw a pizza box with an elephant logo directly at the believers' crowd. Boom! Pizza box explosion. Believer, the crowd was directly blown apart. The little man in the yellow uniform mounted his battery-operated bike and drove toward the ravings at 40 kilometers per hour. "It's Lu Wu-wei. He struck!" Someone from Phoenix Squad shouted. Seeing this, Xia Siming knew that this moment was exactly the time Su Run was talking about. "Go! Fight back with me!" The power of the Phoenix Squad crowd continued to drop down. But Xia Siming realized that this was the best opportunity at this point. He resolutely led the crowd to take the lead in charging towards the infinity-ranked man with thunder on his body. "You're the kid who just popped up, aren't you?" The punch with flames went straight for the face of the man with the thunder. Then a leg kick to the hunched-over old man and a slap to a big burly man, hard-stopping the multitude of infinitesimals. Su Run didn't rush out. He looked at the black box. This is the source of the Phoenix's poison, taken from the former Phoenix vice captain. He looked inside the box. It was a dried-up black kidney with a green mist running through it, which pulsed once for every flow of this mist. Su Run's eyes were able to clearly see a weak wisp of golden flame within this. Every time the mist flowed, a trace of energy was drawn out of this golden flame. The green mist that passes through the outside turns into colorless smoke that flows out. This is the truth about the Phoenix poison. Su Run's right hand ignited an ultramarine flame and probed towards the golden flame inside. This scourge cannot be kept. One day in the future, when it is utilized by someone with a heart of gold, Phoenix is afraid that it won't have the slightest ability to resist. In the distance, several black military drones watched the situation. "There are many more drones flying off with each one individually. Report General." Together with the drones that just flew out, everyone's strategic observation drones are now deployed. "Very well, transmit the footage to Night's Watch headquarters." The middle-aged man known as the General cupped a report in his hands. There was some information about Su Run written on it. Name, Su Run. Rank, Major. Capability, Top Secret. The middle-aged general looked at Su Run on the screen and gripped the white paper in his hand that recorded the information. What does he want? That black box is full of ominousness at a glance. Su Run didn't realize that his every move was now being transmitted in real time. When the ultramarine flame and the green mist collided, it was like a shark entering the sea. The green mist that might have come from the power of the gods avoided the group of green-colored flames as if it had a sense. Su Run's hand touched the dried-up, shriveled kidney from the first Phoenix, Zhongfen, without any hindrance. The hand slowly grasped the tiny flame. As soon as I got my hands on it, I felt something was wrong. The flame was just too weak. At the slightest touch, the aftermath of his own swarming green flame seemed to be about to blaze it out. Su Run controlled the power of his flame with all his might, as if he were carrying a soap bubble, and slowly drew it out of this prison of torment. An echo came from Su Run's ears. Sacred flame, source of constant replenishment of life force. Remnant flame state, ability disabled. With the removal of this flame, the box does not know how many years of inheritance in the dirty weapons and the green mist in which they are entangled together into flying ash dissipation. Although Xia Simeng and the others were still weakening in power, they didn't know why they felt that a boulder in their hearts that they couldn't perceive before had dissipated. Not good. That Su Run actually cracked the Ye Phoenix poison. How is it possible? Didn't Lord Rumor say that he's just a Blade Saint seed, and that he's just a mole in the Huchuan realm right now? Why would he have this kind of ability? Second seat. Go and finish him off. Let's deal with Phoenix. Xia Siming and the others were in high spirits and snapped. Don't even think about it. But it looked like it was too entangled to block the second seat. Su Run's knife just now somewhat frightened the second seat. But more than that, it inspired the anger in his heart. I'll take care of that brat, he thought greedily in his heart. That blade looks like an extremely high sequence, forbidden object. I must offer it to the Lord. Someone at the rocket base in the distance exclaimed. Not good. Major Su Run is in danger. The middle-aged general looked at the situation coming from the big screen, his brow furrowing as he tried to do something to help the battle. The missiles might even help at this point. Order the special operations team to depart. Mission, bring back Major Su Run. After a pause, he added, give me whatever it takes. But General, we're too far past here, and the battle might be over by the time we get there. Follow orders. Yes, ordinary people arriving at this battlefield were just sending people to their deaths, but the soldiers still took over this task of sending people to their deaths. The middle-aged general turned his head to look at the projection of the Night's Watch headquarters at his hand and growled in question. Yi Fan, is this how you arrange tasks on your side? The future human ceiling, is it so easy for you guys to let it out to die? If something does happen to him, I will definitely give feedback to the center. Thoroughly investigate you Night Watchmen. His voice was stern, and what he said was more directly at accountability. The Army and the Night's Watch organization are under different systems, both under Central Dispatch, and both are of the same rank. Take it easy, General Zheng. Yi Fan's face was calm, not caring about General Zhang's rebuke. Su Run has his plans, please trust him. With his abilities, the current state is within grasp. Yi Fan was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was actually anxious as hell. Originally, he thought that sending Lu Wuwei over, along with the Phoenix, was already solid enough. I didn't realize that this time the Ravings were really putting the family money on the line. At the first moment he received the news, he arranged for Mask to head to the battlefield in a Koan-type fighter with supersonic propulsion. It just puzzled him, there hadn't been any movement on Zhou Ping's side in Huaihai City. Chapter 82, Chopping and Slicing. Unlike the rest of the people who were panicking, Su Run looked at a teleportation door that opened in front of him and was already laughing in his heart. You really can't stop them from coming to your door looking for death. He even had the leisure to take a moment to look at the Ravings in the distance, who were woefully resisting through his real nightmare's ability. Once again, there is a gap between the ceilings. If the one who came was Zhou Ping, the Ravings would have died to slag under the stored power strike. The good thing is, everything is under control. He pressed the golden remnants of the flame in his hand into his chest as soon as he could, keeping company with the crimson flame of the red tassel. The second seat stepped out of the portal and said in a low voice, "Kid, hand over the knife in your hand. Let you be spared some flesh and blood." Su Run faintly lost his voice and laughed. "You're talking to me? I really don't know where you get your confidence. Don't think that you can be so wild just because you are favored by Lord Raving. It's just a Chuan realm mole cricket. Some potential and you can't figure out your own strength." The grey-robed man's face twisted in jealousy. "I'm going to let Lord Murmur know today, who is the most devout believer." Saying that, the space around him twisted to form a conical sharp edge stabbing straight towards Su Run. This attack with spatial attributes formed by a limitless level powerhouse. Tank armor was able to tear apart in front of it as easily as paper. Duck, Rocket Base and others saw the scene transmitted back on the screen. Their hearts were in their throats, and many of them unconsciously shouted out. And Su Run on the screen was still in place as if he didn't realize it, letting the twisted spatial divine blade stab at him. General Zhang also clenched his fists, his hands sweating. Immediately afterward, the crowd only saw that the divine blade formed by the power of space ruthlessly slammed into Su Run, erupting into a large blue misty mane. It's over. Definitely hopeless. The signalman in charge of accessing the video signal's eyes went blank and slumped in his seat. "No!" General Zhang spoke up at this time. "There's no blood." These words made the crowd in the information room breathe a sigh of relief, and immediately realized that something was wrong. Instead of dispersing, the blue misty aura gradually tightened, revealing a human-sized silhouette. The man gradually revealed a handsome face. It was Su Run. There was not the slightest sign of injury on him. This blue mist instead lingered around him like a tame sheep. "He's fine." The signalman lost his voice. "What's going on here? Is there an error in the picture signal?" Even dodging or fighting it off hard would be understandable, but no movement whatsoever and it's still fine? That's an attack that can easily tear through tank armor. General Zhang looked at Su Run's relaxed expression and his heart was relieved. It seems that Yi Fan didn't lie. Everything is still in his grasp. The second seat's eyes widened. How is this possible? The blue energy mist tamely passed through the cracks of Su Run's fingers. The enemies of the space system were really like a joke in front of him. He smiled bashfully. "Is this your piety? Oh, your mastery of space is really like that of a child." "Shut up. It's just an ant from the Chuan realm. I'll let you know who's the mole cricket." Blue light flourished in Su Run's eyes as he stretched out 3 fingers. 3 moves. "Fix you." Saying that, he directly instantly moved to the second seat, twisting his body and sending his shoulder in a forceful force chop towards the second seat's shoulder. The blade tore through the curtain of space, and the black cracks in space made the second seat's scalp tingle as it watched. He subconsciously used his energy and used his spatial ability to form a thin shield of spatial composition in front of the blade. Swish dash, the blade cut through. The second seat felt as if it had died once. He touched his body. It was fine. "No, it's okay. I told you, Chuan, mole." A little bit of blood floated in his hand. It was only at this moment that dots of red blood beads overflowed from the neck of the second seat, and these blood beads were connected into a diagonal line of blood. Blood spurted out as his body was cut in half diagonally by Su Run's knife. "Guwa!" He spat out a large mouthful of blood. "Didn't I say 3 moves?" Su Run ignored him and instantly moved towards the battlefield of Xia Ximing's crowd. Inside the base, the crowd was dumbfounded at the moment. "Can someone tell me what just happened?" Chuan, realm and Immeasurable fought, and Immeasurable was directly killed in seconds? This must be a dream. On the screen, not only were there only 2 bodies left in place, but there was also a large area of sand dunes afterward that had been split apart by the aftermath of the slash. Hideous fissures appeared above the regular dunes, telling of the sharpness of the blade. General Zhang pondered for a moment and then said, "It should be a finish in terms of ability, as Sequence 079, Great Wine Disaster, meets Sequence 068, Air Min. one manipulates the wind and the other is a vacuum. The disparity in realm is also hard to offset this completion. So that's how it is, or the general knows more. But he's rushing towards the Phoenix squad's battlefield. There are 3 different abilities over there. As soon as Su Run arrived, there were immediately what looked like flesh-strengthening ability users coming at him head-on. The second seat was taken care of by you? Lucky boy. If you didn't take this opportunity to escape and still dared to come over, although I don't know the ability you rely on, I'm still sure of your courage. Xia Siming looked over in surprise. Great job. I knew you could do it. The corner of Su Run's mouth twitched. Who was the one who just stopped me? Rune, go quickly. We'll come and block it for you. These words reminded Xia Siming, and she hurriedly said, when Lu Wui's side is finished, it'll be done soon. You quickly dodge. She tried to rush up, only to be stopped by the burly man with the thunderbolt. Xia Siming's eyes were anxious, and her furious fist blasted away with unrivaled power. This thunderbolt strongman was directly hit and spat out blood as he flew backwards. It then transformed into thunder once again to wrap around Xia Siming. After a few punches, the burly man was like a yo-yo with lightning in Xia Siming's hand. Out and back. Dash. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and said angrily, hurry up and knock that kid out and take him away. I won't last long. That power lineage strongman sniffed and unleashed his ability. His spiritual power wrapped around his fists and rushed towards Su Run. Really, every one of them thinks I'm soft. Su Run's mind moved, and the Yen Demon Blade overclocked, 200%. Spiritual power added to the physical body. The power of the 3 elephants erupted, and the Yen Demon Blade trembled in its overclocked state. Rip! Instead of the clashing sound of collision that the crowd expected to come from the crowd, there was instead a sound like tearing cloth. When the crowd looked, they saw that the strong man's entire arm had been sliced in half by the knife, and a white cross-section of bone was just exposed. This burly man was a little stronger than Su Run, probably with the strength of 4 elephants and 5 tigers. Su Run's 3 elephant power collided with this strong man's 4 elephant and 5 tiger power. Theoretically, Su Run should have been sent flying, but the burly man actually chose fist to blade. The knife normally wouldn't be able to break through that layer of the strong man's spiritual power. However, the hard clash of these 2 forces caused all the forces from both sides to converge at the point of the Yen Demon Blade. His mental power shield was directly dry-shattered by the blade. Su Run didn't let his opponent have a chance to catch his breath at all. A smooth backward slash directly sliced off the burly man's head. Dare to fight hard with the Yen Demon Blade. Do you really think that your flesh is an immortal weapon? TSK, there is no name I, Su Run, affirm this courage of yours. 3 knives, 2, infinite, died. Chapter 83, Omens of a Storm. Rocket Base. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. On the screen, Su Run suddenly jumped to the Phoenix side of the battlefield, and 2 slashes made the head of a limitless level powerhouse with flesh system ability fall to the ground. How can it be? That's infinity. Most of the captains of the Night's Watch stationed in the city don't have that strength. Look at the smoothness of Major Su Run. It's as easy as cooking and cutting a large carrot. Could this also be a restraint of the Forbidden Ruins? Could it be that Major Su Run is a strong person that the Night's Watch has been hiding for many years? No way. He's too young too. Did you forget that the Sword Saint isn't that old? Although it was under a different system, the army clearly had its heart set on the powerful men of Daxia. But Major Su is only in the Chuan realm. Everyone was momentarily shocked beyond words, unable to make a sound for a long time. General Zhang lit a cigarette and looked at Yifan, who was projected on the side. Apparently, he doesn't understand it anymore either. Yevon had summoned all the vigilantes in the same meeting room as usual. The video feed is shared through the rocket force and projected on a large screen. Everyone froze and watched the scene. No one had a stronger sense of shock in their hearts than they did at this time. A month ago, he was only in the Marigold realm. Someone unconsciously whispered. The sound was faint, but the Rocketeer signaler adjusted the sound on the vigilante's side to the maximum. Plus everyone over here is surprisingly quiet. This careless mumble from the Night's Watch brass echoed through the Rocketeer's information operations room. What? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. General Zhang's eyes reddened a bit. Could it be that my great Xia gods have been reincarnated? The general, who had always been more of a nuclear believer, couldn't help but get agitated at the moment and speak up about the possibility of a god. Yi Fan was silent at the moment. He didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Cough. Zhua Qing coughed lowly twice, drawing everyone's attention over. It's related to that knife in his hand. I've seen the power of that blade with my own eyes up close. A divine blade of terrifying power. Even the Sword Saint has been injured. Well, there's been a small cut. If Su Run had heard that the magic sword in his hand was called a divine sword, he would have only given Zhua Qing a thumbs up. It dawned on the side of the rocket army crowd. Even the Sword Saint had been wounded. Killing, infinite, like cutting a carrot was understandable. I see. It's with a divine weapon in hand. The one on the opposite side thought it was the Night's Watch's star blade, so he directly attacked head-on with his fists. Attacking with your fists is good. It's good to use your fists, General Zhang. However, felt that something was wrong. Even if the weapon is strong, it has to be used, and the battlefield is ultimately decided by people. Is it really just because the weapons are strong? His gaze continued to the big screen, his heart still unable to let go of his worries. Phoenix's battlefield. But there are still two, infinity. Can Phoenix protect this future human ceiling? Rumor was now covered in elegant tuxedos that had been beaten into a beggar's outfit, and was being chased by Lu Wuwei riding a small electric donkey. Hurry up and take Su Run. Evacuate towards the mists. He still hadn't given up on the idea of Su Run. It's just that at this moment, being pestered by Lu Wuwei, he really couldn't pull his hands away. Seeing his men die one by one, he had a vague feeling of bad luck in his heart. Nightmare wrapped itself around him once more. Fending off one of Lu Wuwei's bombs, he was blown away once again, rolling all over the sand in numerous circles before getting up with great difficulty. Raving was in a sorry shape, with blood running down his face from his head. This, Klein, powerhouse who was blessed with the blessing of the evil god, was at this moment like a trapped beast that had been pushed to the brink of extinction. In a low voice, he rushed at Lu Wuwei. Don't force me. His true name was exposed, and there was no place for him in Xia territory thereafter. Lu Wuwei will be on an endless hunt for him. At this moment, he no longer cared if this group of men died or lived. He only wanted to snatch Su Run and flee to overseas. It was a moment of ravings as if some decision had been made, and the wind in the night a little more. It seems like some kind of storm is coming. Without uttering a word, Lu Wuwei unleashed the electric donkey to its maximum speed and crashed towards Rumor. On Su Run's side, after Murmuring had issued that order to his subordinates, he felt his body being stared at by a grim gaze. Su Run gave a look to Xia Simeng, signaling that he could manage. Xia Simeng now had some tacit understanding with Su Run, and began to concentrate on the middle-aged man carrying thunder in front of her. This man carrying thunder was even more frantic as he wrapped himself around Xia Simeng, preventing her from joining Su Run. He didn't care about his injuries, and one of his left arms had already been ripped off by Xia Simeng. The original appearance of his face was no longer visible. Blood flowed but could not resist his high fighting spirit. Damn it! You must not be allowed to interfere with Murmur-sama's plans. He made every move with no regard for his own safety, only wanting to use this life to hold back Xia Simeng as much as possible. Boom! Another cannon fist blasted him into the sand, leaving a ring of craters in the ground. I don't know how many bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were ruptured open. Brain recalled once ravishing adults' gentle and kind teaching. Yellow dog, you listen well. I am your god. You must listen to me unconditionally, even if I let you dig your old man's grave. Raise your mother's ashes, you have to do it happily. Understand? Infinite strength erupted from his body once again. Absolutely. Definitely won't let you interfere with Murmuring-sama. Phoenix, the crowd turned pale. Kong Woned unconsciously screamed out. How can he still stand up? What's keeping him from continuing to fight? How come we look like villains? Shut up. Su Run's side has cut two of them. Xia Simeng felt angry. Although Su Run was strong, the hot young girl felt she had failed to protect her valuable team members. Aiming for an opportunity, she grabbed the middle-aged man's arm. The young girl's right arm was pulled back like a bow, and furious power built up on top of her white fist. Boom! The air was punched and burst into a ring of dust. Anum! Hiss! A wisp of white smoke emerged from Xia Simeng's hand. That's from overheating from friction with the air. Visible, this punch, Xia Simeng has already used 10% force. The man once again smashed a large circular crater depression in the ground. Both arms are broken, unable to move. He ripped his arm off himself at the last minute, avoiding the fatal part, but he was still grazed on the side by that horrible punch. Today, life and death are unknown. While Su Run was making eyes at Xia Simeng, the battle between him and this only infinity level believer that still existed began. Su Run faces an assassin in the shadows. This person's presence had been extremely low from the start, and now that he was hiding in the shadows, the naked eye and spiritual power could not detect a trace at all. He lurks, waiting for a hit. Su Run laughed. The assassin, and the warrior from the flesh system just now, and that spatial ability person is considered a mage, right? This team pairing of yours is quite scientific. How come I haven't seen any of your treatments? There was no sound in the air to reply to him. Su Run did not care and took the Yin Demon's sword back into its sheath. He directly closed his eyes and used his spatial perception ability to feel the slightest fluctuation around him. Chapter 84 Descend. Su Run's left index finger pressed against the blade's edge. The whole thing is loose on the outside and tight on the inside. This limitless realm was definitely the king of the shadows, acting without even creating disturbances in space. Spatial senses were aware that the surrounding area was empty, and even spatial abilities couldn't detect him. This person's ability is too tricky. Even Captain Xia Siming was just injured by him. The people in the base were anxious. How can we fight when we can't even see each other's silhouettes? General Zhang also rubbed his chin in thought. The info room crowd was in a lively discussion. Why don't we call Major Su through the drone? With his ability to hide, the other side obviously can't do anything with him for a while. It's hard to say. This man's ability to move like a shadow. Every time he goes out of sight. So who's to say he's slow? Wait, General Zhang interrupted, looking at the soldier who had just spoken and asked, "What did you just say?" The soldier was clearly a bit nervous. That guy might be fast too? No, the previous sentence. He's out of his mind? Not this sentence. The previous sentence. General Zhang was clearly a bit agitated at the moment. That person's ability to follow a shadow? Yes. General Zhang excitedly slammed his fist hard on the desktop. This is it. Without a word of nonsense, he ordered directly, "Prepare the flares." The people in the information room reacted immediately after a brief moment of surprise. It was like they had found the solution to the last blank math puzzle on the paper. At the moment, he said excitedly while doing it. Right, that guy's abilities are related to shadows. Let's just hang a light bulb in the sky over there for him. 1. Hang him full. General Zhang glared directly. We've been storing firepower for decades. Do we lack this much firepower? Get on the bazooka. Give me multiple rocket launchers. Rain them light. Reporting to the general. There are already 3 multiple rocket launchers already loaded with flares in the base. Firing now will take about 25 seconds to reach the battlefield. Blast them all out. Keep loading, keep blasting. Turn this night into day for me. In the next 10 minutes, I'm going to take over the sky over there. Is that ing clear? Yes. Boom 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 boom. The rocket base roared to life again. Su Run closed his eyes. He had already sensed this mysterious, limitless, level powerhouse when this person was fighting with Xia Simeng. He only makes space ripple when he disappears and appears. It was impossible to catch him when he wasn't striking. After the deaths of 2 immeasurable powerhouses, these people's vigilance towards him directly lit up with a red light. Coupled with the fact that this person was definitely not lacking in caution and patience, it would be impossible for him to kill the enemy as easily as he did just now. Su Run had already made his plans. The Yen Devil Blade had been overclocked to 300%, and as long as this person ventured his head, he would directly sublime chop. His mental power was still full now after this fight, enough to chop 4 rounds of 1,000 strikes in an instant. Slashes tearing through space with a sublime chop. Your mission is only to capture me, but I'm confident that I can kill you the moment you take a shot at me. Honestly, I'm kinda impressed with your ability. Why don't we all meet up and have a chat? Maybe we can come up with a plan that will satisfy both of us? No response came through the air. Su Run was fully concentrated on sensing the space around him, not sparing a single movement. In another space in the shadows, an old man with a thin frame lurked. Su Run killing 2 immeasurables in a row didn't make this old man how surprised he was. He was incredibly quiet, but very rich inside. Bah! A bunch of losers. Who deserve to work with me? Silly boy. Killing 2 infinite tails is going to be a big deal. I can assassinate all of that bunch of trash by myself. Oh, it happens to be dark now. My home turf. The hunched-over old man obviously did not put Su Run in his eyes. It's just that Lord Raving wants this kid alive. Ugh, it's a bit of a difficult job. I guess it's okay if you're paralyzed, right? It's good to be alive at least. Hey, after completing this quest, Lord Raving will know who is his most loyal believer. The thought of this excited his entire being. He stalked through the shadow space, slowly approaching Su Run. Oh, brat, not the slightest bit aware that I'm right behind you. 1 step, 2 steps. The hunched old man raised the dagger in his hand and aimed at Su Run's lumbar vertebrae. He was so good at his craft that the cut wouldn't hurt his opponent's arteries, only his spinal cord. It causes paralysis and incontinence but is not fatal. After disintegrating Su Run's ability to resist, he directly took him back to the shadow space to flee in the direction of the mists. No one can catch them. When his body was still 2 punches away from Su Run, the hunched old man stopped. This is the limit of the distance. Any further in and you'll let people notice something's wrong. He licked his dry lips and gave a bloodthirsty smile. I don't believe that you kid is the same as those perverts with phoenix organs. Can't ignore fatal wounds. The dagger in his hand stabbed towards the teenager in front of him. The figure was exposed in the air. Neuron. The hunched old man inwardly sensed a hint of danger that made his sweat stand on end. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly replaced his position with the previous shadow divergent. Buzz. 2 incomparably terrifying masses of blade light churned his figure to pieces. It then disappeared into a cloud of shadows. Years of intuition saved his life. Grass. The rickety old man was like a stressed old cat at the moment, cursing in his heart. What kind of pervert is this? He had promptly replaced his position with the doppelganger he had left behind in advance and was not injured, but at this moment, he did not dare to make any more rash moves. He finally understood why both of his companions had died at the hands of this teenager. Su-run frowned. Spatial perception of that old man only appeared for a moment and then immediately disappeared. His yin demon blade did indeed slash at something, but the figure dissipated into a cloud of shadow. Split? Su-run muttered. But, shadows? His eyes narrowed in thought, what's the best way to force this guy out of the shadows? Then the sky in his eyes suddenly took on a different look. It was a rocket with a pyrotechnic tail. What's the point of launching a rocket at this time? Su-run naturally wouldn't think that the rocket was coming to hit him. An inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. Could. At this instant, the flare loaded on the rocket detached with a small parachute. A flare in the darkness of the night, lighting up the sky like day. The obscene figure of that hunched old man was revealed. His face lingered with the fear of facing that sublime slash he had just made, and the bewilderment of the sky suddenly becoming brighter. Su-run smiled slightly and sheathed his sword with his left thumb against the blade's blade. Buzz off! Thousands of knives in an instant. The old man's figure was wrapped in the light of the blade, and his spiritual power was like water in a basin being suddenly poured out. It directly went to the bottom. The extreme damage of these thousands of slashes cutting through space drained the old man's mental power in a split second. Before the blade came to his flesh, he seemed to see a blue ghostly shadow floating above the teenager's back watching him. Only 2 words had time to flash through the ickle old man's mind. Evil. Devil. His flesh was then sliced to pieces by the sublime chop, partially sucked into the spatial rift, and partially transformed into a puddle of unnameable things in place. And at that moment, Xia Siming happened to finish off the burly man wrapped in thunder who was pestering him. Su-run smiled slightly at the distant drone and gave a thumbs up in response. In base. It's awesome. We helped Major Su-run. With all the people Rumor brought here taken care of, he's the only one left next. He's already on the chopping block. General Zhang smiled slightly and continued to look at the screen in silence. In the distant air, a black Quinjet sailed. Above is the mask squad. They had just finished teaching the recruits a lesson and were heading northwest without stopping. The plane had terminals broadcasting video signals from the northwest so that they could understand the current situation on the battlefield. My god, Su-run killed another, Infinity. Big brother, absolute bigot. It's too fierce. What kind of power is this? If it were to kill me it would be like killing a chicken. Oh oi, Captain, did you hear that? It's basically over there. Is there any need for us to go over there? Kingface looked up at the metal plate on the cabin, his eyes lax and unresponsive to the voices of the crowd. Mouth whispered and sadly said, I was wrong. I was wrong at the beginning. I was passing by should shouted at him. After the end of the mission, I should have rushed to the training camp in front of Xia Siming without stopping. I should have fought with Xia Siming during the training camp. The masquerade crowd glanced at each other. It's over. Moonghost shook his head. Silly. Chance's eyes held a hint of pity. It's hopeless. Whirlpool pulled a notebook out of nowhere, pushed up his glasses, and laid down his diagnosis. Better go over there first, Tempest suggested. Immediately afterward, he continued his gaze on the footage coming from the drone. The crowds of people from all over the world turned their gazes to the battlefield on Lu Wuwei's side. The left arm of Rumor this is missing, and it doesn't look like it's going to last much longer. The ravings had reached a desperate point, but his demeanor hadn't changed much. The kind of look that doesn't look like the kind of look someone who's reached the end of their rope could have. Su-run felt something was wrong and he took his cell phone out, flipping out the message that had been edited and ready to be sent to Zhou Ping earlier. Hesitating for a split second, he chose to trust his instincts. Firmly pressed the send button. Lu Wuwei, with even his person and mount intact, slowly said, Shen Erniu, gird your loins, there will be a place for you in the fasting house. Su-run was anxious on the spot. Why are you talking so much? What are you wasting words with a terrorist? Hurry up and kill him. It was not that the spiritual power was exhausted. Su-run had directly greeted all the sublime choppers at this time. Frustratingly, the ravings had a new move. A black nightmare welled up from his left broken arm, forming a new black arm and claw. He said in a hateful voice, You forced me to do this. He opened his arms and looked up at the sky as the wind suddenly swirled around him. Lu Wuwei's face changed when he saw this, and he rushed towards Rumor on his small bike. Su-run hated in his heart, when I become a talker in the future, I must cure you of this vice. Murmuring, though covered in blood and tattered in his tuxedo, was at the moment divine and prayerful. O great god of storms, Indra's most faithful attendant. A gale suddenly arose from the flat earth. Su-run's face changed drastically as he drank. Quickly stop him. Don't let him finish reading. Brave son of Laudra, fearless warrior of the heavenly realm. That violent wind rolled up and swept a flare from the sky into it. Su-run instantly moved behind Rumor with a backstab despite the risk, but a black circular hole opened up, and his slash was transferred to Nightmare by Rumor. You are the god of hurricanes that tear the earth, the god of chariots that harness the winds. Sand and dust on the ground and dry branches were caught up in the storm, and the whole sky suddenly became dark. Phoenix and Lu Wuwei lunged towards Rumor, but a wall of wind blocked them. You are the storm that roars the vault of heaven, the wild Arisher that destroys the world at last. Let the mortal dust amble to look upon your divine majesty. God of storms, Maruto, Marut, please be here. Descend. Nearly 4,000 words big chapter offer. Arrange. This god originally did not rub pack apprehended the heat of the meaning. Check the information when found. Indra subordinate is really called this. Also is the wind attribute. This is really not rubbing cannot do. There's another chapter in the back. Chapter 85, Storm Maruto, the Vigilantes' headquarters in Shangjing. The video feeds were all disconnected just as the storm rolled in, and those drones were all damaged. And yet there was still news after news. Report. There's a sword light in Huaihai City that rises up towards the northwest. Report. The aura of the gods is coming from the northwest. The leaders of the Night's Watch had distributed this report of the divine breath in their hands. Deity no. 091. Subordinate Godhead, India. Name, Marut. Theocracy, Storm. Mythological relationship, Son of Rudra. Subordinate god of thunder, God Indra. Some of the young Night's Watch executives who had just thought that the situation was settled would change their color. Can Lu Wuwei hold up? It's hard to say. Each of the 5 ceilings has different abilities, and he's strong in tracking. Young people just can't be trusted to do things. I've been saying for a long time that we should receive him to Shangjing. Letting him fool around, he's probably going to fall this time. I suggest letting Phoenix stall for time, and letting Lu Wuwei take Su run with him to evacuate. Maruto is Indra's subordinate god, estimated to be at the sub-divine level. Lu Wuwei should be able to stall until the Sword Saint arrives. Estimate? Should? Someone loudly questioned. What if you can't stall? Have you thought about the consequences? We will lose an active human ceiling and a Blade Saint with unlimited potential. Can you be responsible for this consequence? The conference room began to get noisy. The storm grew larger, forming a conical tornado. The raving epileptic voice came down the gale. I hadn't wanted this. The gods will not allow another Sword Saint level human. If I can't have you, I'll destroy you. Ha 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 ha. Su Run had pulled away again to stand with his teammates. He didn't bother with the ravings and looked at Lu Wuwei, pointing at the storm and asking, "Are you going to be able to withstand it?" Lu Wuwei's face sank. I'm fine with it, but it's hard for me to take care of you guys. My abilities are suited to tracking. Head-on combat and protecting people are not my strong points. What goes around comes around, and it's understandable that this ability to be so perverted is weak elsewhere. If the one who comes is Fu Zi, or Zhou Ping, or Yi Fan, none of it seems to be a big deal. Fu Zi's strongest defense, Zhou Ping's strongest attack, and Yi Fan's attributes were balanced. There's nothing to be done about it. Husbandman is not good at fighting, and when Zhou Ping moves, maybe the believer will run away directly, and Yi Fan as the commander-in-chief cannot just move. As for Sakizai, who didn't make an appearance until the midway point, don't count on it. Xia Siming was a bit annoyed. Don't talk so much nonsense with him just now. Where did you get so much trouble from getting him killed earlier? The rest of the Yi Phoenix squad were all a bit surprised that the captain actually dared to accuse the human ceiling to his face. Once again, the level of tigerishness of the captain in their minds was refreshed. Su Run saw Lu Wuwei's face showing some embarrassment, and spoke out in relief. It's fine. This should not be able to avoid. Rumor is estimated to have colluded with the gods a long time ago before choosing this place on the northwestern border, and it is inevitable that the gods will appear. Lu Wuwei's face was touched. Su Run then said, "Captain, let's retreat immediately now and not drag Lord Lu Wuwei's leg. Lord Lu Wuwei, I've already moved help on the way, so please take care of yourself. We, Phoenix, will retreat here first. We'll drink and rejoice next time." Su Run arched his hand and turned around without dragging his feet at all. Lu Wuwei? Xia Siming was the first to react. Su-san, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and retreat. The young girls, who were all prepared to fight to the death, then reacted. Su-san turned into a large fire phoenix to lift up the crowd, like a panicked bird trying to escape from the center of the storm. Su Run cursed in his heart. Damn, what kind of Thai place is this? I'm an ordinary person who came to this world for a month to face the gods? Don't blame me, old road. I'm sorry I can't fight alongside you. It's just that these Phoenix kids are too young, and I can't bear the thought of them having to explain their lives in this hole when they've only just begun. Damn you for ravings, and preparing a god as a backhand. I'm just one, Chuan, realm. Is that really necessary? Today if I can stay alive, I swear to kill you. Murmur yelled. Don't even think about leaving. he attacked towards the Phoenix group. As Lu Wuwei was about to step forward to stop him, he only felt that he was locked by a divine sense. He turned his gaze to the center of that storm. The terrifying tornado slowly dissipated, and out of it emerged a man who was 3 meters tall, red in color, and clad in golden armor, the god of storms, Maroto. In this instant, many parts of Disya turned their eyes to the northwest. Divine alert! It's ringing! Above the sky, an incomparably terrifying swordlight swept across the land of Great Xia. Zhou Ping silently accelerated his speed. Sonic booms exploded in the sky this night. Rocket Force Base. Hurry up! Have the new drones departed yet? Report! Already on the way. Make sure you get the video feed hooked up. Are you ready on the nuclear arsenal side? Report! A fervor shone in the eyes of the junior soldier. It's ready! General Jean licked his dry, cracked lips and said, have those who should be moved immediately. With that he closed his eyes and said no more. Maruto's head was raised high and proud with his hands clasped over his chest, with no intention of talking to the mortal. Without uttering a word, he directly punched at Lu Wuwei with an unrivaled astral wind. The battle was drawn straight away. The storm ceased, but hearts were swept up to the 9 heavens by this gale. Su Run was nervous in his mind. It was definitely one of his most dangerous experiences. Mental energy was restored a bit, but it was a drop in the bucket for what was going on right now. This side has to face a deity, a severely injured, Klein, and the war effort on your own side. A human ceiling that isn't good at head-to-head combat. A combined Phoenix squad that is now roughly considered a half-step, Klein. A Chuan realm with only instantaneous movement and a little bit of strength left from the depletion of mental power. What to do? What to do? Su Run looked at the ravings that blocked the way, his mind spinning frantically, trying to find a way out. Su Run, let's hold back raving. You hurry and escape, Shazmian said with her back to her, and the other teenage girls turned their heads to look at him. These young girls whose faces were still tender turned their heads to look at Su Run, as if they wanted to finally memorize him in their hearts. Su Run's heart tightened and his grip on the Yen Demon Blade did not move. Quickly use your clever brain to think carefully, Su Run. The sky is the limit. What other cards do I have? Murmur laughed like a madman. Escape? How can I still let you escape? Isn't it good to submit obediently? All of you will die today. Su Run, now kneel down and beg for your life. Maybe I can even help you say something. Xia Siming sneered. You think you can live? Idiot. Still pretending at this point. Xia Siming looked unconcerned. As soon as we die, a nuclear bomb will immediately explode in the sky. She sneered. Guess how many there will be? Murmur's face changed drastically at his words. Impossible. There's no way your Phoenix power legacy can be given up by the Night's Watch. Xia Siming snorted. Saying you are a dog is simply complimenting you. Dogs are not as stupid as you. If we all die, do we have to give these to you to take away? She didn't know if a nuke would fall, but that didn't stop her from bluffing at the moment. She frantically gestured behind her back at Su Run, but Su Run ignored it. My origin blade? No, the origin power is too little. It can't even take shape right now. Su Run gazed at Xia Siming's hand that was gesturing at him. Eyes lit up, the golden flames on Xia Siming's chest. The blade forged from his origin will definitely not be weaker than the red tassel one. I have a hunch. She's a limitless level powerhouse. I forged her flames into a blade before giving it an origin enhancement, so I can definitely take on the ravings. That's the way to go. It will take a little while though. The enemy will not be foolish enough to wait for himself to draw that one. Su Run was ready to go up and see if he could stall for a little while first. Tap, tap, tap. His feet hit the sand, each step thoughtful. His eyes looked at the young girls in front of him who were fighting for him, and his afterglow swept over the Yama sword in his hand. Yama's sword. Unknown power. Ghostbusters series. Power, power, power. Su Run's mind flashed back to those episodes he had played back then. He stopped abruptly in his tracks. For a moment it was like being struck by lightning. Chapter 86 The Approaching Storm. Taking out the ravings is fine, but there's still a god watching from the side. In the distance, Lu Wuwei's little electric donkey was hit and moved 5 meters away horizontally before moving forward to pester the god once again. It's time to let go in order to completely turn the tide. Su Run thought darkly in his heart. Brother Run, we've come to hold back rumor for you, so hurry up and go. Nearby, Tong Shang was really anxious and his little face was red. Ha! Su Run smiled faintly. Remember what I said? The women looked over. Su Run looked firm and said word by word, I will take you all, part, back, home. Hearing this, tears fell directly from the eyes of the younger members of the Phoenix. They hadn't joined the Phoenix long ago and hadn't yet seen life and death. And veteran members like Su San, who had long been numb inside, took the sacrifice as a mission. It's just that no one had ever made such a promise to them before, even if it was a lie. Really, can we go back? Su Run ignored the ravings and just took 2 steps back and said, Captain Xia Simong, Brother Kong Wound, and all of you, Phoenix, sisters, hold it off for me for a little while, and try not to look back. At those words Xia Siming was just about to turn her head and stopped hard. Su Run, I don't care what you're going to do. Remember what I said before. You're the one who brought us to this point. No matter what, you stay alive. I'm going to get you later, you know? Facing the unreasonable Xia Simong, Su-run smiled helplessly. Yes, Captain Sir. Raving would have laughed out loud. Just with you. Ah, Chuan, Realm still wants to turn the world upside down? So says the mouth. In fact, the ravings were intensely disturbing. Too many surprises on this Su-run. He didn't want to hesitate waiting any longer. Several demonic mouths emerged around them to bite towards the Phoenix crowd, trying to break through Phoenix's defenses, but always getting stalled. He was hurt badly by Lu Wuwei, almost dying. The Phoenix constitutes a team of 7 people who can combine their strength in one person. And even more so, they can switch people seamlessly. Gives rumors the feeling of being in a 1-for-7. Lu Wuwei had hurt him too badly, and now he was waste. Maruto finally let out his first words since arriving on the battlefield. His 3-meter height combined with his golden armor made him look extremely oppressive. He mobilized divine power. Endless astral winds converged and lingered in his right fist. The left hand condensed the storm into a wind ball. Inside, the wind hunted. This small storm compressed in the palm could easily destroy a skyscraper. Annoying ants. Die. A right jab blasts Lu Wuwei. Bump dash. Clunk. Clunk. Lu Wuwei was directly knocked into the sand with his little electric donkey and flipped up on his back. The blow sent even the wheels in front of the little electric donkey flying. The bumper was drooping and there was no telling how much paint and holes had been scraped off the car. Maruto's left hands turned into a solidified windmass towards the Phoenix. Lu Wuwei forcibly stopped his tumbling. He yelled as he gripped the faucet of the little electric donkey. Ah! Go for it! Surprisingly, he single-handedly slammed the small electric donkey with one front wheel missing into the storm in Maruto's palm. Clunk! Clunk! The electric donkey flew off again. The massive wind was much weaker, but it still flew towards the Phoenix. Xia Siming gritted her teeth and raised her fists to resist. The green-colored wind mass clashed with the golden fist. The energy aftermath blew up large swaths of sand and soil like ocean waves. Put! Phoenix! The crowd spat out blood in unison and flew backwards. A gleam flashed in Rumor's eyes, and instead of taking the opportunity to go to the Phoenix, he took the chance to slip away. Su-run was anxious in his heart, pulling the legendary magic blade from its sheath in his hand. In the Ghostbusters series, the main characters are in a family that has a very unique tradition of awakening the power way. That's what it is, a stab. Just by being stabbed, there's a probability that you can awaken the demonic power in your body. I don't have any Spartan blood in me, but I vaguely remember a forum I used to visit. There's a statement on it. The sheath of the Yama blade was forged by Sparta using his own power. If this is true, then the power that Yama Jr. shoved into me is most likely the power of Sparta. I can't detect that power, but it's affected in some way. It could be that I instinctively resisted the demonic nature of it, and there was no Spartan blood in my body, so it has always been alien to me. Accept it slowly, maybe I can harness this power later, but perhaps the Yen Demon Blade can just cut through the barrier between me and that power now. It was a big gamble. He wasn't a demon in the flesh like Virgil and Dante. Dante's most bratty time, covered in sides, still eating pizza with no expression on his face. The district fatal wounds to the demon is nothing at all, but Su-run is immortal. This stab into one's heart. If the guess is wrong, I'm afraid I'll have to GA on the spot. It's good to have gotten a magical flame before. Sacred flame, source of constant replenishment of life force. Remnant flame state, ability disabled. A wisp of origin flame from the first captain, Zhang Fian. He left only one strand of the few ultramarine flames in his body at its root, and the rest was broken down as much as possible into nutrients to be poured into this golden, sacred flame. Finally, the tiny fire flourished. Sacred flame, source of constant replenishment of life force. Phew, that's the last limit of the bailout. There were still too many risks, but those Su-run could no longer care about. Only the legendary power of Sparta can turn the tables completely. Come on. Su-run's eyes glowed with a faint red light, and the corner of his mouth slowly grinned in a dangerous arc. Become a demon or not, liberating the demonic nature is also fine. It doesn't matter. Some kind of nature is unleashed. Reason is buffeted by a torrent. Humanity took the initiative and opened the floodgates of reason. The demonic hunter broke through the cage out of control. Power, killing, strength, violence, power, catharsis. Countless thoughts ran through Su-run's head. The blue energy visible to the naked eye broke through the bonds of Su-run's physical body. They converged into a torrent, forming a demonic shadow behind Su-run, gradually solidifying. This demonic shadow is visible even to the naked eye with the ravings over there. What is that thing? Murmur was horrified. What was left of Su-run's sanity turned the Yen Demon Blade upside down and aimed it at his heart, wildly roaring inside. Me, need, more, power, arms hard. The blade stopped just an inch short of his chest. Ha ha ha. Rumor had arrived in front of Su-run at an unknown time, and his hand pressed down on Su-run, stopping him from moving. Look me straight in the eye. The only rationality left in Su Run's eyes wanted to stab the yin demon blade into his chest, but after hearing these words, he unconsciously raised his head. He saw a pair of kaleidoscopic eyes, and in a whirlwind his rational consciousness sank into darkness. Finally I get my chance. Ha ha ha. You will join me as a loyal slave and sharp blade of the gods. The ravings over their fighting with Xia Simeng were in a sorry state, but after revealing a bizarre smile, they transformed into a black nightmare cage to cover Xia Simeng and the others into it. At this moment, the drone in the sky arrived late. Murmur didn't care about these sudden and evil visitors, though his body was severely injured. He instead bowed gracefully and performed a chest-supporting salute in the direction of the drone camera. Despite his injuries, welcome, gentlemen, to this curtain call. Thank the Night's Watch for unearthing a loyal and powerful slave for me. Next, let me make a grand introduction to the vigil in front of your screens. Wake up, my loyal slave. Su Run, Chapter 87, Devil, God? The drones faithfully transmitted the footage to the vigilante base. The top brass were all horrified. It's only been a while. What happened? What's with that blue shadow? How come rumor is by Su Run's side? Bump dash. An old, gray-haired leader slammed his fist unconsciously on the arm of his chair. What else is there to think about? It must have been hypnotized by ravings. The crowd's faces became ugly for a moment. Zuoqing blanched. It's just hypnosis, it should still be saved. As long as it can be snatched back and sent to the fasting house, there is always a chance behind. He had witnessed Su Run's potential with his own eyes. At the moment, all he could think about was how to get him back. As you said, only if you can snatch it back. Where is anyone now? One of the leaders almost groaned. Wait a while to go over there. Once the soul contract between Rumor and him is signed, then there will really be no way back. For a moment the whole office was quiet. They were thousands of miles apart at the moment, while Sword Saint and the Mask Squad were still on their way. Phoenix, life and death are unknown, and Lu Wuwei is being held back by the gods. What else is there to do? It's almost like desperate. We're going to get a sword bearer with great difficulty. Are we going to lose it like this? Why? No. Yi Fan spoke out. There's still a chance. All eyes looked over. Yi Fan's face was serious as he said resoundingly, there's still a chance. Wake up Sekai in advance. Where there's an internet signal, he'll be able to back it up. Immediately someone objected, but he's in a deep sleep, and I'm afraid it's risky to wake him up hastily. It's like a bet. If you win the bet, you can win back all that you lost earlier. The crowd looked at each other and understood the flavor of the situation. Yi Fan spoke. Let's vote on it. Raise your hand if you agree to wake Sekai up early. I agree. Zuoqing was the first to take a stand. Agreed. A white-haired vigilante also raised his stubby right hand. Agreed. Immediately afterward, the scene fell silent. In the end, Yi Fan looked around the room and only 3 people agreed. Now, raise your hand if you're against it. I object. Objection. Absolutely not. Objection. Almost a majority voted against it. Yi Fan agreed with a bitter smile in his heart, but as a leader, he can stand in the middle, but not on the opposite side of the majority. This path didn't work, so Yi Fan could only give up. Is there another way? He looked at the screen and thought out loud. In the rocket base, ever since the god appeared, General Zhang had been closing his eyes without saying a word. The signals coming from the screen didn't make him say much. On the Quinjet, the Mask Squad didn't say a word after seeing the Yi Phoenix get knocked out of the air. Can it get any faster? The always composed Wang Mian was anxious at the moment. Instead, the impetuous Whirlpool consoled helplessly. Captain, this is as fast as it can go. A few white arms covered in wounds pulled Xanthiming to her feet. She received the strongest shock just now and directly fainted. Xia Simeng woke up abruptly. Put. She spat out a mouthful of sand with red blood. Head spinning, he looked around. Everyone, still alive? The youngest, Tong Shang, said with tears in his eyes. Alive, all alive. Captain, are you okay? Xia Simeng felt her internal organs twisting as she spat out a mouthful of blood once again. Pretending to be dashing, he said, a little injury, don't care. Immediately after that, his gaze caught Su Run's side. Su Run maintained a strange posture. Rumor was beside him, although he was also in a wretched shape, but his spirits were high, like he had hit the jackpot. Xia Simeng's pupils shrunk. A tidal wave of fear flooded the mind. In less than half a day's time together, she had already recognized the teenager, and, as a result, was about to lose him at her hands? Never. Xia Simeng's voice was almost squeezed out from between her teeth. Tong Shang, in. Xia Simeng loosened her wound-strewn fist and opened that white palm to Tong Shang. Give me your Night's Watch badge. The captain is going to use ghost quotes. The idea instantly flashed through Tong Shang's mind. His voice trembled. Why, Captain? I'm not afraid of sacrifice either. A wisp of memories flooded her mind as a gentle redhead flashed before her eyes. The red-headed woman with wounds all over her face rubbed the tiny young girl's blonde messy hair and finally smiled at her. Mo, remember, saving the smallest flame is the rule of the Phoenix, so keep your life and fight for it the next time it's your turn. Captain, I'm up to the next time you say to. Don't think too much. Xia Siming looked at Tong Sheng and slowly said, it's just my badge that I gave him at noon. The blonde girl, who had grown up a lot, said with a smile at the corner of her mouth similar to that of her former captain. Tong Sheng, it's not a coincidence today. Next time it's your turn. Go fight for your life. All the other members took out their own badges and did not say a word. Tong Sheng's lips trembled and his throat whimpered, so he just couldn't say a word. In his eyes, clear tears kept flowing down. Captain. The two words whimpered out of her throat like a puppy, and she had used up all her strength. Xia Siming didn't say anything. In the beginning, she had been this powerless. She didn't force Tong Sheng anymore and took the initiative to reach for the badge that belonged to Tong Sheng. As captain, he knew exactly where everyone put their badges. Wait! Kong Wound reached out and blocked the center as he pointed in Su Run's direction and said, look over there. Only Su Run made a move at that moment. He lowered the knife aimed at him slowly. Looking down, he slowly surveyed his hands. Murmur turned his head at the moment. How does it feel to get a new life? Ha ha, he was obviously in a good mood. Feeling full of power. Murmur was satisfied with this answer, and immediately afterward his face changed. You lowly slave, how dare you humiliate me just now? Now, get on your knees. Murmur's face was fierce, wanting revenge for the previous humiliation. Su Run's body stagnated, seeming to be somewhat unable to react. Su Run had a red light in his eyes, and the tall blue demonic shadow behind him loomed large. His shoulders shook slowly. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kneel down. Finally, Su Run couldn't help himself. On your knees? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. He covered half his face and burst out laughing maniacally. Kneel? Are you a weak and ungainly mongrel, specially dressed as a clown to congratulate me on my new birth? Ha 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 ha. An intimidating pressure emanated from his body. Everyone burst into tears. Meanwhile, his panel has moved. Su Run, rank, LV 51, 3%, power, law of the sword 38. 36%. Knife bone, unconditional mastery of any knife. Blade mind, the beauty of applying it lies in the heart. Blade will, my will is the will of the blade. Blade Kuan, absorbing energy into blades. The experience bar behind the level bar changes rapidly 3%, 13%. 33%. Soon the numbers were simply unreadable. LV 51, LV 52, LV 55, LV 67. In the distance, Kong Won froze. See, realm? Xia Siming's eyes widened. No, his breath was still climbing. Infinite. Klein. How is this possible? Without the slightest intention of stopping, with Su Run's maniacal laughter, his aura became stronger and stronger at an even faster pace. How is this possible? My hypnosis. Why are you? The ravings were no longer being said, because the other person's scent was now emanating a feeling of human. The ceiling. Looking at the maniacal figure that was shaking with laughter, he slowly backed away. The other party's aura didn't have the slightest intention of stopping and continued to climb. That tall blue demonic shadow seemed to be looking down on him, and at the moment it felt as if he was really an ant. He had not even felt this way in the presence of the gods. The commotion over here attracted all eyes. Lu Wuwei and Maruto also stopped fighting for the time being. It continues to rise. What the hell is this? Lu Wuwei rode on the electric donkey that was missing a wheel and almost falling apart. His heart shook inexplicably. He had a crazy premonition, one that even he couldn't admit to himself. Couldn't believe. Today, is it possible to witness the birth of a god? Extra shift today. Wait a bit, gentlemen, there's one more to be born. Chapter 88, Out of Control. Rank, LV 97, 35%. Rank, LV 98, 58%. Rank, LV 99, 3%. Leveling up slowly stops. Rank, LV 99, 99%. The lifting hasn't stopped. It's just stuck. Suyun slowly stopped laughing. Run, rank, LV 99, 99%. Power, law of the sword 39, 99%. Knife, unconditionally any knife. Blade mind, the beauty of applying it is in the heart. Yes, I will knife will. Blade Kuan, absorbing energy into blades. What's the best way to do this? SUW earthenware. Courtesy of B3D, the Sode? Why earthenware connoisseurship? Why? The most important thing to remember is that it's not just a matter of time, it's also a matter of time. As the level rises, the panel is now wrongly flashing all sorts of gibberish. The originally transparent panel was now also drenched from the outside by a light blue color from the outside in. Looking at this Su Run in front of her whose eyes glowed red, Rumor swallowed. You, who the hell are you? Boom! Su-run's gaze turned to Rumor, and he gave a dangerous smile. As a thank you. Boom! The boulder he was standing on in the original place collapsed with a bang, while Su-run's figure had already disappeared. Let's let you try this power. Ha ha ha. Su-run appeared in front of Rumor and clasped his face with his left hand. Rumor only felt his skull almost crushed by the force. He grabbed Su-run's left hand with both of his hands and tried to break free, but he couldn't shake those horrible hands in the slightest. Su-run clasped Rumor's head and lifted him up, a strange excitement on his face as he smashed Rumor's head into the ground like a walnut. Boom! 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 Joker! Feel this gift well. He ha 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 ha. A hard stone floor was smashed with cracks of radioactive spiderwebs. Su-run was simply declaring his power, and after a few impacts, Rumor's already heavily injured body was now on the verge of passing out. He let go of Rumor's head and rose to his feet, raising his right foot and kicking it violently. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, Rumor was sent flying. His ribs that guarded his internal organs snapped at the roots. Woohoo! Wonderful sound. Spinning around, Su-run's gaze fixed on Maruto, and he licked his lips. Come on, turn me on even more. A mole dares to show me such a look. You shall be punished to death. The god of storms, Maruto, glared angrily. Once again, he gathered the storm in his palm. Let me help you. Lu Wei was about to go forward again on his electric donkey with one wheel missing. Brush dash. A blade chopped at the Big Dipper. Lu Wei's eyes tightened and he hurriedly jumped out of the car. His little electric donkey was smoothly sliced in half in the air by the blade astral and fell to the ground. Jie, there's no place for stray fish here. Lu Wei's mouth opened as he looked at the small electric donkey that was starting to catch fire. Looking at Su-run's furious figure, he wanted to cry, "Brother, I am a friendly army." Su-run didn't care about that. He raised his yen demon blade and slashed straight at Maruto. No abilities were used, just pure violence. The Maruto storm converged in his palm and came at him with a punch. Dash. Blood spurted out. The Yama sword cut deep into Maruto's fist. Blood. More blood. I'll take my time chopping you to pieces. He. Ha 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 ha. You, Griffin. The storm god's reddened cheeks looked a little darker red at the moment. He utilized his divine power to crush the mole that made him bleed. Inside the vigilante base, Yifan watched this scene in disbelief. The reversal of the situation was caught off guard. What in the world is going on here? It's too terrifying. The Chuan realm has suddenly been elevated to the point where it can press against the gods. It looks like the ravings opened up some kind of power in him. What's that demonic shadow behind him? Nothing moves. Is that one his power? No. Zuoqing frowned. It looks more like the power storming out of control. He'll be like a madman. Just now Lu Wei was all cut up. And the fighting style, don't you think it's changed too? This woke up the crowd. Just now he killed those three, infinity, with deadly simplicity. And now, Zuoqing thought for a moment, as if he couldn't find a better word. Now it's just simply declaring its power and hacking. The fighting style has changed. And that devil behind the divine shadow. Yes, the divine shadow hasn't moved either. I think it's more like the power awakening was interrupted halfway through. A gray-haired vigilant frowned. Will he ever shift back? Zuoqing spread his hands. I don't know. It's really hard to know how to help now, but at the very least, he should have no problem dragging it out in this state until the Sword Saint passes. Maruto's punch containing divine power sent Su-run flying. Over there, Rumor awoke from his stupor just in time to meet Maruto's eyes. Thinking of this strange human was the strange change that had come over him after the ravings hypnotized him. Maruto looked at Rumor with a murderous look in his eyes. Wait for me to settle this mole, then I'll come back to settle the score with you. The ravings went straight to the heart. Bitter too. Power. I need more power. Su-run yelled after being sent flying. Come on, new power. He mobilized the strand of flame in his chest that Red Tassel had forcibly split to himself from the Yang Yen dance earlier. A power that has never been used since it was given. Yang Yen, burning. Boost its power. The longer it burns, the greater the boost. A red flame flared up from his body, burning with Su-run's body as the fuel. The power is once again boosted. There was a dragon's roar that resounded from within Su-run's body. The level of a god, the power of a dragon, breaks through. Burn more vigorously. Ha ha, getting a new power. Su-run was ecstatic. Raising his sword, he slashed at Maruto once again. Power. It's too good, ahahaha. Who can kill me? Put. Divine blood continued to spill. At this moment, Su-run was holding the Yen Demon Blade, slicing through all of the storm winds coming from Maruto's attack, and the fine wind blade scraped mouths on his face. The wound was then scorched by Yang Yen, converting it into more power. This god of storms was actually suppressed. Damned mole crickets. Maruto held his tongue. After the mist descends, the divine power of these gods of his used some less, and the replenishment rate could not catch up with the rate of consumption. Most of his strength is not what it used to be. Usually they were used with caution, but today they encountered this lunatic like griffin, unable to gain the upper hand by exercising his divine power. The sword in his hand was also unknown to be a divine artifact, hacking him to the point of screaming. Maruto once again summoned up a large amount of divine power and gathered it in his fist. To this god, die! Burning wind fist. Bang! Su-run was knocked out cold by that punch. Rumor was dumbfounded. The direction that Su-run was sent flying was exactly his side. Su-run smashed down to the ground, his expression not at all disheveled. Then Rumination realized that Su-run's eyes looked over. Subconsciously, the hypnotic ability used again by Rumor. Surprisingly, there was not the slightest resistance. No, you clown! Don't! Go back! Go! Su-run's furious pupils were once again lax, and the cheeks froze. This scene was not expected by anyone. Su-run, who had just been showing great power, would suddenly be controlled by a murmur. Good chance! Maruto exploded forward. Slave, you're doing great! He gave Rumor an appreciative look and directly snatched the divine weapon in Su-run's hand that made his eyes glaze over. Aimed the yin demon blade at Su-run's heart. Maruto shouted angrily, Die, Griffin! Su-run! It was too late for Xia Siming to provide support, so she could only hoarsely call Su-run's name. Murmur remembered the action that Su-run had tried to do earlier. He seemed to be plunging this very knife into his own chest. Unpleasant feelings surged to the surface. The ravings square off. Using the last of his strength, he lost his voice and yelled, No! Chapter 89 Storm. In an endless nightmare, Su-run drifted in the darkness. Where is this? He had forgotten the concept of time. It could have been a moment. It could have been a long time since he had come to this dark space. In his eyes, he saw that not far ahead of him, at some point, there was an additional blue light. He stopped floating and gradually stepped forward into the void, closer and closer to that blue glow. That's a person? A man sat on top of a throne, his back turned to Su-run. He had white hair and wore a blue trench coat. With his back to Su-run, he couldn't see his appearance. Su-run slowly approached. Slowly he saw that what the white-haired man had in his hand was his own knife. Give me the Yama sword. Hearing the commotion, the white-haired man slowly rose. He was slender and turned around, his sharp eyes piercing Su-run like knives. Su-run's heart shook, and he looked at this white-haired man without flinching. This white-haired man looked at Su-run for a while before looking into his hands and frowning. Su-run looked down at this moment, and there was an identical knife in his hand. What's going on? He felt pain coming from his brain and his memories were so jumbled that he couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. That white-haired man drew the yin demon sword in his hand and walked towards Su-run. Su-run held his head, unable to make any movements from the intense pain. One could only watch the knife in the white-haired man's hand, stabbing at his own chest. Su-run! A woman's voice was vaguely heard coming from her ears. It was familiar, but who the hell was it? The long knife enters the body. Interesting. A sharp pain spread from the heart. Su-run's consciousness returned. He jerked his head up. Where was the white-haired man? Maruto was stabbing himself through the heart with a Yama sword. Along with this slash, Su-run only felt that something within himself was completely shattered. Boom! A surging storm of blue energy surged out from Su-run's body. The dark night was illuminated by a pillar of blue light that ran through heaven and earth. The space around them shattered in pieces. Maruto had to back away from the force of the impact. The crowd looked at this scene with shocked expressions. When the pillar of light slowly closes, only Su-run's stance was stately, standing among them as he slowly turned around. Looking at the crowd of teammates behind him, he smiled faintly. Slowly, Captain, calling, I hear you. Xia Siming dumbly looked at Su-run, legs soft, paralyzed on the ground, small mouth slightly open, brain a blank, do not know what to say. Rest well. Su-run raised his palm and smoothed back the broken hair in front of his forehead. Next, leave it to me. He disappeared into place in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the gods. Only a diagonal slash in Maruto's chest was seen, and divine blood spurted out. That's impossible. Maruto couldn't believe his eyes. Vigilante base. What the hell happened? Everyone can't wait to get an answer. This was a big up and down in just a few minutes and it was so exciting. When the ravings hypnotized Su-run, everyone thought it was over. Everyone felt better again when Su-run's consciousness returned to storm the ravings and gods. By the time Su-run was hypnotized by the ravings again, everyone thought it was over again. Who had thought that the Yin Demon Blade could have such a change after it had penetrated Su-run's body? The leaders of the Night's Watch are simply going crazy. It should be fine, Zuocheng said. The divine shadow behind Su-run has not disappeared, and looking at his winning look, he is probably sure of himself. Don't come back with any more changes. If this keeps up, this heart of mine is really not going to take it. A white-haired leader of the vigil slumped in his chair, covering his heart, his face pale. Rocket Force Base. General Zhang had long since risen to his feet, staring dead on at the large information screen. He murmured in a trembling whisper, Don't! Under the night, on the Quinjet, a man with a swirling mask shouted exuberantly. I knew Biggie would be okay with it. He danced around the cabin, his fists waving involuntarily. Swirl, you calm down. It hit me. Couldn't control it. I'm high as hell. I can't. I'm all hot. I'm going to space out and give Rune a boost. Click. Chance sliced the back of his neck with a slap. Let the little cutie calm down for a while, and wake him up when it's over. The crowd nodded. Captain, what do you think? Kingface's pupils were lifeless, just looking up at the cabin roof of the airplane and muttering, I was wrong from the beginning. Done. Stupid again. Lu Wuwei stood with Xia Simeng. He held his head in his hands and looked at the scene in disbelief. He's gotten stronger again. How is this possible? What kind of monster did you guys, Phoenix, come with? Su Run completely suppressed Maruto at this point, compared to just rushing up and tearing down like a wild animal when you've lost your mind. At this point he is clearly more organized. Maruto's fists, whether punches or wind blades, couldn't do a thing to him. The gale he summoned was divided into two halves by Su Run's casual hand. The fist was even unable to resist the sharpness of the Yen Demon Blade in Su Run's hand. Where is your legendary golden gun? Where's your chariot? What a god! Blood is red too. Su Run came behind Maruto in an instant and dodged Maruto's fist. With a casual slash, there was another hideous wound. He laughed contemptuously. God's blood stains the sky. Damn it! Maruto was already furious, but dared not mention the word mole again, because at this time, Su Run's breath was already like a god. Su Run, rank, LV 99+, subdivine, power, law of the sword 40%, knife bone, unconditional use of any knife. The heart of the blade, the beauty of applying it lies in the heart. Blade will. I will blade will. Blade Kuan, absorbing energy into blades. Magic, fusion of slug power. With that, YH5 magic. The panel is also gradually returning to normal at this time. He's over 99. This had crossed the limits of mortals to the level of the gods. Su Run could feel the power that was elevated within his body, gradually slowing down. Mortal, the power within you is truly terrifying, but the power doesn't belong to you. I can feel it draining away. I recognize that right now you can call yourself a god, but soon, you will lose that power. You think you can kill me? Maluto was covered in wounds, laughed coldly. This humiliation. After a while I will return it all to you. Su Run clenched his fists. Kill you? Not enough. Far from it. Call the owner of those eyes behind you. In the mist. Two gods is enough for me to kill. Su Run noticed another pair of eyes in the mist looking this way. He didn't care. The power was declining, but it was enough for tonight's fight. There was no Spartan bloodline in Su Run's body, nor was there any demonic blood. The power was indeed draining away at a rapid pace, but at the same time, Su Run was able to feel that there was some sort of fusion between Spartan's power and his own laws of the blade. The change in the panel is evidence of that. At the time of the power awakening, a large mess appeared on the panel. That would be the power fading, and the garbled code was slowly returning to normal. The originally transparent panel is now a light blue color, and the latest awakening of the fifth power clearly has something to do with the power of Sparta. He went along and mobilized this power directly. As his Yen Demon Blade slashed down, behind Su Run, the demonic shadow that loomed like a mountain, it also came down with a slash. Boom! The power of this blade was terrifying to the extreme, chopping Maruto from the air to the ground, smashing the ground and shaking it. Maruto spat out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief and a trace of imperceptible fear. He returned his gaze to the ravings. It's all because of this slave. To make himself so humiliated. Raving heart hair bitterness. I've told you not to stab it. This is great. The problem is still mine in the end. His mind was so complicated and hard to bear that he rolled his eyes and fainted. Su Run looked back at the demonic shadow. This is the demonic personification of the fourth generation Nero anyways. It's almost time. Su Run stroked his left hand across the blade of the Yen Demon sword and said softly, Little Yen Demon, it's time to wake up. Chapter 90, The Real Sublime Chop. The Yen Demon blade trembled lightly. A cool child with white hair and blue pupils, long hair reaching his hips and wearing a red bathrobe floated beside Su Run. He rubbed his eyes and said in a childish voice, Oh, Arun, you, finally. No. Su Run looked at the Yen Demon blade and shook his head with a smile. It's too bad to give me this power. My body can't keep it. If this power continues to remain within the Yen Demon blade, there was no telling how strong it would be if it would be used in strengthening the Yen Demon blade. Yama burrowed himself into Su Run's arms and took a deep breath of the familiar scent. His little head shook. It works for you. Just fine. Su Run rubbed Yama's little head. I don't know if it's an illusion or not, but it feels as if he's grown up a bit. After the laws of the blade fused with the power of Sparta, Yama seemed to be a little closer to him. Yama's nose sniffed the air like a puppy. Run. Yama's cool little face frowned. There's blood. He licked at the bloodstain at Su-run's neck, where the wound had just been cut by the Maruto wind blade. The soft touch like a puppy's made Su-run feel a little tickled, and he evoked a smile. Yen Demon's eyes swept around the area, eventually settling on the wind god Maruto. Is he? His small white hand reached out and rested on top of Su-run's big hand holding the knife, and he said morosely, run. Use. Kill him. Su-run laughed out loud. Awakening you aims at this very thing. It's a rare opportunity to drink God's blood. So naturally, we have to join together. Ready? Yama nodded slightly, turning to dissipate into the air. The Yen demon blade in his hand chanted softly. A different sensation than before is clearly felt. The murderous aura was sharp. Come on. Third power, blade intent, is activated. Yama blade overclocked, 500%. Unlike Janbai, at this moment, the body of the Yen demon blade's blade was only slightly red, clearly having a higher ceiling than Janbai. You've handled it with unparalleled difficulty against me, who is still at the ceiling of humanity without any sense. What makes you think I can't kill you now that I'm a god? Oh, you should know that there is also a gap between gods. If you had chosen to run away the first moment you saw me, you might still have a chance of survival. Maruto's already red face now rose to a dark red. He angrily yelled, "It's just an ant that just gained power. What's the arrogance?" Su-run said no more. "It's going up." Yama's cool voice was murderous. Oh, the tall blue demonic figure behind him roared silently. Su-yun teleported directly behind Maruto? A horizontal slash. Even Molu, who was the god of wind, was more than just barely able to react in time in the face of this slash. He crossed his arms with two golden arm rings on his hands, to resist the slash. It was the hardest part of his body. This arm ring is as hard as my golden spear. If my golden spear was still around, where would you get the turn to be so rampant? Su-run's knife landed on top of the arm ring. Click. The golden armlet cracked slightly. Maruto changed his face. Immediately following Su-run's back, the tall blue demonic shadow followed with a slash. Click, click, click. These two golden arm rings of Maruto were completely scrapped. Who? Su-run let out a long breath and held his breath. After being stabbed by the white-haired man in his nightmare, he understood a lot. My sublime chop was not right at all before. That's just following the trajectory of the Yama blade and going to swing out the chop, instead of me chopping it out. It's more like the Yen demon blade chopping it out. Su-run put his hand on top of the hilt. This time he was going to chop out his own sublime chop. Yama, don't help me this time. Well, second power, Blade Heart, is activated. The memories of the past month or so flooded his mind, especially during that time when he had fought with Zhou Ping. The experience of countless sublime chopping surged to the forefront of his mind. Gradually he came to some realization. The strongest moves have always been in my hands. Su-run opened his eyes. This time there was no blue energy halo in his eyes, and his crisp black pupils reflected Maruto's figure. Drawl. Sublime chop. Maruto. The space to his left fluctuated slightly. Immediately afterward his left arm broke off at the shoulder. This is, truly, the sublime chop. Yen Demon Blade did not need to expend any more power to assist him in using this move. Chopped out by Su-run himself, he was able to utilize all the power of the Yen Demon Blade. There was only one chop, but it was clearly more powerful. Blade Heart was learning from experience at a rapid pace, and Su-run was growing. How can it be? My divine body. Su-run smiled faintly, and with an instantaneous movement he took his broken left arm into his hands. A wisp of ultramarine flame ignited. Maruto's left arm became directly ash. The flame of ultramarine thumped and burned even brighter. Little Yama unconsciously cried out, "It's power." Ha! Su-run's eyes glowed as he secretly thought, "It's really the same as what I thought. Humans cultivate spiritual power, and the power of the physical body's origin is pitifully small. But the gods are different. These gods are just like the mysteries in that their physical bodies have a large amount of origin power. No, compared to mystery, the gods have much more origin power. Absolutely perfect for my hunt." Su-run looked up at Maruto with burning eyes. At the moment the high and mighty gods were like a mountain pig in his eyes. Vigilante headquarters. The sound of inhaling kept ringing out. What kind of power is this? A single slash severed one of the god's arms. Zhou Ping couldn't do it either. Is he already a god? Would love to study him. The owner of the voice realized that the eyes of the office were on him before he could finish his sentence. The owner of the voice swallowed and rephrased. The subject of whether or not babies born to him and women can inherit his gifts. This issue can't be put off any longer. I have a niece who is at a good age for childbearing. Your niece is a woman who has been married once. Yi Fan knocked on the table, drawing everyone's eyes over. A lot of people from the branch have already come by just now to ask questions about the divine alert. How about I propose to cast the screen to the National Vigilante chapter? Zuoqing looked at the screen. Su-run cut Maluto to the point of blood, and said with a bitter smile, "I'm just afraid they can't even figure out which side is the god. After all, with the gods being beaten so badly, Who would have thought? The implication is that he has no objection to the proposal. I'm for it. This will not only explain what really happened, but it will let everyone know that I, the Night's Watch, have produced a Blade Saint. I agree. It's a good idea to show off your muscles once in a while. It was basically unanimous, with only a few people disagreeing. They believe that Su Run's intelligence today needs to be kept secret. Yi Fan shook his head, fueled by certain people. Su Run's current intelligence had long been no secret in the eyes of those who were interested. Taking it out directly and without fear today is rather more scandalous. After all, you'd have to have real nukes in your hands for people to be afraid to just come into your house. With most of the top brass passing, this video signal was dropped onto the terminals of all parties, the captains of the vigilantes stationed squads. This night was not meant to be a restful one. Da Xia, a squad of vigilantes in over 600 cities, all lit up by a video signal. My god. What is this? Is this why the divine alarm was sounded? This red-skinned one is a god? But why does it look like it's dying? Who is this man? Doesn't ring a bell. One arm gone. My god. Another leg gone. What is that blue glow? How can someone be so fierce? Could it be that this red-skinned one is the one who was human? Captain, this man is so handsome in person, attacking like a raging storm. This red one can't even fight back after being hit. Canyon City. Chen Mai had long ago gathered the squad's crowd together. At that moment he received a video signal on his terminal distributed from the Night's Watch headquarters. Chapter 91, The Great Summer Sword Saint. The whole country is abuzz. Canyon City Vigilante Squad Command. Everyone's heads gathered, their eyes glued to the captain's terminal screen. Every god alert has a different tragedy, and this time, what is it? Signal access. We've got a picture. Is this blue one some kind of god? And who is this red one? There's a lot of confusion in the command room. I wonder who is the god invading Dacia in this blue and red in the picture. Wait, don't you guys think it looks a bit familiar? Red Rouge squinted at that moment and realized that something was wrong. Minami sniffed at this and immediately reached out to widen the picture. Floating in front of them was a familiar teenage figure. His face was calm, his temperament stoic. Wait, this guy. This is Su Run. Chen Mai was the first to recognize it. After the experience of fighting with Su Run many times, that Yen Demon blade, he absolutely could not make a mistake. It was Su Run's blade. Plus this familiar look. Is the one fighting the god Su Run? Looking at the man on the screen who had beaten that red figure into a series of defeats, Chen Mai's jaw dropped. It is? Another message was received on the terminal from the Homeman's headquarters. 3-meter tall red-skinned man in golden armor. It's deity No. 091, the god of storms, Marudo, from the Indian god system. It was also the culprit that triggered this divine alert, the teenager with the shadow of a blue god on his back. It's the great summer sword saint, Su Run. This news exploded Chen Mai's brain buzzing. Geez, what exactly is the situation? How is it that this kid has only been gone for 2 days, and he's already chased a god around and furiously hacked at him, and he's even become the great Xia Blade Saint? Could it be that this kid Su Run has a twin brother? He felt that he might be dreaming and found it hard to believe this outrageous news. Hong Ying frowned, worried. How can this be? He was still in the Bijan realm a month ago. How come he's encountered a god now? It's too dangerous. Red Tassel bit her lip and said, Captain, let's apply to headquarters to have Su Run come back. No one responded, and the crowd was still once overwhelmed by the shock of the news. Old Zhao's trembling hand lit the fire several times before lighting the cigarette. He took a deep breath and smoked the cigarette in his hand half at a time. The sensation of exhaling after the smoke had passed through his lungs made him feel like he had become immortal. It was I who unearthed the Blade Saint. From now on, in the entire Grand Xia, my old Zhao's words will be of great importance. More than 600 vigilante squads in cities throughout Daxia. At this moment, all of the looks are very different from the looks of the Tsangnan City Vigilante Squad. When did Great Xia have another Blade Saint? Why do I think it's even fiercer than Sword Saint? This one. Nonsense. The Sword Saint isn't that bad. Captain, please help me get an autographed picture of Blade Saint Sama. I'll do anything. I want it too. Guangshan City. A man grabbed his hair with both hands and said hysterically, I'm done. I shouldn't have taken this mission then. What kind of person did I invite for the squad? Miao Su, who was fiddling with her nails on one side, said indifferently, Captain, you're the one who provoked him. We don't know anything about it. The others nodded wordlessly. A young teenager hesitated for a moment, but still said, Captain, you must carry this matter alone. I'll take care of your loved ones. Northwest by night. Marudo fled frantically on the gale. Not a match at all. After one of his arms was chopped off, he used all his strength again to try to fight back in a desperate attempt. But all that resulted was seeing one of his own thighs peeled away from his body once again after the man gently drew his knife. It's horrible. His body was dog-eared with wounds of all sizes. The original beautiful and majestic golden armor was broken and tattered at the moment, and he didn't know how many pieces had been shattered. Only a few remains remained on the body, unable to play any protective role. Su Run was like a cat catching a mouse, teasing the magic record-a-do and not completely killing it. Every time he felt like he was going to break free, Su Run would instantly move in his path of advance, forcing Maruto to divert his path again. Maruto rolled and dodged another cut. His liver and guts cracked in horror as he exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing? Kill me and the temple won't spare you. Do you great Xia want to start a war now?" Su Run shook his head in disappointment and said regretfully, "It seems that the pair of eyes behind you are not prepared to save you. In that case, let's bury it here today." Blue energy rushed through his eyes. The Yen demon sword was erected in front of him, his right hand gripping the hilt as a majestic pressure emanated from his body. Maruto was scared out of his wits. His intuition told him he was afraid that he would really have to fall here with this knife. With his head covered in blood, he loudly wailed in the direction of the mists, "Lord God, save me!" Su Run stopped moving his hand. The incomparable Maruto, who had come with great divine might, now begged once again, "Lord God, please, for the sake of past love, save me once." A sigh came faintly from the mists. A violent blast of thunder rang out from the mists. Only a purple thunder flashed in the distance. All of a sudden this thunder had arrived in front of his eyes and transformed into a purple-skinned exotic strongman. There was an even stronger pressure coming from him than from Maruto, and it was undoubtedly telling the crowd that this was a Lord God. The corner of Su Run's mouth hooked into a smile teasingly said, "It's really hard to invite." That purple-skinned big man, with monstrous thunder under his feet, had a gaze like electricity. There were even white thunderbolts rotating around its body. God's might is like a prison. This god, Indra, he protected in front of Maruto and rushed at Su Run. "Let's call it a day." "Oh, you're saying that you outer god suddenly invaded our great Xia, and you don't have to give me anything to account for. Can you just say it's over?" Su Run's tone was flat, but the meaning of his words was already murderous. Indra frowned. If a mortal had dared to speak to him like that in his own place, he would have already sent down a heavenly punishment. But remembering the move he had just seen, that even he felt the pressure. Indra had to be more patient. "What do you want?" Su Run laughed. "Give an explanation." Indra's face clouded over a few times, and he said rather reluctantly, "Then I'll have him not enter the Great Summer from here on out." He looked rather unnatural, as if making this promise was making much of a concession. Xia Siming had long since looked offended on the side. "What kind of explanation is this? You dog asterisk 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 gods. Do you come to my Grand Xia to come and go as you please? On what grounds? It's over when you say it's over." The Phoenix Squad crowd all looked at Xia Siming, shocked into speechlessness. "Originally, I thought that blaming the human ceiling would be the limit, but I didn't realize that the Captain Lord God dared to gripe." Indra's gaze turned slightly as a short spear of lightning condensed in his gaze and shot toward Xia Siming's side. Su Run stood his sword in front of his body with both hands, slightly lashing the blade. The short spear of lightning dissipated without a trace. Indra's tone was majestic. "Divine authority is not to be offended." Su Run smiled disdainfully and turned his head in Xia Siming's direction, saying, "It's okay Mo. You can gripe whoever you like, because you're my captain Su Run." Thunder drummed around Indra. The crackle of electricity was unceasing. "He's ready to strike. Mortal, you are strong, but the might of our gods is not something you can offend. The situation is touch and go." A white rushing sword chi, sprinting from the distant sky, the drones faithfully projected the scene over the terminals of the entire Dasha Vigil. "It's the Sword Saint. My god, the Blade Saint Sword Saint joining forces to fight the enemy? I'm more concerned about who's a little stronger." "Nonsense. Surely they're stronger. Isn't that bird hair god? Ugh. I mean Lord Sword Saint and Blade Saint." Chapter 92 Battle Lord God. Plan ahead. That white sword chi was like a comet. It stabbed straight towards the center of the battlefield. Watching the silhouette wrapped in sword light slowly emerge, Su Run said with a slight grumble, "Zhou Ping, you are late. This place is just too far away." Zhou Ping spat as he carried his sword. Then he stared and was surprised. "How are you? So strong?" He had traveled all the way here and had no time to read the messages delivered by the night watchman. "I don't know about Su Run getting stronger." Zhou Ping's eyes erupted with brilliance. "I can let go of you now. There is no hurry." Su Run smiled bashfully as he looked at Indra over there and said, "Let's settle this trouble first." Indra's complexion did not change much when he saw Zhou Ping, but when he heard Su Run describe his hallowed deity as trouble, he was already a little more somber. Zhou Ping's eyes lit up as he thought of an idea. "Why don't we make a bet?" "What's the bet?" "Just bet on his life." Zhou Ping pointed at Indra, who had an ugly face. Su Run looked at Indra, laughed, and answered, "If I win, I'm taking you to the bar and videotaping the whole thing." Zhou Ping's smile stalled and he gritted his teeth. "There's no way you can win." His battle spirit was high. White sword awns rose up from his body to the sky, and his might even vaguely overshadowed the blue demon on one side. He must not lose. Lu Wei was a bit frantic on the side. The two of them went so far as to use the life of a Lord God as a betting chip. He grabbed his hair with both hands. "And Su Run, Why did he suddenly become so strong? Could it be the reincarnation of a god? Indra had long been enraged. He grasped two golden thunderbolts in his hands, and a palpitating power erupted between the flow of divine light. Mortals, you must pay for your arrogance. The two golden divine thunderbolts headed straight for Zhou Ping and Su Run. Zhou Ping is unapologetic. He activated his spiritual power and raised the sword in his hand, the white sword chi pointing straight towards the golden thunder. Boom! The two attacks blotted each other out in the air. Su Run did not take this attack hard. He dodged away in an instant. Sublime chop. Indra was prepared for this. Thunder around him condensed into a thunder armor. This hit of sublime chop was surprisingly rare, and didn't build. It only partially broke up that thunder armor. The thunder that immediately followed on Indra mended the armor again. Yo, the gods aren't all losers, but how many times can you block it? Su Run's figure flickered non-stop in all parts of the air. He was becoming more and more skillful with his sublime chop attack. 1 knife, 10 cuts, a knife in 20 cuts, 1/80 chop, 200 cuts in 1 slash. A familiar buzzing sound rang out, the chirping of the blade from countless chopping blows stacked on top of each other. The blade light changed from a blur of one to an indistinguishable mass, and with each chop, the tall blue demon behind him would follow with the same sublime chop. Gradually blood began to drip from Indra's body. He is beginning to hurt. Second power, Blade Heart, allowed Su Run to quickly familiarize himself with Virgil's signature stunt. Nowadays there is no need for the guidance of Yama's sword. The damage of his own chopped-out sublime chop was even stronger than before, but accordingly the consumption became more. The power of Sparta hardened him and piled him up to the level of a god, but without a demon bloodline he couldn't retain the power, and that power would pass out of his body if he didn't use it. Right now, the thing Su Run was least afraid of was consumption. He needed an outlet for this excess power, and Indra in front of him, just the perfect fit. The sky and the ground were filled with Su Run's phantom blades. His figure ghostly appeared everywhere. After dodging Indra's thunderous attack, he then sent out a succession of sublime slashes. Indra's body was soon filled with a trail of blood. Come fight me head on. Indra's hairs stood up all over his body, and he had been moved to true anger. These attacks were like small knives cutting through his skin to him. The injury was not serious, but it detracted from the majesty of his god. He pointed his hand toward Su Run. Countless thunderbolts bombarded madly towards Su Run, but all that was waiting was the sub-zero chop in a different direction. Aha! Indra simply gave up on Su Run. With a body of anger, he ran directly towards Zhou Ping. A thunder lance coalesced in his hand. Countless vigilantes watched this divine battle. Someone was horrified. In a battle of this level, I'm only afraid that I don't even have the ability to watch the battle from the sidelines. It's too terrifying. If I were to face these attacks, I'm afraid I'd have to exert some effort to die a good death. The Blade Saint is also too strong. Even the gods spill blood in front of him. It's still the Sword Saint that's a bit stronger. The Sword Saint resisted all the frontal attacks. That's because the gods simply can't capture the Blade Saint's trail. Didn't you see the Blade Saint's frontal combat power when he just faced that red god head-on? Su Run didn't think of it at all. He had been a member of the Night's Watch for only a month. The protagonist and others are still running with weights at training camp. He then became the Great Summer Sword Saint. He's got fans all over Dacia. These are the guys who will be the knife blowers of the future. There were also some slightly older night watchmen who looked at the terminal and exclaimed, "God bless Dacia." Vigilantes headquarters in Shangjing City. The leaders were flushed with excitement. Make sure to have Su Run make a trip to Shangjing after this incident. The trainee night watchman status can be removed. We're going to honor him with a medal. I think, Zhuoqing said. Is it not possible to start directly with the execution of the Sword Bearer program? The crowd looked stunned and glanced at each other. Yeah, the Sword Bearer program. Why didn't I think of that? I didn't even think he could grow so fast before. Gosh, it's incredible. The Sword Bearer program can start straight away. We don't need to wait all those years. Some of them looked hesitant and didn't speak. Su Run is still too young for that. At the same time, there are disadvantages. Yi Fan laughed. I don't think it's a bad thing that officers are getting younger. At these words, the people in the conference room who were still hesitating breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that they don't agree, just didn't want to make that decision, and now we have the commander-in-chief leading the way. They can also logically say yes, seeing as no one has a problem with it. Good then, let him come to Shangjing when this time is over. The Sword Bearer program can begin. Chapter 93, The Divine Fall. Su Run watched Zhou Ping and Indra attack each other from the side. The mind spat. Zhou Ping is such a bug. It was clearly just a human ceiling, yet he was able to battle the Lord God. Look at Lu Wuwei next to him. Fighting a subdivine has left him in a state of disarray. In the original, after Zhou Ping became a supreme, he even directly put the same supreme level, Black Goat, with a single sword, seconds away. Even the Jiki of Dor was trembling in fear beside him, not daring to stop him. That's not just any god, It's a god of the gram system. If he was given a strong enough physical body, he would be able to unleash his power without fear. I'm afraid that he alone could sweep away Sun City, destroy the temple of the heavenly god, and dry up Asgard, kill all the gods of the gram system. Let's just say that Zhou Ping is the author's own son. The sublime chop in Su Run's hands gradually became skillful. Now one could chop out thousands of slashes in an instant, and the damage was not in the same language as before. A small wound that Indra hadn't cared much about originally. Now the blood is flowing. What made him feel even more chilled was this: the power of Su Run's attack was still rising. It was as if there was no limit. Each of Su Run's sublime chop left a new wound on his body deeper than the previous one, and the sword saint holding the sword in front of him, even in the face of his continuous divine thunderbolts, he was able to block them one by one. These two mortals haven't been hurt at all. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll be the first to bleed out. At that moment, Su Run's afterglow swept. The wind god Maruto on the side actually attacked in the direction of Xia Siming and the others. Su Run was furious. Gentile little god, seek death. Wind god Maruto turned his head at this moment and looked at Su Run's angry face. He swished and changed his face. Without saying a word, Su Run raised the Yen demon blade to his body. The berserk pressure caused the entire space to tremble. He gave up Indra, and at the moment this move was only meant to kill Maruto. Blue energy stirred in Su Run's eyes. Rift, judgment, accompanied by Su Run's voice. With him as the center of the circle, a blue field emerged. The space around them came to a standstill. Immediately after a few knife flashes, click, the sound of a blade clashing with its sheath rang out. Yama's sword returned to its sheath. Over there, Maruto's eyes stared like light bulbs. Motionless, a red line of blood slowly emerging from his neck. The head lolled, like a huge watermelon, and crashed to the ground. He, dead. At this moment, the night watchmen in over 600 cities in Dacia were collectively silent. Gollum. People's throats rolled as they watched the incredible scene. The gods. Dead? We can even kill a god? The sword saint is awesome. Seeing this move, Indra was completely cowed. He even somewhat regretted coming over. Without saying a word, he grabbed the ravings off to the side and channeled his divine power into a thunderbolt, running towards the mists. Having come to Dacia, you don't want to leave today. Su Run had already moved with some anger and chased after Indra with his sword. Indra gritted his teeth as he summoned his divine power. In each of his left and right hands, he condensed two purple terrifying thunder spears. Go for it. He pointed a purple thunder spear at Zhou Ping. The other one did not point at Su Run, only to see that terrifying purple thunder spear running towards Xia Siming and the others. Not good. Su Run's eyes stared. This Indra was surprisingly cunning. If Su Run didn't go back to block this strike, I'm only afraid that everyone except Lu Wuwei would die. Su Run's eyes were fixed on Indra and he gritted his teeth. He turned back and instantly moved in front of Xia Siming and the others. Rumble. The lightning collided with the long sword. There was a constant roar of thunder and lightning. Moments later, the smoke cleared. This last spear of destructive divine thunder left behind by Indra was blocked by Su Run. When he looked up again, the figure wrapped in thunder and lightning was already far away in the sky. There's no catching up. Su Run was not willing to stop there. His eyes were fixed for an instant on the figure that was about to disappear from sight. Hand on the hilt of Yama's sword. Third power, blade intent. Overclocking begins. 500%, 800%, 1000%, fully mobilizing the Spartan power within. A flash of light in his head. Thinking of the nightmare from earlier, the casual slash of the white-haired man stabbing himself, he slowly unsheathed his sword. The knife drew a mysterious trajectory. Sublime chop. This blade plucked out the changing colors of heaven and earth. Even the sword saint felt like a thorn in his side. In front of Su Run, a black spatial crack spread towards Indra who was far away in the sky. Aha! Indra's heart-rending screams came. His left arm was severed. His right arm was holding that own left hand. The god hissed fiercely in the sky. Mortal, revenge of the broken arm. I'll remember it. Su Run coldly sunned in his heart. A year from now, on the battlefield of Tsongnan, it will take your life. There was no option to go after Indra who had already disappeared into the sky. After cutting out this slash that tore through countless spaces, the aura on Su Run's body was dropping extremely fast, and the Spartan power in his body was draining away at a rapid pace. At this moment, it was as if it had fallen down to the lower god realm, coming to the human ceiling level. It's still dropping by leaps and bounds. At this moment, a group of people wearing masks fell from the sky. In the distance, a heavily armed army Bobcat assault vehicle with a team of special forces soldiers had just arrived as well. They all watched the scene in front of them. Thunder and lightning and sword chi and blade intent were still intertwined in this heaven and earth. The earth was riddled with holes from the aftermath of the fight they had just exchanged. On the ground, the 3-meter-tall body of the exotic god lay there. A pair of feet stood aside. Looking upwards, a teenager stands with a knife. The figure was firm, as if it were a pillar of the heavens. Swirl gulped and snickered. Captain, why don't you consider stepping aside? Su Run, are you alright? Xia Siming folded her hands in front of her chest, unconsciously gripping them tightly as she asked with concern. The other members of the Phoenix squad also cast worried and longing looks. The situation of certain death was really reversed by this teenager who was slightly older than them. Phoenix, after all, not a single person was sacrificed. Looking at the teenager's tired face, he was their hero in this moment. It was just the moment they were talking. The originally terrifying pressure on Su Run's body was disappearing at a rapid pace like a floodgate releasing a flood. He had already dropped to the level of Klein's beginning realm. Feel the emptiness in your body. Su Run shook his head reassuringly. It's fine, normal. The power wasn't mine in the first place. Looking at the crowd of the Phoenix squad, they looked exhausted, even though they all carried injuries and were covered in blood. Tong Sheng's arm is hanging down and it looks broken, but at least, it's all alive. These injuries, when they return, with Phoenix's life force, they will quickly recover. Su Run felt slightly comforted in his heart that he was able to go and protect something in this world. The people of this world may be helpless in letting these tender girls fade away at a great age, but Su Run, who grew up under the sun, couldn't turn a blind eye. He said in a weak, slightly satisfied tone, "Go, let's go home." The sense of disempowerment from the constant flow of power was out of control at this point. He couldn't help but double over. Xia Siming stepped forward in time to hold him in her soft embrace. Worrying, is it really not important? Su Run shook his head. He flung a cloud of ultramarine flame from his fingertips to land on top of Maruto's body. That's a major takeaway from this one, and it should never be forgotten. The flame of ultramarine burned the tall corpse of Maruto into flying ashes, and the huge origin poured into Su Run's body. He mobilized the last of his body's strength, pressing a large mass of origin into the yin demon blade that had just overclocked and overdrawn. A sense of powerlessness surged through his limbs. Feeling Su Run's powerlessness, Xia Siming hugged him a little tighter. After doing this, Su Run glanced at the panel in passing. Brand new panel in light blue color. The restoration is almost complete. The fifth power, 2, is slowly emerging. Chapter 94, The Snake Woman. Su Run couldn't wait for the fifth power to surface completely. Endless exhaustion flooded his brain. His eyes closed and he drifted off to sleep in Xia Siming's broad arms, feeling the smooth breathing of this teenager. Xia Siming's heart was slightly more at ease. Sleep, my hero. Xia Siming glared towards Mask and the others. What are you looking at? You guys wrap it up over here. After saying that, her cheeks slightly red. She picked up Su Run's body to be heading back to the airplane to return to Shangjing. Seeing this, Lu Luwei scratched the back of his head and followed suit. He still needs to be reimbursed for his little electric donkey. Zhou Pingyuan wanted to follow, but hesitated when he saw so many people. Without waiting for Mask and the others to come up and greet him, he directly transformed into Swordlight and vanished. Someone in the Mask squad exclaimed, "Sword Saint Sama is still as cold as ever." At the moment there was a furor within the Night's Watch. How is the Sword Saint doing? Did we really kill one god and fight off another? From today I believe in the Sword Saint. Geez, there's not going to be a problem with the Sword Saint, is there? Ravenous. He is surprisingly so young. Sister's heart is really breaking. The Night's Watch executives had seen the Blade Saint pass out the moment they saw him. The order was then given decisively to cut off the video signal. Vigilantes everywhere are exploring it furiously. The screen then screeched to a halt and went black, leaving only one big line: video signal has been interrupted. Songnan City Vigilant Recruit Training Base. Yuan Gang and the other instructors gathered and looked at each other. After a long time Yuan Gang said, "This is really inspiring. Yeah, the gods were actually killed by him. Had. Blade Saint Sama has drunk the milk tea I bought. I've installed air conditioning for Lord Blade Saint." There was no way for them not to be excited. The man who just accomplished the feat of regicide in this video, leave from them on one foot and go kill a god on the next. My god, that's a god. The whole of Daxia had never heard of where the gods of Daxia were until now. However, right now, a god lay at Su Run's feet and turned into flying ash. Originally it was simply thought that this young man was just a second generation, but I didn't realize that he was as terrifying as he was. This is just crazy. Don't get busy getting excited first. Yuan Gang said, "Don't you think this video is a good teaching material?" "What do you mean?" No one in the room was stupid, and immediately an instructor's eyes glazed over. "That's right." Yuan Gang grinned. "Ha, this video can be compiled into the textbook for the Night's Watch recruits. Tell them who our enemies are, and that the enemy is not invincible. Not only that," an instructor off to the side added, "for recruits who have just had their confidence knocked out of them, this can certainly rebuild a stronger sense of self-confidence than the blind arrogance they had before, more than capable of setting a great benchmark. After all, no one has ever killed a god before." The group of instructors nodded. Most of the enemies they will have to face in the future will be the mysteries, and now we of the Night's Watch have all killed gods. They will have less to fear from the mysteries in the future. What's that word called? Let's see. Get rid of the charm? Right. Yuan Gang laughed. Then let's do it, and report it to the higher-ups now. Say it's the unanimous proposal of our instructor group. Su-run didn't expect it either. One day later, the video of his battle was then taken into the recruit classroom by Yuan Gang and the others. Of course, that's an afterthought. Canyon City. Red Tassel looked worriedly at the disconnected video signal and said, he didn't say at the time that he was going on a mission like this. Si Xiaonan gritted her teeth on the side. Sister Honging, I told you he likes big boobs, right? Look at him hooking up with girls like this as soon as he goes out. There were so many girls in the video just now. There must be a ghost in the relationship. I apply. I'll go keep an eye on him for you. Lang Xian and Wen Qimo looked at each other from the sidelines and didn't squeak. Just gloating in his mind thinking, this time Su-run is afraid to turn over. Yet again. Thinking about it, Su-run's brilliant battle record of just killing a god. And again, it doesn't seem like a big deal for such a man to be a little peachy. Lao Zhao smoked a cigarette and his heart was happy. This kid was discovered by me. Zhao, do I count myself as the teacher and initiator of the protagonist in the book? Chen Mai pondered for a moment and said, he went out from us. We really should be concerned. Tell you what, I'll make a report to headquarters. We'll arrange for some of our squad to visit. So you guys see who's going to be there then? Me. I'm going too. A high ponytail and a pillock raised their hands. It wasn't just the night watchman and the army on this night. Some forces also got the news through their means. A certain city where the vigilantes are stationed at their base. Several humanoid stone statues stood on the ground with vivid expressions. Blood was spattered sporadically in various places on the floor. A sultry woman with green hair sat in the center of the living room. The amazingly soft wink sank deep into the couch, the leather creaking under the pressure. She recalled the message on the video just now. An uncharacteristic blush spread across her face, and her voluptuous legs clenched tightly together. And this ripe and charming woman hummed greasily and licked her lips, the green pupils of her eyes slightly flushed with red. Cupping her hands around her delicate face, she couldn't help but say, what a delicious man. Snake woman, put away your rutting tie. Look. The tie smell is wafting over to my side. A man by the window clutching his chest wrinkled his nose and fanned his right hand in front of his eyes, as if there was a real smell. He opened the window and lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. What do we do next? The many people in the room were silent. Here were all the excellent seeds of the Church of the Ancient God, and the agents of the gods, who were unusually rare to see. Had 3 of them here, but they were either silent or disheveled. Someone laughed bitterly. What should we do? Even the gods are dead. What waves can we agents make? The green-haired woman known as Snake Woman was blissfully unconcerned. She kicked one of the figures at her feet. That, like a dog, was kicked out of the way and flopped down to wait for a command. Tongue hanging out, lips as wet as they could be, eyes full of longing. Snake Woman crosses her legs and clenches them. Eyes closed, head back on the couch, curling her wet toes tightly. Her tall jade peaks rose and fell faster. After a while, and after a long breath, she opened her slightly out of focus eyes and said, I'm going to find this man. He's my prey. Prey? The man at the window snorted coldly. Is your brain fried? Those 2 gods just now, did you see them clearly? A god of storms, Marudo, and an even more lord god level Indra. Indra, like Azura, is notoriously warlike in the Indian mythological system. With you, an agent of Medusa? A prey? What a joke, let alone you. I'm afraid that even your god Medusa would only be able to serve as a pet for that horrible man in the past. Who knew that the Medusa agent Snake Woman was not the least bit angry when she heard this? Instead, she winks, a pet for a man? That sounds exciting, but it's not certain who's going to be whose dog. Snake Woman glanced at the young man who was lying on the side waiting for orders, and ate and laughed. I'm very good at dealing with this kind of young dick. Oh, enough. Chapter 95. A Way to Rave. A man whose entire body was shrouded in grey robes shouted. He was the existence with the most powerful aura among this group of people, just like the limitless realm. Originally, he was going to go along with Lord Raving on this Northwest mission, but escaped the robbery due to the task at hand. The deaths of his companions and the present departure of Lord Murmuring had not shaken the firm faith of his heart. He said in a dangerous tone, Lord Raving is still alive today. It's just a matter of defeating a Lord God. What's the big deal? Realize that we have more than one god behind us. The Snake Woman secretly bristled, seemingly quite disdainful of this statement. The man continued, next everyone hides and waits for a new order from Lord Rumor. Yes, the Snake Girl answered feebly. Her eyes rolled. Obviously has his own agenda. It's rare to meet such a powerful man, such a wonderful human being. I'm not going to hide like you losers. Think of the handsome, magnificent teenager in the video just now. She felt only a slight swelling of heat in her belly again. The Hindu temple of God in heaven. A divine attendant guarding the temple watched as a thunderbolt surfaced in the distance. How are you, Indra-sama? Indra held his broken arm in his right hand, with thunder chains wrapped around his right arm. On the other end of the chain, chained like a dog, was none other than the god of believers, Ravings. In the face of the divine servant's question, he did not respond. Go, summon the gods. The divine servant held back the shock in his heart and left, secretly thinking in his mind, I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Soon a figure emitting a mysterious aura arrived in the temple with a powerful pressure. Indra, what's going on here? A god shouted in surprise as he looked at Indra's broken arm. Could it be that it's at war with other god systems? What horrible enemies have you encountered? There was an ugly man with reddish skin and double horns sticking out of his forehead, gloating. When Lord Brahma gave you the task of finding Shiva's grudge, I felt that it was not right. If you don't think you can do it now, you might as well let me do it before it's too late. Indra did not respond to this. He turned to the two blonde youths and said, Ashvin, help me attach my broken arm. Two blonde youths stepped forward and took the severed arm. A ray of sunlight with a warm breath approached Indra's broken arm from his hands. They are the healing twin medical gods of India, Ashvin. Legend has it that he is the embodiment of dawn and dusk, symbolizing light and healing, with golden sunny hair. Only at this moment, his light, which should have been like sunlight, was dull and devoid of vigor. Hair that should be like gold is like dead grass. Indra's gaze was complex, looking at the broken arm as he slowly said, This was left by a mortal of Dasya. What mortal could hurt you? The man with reddish skin, double horns on his forehead, and an ugly appearance laughed out loud. Indra, you actually had an arm severed by a mortal. It's simply a disgrace to my Indian divine lineage. Go to war. Immediately go to war against Dasya. Indra shook his head slowly. Since the mists came down, 10 of our faith is gone. Several of the most high lords are still sleeping today. It's even surrounded by Olympus, Asgard and Solaris. Heaven and hell in the west don't know what's going on yet. As angry as I am, I must also say this, it would be unwise to declare war on the mysterious Dasya at this time. He looked at the blonde twin youths who were treating him. We gods ourselves need to preserve the power of our origin. Even if there is to be a war, it shouldn't be up to you and I. The adults haven't even woken up yet. Azura's flames of anger tempered slightly. You have some valid points, but we shouldn't do nothing. Naturally, it won't stop there. Indra's eyes went to the ravings that he had grabbed back in passing. Ashvin, wake him up. The blonde twin stepped forward. The sun's rays emanated from his hands and enveloped the ravings, beginning to save them. Indra continued, In these times, divine power is precious, and one cannot waste precious divine power on battles with mortals. Things pertaining to mortals or continue to be left to mortals? During the time he was talking, Rumination woke up leisurely. Only a group of gods surrounded him, his entire being brushed awake. Hurrying up, he rose and knelt at the feet of the gods, trembling. On one side, the ugly man Azura, who was red all over and had bare legs, saw this unpleasant appearance of rumor and said disdainfully, What can such mortals do? Indra ignored Azura's cynicism. Opening his mouth, he said to Depression, the man with the long sword, Mortal, do you know him? Murmuring had knocked the temple floor with a thud. God, I know that man. He immediately told Su-Run's intelligence as quickly as he could pour beans out of a bamboo tube. You mean he was a mortal without any powers 30 days ago? That's impossible. Azura immediately denied it. How could it be just a mortal who could make Indra suffer such a great loss? He's bound to be a god from the mansion side. Their gods over there have always been mysterious. Not a god. Indra denied. His power is strong, but it's clearly not his. That's just a power awakening in his body. He can't keep that power. It will just slowly flow clean. A dangerous gleam bubbled in Azura's eyes. Why is it that we're all being eroded by the mists, and only he, Dasya, can fend them off? There must be a secret. If you ask me, it's better if we just hit it and see what's going on. No, every bit of our power is extraordinarily valuable. It can't be wasted on meaningless consumption. Indra instantly denied it. The two immediately argued with each other. The sound was deafening. Even the guards outside the temple could hear it clearly, and they trembled under the authority of their god, not uttering a word. That's when Rumor said carefully, I might have a way. He knew that if he didn't show a little bit of value at this moment, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep this little life. Griffin, there is no room for you to speak here. Azura roared, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. No, you go on. Indra raised one hand to stop the Azura, his eyes on the ravings. Murmuring insisted on relaxing slightly and talked. All of you have precious divine power, so naturally you shouldn't waste it on something like this. And I happen to know a bit about Dasya, and about the Sword Saint. In my experience, the growth of his power requires some peaceful environment. Only then can it grow. Murmur licked his dry lips and said, as long as he is not given this quiet and peaceful environment to grow up in, and the lords do not do it themselves, full of, better kill them. Azura's words made him weak in his legs, but fortunately Indra's words kept him alive again. No, Indra shook his head. You go on. Raving heartily, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, swallowed, and uttered 5 words. Unleash the mystic tide. Chapter 96, Chronos. 3 days later, vigilantes inside the intensive care ward of the Upper Capital City Hospital. Xia Siming was at the bedside, eyeing the teenager in the hospital bed. Behind her, the other members of Phoenix's teenage girls were discussing in whispers. How long before he wakes up? I don't know. The doctor said that all of Run's physical characteristics are normal, and now he's probably just, well, asleep. But he's been asleep for 3 days already, a young girl with glasses asked softly. The young girls of the Phoenix squad still had more or less some injuries that hadn't healed all the way, and each of them was wearing a bandage. Only this soft young girl with glasses who didn't have a single injury all over her body puckered her mouth in dissatisfaction. I can't believe I was missing my seat for such an epic battle. Why didn't you guys wait for me then? That's outrageous. Kongwon looked at this forked and puffed up puffer fish like young girl and comforted her. Sakura, it was too urgent. It was just too late. It's fortunate that the captain was wise and decisive enough to make this decision on the spot at the time, or else Rune might have run away, mask. As he said this, Kongwon's eyes glanced at Xia Siming sitting in front of the hospital bed over there. Since returning with Su Run, the young girl had been guarding the bedside, not moving an inch for 3 days now. He hoped that the words would bring some reaction from Xia Siming furrowed her brows and stared back fiercely at the squad's crowd, taking out her captain's majesty to roar. What's all the noise here? Don't you know the patients need to rest? Get out! The teenage girls saw their captain fuming, their necks tightened, and they all slunk out of the ward. She turned her head to look at Su Run on the hospital bed and muttered, "When will you wake up? Wake up soon. Please be okay." Even though the doctor said he was just too mentally drained and that all physiological functions were normal, but without seeing Su Run wake up, Xia Siming just can't let go. The Night's Watch executives gave Phoenix a week's vacation. If it were any other day, Xia Siming would have had a vacation and would have taken her team members on a wave to nowhere. But right now she just wanted to see Su Run wake up with her own eyes. Finally, the young girl couldn't survive the exhaustion and lay down on Su Run's hospital bed, falling into a deep sleep beside his hand. The young girl didn't notice the moment she fell asleep. The second hand of the clock hanging on the ward wall paused imperceptibly, and Su Run, who was in his thoughts, was currently in a house holding a gamepad and staring at the screen. Ugh, here to jump. On the screen of the computer, two Muppet-like villains were being maneuvered on either side of a series of breakout levels. Red Tassel, who was wearing a cool dress on one side, put down the handle somewhat demoralized. I'm too stupid. Aha. Normal. Red Ruffles beamed. You think I'm stupid too, don't you? Su Run pinched her mouth and laughed. A woman in love. Her IQ does decrease la. You are my silly piggy to come. Next to him, Si Xiaonan put a grape into Su Run's mouth and came over to Han Liao. Can't wait. It's my turn. It's my turn. Su Run let out an evil laugh. Don't be in a hurry. There are still punishments yet to be done. He looked badgered at Red Riding, and Red Riding's face swished red. The young girl looked a little shy, and with some anticipation. Hurry up, Su Run impatiently urged. The redhead blushed with shame and grinded and moved. The young woman's hand slowly reached for the inner buckle behind herself, to slowly remove the last piece of armor from this upper body. Minami beamed on the side. Ahem! 2 coughs came from outside the house. This sudden noise made Su Run impatiently get up to open the door. As his hand gripped the doorknob, the red tassels and Xiaonan around him, and Xia Siming in the distance all faded away. Only an old man in black stood behind the door looking slightly embarrassed. What am I? Su Run gradually came back to his senses. Am I dreaming? His gaze slowly sobered. And you are? I am Kronos. Or you can call me the god of time. Information about Kronos flashed quickly in Su Run's mind. Kronos, the god of time, is represented by none other than King Face, the leader of the masked squad. The condition of the agent's contract that he signed required King Face to find 8 feet of agaric hook jade for him. Its purpose is to use the 8-foot agaric hook jade to repair the Cthulhu seal above the moon. He was the father of Zeus, the second god of Olympus in Greece. In terms of camps, it belongs to the order-keeping camp. Ironically, he ended up dying at the hands of his son Zeus, which sort of corroborates the myths that one remembers. What is the purpose of your visit to me? The black-clothed god King Kolonos looked at Su Run with interest and said, You seem to know me? Su Run laughed and asked rhetorically, Who doesn't recognize the famous god of time? Straight to the point, what is the purpose of coming to see a mortal like me, the god of time? I don't suppose he likes to waste time, does he? He was also not sure what the attitude of the Greek gods toward Dacia was today, and there was something strange about Kolonos. What exactly his situation was, Su Run wasn't quite sure. As a rule, a god king like Kolonos should stay on top of his throne in Olympus. But according to Su Run's memory, the person in charge of Olympus seemed to be Zeus. In the end, this old god king was also killed by his son Zeus in conjunction with the Cthulhu gods. But the culprit of the destruction of Tsangnan city was the mother of the second-generation god king in front of her, Gaia. It would be strange. His mother Gaia was hostile to Dacia, and his son Zeus was in league with Cthulhu, and he himself was bent on sealing Cthulhu. This black-clothed old man said, The reason for finding you is to make a deal with you. Deal? The black-clothed god king nodded and revealed the purpose of his trip. I want you to help me go find the 8-foot agaric hook jade that is in the high heavenly plains. Shouldn't this matter be given to your agent? Su Run was a bit puzzled. I'm just a plain, ordinary person. Kronos' parched face couldn't help but twitch. Joking aside, you're not ordinary. I've been paying very close attention to my agent and saw you through my agent's eyes. You're the most special human I've ever met, and I think it's more likely that your abilities will do this for me. With slight interest, he said, want to be my agent? Exempt. The corners of Su-run's mouth twitched, and he refused without thinking. Being an agent is no picnic. The better gods each seek what they need. Running into bad. That's really into the wonderful frog seed into the wonderful house. Wonderful. Just look at Si Xiaonan. He himself had a law of the blade, and becoming a god was a matter of time. Su-run stroked his chin and considered for a moment before saying, since this is a deal, what are you prepared to give me? Chapter 97. Sooner or later, Gao Tian Yuan Su-run is going to go. Taking an 8-foot agric hookah is just smooth sailing. If he could use this to make a deal with this time system God King, it would be quite a bargain. And judging by the intent, this God King got his hands on the 8-foot agaric hookah for the sole purpose of fixing the ceiling loophole of Cthulhu on the moon. There is no conflict with Su-run. Might as well be happy to see it happen. This second-generation God King of Greek mythology, who wandered away from Olympus, had a stance somewhat similar to the one on the moon. Michael. He sees Cthulhu as the true enemy and stands on the side of the world. In this way, it appears that he belongs to the natural allies of mankind. The old man in black's face stretched. You promise? Su-run spread his hands. It seems like I'm not qualified to refuse a divine king's request. You may have some misunderstanding. I have no intention of threatening, but if you have such a quick attitude, I won't hide it anymore. Wash your ears. A message for you, those gods in India are making some moves in the mists, as if they're driving a mystical tide to your northwest. Su-run was first stunned when he heard this, and did not see any panic at all, but instead was slightly delighted. Kronos saw this and said, it seems you already have an idea. Saying this he blushed. I've been detected. Must go first. See you next time. Wait, what do I do when I need to find you? A vague voice came. I'll naturally look for you when something comes up. The deal isn't done yet. I want you to go to bat for me once. There's no sound coming from it. Only the white light around him grew brighter and brighter, filling his entire field of vision. Su-run on the hospital bed opened his eyes blankly. He's awake, got up and yawned. It just felt like endless energy was pouring out of his body. The body was filled with surging power, feeling better than ever. This sleep has completely recharged him. It's just a little sad that he didn't see the last moment in his dream. He had wasted a lot of effort to make Red Tassel lose with only his last line of defense. Damn old man, couldn't you have come earlier or later? In the afterglow, he saw a golden donut in his hand. Fixing my eyes, this is the captain, isn't it? Ghostly, Su-run put his hand on this soft golden mass and rubbed it, and it felt surprisingly good. Woo-hum. Zafmeng grunted cutely and slowly lifted her head, her eyes opening in confusion. Su-run looked embarrassed and Nana put his hand back. He was just about to say something when Xia Siming jumped into Su-run's arms with a whimper. You're finally awake. I was worried sick. Woohoo. The last 3 days she had suffered a lot inside. If he hadn't been so impulsive and let Mask take Su-run, would he not have gone to the edge of the mist? Does it mean you don't have to meet the gods? Later, when he faced the gods, he clearly had a chance to escape, but he chose to stay and chose to confront the gods head-on. In this terrifying divine battle, the Phoenix squad miraculously didn't have a single attrition. It's a miracle this man has brought about. I said a few nasty things back then. I apologize. I was just trying to provoke you to save your life back then. I'm sorry, Xia Siming said with a huff. Su-run was one of the rare men who looked at them, Phoenix, squarely as if they were ordinary teenage girls. Xia Siming really can't imagine. If this man doesn't wake up because of this, himself, how guilty should those young players on the team feel? Su-run felt the excitement of the golden furry group on his chest. The blue and white striped hospital gown was soaked with the young girl's raging tears. This young girl who had never shed a tear even when she personally bled herself in the original story was now in tears. A softness welled up in Su-run's chest. Brushing his fingertips through the young girl's soft blonde hair, he whispered, "It's okay, Mo, it's okay, it's all in the past." Hearing Su-run address him in such an intimate manner, Xia Simeng, who was the captain, stiffened, then it slackened off again without any retort, enjoying Su-run's gentle pats on her back and soft soothing words. It's been a long time since anyone called me that. She sounded like a fly. What? Nothing, don't stop. Xia Siming remembered the last generation of captains. At that time, that woman also called herself in such a favorable manner. And after Xia Siming became the captain of Phoenix, it had been many years since she had felt such a sense of reassurance. She made no sound or movement, just quietly lying on Su-run's chest, who was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown. Feeling the sense of reassurance that this man brought, Su-run tacitly didn't bother to break the atmosphere. Just his hand gently stroked Xia Siming's back, comforting the young girl who needed to be soothed. Snap dash. The door to the ward opened. The two looked toward the door. Tongsheng's wide-eyed eyes looked at this scene in the hospital room. No! Tongsheng listened to my explanation. Xia Siming scrambled to get up. Ha! Yikes! Tongsheng screamed. Brother Run is awake. Brother Run is awake. She couldn't wait to escape and tell everyone the news. Moments later, a group of teenage girls filled the hospital room. The tall young girl Susan carried a cup to Su Run's side. Are you thirsty, Brother Run? This is the apple juice I just squeezed. All fresh apples peeled and cut into pieces and then squeezed. Thanks. Was a little thirsty. Are you hungry? Rune, I bought Xiaolong Bao. Tongsheng took a cage of buns and handed it to Su Run. I don't know where she got the chowder in the middle of the night. Thanks. Really hungry. He picked up the chopsticks that had been prepared for him and picked up one of the buns. Brother Run is tired after lying down for so many days. Let me pinch your legs. The robust young girl, Ling Lin, said. This is not necessary. Su Run didn't have the slightest room to refuse. Soon enough, eating and drinking didn't have to be done by him personally. The young girl held her chopsticks and hand-delivered the Xiaolong Bao to his mouth. Behind her, Xia Siming squeezed her shoulders, and below her, a young girl pounded her legs and squeezed her feet. Su San was serving water on the side. A young girl was there to hand paper to wipe her mouth. Su Run is a bit overwhelmed, simply too enthusiastic. He turned his pleas for help to the only other male on the sidelines, Kong Wound. Ahem. Kong Won spoke out at this time. Brother Run, the leader wants to see you. Now. Xia Simeng, who was pinching Su Run's shoulders behind her, looked at the darkness outside and said with some dissatisfaction, Don't you know that patients need to rest? Rest? Su Run wouldn't dare to continue resting like this. The tall girl Susan's face was coming up as she fed him water. Tong Sheng, who was squeezing his arm next to him, squeezed and started hugging. Su Run drew back his hand without changing his face and said, Business is important. I'm going to meet the leader first. You guys go out first. I'll take a shower. Brother Run, let me help. The tall girl Susan subconsciously had to speak. Immediately, he sensed something was wrong. Under the snickering gaze of the crowd, the young girl's cheeks instantly burned red and she ran out of the hospital room as if fleeing. Oh, all out, all out. I'll shower first. Right, Tong Sheng, do you have beef noodles? Prepare a bowl for me. Don't put scallions on it. I'm really a bit hungry. Warm water runs down the golden proportioned body from the head, and the well-proportioned muscles look explosive without being overdone. He looked to the panel now. Su Run, level, LV 60, 68%, power, law of the sword 40%, knife bone, unconditional mastery of any knife. Blade mind, the beauty of applying it lies in the heart. Blade will, my will is the will of the blade. Blade Kuan, absorbing energy into blades. Blade demon, summoning demonic shadows to work in concert. Chapter 98 Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watch. The level has gone up quite a bit. It seems that there is an experience value for killing gods. My current spiritual power is up to the Yisi realm according to the Night's Watch system. The power is according to that system of Zhou Ping's then. He closed his eyes and felt carefully for a while. It comes to about 4 elephant power. The power has been terrifying. This was pure physical strength. The forbidden market in the Night's Watch of the Flesh Strengthening Department are all rarely able to achieve this power. It can be called a phoenix, but he was still a little disgruntled. It felt so good to have the power of a dragon before. He recalled how he felt when the Spartan power surged through his entire body. It felt like you could blow up a mountain with a casual punch. The feeling of power is just mesmerizing. He was beginning to understand Virgil a bit. The heart is determined to return to that peak. After turning Maruto's body into his essence, he divided half of it and stuffed it into the Yama sword. The remaining half is still more than what was previously accumulated. And most importantly, the fifth power. The laws of the blade after being infiltrated and combined with Spartan power. The fifth power became similar to the demonic shadow behind Ghostbusters, Nero the Fourth. Right in the middle of the jackpot. Not a full demon. Just call it Shadow of the Demon. When he fought Indra, the demonic shadow behind each of his attacks would follow closely behind the attack. Even the Sublime Chop. It could be said that after liberating the Yin Demon Blade, the attack of the Sublime Slash was doubled, and the Demon Shadow doubled the damage on top of that. Su Run summoned the Demon Shadow, still faintly feeling some pity. If it's a doppelganger that can move freely like Virgil, the avenues of application might be a bit wider. With this thought, this blue demonic shadow moved slightly, as if it could actually detach itself, but it stopped after only a slight movement. Su Run's heart moved and followed his intuition to slowly instill a force of origin within the Blue Devil Shadow. Law of the Blade, plus 0.1%. Law of the Blade, plus 0.1%. Law of the Blade, plus 0.1%. As the law elevated, the blue demonic shadow behind him also moved imperceptibly a little bit more. Just a little bit. Exploding souls after killing an enemy can be used to strengthen moves, right? Su Run was speechless. Okay. This is very ghost sobbing. Only just now it gave Su-run the feeling that even if he took all of his current origin and strengthened it, it was estimated that it would not be enough to make the demon's shadow become a bilocation ability like Virgil's. The point of wanting the shadow behind you to separate out as a bilocation combination attack, the origin needed was feared to be very terrifying. Well, just now Kronos had brought him good news. This mystery wave in the northwest has come at a good time. He laughed softly as he dried himself. What great cleverness came up with that? When he came outside, someone had already prepared new clothes for him. Su-run picked it up and looked at it. Why isn't it Phoenix's golden uniform? Well, it's pretty cool. This is a trench coat with an overall white gold color. The overall base color is a moon white and looks to be made of some sort of technological material. The collar, sleeve, wrists, and other various edges are accented with gold embossed thread embroidered into the pattern. Nice. It's kinda pretty. Looking at the handsome silhouette in the realm, Su-run was satisfied and pushed out the door. Leading the way for him was an older sister of the Night's Watch who was about 25 or so. The half-rimmed glasses are quite charming. The peaks are high and the millponds are wide. Between the walk and the sway, it's regal. Su-run uncharacteristically didn't pay much attention today. He was thinking about the path he was going to take after this world. But it's only been a month since I came to this world, and a god has fallen. The plot of Chopper hasn't even started yet. The main character, Lin Chie, was still training in the novice village. Undoubtedly, with his arrival, the plot has begun to run amok. The arrival of the God King Kolonos just now. It also means his figure is officially in the sights of the gods. The next priority for Su-run remains the same. It's better to go as fast as you can and take all the time you need to improve yourself. It was his foundation in this world. Then, it is about the layout of the gods, which can also be started in advance. As for Lin Chie's side, better to keep him in camp. Maintain the principle of minimal interference. In this month's time, Su-run had indeed changed a lot. From the trepidation and secret excitement when I first came into the world, just started going crazy to turn in. Ahem, making friends. It's also instinctive to find some familiar security in your own familiar territory. Then encountered Red Tassel, a real damage boss. And then Minami, the woman who soured the friendship. He did tighten up a lot. Oh, aha, after all, now our regicide. Not their own so hard to cultivate. Where is this achievement? The result explains everything, doesn't it? There's less than a year to go before the Divine War in Sangnan City. He had to grab his strength. You have to get a ticket to this pre-God war before the God war to do so. Thinking about the vast amount of experience and origin power that one more sub-god of Mora had brought him, Su-run's eyes couldn't help but become a little fiery. This is the place. Lord Yifan is inside. This mature and sensual young lady with a wobbly walk brought Su-run to the front of the Commander-in-Chief's office. Feeling the eyes of the young man behind her that were like substance, her face was a little shy, but her eyes were hiding expectations. What she lost a bit was this young man in white gold robes with a handsome face that resembled an immortal. Not saying much to her, he simply nodded his thanks and pushed his way in. There was only one middle-aged man in the room. Never met though, but he guessed that this was Yifan. Good evening, leader. Su-run smiled and sat across the table. The first meeting was rushed. Didn't bring any gifts. Don't be offended. The corner of Yifan's eyes jumped as he watched the teenager make tea in a self-satisfied manner. He picked up his cup and took a sip of his tea, suppressing the desire to spit in his own mind. In a deep voice, he said, "It's good that you're fine. You've gotten a lot of credit this time. Is there anything you want?" Su-run didn't rush to answer. Unhurriedly, he refilled his cup of tea. "I feel pretty good right now, yeah, little fox," Yifan said in his heart. If the other party makes a direct request are good to solve, favoring him to kick this ball back. Unbeknownst to him, Su-run had seriously considered it in his mind. All he needs is intel on the hunt. These things Phoenix Squad has been able to provide. Besides, it's not likely that the information will be needed much next. Looking at Yifan's difficult look, he took the initiative. Captain Xia Siming said that the Commander-in-Chief you have some good tea ready to give to me, so why don't you give me some to take along later? Yifan froze. When had he said this to Xia Siming? He looked deeply at Su-run and didn't say anything more. Nodding, he said, "They're all worthless, so it's good that you're looking at them." Spinning around, he pulled out a document, put it in front of Su-run. "Look at this first." Su-run put down his teacup and swept his gaze to the white book. 3 words were printed boldly on the cover. The Sword Bearer. Chapter 99. I become a leader? After a long time, Su-run put down the white paper in his hand. Long time no words. He took a deep breath. This plan described here, a little too appalling. It can be said that as long as it is implemented, a sword of Damocles hangs over the head of the entire Dacia, the country that even God has never bowed to. There will be one more supreme ruler. To add insult to injury, according to the White Book, the sword-bearers can also pick and choose candidates to form squads of sword-bearers who specialize in doing their own bidding. All sorts of unrestricted rights. It is no exaggeration to say that if the sword-bearer is willing, it's possible to hardwire a bunch of scrolls. He let out a long breath and looked at Yifan with a serious gaze. saying solemnly, "Does this plan lack some thought? Does it still need some deliberation?" He didn't want to suddenly have a scroll on his head. Disgust. Yifan looked at him smilingly and said bluntly, "This is the plan that was started for you, and you'll be the sword bearer." What? Su Run was confused on the spot. How can I put it? That said, I think that there doesn't seem to be much to change about this plan. It's pretty good. I mean it. He cursed in his mind. Why didn't he say so earlier? It was then that Su Run realized the significance of this platinum robe on him. The feeling was that he had already thought of an arrangement for himself, and had not prepared the uniform of the Yi Phoenix squad for him at all. Sword bearer. I have this authority to directly make Zhou Ping the captain of my sword bearer squad. First squad. Immediately have the mind or hypnosis ability seek out the traitors and compel them among the Night's Watch hierarchy. Then do it and start killing. Mask, this team of very good fighters was just pitched to death by some old man at the top. It's too much of a waste. Carry this murderous might again and make a move on a few disobedient clans. The Night's Watch wouldn't dare risk universal condemnation against their patron. But I, the sword bearer, have no such qualms. With the power to kill, lay a cruel hand on these families, pull in a group, kill a group, and spare a group. I have the righteousness and divine weapons in my hands, so I'll even give them a stone. But I play with swords. Can this name be changed? He thought in a jumbled way in his mind. The news was so weighty that it sent his mind into a brainstorm of jumbled thoughts. But turn around. He put down the white book again and shook his head, slightly regretful. He smiled bitterly at Yifan. I may not be able to be this sword bearer you want for a while yet. During this process, Yifan kept a close eye on Su Run, not sparing a single look on his face. Yifan could sense that Su Run was very moved by this plan. Oh, why? Su Run leaned back and leaned on the backrest, releasing his mental power pressure. See, realm. As you can see, at that time, that power was temporary and did not belong to me, and my actual realm is still only the Isi realm. This plan, at its root, won't work if the sword bearer doesn't have the power to overpower everyone. Yifan's expression changed. This plan was not only passed by all of the vigilantes, but even on the military side he went and passed the gas. But I didn't expect. Yifan sighed and reluctantly smiled. It's okay, it's just a draft plan. Even if it's executed it won't be that fast. But for your reward for this incident, some tea is not enough, I'm afraid. Saying that, Yifan flipped open the white book and pointed to one of the tiny clauses. Take this as your reward this time. Looking at this line of small words, Su Run's face colored wonderfully. He hadn't returned to his senses until he left Yifan's office. He walked out of his mind all the way to the Phoenix Squad's lounge under the sultry eyes of the young lady leading the way. Ruin your back? The teenage girls hadn't gone to bed yet. It was the middle of the night, and although his face wore a slight tiredness, his eyes were radiant. Su Run looked at the table. He ordered the beef noodles Tong Sheng arranged for him well. A big bowl full of noodles with big chunks of beef and no scallions. There were also several flavors of juice with ice melting and crashing inside. A variety of pastries, all in one place. This group of young girls were afraid that he would be hungry or thirsty. Su Run's heart warmed as he spoke in a warm voice. Thanks guys, I'll finish eating. It's late though, so I'll go to bed. I have a little more to discuss with the captain. Brightly lit, Su Run took a bite of beef noodle and a mouthful of good juice, taking a big bite to eat and drink, his mind recalling what had just happened. The short clause that Yifan was referring to was more of a right than a reward. The ability to mobilize the power of all other special squads except for the engines. It's equivalent to say, Psychic, Phoenix, and Mask. Now, they're all his subordinates. He's become a leader too. He was only in the C realm now, yet he could mobilize these special squads that could battle. Klein, if you wait for yourself, Klein, I'm afraid you'll give him more power. Where is this sword bearer draft? The Night's Watch executives are getting real here. I don't know why I trust him so much, yet he didn't have the slightest idea how many meetings Yifan and the other executives had already held for him, and had even gotten their hands dirty. And, a human who kills a god in the body of a mortal. Eat slowly, look at you. Xia Siming handed over a piece of paper, calling back Su Run's thoughts. After swallowing the last Xiaolong bao, he let out a long breath. Good, hold up. This permission he had talked to Yifan and would not be exposed for the time being. Yifan gave him a special platinum badge to give him, and when needed, he would put it close to the terminal, and by verifying it he could give orders to each special squad. Only then did he turn his head to look at Xia Siming, his hand hooked, signaling her to come closer. That golden mass looked unusually well needed, and Su Run strongly suppressed this desire in his heart. Near the edge of Xia Siming's crystalline earlobe he slowly said, Has Athena been in contact with you? Since Kronos could see him through the king's face, it didn't make sense that Athena couldn't. Xia Siming forced her shoulders to tighten against the itch coming from her ears. No, Athena rarely pays attention to me. Su Run touched his chin. In a low voice, he said, Mo, the next time Athena contacts you, deliver a message for me. Let's just say I know the exact whereabouts of Nyx, the goddess of the night. Perhaps you could take the initiative to try and pray and try and see if you can get this message to her. In the original, Athena was apparently on the same side as Nyx, and ended up going out to Olympus with Nyx along with another goddess of some sort. This is the best group of gods to unify. Xia Ximing's fists were clenched and together at her thighs trembling. The itch coming from her ears made her body unable to stop shivering, her face slightly red. Aha! Seeing the adorable look revealed by this big blonde girl, Su Run couldn't help but place his hand on the blonde donut, rubbed it in. It feels so good in your hand. Xia Ximing just shivered her body and didn't say anything, nor did she resist in any way. It just silently lowered his head a few notches. Oh, right. Su Run looked like he suddenly remembered something at that moment. There's one more piece of news. I just forgot to tell the Commander-in-Chief. Regarding the news that the mystery tide is coming, I was just too shocked by that one white paper in the office to say anything about it. Looking at Xia Ximing in front of him, Su Run's gaze turned. It seemed a little more appropriate to lend this Athena agent to deliver the message than to say it herself. Mo, I have a favor I need you to do. He spoke to Xia about the mysterious tide. I'm 90% sure this information is true. You go and report it to the Commander-in-Chief, and if he asks for the source, you say that Athena told you. It was better not to tell anyone about his connection with the god King Kronos for the time being. After all, the Night's Watch was now this sieve of information. True is hard to evaluate. His own personality, which he had wanted to develop peacefully, had gotten to the point where he was now being forced to turn on the no doubt. So serious. I'll go now. Xia Ximing made a show of getting up and going to report. When she reached the door, she turned and turned back. That, I snatched you back. The Commander-in-Chief. He didn't say anything, did he? It's definitely not that I'm afraid of the Commander-in-Chief. What? You're the nominal captain of the Great Summer Sword Saint. Who dares to talk about you? It's okay, be bold and go straight. Xia Ximing said period again. That, will there be any reward when I'm done? Su Run smiled and stroked his head. It's definitely there. Go ahead and do it first. I'll tell you afterward. If Xia Ximing had a tail behind her, it would have been sticking up right now. As she left, Su Run looked at the golden flame at her chest. The heart was also vaguely expectant. What about Athena's agent? What kind of sword will it be? Chapter 100, Twin Sword Stream. In the living room, Su Run did not go back and choose to rest. He had been laid up in a hospital bed for 3 days and was too energized to sleep at the moment. It was a good thing that there was a martial arts arena near the Phoenix's lounge, which was probably quite wide considering the divine power of the Phoenix squad per capita. The mystery tide is coming. Within the next few days, he needed to familiarize himself with his brand new power, then get some rest and face the next kill at full strength. Su Run stood in the sky, and the Yama demon sword emerged in his palm from the void. After realizing the true method of using the sublime chop, he could now directly cut out that space-tearing strike without relying on the guidance of the Yin demon blade. The Yama blade doesn't have to spend any extra power channeling it before it can also infuse all its power into damage. Pros, doubles the damage. The downside, more consumption too. Su Run aimed at the blank space above the sky. Buzz! He slashed out a sublime slash with all his might. The blade mass made up of thousands of blade lights completely tore apart that void. This strike siphoned off at least a third of Su Run's spiritual energy. He is sure that no one within the same class can block his sharpness. But the problem is, this bit of spiritual power is really lame. See, realm, as the literal meaning is expressed. At this realm, the spiritual power is like a vast ocean. Then the slash directly siphoned off a third of this ocean. There weren't any special effects that crashed the sky and cracked the earth, as all the attacks were all condensed on the blade. You can see the horror of the damage, but Su Run's mind pondered the flaws of this move, afraid that when it comes to infinity, the spiritual power won't be too enough. It's probably only when you get to the Klein realm, with a constant flow of mental energy, that it might start to be barely enough. The desired smooth and unobstructed play Yama blade. Guess it would have to be at least a human ceiling for that. Otherwise, when his spiritual power ran out, he would have no choice but to slash hard with his sword. With that said, he summoned the demonic shadow behind him as well. The dark blue magic shadow stood out in the darkness of the night. It was probably because the night watchman had explained before, and no one had come to disturb him. In Ghostbusters, Nero's attacks are usually carried out using the greatsword, Crimson Queen. The Yen demon blade, on the other hand, was more often than not transformed into the power of the demon behind him. Only other big move was when he took the Yama sword in one hand and the Scarlet Empress in the other and slashed hard with both swords. This use is elementary, but there's no denying it. One more knife is one more power. Even Virgil, who uses a double blade stream Mad Dog slash, Dual blade stream. It does require a blade that is normally used and doesn't consume much. The creation of one's own origin blade was not a one-time thing. He let go of the Yama sword he held in his left hand and guided it to drift toward the demonic shadow behind him. As he expected, the Yen demon blade transformed into blue particles of light and gradually merged within the demon. The pressure coming from that blue demon was even more terrifying, and the silhouette of the long blue blade in that hand was none other than the Yen demon blade. Surely this can be so. Su Run's hand was empty for a moment. It was good that Yuan Gang had once gifted him a sword, taking out the chopped white that he had violently used and broken. Nowadays the power of the origin is quite sufficient. The knife could be restored and used as a knife for his daily use. Although the damage of the sublime chop was high, the consumption was also too horrible. For battlefield mowing, chopper white might be a surprise. The power of the origin was slowly injected into the tattered body of the blade. Those traces left by Su Run's roughness were slowly being repaired. Su Run looked at the slim, slender, snow-white blade with satisfaction. This blade was missing a blade sole, and there was room for one more enhancement in the future. It looks like the Japan side of the trip is going to be organized. 7 Knights might be going crazy for a whole year by then, but he couldn't stop. Kunetsukami's combined efforts to create the Divine Scourge, or the Tensha Shigyomo. There are still some redeeming qualities. It's a pity that these gods of the early Great Summer were too cautious, or else it would have been nice to go and ask for 2 immortal weapons to use. Look at the now vacant left hand. Am I allowed to mess around with the 3-blade float here too? Janbai's ability is simple. It's a slash of 1,000 meters. He activated the ability and slashed at the sky. The demons behind him followed him in chopping out the same moves. Unfortunately, however, only the first chopping white cut out 1,000 meters away. It seems that the demon doesn't replicate the qualities of the weapon. It could also be that my development of the Yama blade is still rudimentary. Putting away the chopping white, his right hand ignited the flame of ultramarine again. The demonic shadow behind this was a big eater of origin. If there's another skill like transforming into a demon afterward, I don't know if I'll be able to withstand it. With that said, he began to try to press his right hand to half of his face. This origin power after decimating a subgod seemed quite a lot. In fact, there wasn't even enough to allow the demon shadow to move freely. Now demonization is out of the question. But, half a demon mask would be a good thing to try. Chapter 101, The Trouble with Being Famous. With a thought, the flame of origin flared up. In just an instant, half of the origin's power was drained away. Su Run hurriedly cut off the energy supply, and the devil's mask he was thinking of didn't come out. Only a small ultramarine-colored shard was fused. The touch didn't feel like flesh and blood, but rather more like some sort of metal fragment. Touching this fragment in his hand, Su Run's heart was bitter. Just now roughly a quarter of a subgod's energy condensed into such a small fragment. How much more does this need to be from being fully demonized? Just as he was agonizing over the origin power, there was a new movement in that shard, only to see that cyan-colored fragment gradually disintegrate into blue energy, floating towards the demonic shadow on one side. It was broken down into sustenance, and the demonic shadow's figure was a few shades thicker at the moment. Su Run's face became brilliant. This one wasted at least half the energy again. Geez, it looks like I'm not going to be able to humanize the demon until I pull this demonic shadow to its full size. But according to reason, the more consuming the move, the more terrifying the power. After the demonization is complete, it's estimated to be frighteningly strong. Power. There was something about him that couldn't wait to get to the northwest. As a matter of fact, the power of the gods today is getting worse by the day, and this subgod Maruto is already much weakened compared to when he was in his heyday. But mysteries are different. Those mysteries are born in the mists and have so many flavors that fit the current version. Instead of weakening them, the mists will get stronger. When the time comes to kill a few more, they should be able to withstand the deity. As long as there are enough of them, there should be no problem regarding the origin. With that in mind, he gripped the chopper white in his hand. And you need to be careful when the time comes. You can't kill too hard all at once. You have to leave those gods with some sense of anticipation, or else it'll be difficult if he doesn't work anymore. To enhance strength, Lord Sarun has taken great pains. The next day, Su Run, who wanted to have a good rest, was greeted with some minor troubles. He's on fire. That's right. From the moment they first woke up in the morning, there was a continuous stream of people who came to apply for a visit to the Phoenix Squad's restroom. He had originally thought that his battle had only spread in a small circle, but I didn't realize that there was actually an old six that had a national broadcast. His own battle record of slashing gods with his own blade had spread throughout the Night's Watch. The Phoenix Squad cheerfully sends off another group of vigilantes. Looking at the gifts piled up all over the living room, Tong Sheng smiled and said, "You're completely famous, Brother Run." Su Run was lying on the sofa, a bit lifeless, but it had only been 2 hours, and a steady stream of people came to take pictures, and his face was frozen with laughter, sensing from afar that another group of people are on their way. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid that today is not over. Su Run slapped the table and got up. "Go, I'll take you guys out today. Ah, really? Yeah, while it's fun to watch Rune be sought after, it couldn't be better to get out and play. I have work to do, so I won't accompany you. The G-Phoenix squad's Grand Steward Kongwoond, who was holding the documents, shook his head helplessly. He wanted to go out and have fun too, but the recent reports coming down from the top, and the messages from the captain, all needed to be buttressed by him, the only one who moves his brain. Then I'll work hard for you, brother Kongwoond. Work well, sister Kong. It's a good thing I wore my regular clothes today. I didn't even have to change my clothes. Go go go. Don't waste time. When it comes to hanging out, these teenage girls are as crazy as they come. Even the captain, Xia Simeng, couldn't wait to pull Su Run out the door, fearing that another fan would come and seize the time. After reporting the request for an outing to the leader, the night watchman quickly arranged for a 9-seater nanny car. The car was full of girls, and Su Run didn't want to squeeze into the back and directly pulled open the passenger door. This car is luxuriously appointed. Each seat is ventilated, heated, massaged and has power leg rests, and the second row seats swivel 360 degrees. Add a table in the center and you'll be able to play mahjong for 4 with 3 rows of people. When the last person got in the car, the teenage girls yelled and urged, "Drive!" The driver is a taut-faced tall girl, looks high and cold. Do not get close to people. The start of the car does not seem to be too skillful. The seats were comfortable, but the teenage girls simply couldn't sit still and were overflowing with energy. Where are we going? Rune? It's my first time in Shangjing. You guys recommend it? Susan's eyes were glowing. Brother Run, take you to drink bean juice. There was a hush in the carriage, and Xia Ximing's face turned green. Don't listen to her. She's a native of Shangjing. You can't stand that flavor. Seeing the maiden's face is bitter, Su Run crossed his hands in front of his chest. This item is ruled out. I want a chicken wrap. To the oceanarium, amusement park, watch the movie, skate. The teenage girls were talking a lot, and Su Run didn't find it noisy at all. They didn't even have their bags with them, and they didn't even have the idea of taking a picture of the card. Purely for fun. For them, time is the real luxury. Good, then I'll go. Su Run waved his hand with bravado. That's when the car suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Traffic jam. The driver faintly said. Shangjing traffic flow. Traffic jams are common. Fast if 20 minutes. Slow if the traffic jam is estimated to be 2 hours. Su Run looked over and there was a long line at the stoplight. Susan, don't you know how to fly? Fly over there? No, interrupted the driver. The night watchman has to be as stealthy as possible. Even Xia Ximing didn't retort. The young girls looked slightly gloomy. As long as it's hidden? Su Run suddenly asked, stroking his chin. Without waiting for the driver to answer, Tong Shang's eyes glowed. Right, then we won't take the car. Su Run smiled. Everyone hold hands. Tong Shun, you are responsible for not leaving anyone out. Make it fast. Hurry up. Brother Run will show you all the fun today. When everyone had pulled their hands together, Su Run held Xia Ximing's hand. Space fluctuates slightly, the entire Phoenix squad disappears from the vehicle. The limousine was then abandoned in place by the G-Phoenix crowd. The high-strung girl in the driver's seat looked at the empty car inside as she pulled out her walkie-talkie. Commander-in-Chief, they're all gone. In the office of the Commander-in-Chief, Zhuoqing bit into a donut and listened to the report. I told you so? There are so many girls in the Phoenix squad, which needs you guys to make arrangements. Opposite Yi Fan didn't say anything. Silence poured him a bowl of bean juice. Drink. Zhuoqing, Sigma, 00, Zhuoqing, Suru cheers. Chapter 102, Playing Crazy with Phoenix, with directions from Su San, a native of Shangjing. A crowd of people relocated to the rooftops of various buildings, under the premise of ensuring that the general direction remained unchanged. Su Run led the crowd to instantly move towards the target in an almost straight line. There was basically no delay on the road. Tong Shang introduced this ability of Su Run to Zhang Cherry with a proud face. She had experienced it before and was very vocal about it. Sakura, I'm telling you, Rune is awesome with this ability. More than stealthy and flexible, it can also claim the enemy. At that time, that group of ancient gods' church hadn't even scratched the surface of what was going on when hundreds of rockets came crashing down overhead. Boom, boom, boom. Ha ha, people were dumbfounded. Rumor has it that when the rockets went to collect the bodies in the back, they just blew up everything. Those people were all charred and then blown to smithereens. Watching these two little girls speak about these things with excitement on their faces, Tong Shang was still gesticulating in his hands. On the other side, Zhang Sakura was dumbfounded, her eyes looking at Su Run with surprise and admiration. Su Run's forehead was sweating slightly. Why does it feel like the little girl is growing a little crooked? And Brother Run said, in the future, when you come across this kind of large-scale cultists, you can directly call the local army for a round of fire support to wash the ground first. Turns out I taught. It's okay then. Su Run followed the general direction and brought the crowd to the vicinity of the oceanarium by instantaneous transfer. What? The reservation is full? Can't I add money? Su-run took the black card that the night watchman gave him and was helpless for a moment. This feeling of having money you can't spend. I'm sorry brother Run, I should have thought of that, Su-san said with an apologetic look on his face. Shinjing is already crowded, and tickets for these places usually need to be booked in advance. It's okay, it's not your fault. Su-run thought about it. Why don't we look for a scalper? This kind of amazing profession should be available in this world as well. Turning to the other side, a more playful idea came to mind. He looked at the maidens mysteriously. Come, all with me. The group of 8 sneaked toward a less crowded area. A nearby security guard had long been eyeing this strange group of people, all handsome men and women. The young girl in the lead was a rare blonde and very conspicuous. After becoming an agent of Athena, Xia Ximing's hair became the kind of gold color in Greek mythology, with a kind of gold texture under the sunlight. It looked expensive, not something that could be compared to dyed yellow hair. The security guard uncle was a bit skeptical. Was this leading man the type of person who specialized in scamming young girls? He followed quietly. After seeing the group pass around a corner, he accelerated to follow and quietly poked his head around the wall. He was dumbfounded. It was a dead end. He had watched 8 people go in and now it was empty. See the hell. He sat on his ass. Run, brother run. Is it really okay for us to be like this? Zhang Sakura, a young girl who wore glasses and had a somewhat gloomy temperament, said shyly. Tong Sheng followed closely. Yes, it's too bold in broad daylight. Su-san lowered his voice. Wouldn't it be too bad? Su-run looked at the group of bent and bowed, sneaky young girls. He led them straight in by skipping the ticket. The group of teenage girls shouted it's not good to escape, but they couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. Su-run said breathlessly, is it really bad? Why do I feel that you guys are quite excited? The comment pierced the teenage girls' little minds, and their cheeks flushed as they refrained from retorting. This kind of thing is really new and fun for them, like a good student skipping class for the first time. Keep your head up. Be like your captain. Xia Ximing was on the side with her hands behind her back, looking at the school of sightseeing fish with interest. A few young girls maintained their caution for no more than a moment. Immediately after seeing that no one cares about them, they let go of their egos. The youngest, Tong Sheng, was like a child king, running around with the rest of the group, followed by a group of strange children who all went wow together at the sight of the big fish. Su-run rubbed his temples. Why does it feel like I brought a bunch of little kids out to play? Xia Ximing was beside him, her hands behind her back. The corners of her mouth curved into a nice-looking arc. She suddenly pulled Su-run's right hand and drove him to run with a furious force. Don't look at it. Let's go play together. What was once just a noisy oceanarium is now filled with the laughter of young girls and children. It drew frequent stares from all. Some of the children held by their parents could only look this way. It wasn't until a security guard followed the sound that Su-run shouted, "Not good. Quickly follow me." He took the women and buggered off. A little girl caught up with her suspiciously, looking around the empty corner. Where are the big brothers and sisters? Outside the oceanarium, the faces of the G-Phoenix squad's crowd still had the redness of excitement lingering on them. Tong Sheng, I told you not to play so crazy, and you have the nerve to talk about me. Sakura, didn't you play crazy then too? These young girls, who start out as timid as quails, are later, on the contrary, the most lawless. Alright, next item. Su-run interrupted. Now let's go get some chicken tacos. With that said, the girls were really hungry. Haven't eaten anything since this morning. I was so excited to get out of the house and just had so much fun that I didn't remember to eat. Led by Su-san, a native of Shangjing, the crowd arrived at a century-old store. Unsurprisingly, it was the same old long line again. Rune, you're the best. Rune, please. This time, without waiting for Su-run to speak, the young girls surrounded him with their eyes and tugged at his clothes to pamper him. The young girls, who had already skipped class once, naturally didn't want to follow the rules at this point. Alright, spread out. These clumsy pampering had limited effect on the battle-hardened Su-run. Nah, those clear eyes were a little softening. He looked at a nearby ATM, withdrew some cash, and led the teenage girls to the corner. Come on, gather around and surround me out of sight. The money in his hand, between his closed eyes, turned into a pile of chicken tenders. Whoa, long live Rune, one for each, no robbing. A child in the distance took his mother's hand and asked, what's going on over there? Mommy, doing magic. Then Zhang Sakura suggested going to an amusement park, which proved to be a bore. Roller coasters make no ripples for these transcendental girls. Instead, the older man in the suit in the front row was wincing in fear. When he got out of the car, the suited uncle looked at the young girls who didn't change their faces and blushed wonderfully. As for the haunted house, Su-run wouldn't dare to take them there. It's not that I'm afraid of scaring young girls, it's that I'm afraid the staff's lives are in danger. Brother run, it's so boring here, let's go. Zhang Sakura took the initiative to say. The other teenage girls chewed on their candy canes, their puffy cheeks nodding similarly. Well, then wheel. Wait a minute, that handsome guy over there. A skinny older man in a newsboy cap and black-rimmed glasses caught up with him. He was followed by a fat man in a suit with a round belly that nearly sent his shirt buttons flying. The two men stopped panting in front of the crowd. Hello handsome, we're making a movie and we think you guys have a great temperament. Interested in coming as a mass actor? Don't worry, it's not for nothing, you get paid for it, these two said in unison. It didn't matter how much the payoff was, but the way the teenage girl's eyes were glowing once again. It was clear that they were coming on. Xia Siming tugged at the corner of his coat. Su Run was speechless for a moment, and it was clear that the Captain-sama was also curious. About how long will it take? Just one shot. 10 minutes is all it takes. Any movement? Nope. All you have to do is stand there. Su Run stroked his chin and looked at the expectant eyes of the women. Okay then. Chapter 103, The Mystery of Shangjing. Gentlemen, all you have to do is stand here. That's it? Right. You're going to be playing tourists who are here to have fun, and you'll just have to make a little surprised face later. Xia Siming was a little discouraged by what she heard. He was expecting some fun action, but he didn't expect this to be too boring. Why don't you guys go find someone else to do it? The director in the newsboy cap hemmed and hawed. Amusement parks are good for finding people, but there are really too few of you that are this photogenic. That said, do you guys have any plans to make a movie? The fat man in a suit on one side interjected. Director Zhang is a big director. That romantic sci-fi film that's been hitting the movie theaters lately, Fortress at Sea, was made by director Zhang. He looked excited. This is a great opportunity. You guys have to take it. But director Zhang, who wore a newsboy cap, stopped him with a handful of words. What are you talking about? I'm just an ordinary director. When the fat man beside him heard this, his mouth opened wide enough to swallow a whole egg. When did director Zhang become so modest? Ha! Su Run just let out a light laugh. There is no such intention. Hurry up and start shooting. We are all quite busy. This time it's just an experience to have some fun. Director Zhang, who wears a newsboy's hat, sniffs with a regretful look. Well, he wasn't too surprised. These teenage girls had a very different aura than the average person, especially that teenager. The look of warm but cannot hide the sharpness in the eyes, such as a hidden blade in the sheath of the world's treasure knife, reminded him of some of the rumors in the upper circles. Their group of 8 drew the attention of some people on the set, but luckily there was no male lead to pick a fight or anything doggy like that. The 2 young men and women who looked like the hero and heroine looked very well behaved in front of this skinny director Zhang. The scene was to capture the first meeting of the hero and heroine. The car driven by the hero loses control of his car and breaks into the playground, eventually braking with full force as it crashes into the heroine. And all Su Run and the others had to play was the onlookers watching the scene in shock. Although I don't know why the out-of-control car can still be braked, but when the director shouted action, Su Run really couldn't strain his surprise when he watched that car traveling at turtle speed. Shouldn't you get a jeep with failing brakes to shoot a scene where a car is out of control? What's with this snail-like speed? Right after this thought appeared, Su Run only felt the left front wheel of the car flashing with a touch of abnormality. Immediately afterward, it began to accelerate. The director looked at the panic that flashed across the male lead's face on the camera and was all excited. That's right, that's the expression. Xiao Kai still has some talent. When the speed of the car is getting faster and faster, the male owner of the car, Xiao Kai, completely panicked, his forehead in cold sweat. Xia Siming tugged at the corner of Su Run's coat. She sensed something was wrong. Su Run frowned. The place of Shangjing was described in the original story as indeed mysterious in numerous ways. But didn't they say there was some kind of equilibrium where they wouldn't easily attack humans? What's going on here today? In fact, some of the sideline film crews have sensed something is wrong. Director! The fat man in the suit pulled on director Zhang, who knew that the director was filled with fervor, blissfully infected by Kai's acting skills. Yes, that's the effect I want. No one is allowed to stop. Give me a good shot. He waved the script around and looked at the camera at the expression on Kai's face when he was so anxious he was about to pee, oblivious to the fact that the car was already out of control. The steering wheel did not listen. Kai yelled, "Get out of the way." The actress across the room sensed something was wrong. No matter which way she ran, the front of the car always looked like it was aimed at her. The speed of the car, which had been agreed to be 5 yards, was now estimated to be mentioned as 40 yards and still accelerating. This if hit, people must be flying. At this moment, the director also noticed something strange and looked up to see the car crashing towards the heroine like a runaway horse. The original frenzied look was like being drenched in ice water, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his back. Instinctively he shouted, "Get out of the way." Su Run frowned. This mystery seems to have no one to care about it in the slightest. He turned to Xia Siming and said, "You guys be careful on guard." With that, he rushed over to the car. Everyone on the field only felt a flash of light. A figure flashes and saves the heroine by a hair's breadth as the car is about to hit her. The red car crashed solidly into a stone abutment on the side of the road, its airbags popping and temporarily losing momentum. Soo-run let go of the dumbstruck heroine with his left hand, letting her sit on the ground in a butthole. His right hand ripped the door off the car raw, and his left foot kicked the tires as hard as he could. Bang! The unknown mystery in the tires was shattered by the kick right in the face. Secretly, a wisp of ultramarine flame burned it to flying ash. With his right hand, he yanked the unconscious hero out of the car by the collar. The man's otherwise fine center-parted hair was loose and covered in blood. "How do you drive? Can you drive?" Soo-run pretended to growl in anger and threw the pot at the man's head, then let go of him, giving a wink to Xia Siming and the others. "Get out of here first. There are bound to be people coming around right away. And now that the matter has been settled, it's better to slip away first." The crowd at the scene watched the scene in disbelief. "Wait." The director then came back to his senses, got up and quickly walked over to thank Soo-run, who raised his hand to stop him. The director in the newsboy cap winced as he thought of certain legends in his circle and nodded timidly. Looking away from Soo-run, he took off his hat and bowed deeply. The heroine over there who had picked up a life woke up like a dream and came to the director's side and asked, "Director, who was that man just now? I want to thank him properly." Director Zhang looked complicated and said, "He's just an unsung hero passing by. What happened today was just an accident." "Okay." The accident was characterized within the crew. A roof. Xia Siming hung up her terminal and walked over. "It's been reported to the higher-ups." "Really? Didn't you say you could manage this side of the mystery?" "The executives probably have their minds made up." Soo-run said on his lips, but in his heart, he pondered whether he should find an opportunity to specifically look at what's going on over here when the Northwest comes back. After all, how can we allow others to sleep soundly on the side of the couch? Besides, it's these deviants. It was depicted in the original story that the captain of the Upper Kyoto Vigilante Squad was capable of evacuating the population extremely quickly. With his own power at that time, he pulled last week's leveling and a few human ceilings. It shouldn't be hard to clean up Upper Kyoto City. Thinking about Choping. This guy doesn't know what's going on and hasn't been returning messages lately. Is it because he said he'd take him to a nightclub earlier and it scared him? Don't even think about it. It's none of our Phoenix business. Let's not let this affect the mood to play. No way. Rune, you were so handsome just now. Wow, I want to be that heroine. Tong Shang shook his cell phone. "Hey, I just recorded it all. Whoa, give me one." "Me too." Looking at the eyes of the young girls as if they were looking at a hero, Soo-run just smiled lightly. On the side, Zhang Sakura suddenly asked, "Brother Run, you're so outstanding. There should be quite a few girls who like you, right?" Xia Siming and the women all looked over, clearly curious about this gossip. Chapter 104, The Possibility of Nirvana. Soo-run looked serious, breaking his fingers and counting them one by one. It was quite a girlfriend before. Hearing this, the young girls, as if confirming a certain suspicion in their minds, excitedly chattered and discussed together. Xia Siming's eyes darkened imperceptibly for a minute. The somewhat somber literary girl, Zhang Sakura, pursued, "So now what?" Zhang Sakura's eyes were a bit dodgy under her large black-framed glasses. In fact, she felt, Rune is so good-looking, it's a pity to match a girl. Feeling a little weak, she added, "That, I actually have a novel I'm working on and wanted to add some material." "No, nothing else, haha." Xia Siming and the women all raised their heads to look over once again. Soo-run felt some chills behind his back for some reason, and he snorted. "Now, it's not a good climate right now. There's been several layoffs. Ha ha ha, Rune, you're so bad." Tong Shang said, "Brother Run, don't mind Sakura. I have seen his novels. What's written in them is not serious content. He also often makes up holes to hurt the Vice Squad." Sakura's cheeks reddened. "Tong Shang, you peeked at what I wrote. Write it without letting people read it." Xia Siming ignored what was going on over there as he stared at Soo-run and gritted his teeth. "I didn't expect you, this guy, to be quite good at cheating girls' feelings," said the man making a move to choke the scumbag. "No, Captain, let me explain." Stop. Xia Siming was incredibly powerful, and Soo-run was really in some pain. "Actually, I suck at cheating. They're the ones who cheat me. Can you believe it? You don't deny that you're cheating on a girl's feelings now, do you? How can you call what you love a lie? Hiss any more pinching and it's going to be purple." "Purple? You're lucky you didn't get purple eggs like that." The hiccups that occurred in the amusement park did not affect the Phoenix Squad's enthusiasm for the tour. How was it handled over there in the end? They don't care. During the day, the girls went to many places: an arcade, a movie theater, a roller rink, indoor skiing, and indoor surfing, and of course went to the movie theater and saw the romantic sci-fi film that the director from earlier called Sea Fortress. Of course, the regular way of buying tickets was used. Places that a normal girl might like to go. I kind of took them all day today. As for the result, looking at the girls who came back, each one of them had almost exhausted their energy and were lying on the sofa with a tired look. I guess it was a pretty full day. Ha, pop, snap. Su-run clapped his hands and drew the crowd's attention to him. Everyone get some rest early today. The situation over in the northwest may have us over there at any time. When this battle is over, next time we'll go out together for something else. Any places you want to go? I'm going to play at the beach. Xia Siming raised her hand. Seaside, seaside. Su-run's corner of the eye twitched slightly. The cause of the total annihilation of the Yi Phoenix squad in the original was precisely because of going to the beach. Shouldn't have asked. It's an unconscious flag. He didn't respond positively, waving his hand badly for the teenage girls to go back to their baths and rest. Captain, wait a minute. There's something I need to talk to you about. Xia Siming responded dully and followed Su-run outside. That. Athena-sama didn't reply to me about anything. Like this? There's no rush on that one. She seemed a little embarrassed that she was obviously a divine agent, but it was preferred that whichever god she was didn't pay much attention to her. That's not why you were called. That? Didn't I promise you a reward yesterday? Su-run looked at the blonde girl playfully. It's almost ready for you now. Xia Siming's mind began to wander. Is the reward for sidetracking everyone to give her a loan? Xia Siming flushed red for a moment, pretending to be greatly uncaring and asked, what is it? Look at this. Su-run raised his hand and a golden flame emerged. It was the same strand of holy flame that was obtained at the hands of the Church of the Ancient God. Xia Siming looked at the flame, and a throb of blood surged through her heart. It feels familiar and bewildering. The power of Phoenix, your previous co-captain. Xia Siming was quiet for a moment. Are you prepared to have it handled by me? No. Su-run shook his head. I can think of one possibility. I might be able to gather all the power of the Yi Phoenix in your body. Let the true Phoenix be reborn in Nirvana. It's a world where the strongest are honored, and it's a world where the winner takes all. The top end of the battlefield dominates where everything goes. I think a human sealing code named Phoenix is more meaningful to Dacia than a special squad. Yes, the human sealing. The first instant he extracted this flame, Su-run thought about this possibility. In the original, Zasaming grew to Klein's level on her own, and she's also an agent of Athena. Definitely has the potential to be a ceiling-level human. Just bad luck. If you can gather all the Yi Phoenix flames for her as a boost, it might be possible to make that real Phoenix Nirvana. Is this for real? Xia Siming unconsciously grabbed Su-run's hand, her voice trembling, her eyes red. Her grip on Su-run's hand was a little painful. Su-run frowned and didn't say anything, covering his right hand over hers and said, about 5% sure. Xia Siming covered her mouth at this moment and almost lost her words. There were tears dripping down her face. She rushed up and hugged Su-run, her shoulders trembling, and cried out with a wow. Su-run looked around and felt that it was better to go to a private environment at a time like this. He brought Xia Siming instantaneously to his room. Captain? Su-run was a bit confused. Don't move. Su-run didn't quite understand, but it was right not to speak at a time like this. His left hand stroked Xia Siming's soft head, and his right hand caressed her trembling back. Give as much comfort as you can, Ryoko. It was only then that Xia Siming stabilized herself, and she held the position without looking up, her voice hoarse. Su-run, listen to me, tell me a story. Su-run's hand movement was a beat, then his voice stabilized and said, well, I'm listening. Friends, don't worry, I'm gonna wrap up the fight. Chapter 105 Xia Siming's story, Sudden Visitor. As you know, Dacia has traditionally had multiple special squads, but when a devastating blow is suffered, without exception their numbers are remembered and cancelled with it. This Su-run knew well. A squad if even the captain died. It means that the probability is that this squad has suffered an irresistible and heavy blow and lost the battle. For example, after Blue Rain suffered a regimentation, only Wu Shangnan was left behind, and his merits would be inscribed on a stone tablet, and his number would be sealed. Only Phoenix. It's been 5 captains and still managed to survive. I know, it's really awesome. Xia Siming's voice narrated without a trace of pride. Yes, it's awesome. I'm an Athena agent, tapped into Phoenix a long time ago. At that time I was just a newcomer and was cautious about everything, just like Tong Sung now. Everyone was very gentle and took care of me and I loved everyone. The pressure of Phoenix has been great, and with the constant fighting, during this time, the seniors who took care of me very well sacrificed themselves in front of my eyes. The story between her and me. Oh, there's no need to tell it. I still always take care of a pot of laurel she left behind. Su-run tightened his arms around her. He hadn't experienced this kind of thing. He could only try to give comfort. That's the way it is with the Phoenix squad. It's too late to wait for you to come out of that shadow, and then the mission comes right away. Immediately after that, another senior fell before my eyes. Then, I was still the youngest, but I became a senior in the new population. Su-run sighed and said, You, really strong now. Tough? Shazaming shook her head slightly. A lot of people feel that way. And then when I saw that even the descendants, the juniors also died in front of my eyes. Xia Ximing's voice choked up for a moment. I realized that I'm not strong. Woo woo woo. Su Run did his best to hold her in his arms. This big girl, now giving Su Run the impression that she was so skinny. What exactly it felt like during this period, Su Run couldn't empathize. But think of how muddled and inhuman Wu Shannon was for a good long time after the death of the entire team. The hidden pain in Wu Shangnan's heart was not completely relieved until he accomplished his revenge with his own hands and died. Wu Shangnan a man or still so, let alone, Phoenix? The flavor of it all can be imagined. Wait, when everyone passes away, I'll be the captain. Hearing this, Su Run's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Xia Ximing is now the 5th captain. It is a cycle that has gone through several reincarnations. He couldn't help but sigh. Mo, don't pity us. Xia Ximing looked up at Su Run and said, that's disrespectful to the sacrifices of the seniors. No, Su Run said, it's just heartbroken for you. A few short words, so that Xia Ximing could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. She fell into Su Run's arms and wailed like a child. This time, she really didn't have the strength to say anything. These things have been pressed in your heart for a long time, haven't they? Good boy, it's really hard for you. The original captain's intentions were good. It's the world's fault. People are in the wind. It's not up to you or me. The only power that can iron out these tragedies is the power to sweep everything away. Good girl, it's okay, it'll all be okay from now on. Those kids won't feel like they have to be sacrificed at any time and be too scared to fall in love. Everyone will grow up healthy in the sunshine, will meet someone they like, have a family, and will have a better lifestyle. Su Run had the backbone to say so, and when he returned from this trip to the northwest, he had the confidence to level with the gods. The power of origin could also help others to improve, and it was time to search for candidates for his own squad of swordbearers. Xia Ximing didn't say anything, only her head was buried in his arms, her whole body trembling. How could she not stop? After a long moment, she calmed down. Looking up, he said, now come on, don't you worry about it yet. If you want to do that, your own strength will have to reach at least Klein before you can do that. Su Run shook his head. With your current level, the probability of failing to impact the ceiling is high. Without this battle power, this cycle still cannot be broken. Xia Ximing was a little discouraged, but then she summoned up her will and said, it won't be too far from that day. As long as you can really do it, I'll promise you anything. Su Run was meaningful. His eyes specially stayed in front of her jade rabbit, gazing at it for a while, playing with the flavor. This is what you said. Xia Ximing broke into laughter. Why are you so immodest? A promise is a promise. She straightened her back and shook Su Run a little. Then, Captain, sit down on the bed. I'm going to give you your second present of the day. Xia Ximing's face flushed red for a moment. I didn't mean now. Oh, what were you thinking? I'm not joking with you. I'm really sending you something. You'll understand when it's over. Trust me. Ugh, where's the trust in you, scum? With that on her lips and a slight blush in her cheeks, she still sat obediently on the bed. Unzip your jacket. Xia Ximing gave a beat, clenched her silver teeth, and did as Su Run said. Su Run's eyes stared at the golden flame in her heart. His left hand pressed down on Xia Ximing's white shoulder, and his right hand probed towards that flame. It might hurt a little. Bear with me. His hand had penetrated right into that chest, and the hot flames made Su Run's hand tremble. Xia Ximing stifled a cry. The strangeness was very strange. Couldn't help but jaw. Come on. At this moment, Su Run had felt a grip on a certain handle, and he slowly pulled it out. Sacred golden spiritual patterns were spreading, outlining regular patterns. Relax. Don't resist. Xia Ximing tried her best to cooperate with Su Run, and her slender hands could no longer support her body. Su Run's arms embraced her behind her back to keep her from collapsing. Hurry up! A weapon with a golden glow slowly floated out from Xia Ximing's chest. At that moment, there were footsteps outside the door. This is it. Rune is in there. Ugh, brother, empty city. Knock before you enter. No need. I brought that kid into the team and he still owes me $300. What's the point of knocking? Click dash. The door to Su Run's room opened. Surprise! Joy! Su Run hugged Xia Ximing and stared blankly at Zhao Kongcheng. Bang! The door slammed shut. Let's not go in yet. Hongning Xiaonen, you go with me to look elsewhere first. Old Cho, what are you up to? Brother, empty city. Get out of the way. I just saw inside. There's a woman in there. No, you're looking at it wrong. Ouch. Don't scratch your face. Listening to the banging commotion outside the door and Zhao Kongcheng's miserable screams, Su Run was silent, looking at the weapon already half drawn in his hand. I'm obviously innocent. Why doesn't it feel right? Chapter 106, Phoenix, Link, Urgent Mission. Phoenix, in the living room of the squad lounge. Xia Simeng and Su Run were surrounded in the center by the crowd like prisoners. So you guys were just testing the power you got? Si Xiaonan looked at Su Run suspiciously. Eyes flicked back and forth between Su Run and Xia Simeng, turning to add, "Big night?" Not to mention Minami. Even the J Phoenix Squad's own people felt very suspicious when they looked at the flushing on their own captain's face and her evasive demeanor. Su Run, on the contrary, seemed very frank. He blamed it back with his mouth. Yes, it was about to succeed, but you guys came in and interrupted it all at once. Hong Ying didn't think much of it. Really, old Zhao, I told you to knock. Ah yes, right. I'm really to blame for this, ahaha. Old Zhao touched his head and barely laughed in response. Looking at old Zhao's awkward look of wanting to help cover up, Su Run's teeth itched. Originally there was nothing. As a result, Lao Zhao this 3 times to cover up the appearance. Things instead confused. He gritted his teeth, keeping this matter in his mind for the time being, and raised his hand to press against his chest, summoning the golden flame out. See, there it is. Anyway, it's better to give a reason that makes sense first. Moreover, this cloud of Phoenix's holy flame today was originally within their topic of discussion, and he hadn't lied in the first place. The crowd of the Phoenix Squad immediately rose with a marvelous sensation when they saw this flame. This is the power of the Phoenix. Someone was surprised. Ahem, Xia Simeng said in a serious manner. That's what we were working on just now. Looking at the astonished looks of the Phoenix Squad's crowd, how could the 4 people of Squad 136 not realize that what happened just now was indeed a misunderstanding? Lang Xian held his hand to his forehead and said breathlessly, "Old Zhao, if you didn't have so much drama just now, I guess everyone wouldn't have misunderstood." Looking at the crowd's sultry eyes, old Zhao's forehead shed a drop of cold sweat. Is that so? Sorry, Su Run. By clearing up the misunderstanding, the frozen atmosphere between the people came alive. Si Xiaonan still swept between Su Run and Xia Simeng with a suspicious face. Hong Ying walked over to hold Su Run's hand and said with an apologetic face, "I'm sorry, Run. I just misunderstood you." Su Run was touched in his heart. It is still the red tassel that is the warmest. Xia Simeng looked at Su Run and Hong Ying's intimate appearance. Her eyes faintly and imperceptibly dimmed slightly. "Right," said Tong Sheng. "Brother Run, can you use this power?" "Yes, why?" On the side, Zheng Cherry's eyes were glowing as she excitedly said, "Then is it true that you, Rune, can now join our squad's Phoenix link as well?" This hasn't been tried. Su Run was also slightly stunned. He hadn't really thought about this possibility. "Come on and try." The 2 young girls said excitedly. Su Run also became interested. "How is this going to be used?" "Activate its power and then sense it. It's simple." After saying that, a golden color emerged in the eyes of all the Phoenix people present. Su Run also pressed this flame into his own chest to activate it. The effect of this power after he obtained it was that he could recover his own injuries. The first use that Su Run thought of was with the Yang Yan that he got from Hong Ying, and the 2 could form a perfect complement to each other. At this moment, he carefully felt the link of this golden flame, and indeed detected an invisible line on each person around the Phoenix Squad. These lines intertwined into a network between nothingness with Xia Simeng at the center. Following the feeling, he also extended a strand of thread, connecting it to Xia Simeng. A strange feeling came over him. It felt like at any time, one could transfer one's physical power, spiritual power and restorative power to any person on this network through this network. Wow, Rune is so powerful. Just a little bit weaker than the captain. So is our squad stronger after that? The always composed Kong Wound also licked the corner of his mouth at this moment and said, "I feel that the collection of power can kill a client with one punch." Xia Simeng was also stunned at this moment. She looked at Su Run. The 2 of them had never thought that there was such a use. Su Run, feel it. A force traveled along the network from Xia Simeng and the rest of the team to Su Run. Boom, boom, boom. A wave of pressure shattered the glass coffee table in the hall. With this steep increase in strength, Su Run was unable to adapt for a moment. "It's," Kong Won said incredulously. "It's definitely Klein. It's still the peak of Klein. Su Run, you collect it first." Old Zhao over there didn't know if he was too weak or what. He felt overwhelmed and was pressed down to the ground by this pressure and couldn't move a muscle. Su Run controlled this surge of power with a little bit of skill. He put away his spiritual pressure and squeezed his fist. "This isn't as simple as Klein. The physical strength I feel has reached the limits of mortals." He estimated that he reached the power of 9 elephants, 9 tigers and 9 pigs. Xia Simeng patted Su Run's shoulder excitedly. "I knew it was definitely right to grab you back then. With this power combined with those abilities of yours, I think Lu Wuwei would have been crushed by you." Su Run did not say anything. This power was indeed an unexpected pleasure. He let out a breath and exited the Phoenix link. "It's late. Everyone go rest." Spinning around, he looked at the people of Team 136 and said, "Tomorrow, I'll take you guys to have a good time in Shangjing." some of the food is quite good, old Zhao said. We're relieved to see that you're fine. There are too few people on the Songnan side, so I guess we'll have to leave tomorrow night. Without further ado, take an early rest. The night watchman has arranged temporary quarters for us. We'll leave first. Hong Ying said. Old Zhao, you guys go back first. I still have something to find Su Run. Ha, what else is going on? Before old Zhao could finish his sentence, he was pulled away by Long Xian. Long Xian knew that look on Hong Ying's face very well. When I was in college, occasionally a roommate had that same look on his face when he said he wasn't going back tonight. Long Xian knew. They must have gone to an internet cafe to surf all night. Su Run looked at the red tassel whose cheeks were slightly reddened, and with a bad smile, he came to her ear. Have the spirit lines subsided? Hong Ying instantly only felt her ears burning. She covered her belly and shyly said, it's already faded. Oh, I'll check later. Stick to a point. That's when messages came in on all of Phoenix's terminals. Without waiting for the crowd to take a closer look, Xia Ximing's communication terminal rang immediately after. Zhua Qing's anxious voice came from inside. I'm sorry to interrupt your vacation, but I'm afraid it has to end first. There's a situation in the northwest. I see. When do we leave? Immediately. Chapter 107. I shall have the honor all to myself. At night in Daxia, two Kuan fighters rose from the Shangjing Vigilant Base, dragging a string of mock rings toward the northwest. On the edge of the northwestern mists, this is an outpost observation camp. The observers who were supposed to be here were long gone, and the contents of the camp were scattered about in disarray. A foot in a golden combat boot stomped out, crushing a circular observation device with a single stomp. It was a burly man clad in a golden battle armor with dark skin. Looking at the empty camp, he snorted coldly. These cowardly mortals, they run so fast. Nuisance. A walkie-talkie suddenly went off. Who are you people? Dare to blatantly set foot on Great Xia's soil. As soon as the gold attendant copied the conspicuous walkie-talkie, he buzzed. I am a divine messenger. Tell that Su Run to come here and take the blame. The tone was so arrogant that it caused the voice on the other side of the intercom to temporarily stop. It was only after a while that he said, all of your gods have fallen in Daxia, and you, a divine envoy, dare to be so wild. The golden servant's face changed and he gritted his teeth. It's just borrowed power. What's there to be proud of? It was just a moment of carelessness on the part of the god Sama, and you have forgotten the majesty of the gods. Damned mortals, prepare to receive death. With that, he clicked and crushed the walkie-talkie in his hand. Carefully taking a horn from his belt, he was about to blow it. Lord Gold Squire, please wait. A voice dissuaded him. A man in a tuxedo and bowler hat with long flowing hair was none other than Murmur. What had been an arm, however, turned into a black nightmare claw. The gods healed the wounds on his body but did not restore his broken limbs, and he had no choice but to renew this nightmare claw for himself with nightmare. A flash of disgust appeared in the golden attendant's eyes, as if he had seen something dirty. What are you trying to say, mortal? May I ask how Lord Gold Squire is preparing for the attack? Murmur's attitude seemed very humble. Of course it's a matter of focusing on the city and attacking it. A hint of fervor appeared in the golden servant's eyes. I will offer more sacrifices for my lord. Murmur's complexion changed abruptly. Would it be better to spread out the mystic tide and attack? Our goal is to tire Su Run out and come to grow, not to fight against Daxia head-on. Shut up, you mortal. You mean to tell me that your interpretation of the oracle is as good as mine? It was as if the golden attendant was offended. The great gods have said that that power of that mortal does not belong to him, and that he himself is nothing more than a strong ant. I will offer the head of this mole for the Lord of Gods. You mortals just stand aside. This honor is reserved for us, the god ambassadors, alone. Saying that, the golden attendant held up the horn at his waist with a sacred expression and blew it. A raving aside was helpless. The gods had no intention of preparing to come over this time, and their purpose was only to tire Su Run out. The best way to do this is to spread out the large, mysterious wave behind it into Daxia. Nay, the golden servant couldn't hear him at all, as if he had some kind of opinion about himself. Woo! As the golden squire blew the horn in his hand, the mists behind him tumbled. Uncountable amounts of mysteries poured out from that mist, and even a few infinity-level auras could be felt. Various shapes of mystery form a wave that is deeper than the night and stretches for an unknown number of kilometers under the moonlight. They wailed and ran in the direction of the golden squire, in the direction of the horn blowing. In the distance, right where Su Run decimated the gods, a giant pass called Dingfeng Pass was being constructed feverishly. This is what the Night's Watch hierarchy had sent the relevant ability to build last night at the first opportunity after receiving the news. The time was just too short, and it was not more than 24 hours since the news was received. Construction has only just begun shortly at this moment, with only one wall with the name engraved on it having been built. The vigilantes who owned the Forbidden Ruins were just over 100 here, and most of them were army soldiers deployed nearby. In the makeshift command center, a middle-aged man in a general's uniform listened to the voice coming from the radio in his ear. Those countless, mysterious howls made his face sink, and this man was none other than General Zhang. The the supreme commander of the Northwest Rocket Army. That destroyed walkie-talkie was just one of many, and there were at least 9 other devices like it in that camp. The conversation between the divine messengers was heard by them. What to do? What to do? Such voices kept coming from the command center. Dingfeng Pass, this pass is just being built today. With the help of the Transcendentals, though it was very fast, it was but a fledgling today. It simply cannot be used as a normal war pass. Even though all the Transcendents in the entire Northwest could gather here, there were only about 100. Transcendents from all over the country were heading this way one after another for support. But water from afar could not quench the thirst of the near. The mysterious voice coming from that radio is chilling. Panic! A roar suppressed the tiny voices in the room. As the supreme leader of the rocket force, General Zhang He sat on top of the main seat, immovable as a mountain. The fact that they are concentrating to fight is just what I want. Instead, I'm afraid that they'll split up and spread out to attack the ordinary people behind us. What is there to fear if the warpass is not built? Are the guns we've built over the years vegetarian? The most powerful military force in the entire Northwest is right here with us, and if we panic, what is the Northwest going to do? After saying that, General Zhang slowly rose from his main seat, his lion-like gaze sweeping over everyone in the command center. These people were all pondering at the moment, and slowly that aura of panic dissipated into thin air. People come from all different sectors, from the military, from the vigil, from the government and from the world. We are all different ages, but I believe that all of you men and women have come here with one goal in mind: to protect our country. The enemy will not wait for us to be fully prepared before attacking. We are merely lacking the protection of the walls, not the guns. Young and old, will you join me in forging a city out of flesh and blood? All the people present from all sides looked different. Some of the vigilantes tightened their grip on the star sword in their hands, their battle spirit rising. There were young people from the lineage who felt a hint of shame after their faces were in a trance. General Zhang, you only talk about the men. Have you ever put us ladies in your eyes? Some women clapped their hands. We women can also go into battle and kill the enemy. Ha ha, if these women aren't afraid, what do we gentlemen have to fear? Let those monsters come. I'll buy them bullets. We're not afraid. The morale of the command center crowd was high. Some of the spirit that runs in the blood of this nation has never changed. General Zhang waved his hand and shouted, Adjutant, in. Fire Control Center, coordinates GX-16, authorized tactical bombardment. Bring me all those monsters. Yes. Behind him, the adjutant was straight and proudly puffed out his chest. Chapter 108, do you know the Oracle as well as I do? Massive steel meteors with trailing flames, arcing across the desolate, magnificent skies of the Northwest. This is? The golden servant looked at the scene with some confusion, and the ravings behind him changed color in a flash. My lord, this is what I said before. The weapon of the mortals of Daxia. Rumor persuaded respectfully, please use that divine weapon given by the Lord God. Otherwise I'm afraid there will be quite a few casualties with all this mystery behind us. In response to the nearly inexhaustible firepower of the Daxia army, before coming here Rumor had prayed to the gods to come with such an artifact. Who knew that the golden servant grunted disdainfully? Can the power given by Lord God not be used on these cannon fodder? The gods had explained in advance when they bestowed this artifact. Shut up, the golden squire interrupted sternly. You foreign mortal, worthy of deciphering the oracle as well? This artifact is a favor of the gods and can only be used on me, a noble Brahmin. How can it be wasted on these cannon fodder? Shut your mouth from now on, foolish heathen mortal. C.A. Murmur's cheeks flushed red at the dislike of the call. For a moment it almost surged with murderous intent. Black claws of nightmare, unconsciously grasping his fists, sharp fingertips sinking deep into his palms. In my mind, I was cursing madly. Are these humans still remaining in India with water in their brains? Rumor had seen countless humans in Daxia, but when it comes to stupidity, today was really by this divine messenger in gold armor to refresh the lower limit. In the middle of the conversation the steel meteor in the sky blasted down into the mysterious tide behind them, a spectacle made of human ingenuity that exploded into this night sky. Boom, boom, boom. Endless flowers of steel blossomed with light and heat against the waves of darkness. A large number of low-grade mysteries didn't even have time to let out a wail before they became a mess of rotten meat. Only some of the mysteries with special abilities and great strength perceived the danger in advance. Escape from this feast of death. What kind of power is this? The golden servant was dumbfounded. Shouldn't mortals be like those pigs in the human pen? How is it possible to wield such great power? The sky was a shower of steel meteors that had no intention of stopping. Lord God Emperor, I'm afraid that if this goes on, we'll lose most of these cannon fodder. It'll be impossible to complete the task that God has given down. Upon hearing this, the golden servant's face flushed with anger and was about to rebuke. Murmur hurriedly changed his mind again. How about letting these lowly cannon fodder also see the great power of the gods? Being able to bathe in divine light is also demonstrating the mercy of the gods. These words caused the gold attendant's ugly expression to ease a little. Humph, this is the light that only Brahmins can bask in. Let you, a foreign pariah, feel it too. he pulled out a small purple pestle and mortar to activate it. There were tiny flashes of violet light accompanied by a touch-like tingling sensation. An invisible field descended upon this heaven and earth, and the steel meteors in the sky came into contact with this field. Some of them then began to explode in place, while others flew straight towards the ground as if they had lost control. The set of chain reactions came down to only the occasional sporadic missiles still landing in the mysterious tide behind them, but it was no longer in the way. The golden attendant gave Rumor a rather disgusted look. With that, he took out his horn and summoned his army to run in the direction where the rockets were flying, murmuring in the back, "The heart has already cursed mad, the most terrible two things. Today is considered to be all let lousy touched. These swine-like humans who have been languishing in the manosphere, brainwashed for centuries. It's almost as if they don't resemble the Daxia humans as a species." Tingfengwen Temporary Command Center. Report to the general. The follow-up missiles have not arrived at the designated location, and it is suspected that the enemy already has the means to counteract them. Expected. General Zhang said lightly. How is the first wave of enemy movement? Contact has been lost with 2 observation points, and by the look of the direction it's traveling in a straight line towards us. Is the trick minefield set up yet? Report, it's set up, and the enemy is expected to arrive at the trick minefield in about 15 minutes. How are the fire net defenses set up? The first line of defense is being set up. Too slow. Speed up. Make sure to set up 3 lines of defense before we engage the enemy. Prioritize the mortars to the combat unit positions. Yes. The adjutants saluted and exited. Everyone in the command room looked at the screen in front of them. Various types of information were intensely summarized and supplies were deployed to the front line. General Zhang sat steadily on his head seat, not so calm amongst his heart. This is where the storm god fell. This is where the name Tingfeng Pass comes from. From the news that kept coming in, General Zhang was able to objectively judge. The odds are that this land of fallen gods will not be able to hold this incoming wave of mystery. But it's okay. General Zhang murmured in a voice only he could hear. His eyes went to a drawer off to the side where a special red button sat. Just press it, and it will light up the most powerful light of wisdom that mankind has ever seen in this wind-setting pass. Flesh and blood are not empty words. This part of the Northwest was already sparsely populated, and all parties had long since evacuated the crowds over the course of the day. In exchange, there is great strategic depth. Tingfeng Pass, in the big picture, it's just the first line of defense. General Zhang must use the crystallized wisdom of mortals in this first line of defense in exchange for time to allow the rear to breathe. At night the city gate was lit up like day, and countless stoic-faced men drove their vehicles to their battle lines, forming a sinuous dragon of light above this pitch-black sand. A man in a military cap yelled, "All be in good spirits. Go ahead and execute the battle plan according to the predetermined battle plan." The black tide surged in the distance as countless monsters came towards the place where Su Run had beheaded the gods a few days ago. In the trenches, there were night watchmen meditating silently, clutching their swords, waiting for that moment when war would be fought. Something's not right. Something's going on. It only seemed as if something deeper than night was surging in the distance. What's that? Boom, boom, boom. A succession of eerie thunderbolts exploded. Everyone saw the scene with the help of firelight and observation equipment. It's the mystery tide. Report back quickly. Operator linked to the command channel. Enemy encounter on the first front. The enemy has entered the minefield. The number, uncountable. Repeat, uncountable. Not good. Zip, zip. The sound of current interference came through. The voice in the channel broke off abruptly. In the command room, the crowd was glum. Chapter 109 Forward 4. The situation on the frontline battlefield was also transmitted to the Phoenix squad side. Xia Siming asked somewhat anxiously. The front line has already exchanged fire. How long will it probably take us to arrive? Kong Woon's face was heavy as he held a tablet in his hand and calculated. It is expected to take another 38 minutes. 38 minutes? Shazaming muttered. Should make it. No, it's too late. Su Run frowned. His heart was impatient at the moment, and he felt his heart dripping blood when he arrived at the battlefield a second late. Kong Woon was also helpless, but this is already the limit speed. Su Run didn't say anything. A blue glow emanated from his eyes, and in his hand he held up the captain's badge that Xiaming had thrown to him in the training camp at the time. The badge hovered in the air, then suddenly rushed forward and struck Xia Siming's forehead with a pop. Su Run, what are you doing? Xia Siming shouted. Wait a minute. Hold on. This golden captain's badge slowly hovered back above his palm. With Su Run's intention, it charged forward once again. This time the badge rested nicely in front of Shazaming's face. This time, Xia Siming observed a faint layer of blue energy on top of the badge. It was as if a blue bubble of soap wrapped around this badge moving through the air. A young girl asked curiously, "What is Brother Run doing?" Su Run did not reply. He concentrated on controlling this badge back into his hand before scurrying out again. Tongsheng, face suddenly agitated, wanted to say something out loud and covered his mouth. She raised her index finger to the crowd. Shoo, in a low voice, he said. Rune must have come up with a solution. Let's not disturb him. Wei, the teenage girls looked at each other. What can be done about it? Although Run is very powerful, he is too far away from the northwest side. Xia Simeng, uncharacteristically, propped his chin on his hand and frowned as he stared intently at the captain's insignia that was recurring in front of him. This captain's badge, which she had hard pushed to Su Run in the training camp, was just like this in front of Xia Simeng and in Su Run's palm. After going back and forth and repeating a dozen times, only then did Su Run withdraw his power and let it return to his palm. With a faint smile, he looked at his Phoenix teammates and said, "Gentlemen, there is a way out." Tongsheng looked as if that was the case. The rest of the teenage girls looked surprised, and Xia Simeng still had that frowning, thinking look. Kong Wound was surprised. Su Run, you're not joking? Su Run flipped his 5 fingers, and the badge rolled between his 5 fingers like a coin. He took in the crowd's expressions and said with a faint smile facing Xia Simeng's direction, "Ever heard of tension?" The teenage girls looked at each other. Xia Simeng, who was pondering on the side, said with glowing eyes, "Tension? Is that one of your friends? Can you help us?" Su Run rubbed his forehead with one hand. It was true that he shouldn't have expected anything from the captain. The Marangoni effect. To give you a brief idea, using a story I once read, fold a paper boat and place it on the water. Just dip a small piece of soap in the end of the paper boat to meet the water and the boat will move forward on the water by itself. Some of the others were thoughtful, others still looked confused. I see. Xia Simeng looked as if she had come to a realization. Su Run sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he wasn't stupid enough. Immediately afterward, Xia Simeng suddenly asked, "But what does this have to do with the tension you just mentioned?" Su Run did his best to resist the kind of desire he had to spit out. "It's better to let you guys feel it for yourselves." He pointed his 2 fingers in the center of his eyebrows and mobilized the power of space. The use of tension is just to make it a little easier for them to understand. It should be called curvature to be precise. If you compare space to water, all Su Run had to do now was to create that piece of space soap to influence the curvature of space, thus advancing their speed. This operation had just been tested by Su Run, and it was much simpler than he had imagined. Here's what he has to consider: this can't be too fast, or he won't be able to protect this one fighter. Hold on to your seats. Gentlemen, we're going to start speeding up. A light blue conical layer of space protection appeared in front of the fighter. The pilot manning the fighter looked at the scene in horror. What is this thing? Although Tongsheng didn't know what Su Run was going to do, she knew. Pilot-chan, sit tight. We're going to start accelerating. What acceleration? We've already. Before the words left his mouth, a powerful thrust pressed the pilot dead center on top of his seat. It took Kong Wound a slight moment to adjust to the force of this sudden acceleration, and he looked incredulously at the yardage meter of the plane ahead of him. This speed has doubled. Are spatial abilities this strong? It shouldn't be. This is a fighter that weighs 8 tons. Su Run smiled bashfully upon hearing this. Don't say 8 tons. 80 tons would be the same. He simply applied some force behind the plane to affect the curvature of space, and the space would then push the plane to accelerate. As for using strength to lift objects, that method of using strength is a bit sketchy. The teenage girls looked at Su Run with adoring eyes. They didn't know what the principle was, they just thought that Run was really too good. Su Run felt the space shield in front of him. It seemed to be able to further withstand more pressure. Sit tight, it's going to accelerate again. A powerful inertia pressed the crowd once again dead center on top of the seats. The pilot in front of him was currently green in the face. He was also a person with the ability of Forbidden Ruins, and even more so an ace pilot. At this moment, he actually wanted to vomit after a long time. Can it go any faster? After the group of young girls with the power of the Phoenix adapted a little, not only were they not afraid, but they were all excited and wanted to go faster. It's accelerating. Boom! A greater force came through and the plane picked up speed again. Holherd looked at the yardage meter in front of him in real time. It may be a bit inaccurate to say that it accelerates, as the entire boost is not added slowly. Rather, it's a sudden jump to that speed, with little to no acceleration in between the process. At the moment the hands on the code dial were dead center on the bottom of the last red line. No one knows just how fast the moment is going. Su Run felt it, and it seemed to be able to withstand some force. He also got a little unconsciously excited. Sit down, all of you. The young girls who had been a little excited a moment ago now changed their faces. Run, don't. I can't take it anymore. Too soon. That's the speed rune we'll go at. The blue light in Su Run's eyes intensified as he licked his lips, ignoring the pleas of the crowd. To himself, he said, "Forward 4. Click. A crunch." It was a wail coming from the airplane's code meter. Chapter 110, Am I Late? Message after message came from the Northwest Battlefield Command Center. The first line of defense fire grid has been breached, and personnel have moved to the second line of defense. According to the news coming in, the enemy is also in the field of having the ability to silence electronic devices. The chips have all failed, and the good news is that the shells can still be ignited by some traditional methods. The first line of defense left this group of monsters with a big gift before they retreated. They bought some precious time by detonating all the missile bombs in the camp before withdrawing. In the command center, General Zhang listened to this intelligence from his men and asked, "What about the enemy numbers?" The reporting officer looked at the last message and gulped. The number of the enemy. According to reports from the front line, the end is invisible to the naked eye because of the lack of proper observation equipment. General Zhang's face sank. Everything was going in the worst direction as he had suspected. Report. The second front has observed the target and is about to engage the other side. This time, the call signal was not interrupted, and the battle situation at the front line was clearly transmitted to the ears of the people in the command center. The enemy has begun a firefight. Our artillery is suppressing the enemy. There's a monster leaking out of the fire grid. The battle lines are temporarily stalemated. Oops, it's a sea realm monster. Definitely can't let it charge into the line. The line of fire is starting to loosen. There are just too many monsters. One piece of bad news after another came in. How long before the Phoenix squad and the others arrive? A soldier sitting in front of the screen sweating profusely said, "Just now, we lost the Phoenix squad signal." The hearts of everyone present sank. The battle came too unexpectedly, and I'm afraid the immediate crisis can only be solved by the human ceiling. Just before that, the Wind Determining Pass had already learned that the Blade Saint, a great Xia divine level warrior, was on his way to this god's fallen land. Everyone was in an uplifted mood. This one was the one who had personally decapitated the head of a god 3 days ago, in the presence of the entire Grand Xia. Calling it God on Earth is not at all an exaggeration. Yet now it's somehow lost its message. Is this good or bad, and what does it mean? No one can know. Channel after channel of bad news, in just 3 minutes. However, the second line of defense already had the appearance of not being able to hold up. The artillery fire did give the monsters a great deal of kills, but ultimately it was hard to resist some of the bizarre abilities. And this time, the main force against the enemy was still the ordinary people of the military, and the Night's Watch was too few to gather in haste. General Zhang was slightly silent inside. The firepower is still insufficient. With the missiles losing their guidance capability, the rocket force is almost 80% nullified. The current situation is indeed too passive. Have the second line of defense retreat to the third. Why the retreat? A teenager dressed very differently from the soldiers of the army got up and asked. General Zhang glanced at it. It was a young man from a family in the northwest. General Zhang hadn't dealt with them much during the day. In response to his question, General Zhang explained blandly, "The goal of the defense line is only to slow down the enemy and get initial information. The enemy's numbers are too great. Splitting into small groups will only get eaten by the enemy one by one. Clenching the power into a fist is a better choice." The young man nodded slowly. General Zhang rose from his main seat and scanned the room before saying, "There isn't much time, so I'll make this short. As the Supreme Commander here, I'll inform you all for the last time of the situation we're in. This crisis is more dangerous than we thought. The Phoenix squad is also in an uncertain situation at the moment, and we have to be mentally prepared for not having any support. The enemy is coming on strong. This will be a tough battle. Everyone must be mentally prepared to sacrifice. If anyone wants to leave now, I won't stop you. The Northwest has enough strategic depth for 4 major passes. Those who remain at the Tingfeng Pass will have to be most caught off guard to meet the raging tide of monsters. I can tell you all clearly." General Zhang swept his eyes meaningfully at the drawer under the table. "The probability of death is as high as 99%, because our strategic goal is to buy breathing time for the rear. Even if it is currently our worst stance, we must carry this incoming wave of mystery for the maximum battle damage ratio. I don't think I need to say any more about the risks involved. Choose for yourselves whether to leave or stay. This is your last chance." The people present looked at each other in disbelief. Yet after a moment of silence, not a single person uttered a word about leaving. What? If I didn't leave in the beginning, I won't leave now." The worldly youngster who had just asked the question was full of indifference. Maybe I'll even get to see the Sword Saint's gallantry as he rushes in before he dies. Oh, if you, a great son of the world, won't leave, I'll be even less likely to leave. What kind of a great son of a family? I'm just a commoner's son, and it's a glorious end to die on the battlefield. Report. The third defense line has exchanged fire with the other side. It only took less than 2 minutes for the message of a firefight to come through. The enemy's speed was noticeably more accelerated this round. I'm afraid the people commanding behind that mysterious tide don't have much patience left. It was all as he expected. The golden attendant was blowing that horn rhythmically. Stimulated by this horn, all the mysterious eyes were crimson. and they lunged toward the front in a frenzy. In less than a minute, the pressure on the third front had multiplied and was about to overwhelm these incoming mysteries. Already got valuable intel. Can't hold it. Pull out. Go back and rejoin the main group. Damn these disgusting monsters. The artillery spat on the ground and blasted out a final volley of flak, closely followed by the large force retreating behind them in the direction of Tingfeng Pass. By the time the mystic tide broke out of the round of fire into position, the vigilantes and soldiers were already far away. Murmuring in mystic tide cursed the golden servant. If the mysterious tide was put under his command, none of these three groups would be able to escape. What a nobility. It's dumber than a pig. As if he was conscious that he was also a little embarrassed in face, the golden attendant took up the tiny horn again and blew it according to a certain rhythm. The mysterious wave on the ground surged even more violently for a moment. When this surging wave of mystery surged into the sight of the people at Dingfeng Pass, all of them realized what the concept of countless that the frontline personnel had said was. As far as the eye could see, there was blackness surging in the distance, and the end could not be seen at all. Everyone's hearts were still a little desperate at the moment, even though they were already prepared for the sacrifice. With this level of mysterious wave, can they really buy the rear a respite? Zip, zip. That's when the sound of electricity rang through the channel. The Phoenix squad is coming to support. A blue phantom in the sky sped this way. As the crowd looked, the blue phantom was a blue blade like a dream. The light flashed. A teenager appeared at the location of that phantom blade. It was the Sword Saint. Su Run. Am I late? Chapter 111. Doesn't he know that I've been killing gods here? It's Lord Blade Saint. Lord Blade Saint has arrived. No, didn't come late. General Zhang's lips trembled as he said, just in time. Looking at the black tide coming in front of him, Su Run was excited in his heart. Today is really going to be a hairy day. In the night sky behind him, a fire phoenix spread its wings and was flying this way. Overhead, the Quinjet trailed a string of mock rings as it arced through the air. The pilot returned after raising his right hand and palm to his brow and giving a silent military salute. The Phoenix squad also came before the crowd at this time. Kong Woon's face turned white, and when his feet pointed to the ground, his knees even went weak, almost paralyzing him. Please, is this General Zhang? Please? Vomit. Before he could finish his sentence, Kong Woon burst into dry heaving. Vomit. Vomit. This triggered some sort of chain reaction, and the rest of the Phoenix squad ground dry heaving continuously. What's going on with Phoenix? It's not a bad meal, is it? Xia Siming heard thin murmurs coming from below, and her eyes scraped fiercely at the crowd. The implication is self-evident. It's a shame that you can get airsick on an airplane. Kong Woon and the others were speechless. Blame me? Didn't you see the other ace pilots throwing up? Can you blame us for that? Not everyone is a monster like you and Su Yun. Ahem. General Zhang said, let me tell you about the current situation. This wave of mystery is known to be initiated by at least two people at this point, possessing in their hands the means to silence electronic signals. Many of our current weapons can't be used. According to the information we overheard, their purpose is to target you. Su Run. Against me? Su Run looked solemn. There are gods inside the enemy camp? There shouldn't be any. In the first communication, the other party claimed to be a divine messenger, and their tone and attitude was very arrogant. If there are gods traveling with them, it shouldn't be this kind of leader's stance. Xia Ximing's expression became confused. He looked at the black waves in the distance and stepped on the yet-to-be-built Dingfeng Pass under his feet. Puzzled, he said, don't they know that Su Run has killed gods here? Su Run's expression grew intriguing. According to the results analyzed by our think tank, they are thinking that Su Run's power, the power you used to kill the gods in that divine battle, was only temporary. Think you're at about the same level as the average Night's Watchman now. According to the information we overheard, its strategic goal is to tire you out and leave you no time to cultivate. These words made Su Run a little confused as well. He could understand some of the meaning in the first part, but how come he couldn't understand it in the second part? To limit his development. So he came specially to give away experience? Genius. Su Run scratched his head and said, what the opposite side said is not wrong. I really don't have that power right now. After he said that, he let go of his spiritual power, and the people's faces changed when they perceived it. How is it the sea realm? General Zhang was shocked. I thought it would be right for you to come here and at least be a human ceiling. How come it's only the sea realm? Oops. You guys shouldn't have come here in the first place. Come on, it shouldn't be too late to leave. Su Run cried and laughed as he watched the Supreme Commander make himself a deserter. Don't worry, since we're here, we naturally have confidence. There's not much of a problem with battles below the god level. Looking at the raging black mysterious tide, Su Run's eyes were glowing. The words that I was going to use to explain myself, I just didn't bother to say. I don't need you guys to do it, just watch. What? We can help too. Yeah, we're not afraid to die and do our part. Xia Siming had long been impatient, just let you guys watch. She wondered what way Su Run was going to respond to this wave of mystery. But after experiencing that regicide and all the incredible experiences together, she chose to give up thinking about it. Anyway, she'd just do whatever Su Run said. The crowd could only watch Su Run instantly move to the bottom of the city, and only the Phoenix squad followed. They could only turn their attention to the Supreme Commander, General Zhang. General Zhang, let us go too. Yes, to be able to fight side by side with Lord Blade Saint. Even if I die in battle, I'm willing. The noise was silenced by General Zhang raising his hand. He looked at the stoic back, remembered the 2 short communications he had with the teenager earlier, and said, trust him, he is not a tactless person. Su Run took out the long white sword he carried with him, his voice unable to hide his excitement. Captain, you will stand behind me later, just give me the power. Not knowing what Su Run was going to do, but Xia Siming still answered, and the rest of the Yi Phoenix squad members did not have any questions. Although the number of this mystic tide was frighteningly huge, the upper limit in actual perception was the infinitesimal level. To Su Run, this was completely the meat that was shaved off the bone and handed to his mouth. The chopper white, which was just repaired yesterday, is just right for this battle. In the face of this large wave of experience, Su Run had long since left behind the plan he had set before. All he wanted now was to finish harvesting this wave of experience. As for whether it would scare the other party, at the moment he couldn't care less. Adjusting his breath, waiting for the group of monsters to get a little closer. The enhanced ability of his physical body brought about by his rank allowed his eyes to see more clearly in the dark than others. 10 kilometers, 9 kilometers. Su Run inspected the chopping white in his hand. There was not a single dark wound. It had returned to its peak state. 7 kilometers, 6 kilometers. At this moment, there was no other sound in the ears, only the sound of those monsters rushing about. And Su Run even saw a few Ghostface Kings in it. 5 kilometers, 4 kilometers. He collected his sword at his waist and sunk his legs down, already ready to draw his sword. Just as the Yi Phoenix squad was about to transfer its power to Su Run, that mysterious tide unexpectedly slowed down and eventually stayed 2 kilometers in front of Su Run. The center of the mystery parted a path. A man in golden armor stood out with his chest puffed out, standing in midair and looking down at the crowd below. Followed by a scowling, tuxedoed man with averted eyes was none other than Murmur. This one of the leaders of the largest cult in Daxia, the founder of the Believers, and a Klein strongman, did not dare to look directly into Su Run's eyes in the slightest. The first 2 times he hypnotized Su Run, he created a serious psychological shadow. Rumination had never had a thought that she, the one who controlled nightmares, actually had nightmares. Recently, every time he fell asleep, he could always dream about that scene from before, when he thought he had hypnotized Su Run and was intent on making him kneel. Su Run instead laughed maniacally and clutched a handful of his face. When he woke up in the middle of the night, he could even clearly recall the pain that felt as if his skull was about to shatter. The golden-armored divine envoy looked disdainfully at Su Run with his head held high and said, Su Run, kneel down now. Bind your own hands and follow me back to the temple. It will allow you to suffer less physical pain. Su Run hadn't said anything yet. The ravings behind him seemed to trigger some key word. His face turned pale as he took 2 steps back, his gaze horrified as he looked at the golden-armored divine envoy in front of him. Chapter 112, Shatter It, Chopper White. On your knees? Su Run chewed on these words of the golden-armored divine messenger. Ha ho 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 ho, ha ha ha. It was as if he had heard a funny joke, and he couldn't help but control his laughter as it grew louder and louder. Rumor's scalp exploded and he backed up a few lengths in silence. A gaze was cast, and Rumination's movements instantly stopped, his muscles tensing up like a startled bird. Su Run managed to collect his laughter and looked at Rumor and asked, Where did you ask for help? Too brave. He didn't feel angry. It was like facing the provocation of an ant. Su Run doesn't care. He was absolutely invincible at the same level, and a small divine messenger from Klein couldn't get into his eyes. It's just that this scene right now makes him feel ridiculous. I just killed a god the day before yesterday, and now a dog raised in the house of that group of gods has actually come over to make itself kneel? Daring. The golden-armored divine envoy was enraged. Mortal, you're just lucky to have gotten a power from somewhere. Right now you're nothing more than a sea realm ant, and you dare to talk about gods. I, Gold Servant, can kill you with the flip of my hand. Behind her, Shazaming couldn't help herself. Just you, Klein? Look behind you in the same ravings as you dare to say this? The golden servant glanced back, only to see that Rumor had already backed away some distance again. He tried hard to keep his presence low, but the demon arm and tuxedo looked solid together. Ruminations. He was in a cold sweat, not daring to say a word. Useless mortals. Enough. Su Run scolded. The farce ends here. Clown in gold. What? You, the long, slender, snow-white blade in Su-run's hand pointed toward the endless tide of mystery in front of him. How dare you have such a big mouth with such a little monster you brought with you? I've come to make you realize why I'm laughing. Captain. Xia Simling instantly comprehended the intention. Phoenix, Link, open. The night watchman behind him dropped his jaw in shock at the moment. The sea realm? Nope. It's infinity. It's still going up. Klein, now. Doesn't he have a limit? What? It's still rising. Worthy of being the Blade Saint Lord. Su-run felt the surging power in his body, especially his physical body, which had come to the human limit. It's not enough. Yangitis, open. Palm. Red flames burned his internal organs. The eyes all seemed to reveal a hint of flame. A dragon's roar resounded from within. The power of a dragon. Breaking. This is the realm of the gods. The gold attendant was shocked. He had seen gods more times than he had seen mortals, and at this moment, Su-run actually gave him a feeling of facing a god. Although he was in the air, his originally straight waistline was subconsciously bent at the moment as if he was facing a god. How can that be? How can you have this kind of divinity in a mortal's flesh? Su-run ignored the golden attendant. The feeling of the yang yen, constantly burning with the sacred flame, constantly repairing in his body was not very good. Demon. Fifth power, Blade Demon. A translucent blue lofty shadow emerged from behind Su-run. Slowly wrapping Su-run, he took the same stance of drawing his sword as Su-run. The chopping white in his hand was at the moment, as if it was being held by Su-run and this blue demonic shadow at the same time. As early as when the dragon's roar resounded within Su-run's body, Rumination felt that something was not good. Seeing this familiar blue demonic shadow at this moment, he was simply scared out of his wits. A pair of nightmare wings sprouted from his back and flew towards the distant sky. All he wanted at the moment was to get away from here. Chant it. Third power, Blade Intent. Buzzing saber sounds emanated from the body of the Zhanbai saber. This slender, snow-white, virgin-like elegant long knife was also excited at the moment. Overclocking, 500%. Overclocking, 700%. Overclocked, 900%. It's straight up 500% to start. Coming in at 900% of what it was last time it was used violently and badly. Last time, the spiritual power was still in the Chuan realm, and the strength of the physical body was less than half of what it is now. And a knife directly stirred up the clouds in the sky as if they were white shirts tumbling in a washing machine. And now, to face this even more terrifying slash of, it's the black and mysterious tide ahead. A sharp blade intent scattered in all directions. What kind of move is this? I feel like my eyes hurt. Below the Chuan realm. Close your eyes. Turn your head. This terrifying blade intent would sting even if one were to look at it with the naked eye alone. Su-run, however, still felt a little worse for wear. Not enough. Show me your limits. Fourth power, Blade King. A green-colored origin power surged into Chopper White, with Su-run's tyrant-like strong will. Chopper White, who was about to be on the verge of breaking down, was surprisingly born to withstand even more power. Overclocking, 1000%. Buzz. The moment the overclocking reached 1,000%, countless humming sounds resounded through the wind-setting pass. A night's watchman exclaimed, "My sword is trembling. Shine." How? My star blade. One of the Vigil Soldier's standard star blade had actually sheathed itself for a fraction of a second. Shine. Not good. My knife too. Shine. Shine. The sound of a sword being unsheathed continuously came. The intent of this sword was too strong, to the point that it unsheathed itself without the control of its owner. The slightly weaker vigilantes, doing their best to press their knives back in, had slightly reddened cheeks. A beautiful young man who looked like a son of the world was at the moment, but his cheeks trembled with excitement as he responded to a certain sensation and drew the star sword in his hand. Between careful sensations, it seemed that there were constantly subtle blade strokes pouring into his brain. A blade technique that he had not been allowed to comprehend for a long time before had become so simple in a matter of moments. Do not resist. Feel this blade intent carefully. It will be good for you. The crowd looked startled at the words, and immediately an old night watchman unsheathed his sword. After feeling it slightly, he opened his eyes and burst into tears. It's true, the intermediate blade art. I had thought it would be impossible for me to make any more progress in my life. Me too. Gosh, is this the Blade Saint? Just a wisp of residual waves emanating from the blade intent is the peak I can only reach in this lifetime. In vain I'm still called a genius. Doesn't it still seem on the video that your excellency really isn't the reincarnation of an exiled immortal? The beautiful young man who looked like a son of the world was currently looking at the Blade Saint in front of him with a fleeting gaze. Tears continued to flow from his eyes fueled by the intent of the blade, but he still refused to miss the blade that was about to be sheathed. So did many of the Night's Watch. Before this blade was even sheathed, a monster from the opposite mysterious tide regained its senses. facing the pressure of this terrifying blade directly. It exploded at once after screaming miserably. The weaker mysteries, just by looking at them, can't take it anymore. The golden attendant's back was covered in cold sweat at the moment. Not a single movement. It's not that I don't dare, it's that I can't. It was as if the monkey had been electrified with high voltage, stiffened up and lost all flexibility. There was a flash of blue toward the back of the white blade. The crowd of the Yi Phoenix squad immediately recognized it with familiar eyes. Captain, that one is. Xia Siming looked at it really well. Well, it's the same ability that just propelled an 8-ton supersonic fighter to the point of bursting the meter. He said the ability is called Curvature Engine. The Phoenix Squad crowd gasped backward. Su Run adjusted his breath. Break it, Chopper White. A white light, 20 kilometers long in the extreme, swept across the wave of darkness. Chapter 113, Upgrading Again. The extreme light of the blade cut through the blackness of the night. Chopper White's original ability to extend up to 1,000 meters was augmented by the overbearing power. Hard dislikes up to 20 kilometers. The large 160-degree fan-shaped area in front of Su Run was as much as possible within the range of the blade light. The monster's hissing stopped. Pust. Countless spurts of blood. The black wave in front of him was torn in half. The power of the gods plus ceiling-level mental power. And the increase in magic shadow and the power of overclocking. Under the gods, no one can stand in their way. Let's not talk about this group of, Klein, less than mysterious. Red, black and green sprayed wildly, within 20 kilometers, blocking Su Run's blade, whether it was a monster or a sand dune. All of them were cut in half by this knife. Blade chi filled the air in the distance, and some of the mysteries that still had a breath left in them were stirred to pieces by the aftermath of the blade. Experience plus 3%, plus 1, 25% experience, experience plus 0.01%, experience plus 5%, experience plus 10%. It was as if Su Run heard countless voices ringing in his ears. Mental energy once again rose like a tidal wave. This endless tide of mystery. Only body luck enough monsters escaped a cut. The remaining monsters were all awakened from being wrapped up in the divine artifact by the power of this blade. I see, a peak, C, realm. Large rat-like mystery was so scared that it spoke in human language. Its ear was cut off and blood flowed out, but consciousness came to him, and whimpering, with ears to pick up, he turned and ran. This act reactivated the mystery wave again. Even the mystery that had not regained its senses was driven by nature to scurry across this bloody land. These mysteries that were still able to escape. Being strong was one thing, but it was mostly luck that they survived. Especially those mysteries that are far away. The power at the far end of the knife is much more powerful than at the near end. The lucky ones with special abilities mysteriously all began to flee. Su Run roughly looked at it. The few that can still escape are pathetic. Less than 1%. For the rest, Su Run had no intention of going after them for the time being. This trip to the northwest was for this cut. The current effect seems to have done all it can. Now leave some force for possible contingencies. Click, 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 click. Countless cracks spread all over the body of the chopping white blade. There was a crash. This has just been restored no more than 2 days ago and is as white as a snow maiden's slender long blade. Once again, it was underused. Last time, at least it was only wasted, not broken. This time, the blade directly disintegrated into thousands of pieces. Su Run put it away. Fix it and it will work again. Ahem. This feeling of standing up and stomping hard is kind of addictive. Ding Fong Guan, on. The eyes of all parties barely glazed over. Is this the Sword Saint? A single sword breaks 10,000 armies. A god is nothing more than that, right? Major Su Run. Simply a god on earth. What earthly god? It's clearly my great Xia banished immortal. Someone murmured imperceptibly. He must be drawn in at all costs. And the smarter ones were thinking about how to hitch a ride on the chariot behind Su Run. After all, he's too young and too strong. Inevitably, there were several factions regarding his course of action. Su Run, rank, LV 79, 69, 91%, power, law of the sword 40. 5%, knife bone, unconditional mastery of any knife. The heart of the blade, the beauty of applying it lies in the heart. Blade will, my will is the will of the blade. Blade Kuan, absorbing energy into blades. Blade Demon, summoning demonic shadows to work in concert. This wave went straight up to level 19. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to move up. He remembered those games he had played before, where level 85 adventurers slaughtered apostles of Anjuan's level and gave only a pitiful amount of experience, not to mention other MMORPGs. The author's university of a certain online game. Full level the last 50%, day and night to hang kill a month of monsters to rise up. Really, of course, that's certainly not how it's organized in the book. A horse can't get fat without night grass. Su Run sighed. Although most of the mysteries were of low grade, they couldn't resist the large number of them. If they were to follow what they thought before, following the special squad around to find mysterious kills, then the upgrading speed would definitely be faster than Lin Chia's protagonist group as well. It may not take the 7 to 8 years that Zhou Ping said earlier, but it's always 3 to 4 years that are going to be spent. Where is this now? 4 days, just 2 battles, directly dry to level 79. It's better to train hard than to kill monsters, killing monsters all over the place, which is as cool as a 999 slash. It was a pity that one subgod was just not enough. If those 2 current heavenly dignitaries of Great Xia could grab some gods for him, it's estimated that you can do the full level in a day. A god of the level of a subgod is inferior to a dog on the side of the road in the later stages, though, but the experience you can bring up front is still quite impressive. Unfortunately, his gaze turned to lock onto the golden armored god envoy's body. This Gentile swine isn't too bright looking. Su Run was able to understand when he thought about it. After all, with the teachings of the religion over there that dumbed down the commoners, and the unbreakable class, a few hundred years of captive brain degradation would be normal. But, there's no experience in slaughtering it, so maybe it can be utilized once. The Golden Squire, is it? The golden armored divine envoy had a jolt, his legs trembling. Yes. After saying that, he seemed to feel that it wasn't good to be in the air and landed on the ground. Only then did Su Run realize that this divine messenger was unexpectedly a bit short compared to the average height of a Dasha person. If you kill me, the gods will definitely not spare your Great Xia. True to form, it felt like dying and saying things similar to their gods. Su Run slowly surveyed this golden armored divine envoy, and a wave of appreciation seemed to flow from his eyes. Nodding his head in a rather appreciative tone, he said, "Good." The golden armored divine envoy seemed to not react for a moment. What? Su Run laughed out loud. I said, "You're good." The gold attendant was dumbfounded, and Su Run continued without waiting for him to speak. "Doing your duty for your god. This loyalty, I recognize it." The fear on the golden servant's face slowly faded and a touch of pride surfaced. "I am a messenger of the gods, conveying their will. Noble Brahmin, mortal, I recognize your power. You can kill me all you want, but you will never make a Brahmin bow his noble head. Ha 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 ha." Su Run applauded. "Good, you're good." He raised his hand and summoned the Yin demon sword, drawing it straight for the golden servant's neck. However, the golden attendant tilted his head and didn't move a muscle. The blade finally stopped at his neck. After a few seconds of pause passed, Su Run slowly said, "You're good, not afraid to die? I am a warrior of the gods, and after death my soul will return to the temple and become a noble Brahmin once again. Unfortunately, the quantity you brought was high, but the quality was too poor to keep me entertained. Humph, you are too arrogant. This mysterious tide only took us a few days to assemble. If it takes more time, only death awaits you." Su Run's eyes lit up, waiting for you to say that. Chapter 114, I'll keep the artifact for you. The golden armored divine envoy had come in a rage, but left looking a bit lousy. He fled at great speed in the direction of the mists. It wasn't until we got into the mists that we breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Gold Squire, Rumor flew out of nowhere to meet him. Boom! A fist wrapped in golden armor solidly struck Rumor's face. The punch was caught off guard, and Rumor was not expecting it. He was directly sent flying backwards. "You heathen villain who sees the wind." The golden servant was still to pursue, only to see a pitch-black nightmare unfold. Rumor had one eye a purplish blue color and looked at the golden attendant with a deep expression on his face. "I've counseled you before. A man of clay still has some fire in him." He had long since endured enough of this divine messenger's arrogance along the way. The golden squire's face changed, and his hand grasped towards his waist, trying to reach for the small purple pestle that the gods had bestowed upon him, but his grasp was empty. "Humph, mortal, let it go this time, but if you dare to do so next time, I will send down punishment on behalf of the gods." Murmur was a bit surprised. How come this careful god's envoy was so nice to talk to? He was ready for a fight, but the other guy just let it go? That breath wasn't released, and rumination felt a little chesty. "How did you get back?" He was a bit curious. As a matter of fact, it should be impossible for the golden servant to be alive. The gold squire recalled the scene he had just witnessed, with the blade across his neck and the night watchman on the walls shouting for his death. That scene simply made the noble Brahmin fall into an abyss. The good thing is, that horrible man, who makes people unable to raise the slightest sense of resistance, is a noble warrior with martial virtues. He was heroic with himself. Forcefully return yourself to reorganize. Only he kept the purple and gold pestle that the gods had given him, said he would return it to himself when he found an opponent that satisfied him. Humph, naturally, I fought with that human. The one called Su Run is the real human, and you are such a despicable villain. Ha, it's just like the moon compared to a firefly. The gold attendant's foul mouth made Rumor almost storm off again. Me, what are we going to do next? He finally held back. Su-run didn't die and was suspected to have been strengthened by some kind of power. He absolutely couldn't let it grow anymore. The golden servant flew towards the mists. We need to summon a stronger mystical tide. Must go all out. The two flew toward the depths of the mists. Su-run was playing with a small purple pestle in his hands. He ended up letting the golden servant go in spite of the crowd's objections. Xia Siming said, "This Indian divine messenger is not too smart looking." Phoenix, the crowd looks sideways. Even the captain doesn't think it's too smart. So I guess it's really not too smart. Su-run shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Oh, it's more simple. There's no benefit to killing it anyway. Might as well let it go to see if there's any surprise." Surprise? Su-run didn't say anything. This matter of himself needing mystery to improve couldn't be spread on a wide scale. The current strength is not afraid of some intrigue. It's that if the news reaches the ears of the enemy, there will be no cow or horse to find mystery for their hard work. This Brahmin is obviously a pro at doing this. As for the possibility that if the person is feigning stupidity and is actually quite smart enough to go back and just avoid coming, that's not out of the question. But it doesn't matter. It's a casual, idle move anyway. As for Su-run personally going outside the mists to look for mystery, it could not be done at the moment. Kronos had noticed him, and the Indian gods had made a bond. Needless to say, a god like Loki, who screws up all day long, would fail to notice something as big as a god falling in Dasha. Moreover, Su-run also accidentally met with Manami, rationally analyzing that he has most likely entered Loki's line of sight. Maybe the plot was ready to fall into Loki's pocket when he left the confines of Dasha. Su-run thought to himself that his brain was not like the golden servants and would not take meaningless risks. Next, clean up the battlefield. Experience was only a small part of the harvest. The big part of the harvest was still on the corpses of this battlefield. The combination of the law and Spartan power has changed the way of boosting in a very big way. Before it was by comprehension and fighting, now there is a shortcut. Rely on your enemy's origin to condense blood and flesh into power. Su-run waved his hand and spilled out a large swath of ultramarine flame. The flames spread wildly across a front that stretched for 20 kilometers. A mysterious body burned to flying ash in just under 2 seconds, continuing to burn toward the back without stopping for a moment. The color of ultramarine lit up in the darkness of the night was dangerous and eerie. The crowd looked at this teenager who had just broken 10,000 troops with a single sword and was wearing a platinum trenchcoat. There was a lot of talk. What's this? I've never heard of any forbidden ruins that have this effect. Ha! Crying to death. Lord Bladesaint was worried that we had a hard time cleaning up the battlefield and even did it himself. With such a big commotion, it was naturally impossible to hide it from everyone. It couldn't be helped. Such a large number of corpses wanted to be absorbed quickly, and any way to deal with them would leave a breach. Instead of letting people see it, it makes people think more. He never thought about making things seamless when he came this way from the northwest. The fish is already in the net, so naturally you want to reel it in as fast as you can. As for the rest, just look for the patch later. At the puzzled looks of the people, he explained lightly, "I believe in the way." Oh, Xia Siming's eyes glowed. "You're being transcendent now, aren't you? You still know this? You asked a good question." Su-run shouted in his heart. Spin nodded. The crowd drifted off. The occasional person was puzzled, but it didn't matter. A lie that most people recognize as a successful lie. The long flames reflected the dark night as if it were day. Where the line of fire passed through, the flesh, along with the blood, turned into flying ash and dispersed. After burning out the last place, the flame of ultramarine transformed into several long dragons in the dark night, and it was included within Su-run's right hand. At this moment, a Koan-type fighter plane came flying again in the distant sky. A few figures leapt down from above. There were a total of 2 Koan fighters when they departed from Shangjing. One was them, Phoenix. The other one was the one sent to support Dingfeng Pass by Squad 006 of Shangjing and Squad 136 of Tsangnan. A man undid his parachute harness in midair and landed directly beside Su-run. "This is Zhang Zhengting from Squad 006 in Shangjing. What's the situation now? How long before the enemy arrives?" Xia Siming bristled. "The fight is over." "What?" Su-run looked at the red tassel that was slowly landing behind him, and the corner of his mouth curled up, throwing the purple gold mortar and pestle in his hand to red tassel. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "Keep it, a real artifact, and go back and burn it later." Red tassel's, Yang Yan's dance, was able to melt everything and strengthen itself. This artifact should be a great tonic for her. Hong Ying's face was surprised, and then he pulled Su-run's sleeve to make him bow down slightly. The young girl came to the teenager's ear and whispered, "I don't quite understand. Come and guide me later, knife." Saint, great, man. Chapter 115, Blade Demon, Complete Body, Night on the Desert. A wagon that was extremely out of place with its environment was parked in the middle of the desert. It was clear that the ground was loose sand, but the heavy ruts didn't leave the slightest mark. It was as if it was just a projection without the slightest weight. "Yon, what's this kid doing here in the middle of the night out of bed?" I really can't stay up all night for old people. A white-haired old man with a rather ancient look between his sitting and lying down yawned lazily. Eyelids drooped as he watched the teenager in the distance wearing platinum robes. In front of the carriage there was a driving schoolboy's eyes gleaming as he looked at the teenager in the distance. Listening to the white-haired old man's complaining voice inside the carriage, the book boy said rather dissatisfied, "Fuzi, the commander-in-chief has asked you to protect the Blade Saint Sama. Please raise some spirits." The white-haired old man known as Fuzi stroked his beard with a tug of his hand, and several of his beards were pulled off. "You little guy, whose book boy are you anyway? Do you know him?" The elbow is turned outward. "Did the old man give you face?" Pissed off old man. The scribe shrunk his head and instantly dared not speak. Husbandman tilted his head back and bowl drank a large cup of strong tea, fighting the urge to look at the platinum-robed teenager in the distance. This kid, who has only been in the Night's Watch for less than 2 months, how is he so popular? Old me feels like I haven't been as popular as him in all the years I've been a sealing. It's really a later generation. The husband's mouth said the later generation is fearful, but he couldn't hide the sour tone. The front scribe puffed out his chest and took out a half palm-sized, acrylic badge-like object. "Secure it to your chest with a pin in the back." In a rather proud tone, he said, "Lord Blade Saint has killed gods. Have you killed one, husband?" The coachman looked at the badge on the scribe's chest, which depicted a cartoonish image of a chilly teenager, from the semi-toming demonic shadow behind that teenager, and the yen demon blade in his hand. It was not difficult to tell that it was none other than Su Run. The man stared for a moment. "It's only been a couple days. The badges are all screwed up? Really? What nonsense?" The driving schoolboy smugly said, "This is not a badge. Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. This one is very expensive. There's also Lord Zhou Ping's model, but the price of that is far different from mine." The book boy pitifully continued, "I have sold many of my treasured ones, and even posted quite a bit of money to exchange them for this one from Lord Su Run. Normally I can't even touch it, let alone wear it." Husband once again out of soup a cup of strong tea. "Drink it to suppress the fire." "Oh, I'm afraid the old mans are sold by you, right?" Sell them all. Sell. I can't sell anyone's but yours, right?" The book boy is full of cold sweat. The husband's he is not a piece to stay. He rushed to change the topic. "Ha ha, Fuzzy, the wind is so boisterous tonight, don't you think? If someone made a badge of the Sage of Blades out of a piece of Starblade material and wanted to trade it for this wagon you're driving, would you trade it?" "Switch, switch." The straight-talking little scribe looked at the green-faced husband and couldn't say any more. "Playing with things. How dare you take old husband's car and trade it in?" The husband became furious and took out his ruler. "This is coalesced by the old man's ability. Can you trade it? Give me your hand." The little book boy can see that the husband's son is really a little angry. To extend his hand. "Husband's son, you hit a little lighter. I still have to drive it." The ruler of the man struck down with a single blow. However, hit a blank. The white-haired old man blew his beard and glared. "Still dare to hide? No. Look at Lord Blade Saint's side." The man looked in the direction of the scribe's finger. The blue demonic shadow emerged behind Su Run. This fight had brought him far more than before. The rank goes out the window. The physical body strength then came to 6 elephants and 8 tigers' strength, and Xia Siming tried it out. It's already almost neck and neck. This showed that his physical ability, without relying on any strength, had come to the top level of Xia, and the physical body. It's where the foundation of becoming a god lies. Otherwise, the body could not carry the law, and finally became the king face of the god of time and the red dust sword immortal Zhou Ping. In the end, they all disintegrate their flesh and die, and the origin has never been so rich. Su Run's left hand ignited the flame of ultramarine, and this flame had never been so exuberant in its vitality. If it wasn't for the combination of the laws of the blade and the yen demon blade, there would have been an additional big eater of origin. He all wanted to immediately go and try to build that extreme Dao blade of his own. Forget it, you have to eat your meal one bite at a time. Let's pull up the law first. Laws and levels are not the same. If leveling up is a life and death, it belongs to being a move to the next level of life. But the laws do not belong to this level. In Taoist terms, this belongs to being the realization of the great Tao. Why is Zhou Ping strong? 5 in the ceiling. Sekai's ability to edit the real world as if it were a program at any time. Fuzzy has the strongest defense. Lu Wuwei couldn't even escape his tracking even as a god. Yovan, well, he's very balanced, without exception. The abilities of these ceilings come with the most intuitive powers. The glazed red heart, on the other hand, simply allowed Zhou Ping to have the purest of hearts. It didn't bring him any power of visual representation. Can't edit worlds, no defenses, no tracking abilities, not even a corporeal enchantment. However, the one who possessed the strongest power among the 5 ceilings happened to be this, Rurouni Akatsuki, that didn't seem to have any power of its own. There's only one explanation. The essence of Zhou Ping's power came from sensing the great Tao, from the law. Su Run also wondered why Zhou Ping seemed to be the only one practicing the laws in the entire human world. It can only be understood that Rurouni Akatsuki is the key to unlocking this door. and earlier in the exchange after the last sparring session with Zhou Ping, Su Run deduced that Zhou Ping's realm today was probably at the level of 50% to 60% of the laws, to over 60%. Maybe call it a god. The flame of ultramarine transformed into a long line of flames that drifted towards the demonic shadow behind him. Come on, show me this power from Sparta. Law of the blade plus 0.1%. Law of the blade plus 0.1%. Law of the blade plus 0.1%. The blue demonic shadow behind him gradually filled in. The color also deepened again. Evolution from blue toward ultramarine. Blue is better than blue. Law of the blade 45%. There were many more flames of ultramarine in his hand. Su Run increased his output and laughed. Show me your limits. Law of the knife 46.5%. Law of the knife 48%. Law of the knife 49%. Law of the blade 50%. A tall ultramarine-colored demonic shadow stood solemnly under the moon. The body was covered as if in armor, with a pair of sharp-pointed claws clasped on both shoulders and strange lines born on the face. He didn't make any movements, but he was not angry. All sorts of uses about this demon came to mind. Su Run's thoughts moved. The demon's fist was raised high, surging into a force that made the heart tremble. After a short period of storing up its strength, it slammed its fist into the earth beneath its feet, a small mushroom that rises in the desert at night. In the distant carriage, the corners of the eyes of the husband's eyes jumped wildly when he saw the scene. The book boy in front of him shook his head. Who are the heroes of the world? It's in the new books list, number 27. We're the only book in the male spin-off channel, the new book list for the Zanjin's homoeroticism. At the time I'm reading this, you readers are so awesome. I have to give you a thumbs up and say awesome. Chapter 116, Bladed Armor. A deep crater appeared where the demon had been. Su Run looked at the walls of the pit. The original sand had now become a glassy substance. The corner of his mouth twitched. This demon, why does it come with a nuclear punch? But powerful enough indeed. This was still Su Run having control of not striking out at full strength. There's no telling what the effect would be if that punch went to the head. Suryun thought about how about next time he captures the ravings and uses them on him to see what happens? He tested it, and the demon's power was comparable to his, completely manipulated by the being. The left wrist has a sheath-type armor that allows for the drawing of a long, illusory green blade, the ability to hit combos with the main body during battle. Although it was two minds in one, the actual use placed little burden on the mind of the being. Just amazing. And Su Run tried it. This body can also seamlessly switch between reality and falsehood, normally as a void. Physically immune. Instantly Su Run thought of several bright and underhanded tricks. What if I make 9 real slashes and 1 false one? A bright backstab when the enemy's old strength is exhausted and new strength is not yet born. In the end, Su Run named the demon's frontal hard slashes as Yang hands and the false chops as Yin hands. Following the fast and slow blade, Su Run obtained another mastery, the Yin and Yang blade. The panel is now Su Run, rank, LV 79, 69, 91%, power, law of the sword 50%, knife bone, unconditional mastery of any knife, blade mind, the beauty of applying it lies in the heart, blade will, my will is the will of the blade, blade kuan, absorbing energy into blades, blade demon, summoning demonic shadows to work in concert, the power of itself now, plus the power of the law. His battle power is definitely the ceiling of ceilings. Even against the gods, there was no weakness at all. The only shortcoming was also the spiritual power. There's no way around this stuff. Upgrades don't pull just mental power alone. The leap in the hierarchy of life is not a quick process, and one can only look to his noble Brahmin instrumental friends to bring him more sustenance for his practice. Su Yun looks at the panel and ponders. The demonic split has been perfected. The next level should be demonization. Stick to a point. Bladed armor. The sixth power. Surfacing on the panel. Armor? I don't have Spartan blood, pure Chinese blood, so there's no such thing as magical humanization? He put away his demonic doppelganger and headed over to the far side of the carriage. Thought analyst. The law of the blade combines the power of the Spartan, so the power of magical humanization is not lost, but shown in a different way. Bad news, it's not fully magical. The good news, it's demon armor. Whatever, it's power as long as it's power. Su Run simply didn't dwell on it. However, if there's no error in estimation, 60% after that is becoming a god. This demonic human form of mine becoming a god? Is it a god or a devil? Lord Blade Saint. The scribe in front of the car jumped down and respectfully pulled back the curtain for him. Hard work. The book boy's cheeks reddened. It's an honor to drive for you. Fuzzy? Su Run entered the compartment looking around thoughtfully. I don't know if the wagon can resist his nuclear blast punch. He really wants to smash everything he sees now. Husbandman, who was old and sophisticated, poured a cup of tea for Su Run and said in a good-natured manner, "Don't look at it. This old bones of my husband can't afford to be tossed around. Taste, 85-degree hot water. Pour brood 8 seconds out of the soup. Well, you can't lift the table after you've had a cup of tea, can you? Husbandman, this tea is well brewed. You have to taste it. Pour tastes a bit more astringent than Mao Jian, but has a unique sweet aftertaste and is more suitable for older tea drinkers. Su Run exclaimed, my great Xia is a large land, but not an inch of it should be lost. Pour's main source is in southern Yunnan, a region that is as much a misty border as the northwestern frontier here. The husbandman said bluntly, don't give me words, just say what you want to say. Su Run laughed, then I'll be straightforward. Phoenix and I are expected to hold down Dingphone Pass for a long period of time, during which time I hope that you, Fuzi, will take over Phoenix's responsibilities. Is it backwards compatibility to have a human ceiling to perform special squad duties? It was only Su Run who dared to say this. Fuzi's face was solemn. I believe there is no need for me to say more about your importance to the Xia. My duty is to protect you. There is no problem for you to hold down the fort here. Phoenix can leave them alone to fulfill their duties. Su Run shook his head. Phoenix is very important to me. They can't go. Now that he was seriously short on blue bars, how could he separate the Phoenix equivalent of the outlaw's blue bars? He poured a cup of tea for Fuzi. You've seen my strength. It's still no problem for me to stand alone. There's no need to worry too much about safety. There was also a layer of demonstrating strength and not avoiding the Fujoshi in the strength test just now. Even if 1 or 2 gods came, it was just a bloody battle. If a dozen or so came to surround him, one more husband would not be of much use, and it would also affect the speed of Su Run's run. Husbandman stared contemplatively for a moment and let out a bitter laugh. Heroes come out of youths. A few of us sealings originally thought that Zhou Ping would become that top pillar. Did not expect to come out of nowhere, you such a demon. You really aren't an immortal reincarnated? Su Run laughed without making a sound. He's not an immortal, he's just a former high-dimensional observer. And the high-dimensional observers who are watching him now are better than him. Husbandman shook his head and said, I don't have any opinions, but you have to go talk to Yifan. Su Run put down his teacup. Then I'll take my leave first. We'll see you afterward. I'll walk you back. No need. As the words fell, the platinum-robed teenager had already disappeared, with only the finished cup of tea on the table. The man's expression changed. After a long period of silence, the husband said to the scholar in front of him, let's go. Back to Shangjing. The book boy in front curiously lifted the curtain. Where is Lord Blade Saint? Gone. How is it possible? Isn't your mindscape known to be unbreakable? Husband, how could it go without a single movement? Husband's face darkened. I opened the back door for him. Su Run had been prepared to contact Yifan when he returned. Upon seeing Red Ruffian's light smile watching him from the aisle entrance, he felt it was better to help her melt the divine artifacts first. The red tassel was still weak, and absorbing artifacts was not an easy task. It takes some prodding and coaching. Chapter 117, Superior and Subordinate Relationships. Su Run was thirsty and drank most of the cup of water. Taking up the resting Red Ruffian again, he fed him half a cup of water before letting him lie down. She was physically exhausted. Get some rest. I'm going to take a shower first. The Red Raider didn't want to move a single finger, and gave a single This is a separate room arranged for Su Run. The Phoenix squad is in the dormitory next door, but no one had a problem with it, so naturally Su Run wouldn't condescend to it. He had never been one to suffer without a hard time. Water poured down over his head, dousing the fire that had just finished burning in Su Run's mind. This time, Minami was supposed to come along as well, and Su Run considered that Loki's agent in her hadn't been completely severed. Worried that it would spice up some things, she didn't let her come over. Thinking of this ninny, Xiao Nan, Su Run's heart uncontrollably rekindled a fire. When he was in Songnan, this niece, Xiao Nan, was much offended by him at that time because of the Klein realm. Forced Su Run to do a lot of things against the will of teenage boys. We'll have to teach her a lesson when things are settled with Loki. He washed up and came over to Red Riding. The young girl had rested and he chewed on a leather strap to tie up his ponytail. Leaning back to sit, he looked at Su Run and said, Really, don't you ever run out of strength? Su Run are very good, is tossed up no end. Even if the red tassels since childhood martial arts practice also feel overwhelmed. Su Run stepped forward to model her explosive waist and said, Strength should be used on those you love. Hong Ying gave him a blank look. All you know how to do is sweet talk. I don't know why, but when I see you they jump out of my mouth uncontrollably. Hong Ying pounced over and pinched Su Run's ear. You're not allowed to say that to anyone else you know? These words are all for me to hear. Su Run lowered his head and rubbed the tip of Red Tassel's nose. Why do I seem to smell a sour odor? Hong Ying's little face was slightly red. I'm not. Could that be coming from next door? Aha, I knew it. What the hell is your relationship with Xia Simeng? Su Run looked at the angry puppy dog like Red Tassel and smiled faintly. What other relationship can there be? Upper and lower level relationship. Really? What about the up and down relationship? What do you mean? It took a few seconds of freezing before the Red Raider, who already knew a lot, responded. She took a bite of Su Run's ear. vaguely not knowing what she was saying, but it tickled Su Run. Ha 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 ha, I'm kidding. It's really nothing. Only then did Red Tassel loosen up. He hooked Su Run's neck and said squarely, "Why don't you let Xiao Nan and old Zhao come this time?" At the time of departure, 4 people from the 136th Squad were in Shangjing, and Su Run chose Red Tassel and Lang Xian to come to the northwestern part of the country. Old Zhao has now awakened the Forbidden Ruins, and is just in time to fill the vacancy in frontal combat power in Songnan after you left. Well, old Zhao was still very strong after his awakening, but his sudden awakening of the Forbidden Ruins, it's strange no matter how you think about it. Red Koma looked at Su Run with some suspicion. She is one of the few people who knew about Su Run's special abilities. It was suspected on Su Run the day old Zhao awakened. Ha ha, it's a little bit related. Su Run didn't deny it outright. He already had enough strength nowadays. I'm not going to hide what I'm doing next. 1/6 power was a hurdle to move past the gods, and the amount of origin needed was expected to be very exaggerated. It was also time to talk to Yevon. Red Rumor couldn't help but give him a kiss on the neck. I knew it had to be you. You're too good. But what about Minami? You know I don't mind. Su Run cried and laughed at this generous silly girl. Xiaonan does not know how many times she has stolen food when you do not know. Xiaonan's situation is a bit special. Now is not the time. Su Run stroked the Red Tassel's hair. Red Tassel's head was buried at Su Run's neck, greedily breathing in the flavor that belonged to him. As you wish. You belong to me for the time being anyway. Knives Saint Big Man. The extinguished pile of firewood in Su Run's heart rekindled its flame. As soon as he did, he picked up Red Writing. Red Tassel exclaimed and wrapped her arms around his neck. Put me down. The Phoenix next door will hear. I'm diaphragmatized. As the two bantered, Xia Siming stood and walked back and forth in the hallway. She thought for a long time about what Su Run had told him earlier about letting the Phoenix bloodline gather into one person's body. For that matter, she had a new idea. After pacing for a while, she finally arrived at the door of Su Run's room. Fu Xia Siming, believe in yourself. This idea can work. She pressed the doorknob and pushed open the door to Su Run. A strange movement reached her ears. She looked up and locked eyes with the duo inside. The scene stood still for an instant. I didn't mean to. Get out. Bang! Xia Siming closed the door to her room and fled back to her dormitory. The covers were put on, and the wild heartbeat couldn't be stopped for a long time. Day 2. Su Run asked for a separate office. A call was broadcast to Yevon, and it was instantly connected. It was as if Yevon was guarding the phone. Leader, not busy? Yi Fan calmed down a bit. It's not busy, go ahead. He received information about the front line last night. Su Run, this kid, is definitely not some bull see, realm that he himself said. The man said he could grow mushrooms in the desert with one punch. To discuss something with you. Immediately following the two men's almost simultaneous voices. I agree about the sword bearer. I want the mysterious corpse. There was a 2-second silence. Yevon was confused. Ugh, Su Run cried and laughed. Why did it feel like the Night's Watch couldn't wait to get a ruler? It's not that. The sword bearer is in no hurry. He organized his words and resumed. Squad 136, Zhao Kongchang, suddenly awakened the Forbidden Ruins some time ago. Well, I'm aware of this and have reported it. I helped. Yi Fan's spirit lifted. What did you say? I had a little help in it. Su Run pontificates. Mysterious corpses were able to be cremated to raise the origin, which could help ordinary people awaken the Forbidden Ruins and even strengthen them. It's entirely possible for the Night's Watch to go and collect corpses for themselves, and then take out a portion of it back to the Night's Watch after they've extracted the essence themselves. As for the split, Su Run's conscience felt that a 37 split was a good ratio. 30% is quite a lot. This is a unique business. Su Run is ruthless and completely 91 points, but after all, the others were risking their lives to fight and were responsible for transportation. Out of the idea of letting the horses eat and work well, Su Run gave a high price of 30%, so I figured the Night's Watch could provide me with mystical corpses, and I'd initiate the reserve Night's Watch for those who were qualified in qualities but not in powers. Yes, Su Run called this awakening process enlightenment. It means to open up spirituality. He didn't mention this before because he wasn't strong enough and was worried that a win-win situation would end up being a bad thing. Nowadays, he had the strength to have an equal dialogue. I'll kill anyone who tries to badger him. Chapter 118, Yi Fan, I must travel to the northwest immediately. Yi Fan lost his words for a long time. A few words from the phone made his brain buzz. Actively awakening people who don't have Forbidden Ruins? And you say you're not the reincarnation of an immortal. Only a god can give even ordinary people special powers. That one is called God's Market. If it wasn't Su Run who said that, if it wasn't for the fact that the sudden awakening of Squad 136 Zhao Kongcheng was really strange, Yi Fan wouldn't believe it at all. He removed his glasses with difficulty. Hands trembled as he placed it on the table. He said, "Let me see." "What? Let me see?" Yi Fan shook his voice. "I want to see with my own eyes that this is real." This ability was much more powerful than Su Run had imagined. Yi Fan, the human sealing and commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, set off wild waves in his heart. My ancestors, if this thing is really true, I, Yi Fan, will make the Night's Watch great from now on. He picked up the phone and growled. Do you realize how much this matter means to Daxia, the Night's Watch? No, even the Night's Watch can just change their name. We don't have to hide in the shadows and guard silently anymore. Directly spread to colleges and universities across the country. Direct national awakening. Isn't it just ing mysterious? Kill. Su Run gave him as much as he wanted. Yi Fan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, thinking that Su Run was still in the northwest. He has an old fox from the army with him. Not good, he yelled. You wait, I'm coming over to you right now. Do. There was a busy signal on the phone, and Su Run was bewildered. Is there a need for such a reaction? Putting the matter aside for the time being, he walked out of the office and cruised curiously around Tingphone Pass. The boot camp in the original was uprooted overnight. There seems to be no exaggeration now, and with the transcendence involved, everything becomes fast and furious. The fixed wind pass was growing at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. Almost everyone who saw Su Run would come up to say hello, and a few times down the line Su Run was helplessly overwhelmed, simply teleported back to his office. Only the vigilantes and military soldiers in place were left talking. One of the night watchmen exclaimed, Lord Blade Saint is truly a legend. That goes without saying. Yokozuna, it's not just you vigilantes, it's exploding inside our army. I hear your honor still has the title of Major? Where's the old calendar? Major Su Run was proposed to be given the rank of Major by our general on the same night that he beheaded the gods. Okay, Major, my god, 2 ranks in a row. What's wrong with that? After last night's incident of destroying 10,000 troops with a single sword, I guess I'll be a major general soon, and you guys can't run away from the various medals within the Night's Watch for sure. Lang Xian listened to the conversations of the people over here from afar, and in his heart, he was secretly glad that old Zhao didn't follow him over this time. Lao Zhao's biggest dream in his life was to be a general. If you know that Su Run joined the Night's Watch in less than 2 months as a major general, I'm really afraid that he can't afford it. On the side, Zhang Zhengting, who was stationed in Squad 006 in Shangjing, smacked his lips. I heard that Lord Blade Saint came out of your Squad 136. The corner of Lang Xian's mouth curled up slightly, and he tried to keep his voice as light as possible. Aha! Zhang Zhengting squirmed. That, can you get me a SOSO autograph? It's not me who wants it, haha, it's the kids on the team who really want it. Lang Xian pondered for a while. It's a bit hard to do. Don't worry, I know the rules. Just ask for anything you want. Oh, Lang Xian smiled faintly. Can you do anything? Night's Watch boot camp. After gnawing on raw meat, extreme training, all kinds of devilish training of the Night's Watch recruits had already faded away the youthfulness of the beginning. The mind settles down a lot. This morning the instructor suddenly announced that this morning's physical training was cancelled. All came to the multimedia classroom in the morning. This brought a sigh of relief to the group of recruits who had been exhausted as dogs for the past few days. Finally, I get half a day to catch my breath. You don't say. I thought that our captain's training for us before was already strict enough. Only after coming over here did I feel that the captain was really gentle before. Bailey Chubby approached Lin Chia's coat corner and asked, 7 nights, what class did you say was this morning? I don't know. I always had a feeling the instructor wouldn't be so kind as to let us rest. Lin Chia frowned and shook his head. Rest? There's no rest in closed training. Yuan Gang walked into the multimedia classroom and knocked on the desk made of metal to quiet everyone down. Looking at the slightly expectant faces below, Yuan Gang revealed a slightly gentle smile. I told you the other day about our enemy, Mystery. Today, it's time to explain to you a little more about another group of people who have not been very kind to us. Yuan Gang inserted a USB flash drive into the screen projecting computer. You guys really stumbled upon a good time. This file was still top secret before the level of secrecy. Now it's time to release part of it to you. The information about the Blade Saint was indeed top secret before, but after that live broadcast, it was no longer a secret. However, personal information about Su Run still needs to be kept secret. Yuan Gang's words successfully mobilized the curiosity of the crowd. Top secret information, ugh. Is it really for us Night's Watch recruits to watch? Whispers rose from below. Shin Shinju said slightly flirtatiously. Instructor, it doesn't matter if you make mistakes, but don't involve us. Yuan Gang cried and laughed. You brat. He opened the flash drive, entered the password, and there was nothing on it but a video. Yuan Gang didn't go and click on it immediately, but told the crowd to be quiet. After glancing at the crowd, his eyes lingered slightly on Lin Chie. This kid had just exposed the identity of the dual god agent the night before. Yuan Gang said with a straight face, Mysterious may be trouble, but there are far more groups hostile to us than just Mysterious. These groups are stronger, older, and more unpredictable than Mystery. Some of you have already come into contact with him, and it is even likely that you will face him in the future as well. He is. Yuan Gang paused for a moment. Looking at the serious faces of the recruits, he slowly said, "Gods." The camp exploded. They were no strangers to the gods. There were even divine agents in the training camp. How can that be? Why would the gods give us God's ruins if they're enemies? But not all know that the gods are also their enemies. Only a small number of people had calm faces. They more or less knew a little something from their seniors. Quiet. Yuan Gang had expected this. He clicked on the video in the folder. This is an incident that happened 4 days ago, and most of you know the people in it. A slightly shaky video appeared on the big multimedia screen. That's Lin Chiye's eyes widened. Brother Su Run. Chapter 119. What is his identity? Lin Chiye directly stood up, his eyes filled with astonishment. Someone frowned. Who is this? It feels so familiar. Training stupid? Just met him the other day. The one where he was drinking tea while we were training. Immediately someone remembered and he blurted out, "It's that birth." Lin Chiye frowned and was about to follow the sound to see who this person was. Who knew that just as the words left his mouth, a stool struck the man solidly in the back of the head. "Keep your stinking mouth shut." Lin Chiye followed the sound and the stool was being held by a pair of slender-looking hands. It was a big, grinning-looking girl sitting behind the guy. "That's just you dare to scold Officer Su Run?" A group of girls with tables and benches surrounded the boy. Lin Chiye, who had wanted to take the lead, quietly gulped. These tiger ladies were not the kind of dainty girls. On the side, Bailey Chubby couldn't help but spit out. Brother Su Run has only been here for 2 days, and his popularity is so high. Shin Shinju pulled the brim of his hat, and there was a bit of cold sweat on his back. He almost blurted it out just now. 2. It's no fun being targeted by these women. It's not a matter of whether you can beat it or not. There's nothing honorable about beating it, and it's even more humiliating if you can't. The boy held his head and yelled, "Help! I was wrong. I really didn't mean to curse. It was just a mouthful. Ouch. Don't hit the face. Not there." Yuan Gang was looking out the window, as if there was something outside that attracted him. On one side, there were other instructors yelling, "Hey, hey, hey, don't be like this. Don't hit me in the face." The female student over there, kicking is not an option. Look at the way his voice is distorted. The girl who had kicked with her foot heard the boy gasp slightly oddly in pain. She blushed slightly and finally kicked harder. "And it's a reward for you? Ha, could that be the one? It's disgusting." In the blink of an eye there was an additional vacuum zone around the boys. Even the boys gazed at him strangely. "No, you guys let me explain. I was just in pain just now. I'm not a pervert." God see the pity. This whole revealing him as a pervert thing was almost harder on him than the beating he had just gotten. But this sophistry doesn't seem to work very well. Shin Shinju silently lowered the brim of his hat again. He was afraid of this situation. Just now fortunately did not have a cheap mouth to skin this. Ahem. Yuan Gang came back to his senses at this moment. What for what? How can you guys beat up your classmates? You girls who hit people. All of you go to the playground after lunch for 3 laps. Yes, some of the boys couldn't look away. 3 laps? What's the difference between that and no punishment? Yuan Gang looked over and said indifferently, "You run 30 laps. What?" Someone continued to shout. "I'm not convinced. 30 laps for you too." Immediately another boy got up. "I'm not convinced either." "And me? On what grounds?" These 4 people were from a dormitory, and were unusually united after the last few days of training. Yuan Gang didn't answer them directly, but scanned the circle and asked, "Who else is there?" No one got up. Even Shin Shinju, who was the most draggy, was silent, pretending to play with his fingernails. Shin Shinju was tugging, but not stupid. "Can't you see that when the new recruits are training, the instructors all stand and lecture, but Su Ran sits there drinking tea?" Although superficially upset, at that time, Shin Shinju actually had no opinion in his heart. People are explicitly tugging on the sky, and the instructors still look like they are taking it for granted, so they must have the capital to tug on the sky. This incident today started when the boy got mouthy for a bit, and it's still technically the same thing. Hasn't he made any mistakes at all? Who are you to dare mouth off to someone the instructor has to treat with care? Still not convinced for him, the 4 people in this dorm are really confused. At that moment the boy who had been knocked to the ground by a bench stood up, covering the large bag on the back of his head. "Dude, come on, I was in the wrong. Sit down all of you. There's no need. That doesn't move the needle." The first boy to stand up had a straight face. Shin Shinju covered her face. "What a superb." Bailey Chubby muttered in a small voice, "Didn't we come to the training camp to learn how to fight? We might even have to kill bad guys in the future." "What's a fight? As long as no one gets killed. This group of instructors might expect us to fight every day before." Most of the recruits around them had such expressions. Yuan Gang said with a straight face, "Good. Keep watching this video to the end and I'll give you this explanation. Now, you guys sit down. Don't block the view of the back row." Yuan Gang continued to play it. Lin Chiye watched intently as he was 10,000% curious. What the hell did Brother Su-run do? Worth the Night's Watch taking him to boot camp to use as their textbook? Multimedia on the big screen. The image of Su-run against the second seat of the enemy was projected. Most of the girls were focused on Su-run, while Molly had other things to think about. The first time I saw Su-run was when I was at the entrance of the training camp. That was when she and some of the other recruits were forced by the soldiers to salute the young man. She couldn't figure out how this young man who didn't look like much had become an officer at such a young age. If it's the Night's Watch seniors, there's no need to come to this boot camp, right? Over the next few days, this officer named Su-run was clearly out of place in the atmosphere of the entire training camp as well. He was neither a recruit nor an instructor. On the contrary, the instructors always surrounded him with stars. Molly had felt very resentful. Did you come to training camp to be a bully instead of participating in training? She didn't realize it until the day training officially began. He came here just to wait for his team to come and get him. Dasha Special Squad. Or 2. It's all about fighting for the steal. At the time, Molly was as shaken inexplicably as the other recruits. What kind of person is it? Worth the fact that 2 special squad captains are going to fight over him? Until Su-run drifted away with Phoenix and their group of recruits were knocked to the ground by Mask, Molly was still thinking about that scene. It wasn't until a couple of exchanges from Chubby 100 later on that Molly knew about the teenager. Surprisingly, it was a newcomer who had joined the Vigil talent for just over a month. What exactly makes him able to be sought after by the instructors and favored by the special squad? Young and handsome, he entered the camp with a sword. Instructors chase and captains compete with each other. Is his identity really as simple as a Night's Watch recruit? Most of the people present carried the same confusion in their hearts as Molly. Today, it may be possible to solve this mystery in their hearts. Chapter 120, Back-to-back Beheading, Limitless? Just outrageous. Yuan Gang spoke in a deep voice from the sidelines. It was on the night after Su-run and Phoenix left. The same night you were beaten down by Mask. Phoenix received a mission to the northwest, but didn't realize it was a Church of the Ancient God trap. A cadet was surprised. What? A trap? Then aren't they in danger? Yuan Gang pressed his hand and continued. Major Su-run recognized the trap in time and united the army in a firebombing attack, eliminating most of the enemy. Is it still available? But there are still some enemies who escaped the fire coverage. At this time the screen was also playing at the same time. The lowest they had was Infinity. What? Lin Chia's scalp directly went numb. He and Su-run both met the Night Watchman on the same day. And at that time Su-run and he were both in the same situation. It's true that Brother Su-run's strength has improved very quickly this month, but that's limitless. Is there any way to live when you run into it? Did Su-runner escape in the end? How did he escape? He was slightly anxious and had to watch patiently. Only on the screen, the space around the black-robed man opposite Su-run twisted into a cone-shaped divine blade that scraped towards Su-run. Run! Bailey Chubby couldn't help but shout out. But then they saw it. The Su-run was right where he was, without the slightest movement. That divine blade was dispersed into a blue mist in front of Su-run, and as the mist dissipated, Su-run did not have the slightest wound all over his body. That teenager drew his sword and sheathed it, and in an instant, he came behind that black-robed old man. With a single slash, he chopped the life of this limitless old man. What's going on here? Killing, look at you. Didn't you hear the instructor just say it was a terrorist? If we kill them, we might have to kill them too. Officer Su-run, could it be a Klein powerhouse? Impossible. Lin Chia suddenly shouted. Brother Su-run was still in the same realm as me a month ago. Then could it be that the black-robed old man is actually a weakling and not infinite? The image did not stop. Only Su-run's figure flashed. It crashed headfirst into the battlefield of Phoenix. A burly man greeted him. This is an enemy capable of fighting Phoenix. It must be Infinity. The man slammed his fist toward Su-run. All the newcomers raised their hearts. According to Lin Chia, Su-run was still in the Vision realm a month ago, which was immense. Even if you're overly talented, you're still too much of a trustworthy person. The result was unexpected by all. That tower-like man's fist was directly chopped into 2 pieces, followed by a knife. Another, Infinite, died. Everyone's jaws dropped as they turned their gazes towards Lin Chia. Didn't you say that it was Jean a month ago? What's with this killing, Infinity, like chopping up a melon and chopping up a vegetable? Lin Chia had also lost his previous bland demeanor. Lin Chia felt shocked beyond words, and his heart became even more eager for power. He looked at Yuan Gang in disbelief, also wondering what the hell was going on. Yuan Gang didn't have the idea of explaining as he said lightly, no talent at all. Killing a limitless is just that. What's there to be surprised about? This calm look successfully infected the recruits, or Instructor Yuan has seen the world. The remaining few instructors were speechless. Yuan Gang kill 2, Infinite, and see? It continues to play on the screen. Murmur is bombarded by bombs thrown by the man on the battery-operated bike and spits out blood. Phoenix blasted the man with the power of thunder in his body to death with his physical fists. As for Su Run, he also decimated his enemy at the first moment he exposed his form with a speed that the camera couldn't even capture. The situation is great. The boys who had just been rounded up and beaten into a pig's head were now convinced. He woned. I was wrong. I shouldn't have mouthed off. I'll accept the punishment and I'll go for 30 laps too. Who would have thought that this teenager who always seemed to be smiling and acting like a second generation at the training camp was actually such a ruthless person? Molly muttered. No wonder the two captains fought over him. Lin Xie fell silent for a moment. He pondered, could the raw meat he had gnawed on in training camp really bring him strength? We all joined the Night's Watch together. So how can you cut all the infinity? Rarely, for the first time, Lin Xie felt as if this dual god agent of his wasn't worth much anymore. Chubby Bailey said excitedly, Run is not only a pretty boy, even chopping people are roaring strong awe. It's the same Night's Watch. Why is the difference so big? The situation is clear. So this is the daily routine of the special squad? It does make sense as a teaching material. The crowd looked relaxed. Shin Shinju slowly said, that murmur is definitely dead next. A voice came on the screen. God of Storms, Maruto, descend. The picture changed abruptly. SH. What? God. No kidding. The classroom crowd panicked for a moment. A divine agent was enough for them to be surprised. This would actually say that a god was coming down? It also seems to be on the enemy side. And the picture on the screen. It was also swept into a black screen with a gust of wind. Shin Shinju also changed her face. How is it that I just finished talking about this situation and it's suddenly not right? The red-haired girl, Molly, frowned. The instructor mentioned gods just now. Is that what he was talking about? She paused for a moment and said in an astringent voice, were they, killed by the gods? Impossible. Lin Xie could hardly accept this news as he shouted sternly. The classroom went quiet for a moment. Yuan Gang remained calm and waved his hand. They're all right, look down. The other instructors were speechless. You were not so calm when you were watching. The video was edited and just a few seconds later it was back in frame. Only the wretched, raving, was in high spirits at the moment, and he gracefully saluted the front of the camera. Anyone could see the leap of joy in his heart at the moment. Everyone in the classroom had a thump in their heart. What happened to those few seconds of black screen? Only the ravings on the screen announced loudly, wake up, my loyal slave, Su Run. Behind him, Su Run remained motionless in a strange position. A girl's voice shook a little. What the hell is going on here? It looks like it's being controlled by some enemy ability. Impossible. Brother Su Run is so flexible with his abilities. How could anyone possibly be able to control him? 7 nights. Take it easy. Rune is definitely fine. Gradually there was a new movement on the screen. Ha 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 ha. A blue demonic shadow was behind Su Run while Su Run covered his face and laughed maniacally. He clasped a handful of ravings springing to his face. Lift it up and slam it.